Ailios, a wolf-transformed witch who journeyed from afar to attend Hogwarts, found herself in England, where she initially resorted to trickery to ensnare a rather naive Theodore, whose flavor resembled that of green. To her dismay, she inadvertently forged an enmity with the golden-haired scion of the Malfoy family. Surprisingly, the immensely popular dark-skinned youth, Blaise, seemed to be vying for her affection as well. Taming the towering Lycia, a formidable wolf, was certainly well within her capabilities. How delightful it would be to have them all under her command. Yet what was this? A sudden conflagration in her backyard. Your choices often define the essence of who you shall become more so than your abilities. So my choice is Slytherin. Chapter 1. Off to England. In the dim, eerie forest, the girl's delicate, pale ankles swiftly brushed against the thorns lining her path, leaving a trail of exquisite crimson droplets. However, she paid little heed to the pain, for a pair of lavender eyes loomed menacingly behind her, instilling a sense of dread that propelled her to flee with all her might. How enticing, he purred, his beguiling voice echoing through the desolate woods. The speed of the wolf was relentless, as it surged forward like the wind, its grand tail swaying with an air of triumph, eyeing her as if she were a delectable morsel. The raven-haired girl stood breathless, her previously unflinching gaze faltering against his fierce onslaught with no regard. The powerful wolf paw seized her alabaster neck, and at the moment of contact, the furry claw transformed into a slender human hand. Beneath the vast canopy of trees, she discerned the silvery fur around his eyes gradually fading, revealing his pitiably pale skin. As his sharp fangs lunged toward her, the scent of blood wafting through the air. "Merlin curse you!" she screamed hoarsely. "What are you saying? Wake up, Ailey!" It was her brother's voice. Ailios opened her eyes to the gentle rays of sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar surroundings bringing her comfort. "The house elf has prepared breakfast," Profer declared as he approached the edge of her bed, ruthlessly throwing back the soft covers. Ailios squinted at her brother, who, with his long lashes, gazed at her with a hint of impatience flickering in his slightly upturned, peach blossom eyes. "I haven't had enough sleep." The sultry weather rendered the absence of blankets surprisingly refreshing, prompting Ailios to curl up and close her eyes once more. "Stop sleeping. We'll be late for the boat at the dock." As Profer spoke, he tugged at Ailios's arm, only for her to unexpectedly wrap her arms around his shoulders, effortlessly climbing onto his back. "Hey, are you being childish?" Profer grumbled, yet fearing she might fall. He had no choice but to support her thighs with both hands, threatening, "I'll toss you downstairs if you're not careful." "You wouldn't dare. Mother would scold you," Ailios replied sleepily, resting her head on his shoulder, a smirk playing on her lips. "Watch me," Profer retorted as he strode toward the door. Upon reaching the staircase, Ailios tightened her grip around her brother's neck, just in case he truly intended to throw her down. "Ailey, can you be a bit gentler? Can you not act like such a child?" Profer complained, twisting his neck, which was nearly choked by her hold. Ailios loosened her grip slightly, though she wouldn't fully relinquish it until they reached the dining table. "Profer, you should first learn to be a gentleman," she remarked dreamily. "British gentlemen must be quite romantic, don't you think?" Profer instinctively frowned, choosing not to respond. Upon arriving in the dining room, the house elf had already set the table, and Daisy sat in an intricately carved chair, perusing the latest newspaper. As she noticed the commotion, she lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes captivatingly beautiful. A look of concern crossed her face, and her tone bore a hint of reproach. "Oh, Ailey, my dear, why are you hanging on to your brother like a koala again? Isn't that dangerous? Come down and wash your hands for breakfast." "All right, mother," Ailios replied, sticking out her tongue before obediently jumping off her brother's back. In the vast kitchen, she insisted on sharing the same sink with Profer. After all, she was his little sister, Profer thought, naturally making room for her. But Ailios mischievously splashed water at Profer, and what began as a simple hand-washing quickly devolved into a spirited water fight, leaving them both thoroughly drenched. "Are you two ready yet?" Daisy asked, growing impatient as she entered the kitchen to check on them. To the sound of their mother's footsteps, the siblings instinctively ceased their antics, turning off the tap with feigned innocence, though their soaked clothes betrayed them. Observing the scene before her, Daisy sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "Can someone explain what is happening here?" "It was me first," they both exclaimed in unison, exchanging surprised glances and stifling giggles. With no time to scold their mischief, Daisy quickly utilized a cleaning charm to dry their clothes. 10 minutes left. "We'll be off to the dock after breakfast." Daisy hurriedly took hold of her children's hands, urging them out of the kitchen. Without her supervision, they would remain oblivious to the urgency of the situation. "Mother, how long will this trip take before we return home?" Ailios asked, shoving a piece of egg pancake into her mouth. "This isn't a vacation, Ailey. We'll be living in England for several years," Daisy patiently explained as she poured her a glass of milk. Ailios struggled to swallow the pancake, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Several years. What about Father? Why isn't he coming with us?" "Father cannot leave his work in the Magical Congress. He will visit us in England when he gets a break. Oh, all right. So, Mother, does this mean I can't attend Ilvermorny? Ailios's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Daisy gently stroked her daughter's head, reassuring her, indeed, but in the future, you and your brother can attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which is certainly no less remarkable than Ilvermorny. Professor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, is that the Hogwarts that even the founder of Ilvermorny wished to attend? Indeed, Daisy confirmed with a nod. Hogwarts? Is the food there tastier than that at Ilvermorny? Ailios inquired. All you think about is food. Professor made a face at Ailios before turning back to their mother. Since we're already 11, when can we expect our acceptance letters to start attending school? Probably around the end of July, Daisy mused, which is just a fortnight away. We can use this free time to explore London. Yay! Ailios exclaimed, raising her hand, her beaming smile revealing 2 adorable little fangs. Can we buy some delicious British candies? Of course, my dear, Daisy replied with a warm smile. Chapter 2. Arrival at our new home under the gentle guidance of their mother. Ailios and Prover disembarked from the night's bus. The location was somewhat secluded, punctuated by the occasional melodious chirp of birds. Ailios followed closely behind her brother along the cobblestone path, with lush green leaves arching overhead and branches adorned with magnolia blossoms exuding a delicate fragrance. Mother, is this truly our new home? Ailios inquired, gazing at the quaint little house bathed in sunlight. Its minimalist cream-colored brick walls and soft gray roof appeared pristine and polished, while colorful diamond-shaped glass windows glinted brightly, casting dazzling reflections. Indeed, Daisy replied, lugging a hefty leather suitcase as she ascended the stairs, subsequently unlocking the deep brown front door. This dwelling, though not as opulent as the Windell Manor in America, was favored for its fresh and vibrant decor, which Ailios found quite appealing. After careful consideration, she chose a room adjoining her brother's, reasoning that it would facilitate their visits. However, Prover silently mused that Ailios needn't have contemplated this, for she rarely slept in her own room. All right, children, let us unpack your belongings, Daisy declared, placing the suitcase on the floor of Prover's room. She then removed her black lace gloves and gently inquired, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. What would you like to eat? Prover and Ailios exchanged glances, their faces betraying hesitation as they replied, could we have ham and mashed potatoes? Thank you, Mother. Of course, my dears, Daisy smiled, bestowing a light kiss on Prover's forehead, adding casually, it's quite simple, isn't it? With that, she departed the room, her heels clicking elegantly against the floor. Thank goodness we had a hearty breakfast. Ailios expressed her relief. I'm not at all worried that Mother will ruin the mashed potatoes. Silly Ailios. We won't be living here for just half a day, Prover retorted, rummaging through the seemingly endless suitcase to extract their mother's cherished picture frame. He then tossed a small brown teddy bear towards the walnut bed, saying, your teddy bear. Hey, be gentle. Ailios exclaimed as she leapt onto the bed to catch it. Now that she was on the bed, she settled onto the soft comforter, swinging her legs and clutching the bear as she said to her brother, perhaps we could take a stroll nearby, and see if any kind-hearted souls might invite us for dinner. You know, I don't particularly enjoy initiating social interactions. That's all right. I can take the lead. You just need to accompany me, he responded without pursuing the topic further, and she assumed his agreement. After a while, Prover glanced at his sister, who was still preoccupied with unpacking, and said with a sigh, it's quite remote here. I doubt anyone lives nearby. By the way, if you plan to get into bed, remember to take off your shoes. Of course I'll take off my shoes, you cleanliness fanatic. Ailios retorted, placing the teddy bear carefully beside her pillow before kneeling beside Prover to assist with the unpacking. Let me see what this is. Peach-flavored gummies, she exclaimed, excitedly tearing open the candy wrapper to reach inside, only to have Prover snatch it away. You can only have one a day, or it will affect your medicine, he admonished, adopting an air of authority. Mother instructed me to watch over you. But I haven't had any today, Ailios protested, and besides, I feel that tonight isn't a full moon. Then save it for after dinner. It's the safest option, he replied, resolutely pressing the candy against his thigh. Ailios sulked, crossing her legs and letting them dangle off the floor. If it's not a full moon, I might consider giving you a few more, Prover remarked. Still not looking up. That sounds more reasonable, she replied with a satisfied smile. Put this away, Prover instructed, handing her a box filled with Wolfsbane potion. Oh, all right. Ailios said obediently, placing the potion on a nearby shelf within reach. After the two had conducted a hasty organization of their belongings, Prover's room was cluttered with various items, including plush toys that his sister had brought, for she had always harbored a fondness for soft things. In contrast, Ailios had only stuffed a few articles of clothing into her wardrobe, leaving little else. Prover, noticing the sparse collection of garments hanging in her closet, casually asked, "Say, aren't you considering buying a few dresses to wear? You used to love wearing dresses as a child. There's nothing wrong with wearing pants. Besides, once school starts, everyone will be in uniform." Ailios waved off the suggestion as she exited the room. From downstairs wafted the rich aroma of butter, as Daisy was preparing cookies for their afternoon tea. "Mother!" Ailios exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her mother's waist from behind, joyfully declaring, "It's butter cookies, isn't it?" "Yes, darling," Daisy replied, turning to tousle her daughter's short black hair, smiling as she added, "First, eat your mashed potatoes, and you can have the cookies in the afternoon, all right?" "Of course," Ailios eagerly agreed. Although Daisy's culinary skills were somewhat limited, she excelled in the realm of dessert baking, at least for these two children. Even if she happened to overindulge in sugar, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Ailios absent-mindedly scooped up the mashed potatoes, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the sweet cookies. She could not bring herself to eat the overly peppered potatoes. Across from her, Prover appeared equally disinterested, making the already mushy potatoes even more glutinous with his stirring. Ailios set her spoon back into the bowl and turned to Daisy, saying, "Mother, are there any other residents nearby? We would like to meet new friends this afternoon." "Indeed," Daisy replied. "There happens to be a boy of similar age living not far from here at the Nott Manor. His father is also a wizard. So I believe you two will become good friends." After saying this, she cautioned, "When you go, remember to be polite. Mr. Nott enjoys tranquility, so please do not be too loud, and refrain from arguing with young Nott, understood?" "Understood, mother," Ailios smiled, tilting her head and covering her face with her hand to prevent her mother from noticing as she exaggeratedly mouthed to her brother, "You don't have to eat any more mashed potatoes." Prover chuckled knowingly, gradually placing down his silver spoon, and said to their mother, "I'm full." "Only that little?" Daisy furrowed her brow. "We had too much for breakfast. I'm not hungry at all now, mother," Ailios interjected. "And just thinking about going to Nott Manor to meet new friends has us too excited to eat anything." Daisy sighed, "Very well, I will indulge you for today. Just remember to take some cookies to share with young Nott. It's customary to bring a small gift when meeting for the first time. England is a place that values etiquette and decorum, so do pay attention to your manners." "We will, mother," Ailios replied without hesitation. Chapter 3. The charming young Nott. The Nott Manor was even more secluded and desolate than their little house, lacking vibrant flowers and adorned only with dark green foliage that was almost oppressive in its monotony. The surrounding silence was punctuated solely by the gentle sounds of water cascading from a stone-carved fountain. Ailios grasped her brother's hand as they walked across the lush lawn, marveling at the grand estate that resembled a castle. The spires jutted from the roof in an orderly fashion, their sharp angles glistening in the sunlight. "Knock, knock." "Knock." Ailios rapped on the ancient wooden door, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, producing a somewhat muffled sound. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a house elf with large round ears and a round head, ready to welcome them. "Greetings, we are the new neighbors who have recently moved in. Hearing of the splendid estate here, we decided to pay a visit." Ailios took a gift box filled with cookies from her brother's hands and, with utmost courtesy, addressed the little sprite, "We also brought some cookies. I believe the children residing here would surely appreciate my mother's culinary skills." With her round, sparkling green eyes, Ailios awaited the sprite's response, and the sprite, initially wearing a stern expression, could not help but soften upon hearing her gracious words. "Please wait a moment. The master is out on business today, and I must report your presence to the young master," the sprite declared before abruptly closing the door with a bang. "Is this the hallmark of British politeness?" Prover grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Patience, consider it a means to dinner," Ailios replied, handing the gift box back to Prover. In her eyes, her brother served merely as a versatile storage unit and handyman. The wooden door opened once more, revealing a small head, a brown-haired boy who was half a head shorter than Ailios. His eyes, slightly drooping at the corners, appeared innocent and naive, while his bright blue irises sparkled gently in the sunlight, framed by narrow double eyelids that lent him an air of unworldly innocence. "Hello, I'm pleased to meet you," Ailios said, extending her hand through the narrow gap of the door. The boy, at a loss for words, turned a faint shade of crimson. Ailios moderated her expression, striving to make her smile less intimidating, so as not to frighten this bashful child. Noticing his prolonged silence, Ailios straightforwardly introduced herself. "We come from New York, America. I am Ailios Wendell, and this is my brother Prover. We have just moved to the vicinity today, and we shall be neighbors from now on. If it's not too much trouble, could we come in for a chat?" Despite her directness, Ailios' words proved effective. The young Nott, raised in a household steeped in pure-blood superiority, recognized the Wendell family as a renowned pureblood lineage in the American wizarding community. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and opened the door wider, granting them entry. Do we need to change our shoes? Prover inquired. The boy shook his head. Ailios nudged Prover's arm, whispering, Keep smiling, smile. Reluctantly, Prover forced a rather unappealing grin, causing the boy to swiftly avert his gaze. What is your name? Ailios asked cheerfully. Theodore, he stammered, struggling to articulate even his own name, which led both siblings to instinctively feel a twinge of pity for him. Theodore led them to the parlor, where the three children seated themselves around a grand marble table, creating an amusing contrast. My mother made some butter cookies. I hope you enjoy them, Ailios said, pushing the gift box towards Theodore. Thank you, he replied, his cheeks flushing anew, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating his face, rendering him quite endearing. Prover propped his chin on his hands, scrutinizing the boy before him. They both shared an aversion to social interaction, yet their differences were stark. Prover was dismissive, while Theodore was simply inept at it. Would you like to eat? Shall I assist you in opening it? Ailios inquired eagerly. Prover caught a glimpse of her involuntary swallow, aware that she was likely salivating at the thought of the treats. No thank you, Theodore declined decisively, leaving them uncertain if it was mere politeness or a genuine disinterest in sweets. Observing Ailios' sudden disappointment, Prover stifled a chuckle behind his hand. Oh, I imagine the dishes prepared by your sprite must be delightful, Ailios ventured, seeking a new topic. They are quite nice, Theodore replied hesitantly. Coincidentally, my mother is also away today. Ailios exchanged a knowing glance with Prover and with a steady heart, continued, Would you mind if we stayed for dinner? Prover remained silent, his lips pressed together. Theodore glanced at the sprite, asking, Will father return today? The sprite regretfully replied, The master will not be returning. Turning back to Ailios, Theodore sincerely said, Yes, you are welcome to stay. With the young Nott's consent, Ailios felt a wave of relief wash over her. Theodore was an exceedingly shy boy, a rarity Ailios had not encountered in America, and thus she found herself intensely intrigued by him. She employed her natural extroversion to engage Theodore in animated conversation, often speaking at length while he responded in hesitant fragments. That afternoon, they devoured an entire box of cookies, and unsurprisingly, her mother's treats remained overly sweet. However, Theodore savored every bite, and upon inquiry, they discovered that he did not dislike sweets. Rather, Mr. Nott's strict upbringing forbade him from indulging in any snacks, making this his first taste of cookies since his mother's passing. Through Theodore's fragmented speech, Ailios surmised that Mr. Nott must be a reclusive and stern man, one who abhorred noisy environments, parties and gatherings consumed solely by his relentless work. Over time, the lack of paternal affection left Theodore unable to connect with other children, his daily existence revolving around incessant study, with only the occasional conversation with the sprite for company. Ailios could see that Theodore longed for a true companion, and she warmly invited him to visit her home in the future. While Theodore neither accepted nor declined, his countenance brightened, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 4. Learning to sleep alone. By 6 o'clock, they finished their dinner, and the sky had grown dim, the estate aglow with warm candlelight. After hastily bidding farewell to Theodore, Prover urged Ailios to hurry home, before the moon graced the sky. Home was the safest place to be. Returning so late? Daisy questioned, arms crossed, her expression filled with suspicion. What mischief have you been up to? None at all. Ailios vehemently denied. It was young Nott who warmly invited us to dine at his home, as a gesture of gratitude for the cookies. Really? Daisy turned her gaze to Prover. Indeed, he replied, his brevity betraying his unease. However, he had relished the meal, for who could resist the allure of roasted ham? He felt compelled to echo Ailios' fib to their mother. Well then, Daisy relented, her curiosity waning regarding the two little deceivers. She turned to Ailios, saying, By the way, dear, from today onward, you must learn to sleep alone. Why? Ailios exclaimed in astonishment, while Prover, seemingly already foreseeing this, remained unperturbed. Because you are a big girl now. You must learn to bravely face the darkness and solitude, Daisy gently explained, kneeling to Ailios' level. I don't want to. Mama, I don't like sleeping alone. Listen, Eli, Daisy said, taking her hand, your brother is a boy, and you are a girl. Now that you are growing up, you can no longer share a bed, understand? Ailios comprehended this logic, recognizing that boys and girls could not share a bed unless they were like their parents, a married couple. I understand, Mama. She shrugged off her mother's hand and trudged up the stairs, feeling disheartened. It was not a full moon night, but it was still sufficiently unpleasant. Ailios had yet to come to terms with the reality of sleeping apart, remaining sullen even after her bath. Prover entered her room with little Teddy in tow. After placing the bear beside her pillow, Ailios's expression grew even more forlorn, indicating that even her brother did not side with her. Don't be upset, have some candy. He opened his palm to reveal a peach-flavored sweet wrapped in cellophane. Ailios maintained her pride for a few seconds, but the fragrant allure of the candy proved irresistible. After casting a few sidelong glances, she unwrapped a piece and popped it into her mouth, mumbling, "All right, I'm not exactly angry. I didn't really want to sleep with you anyway." Prover, both exasperated and amused, playfully nudged her head. When would this sister of his ever allow him some peace? Ouch! Ailios rubbed her head and exclaimed, "I've said it before, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Being in England, you ought to be a bit more gentlemanly, otherwise, you won't make any friends at school." Prover scoffed, "I neither need nor desire friends." "Oh well, never mind. Don't worry, I will look out for you after all." "You are a Prover," she said, patting her brother's shoulder, trying to appear mature. At 1 o'clock in the morning, cradling her teddy bear, Ailios lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Snuffing out the candle left her restless with fear, while lighting it made her irritable from the blinding light. 1 star, 2 stars. She counted the stars using the method Prover had taught her, but it seemed utterly futile. After tossing and turning countless times, Ailios resolved to sneak into Prover's room. Fortunately, her night vision was quite good, and stealthy movement came easily to her. Prover lay in bed with his eyes closed, his hair tousled across the apricot-colored pillowcase, the silvery moonlight illuminating his serene sleeping face. Ailios felt a twinge of discontent. Why could he sleep so soundly? She crept onto the walnut bed, slipping beneath the warm covers, at which point Prover naturally draped his arm around her shoulders. Ailios slowly lifted her head, catching sight of the lazy smile curving his lips. "I knew you would come," he said. A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over Ailios, as if caught in a wrongdoing, and she whispered, "This is the last time." Amicia. Prover's voice was hoarse, revealing his weariness. Ailios adjusted to a more comfortable position and resolutely declared, "Brother, when I grow up, I shall marry you. So we can always be together." Prover chuckled softly, silently patting her back to lull her to sleep, his touch gentle and practiced, a habit forged over the years that made them inseparable. After a long silence, Prover glanced down at Ailios nestled against his chest, her eyes peacefully closed like a little kitten. He brushed aside the tousled strands of hair from her forehead, allowing a clearer view of her delicate brows. Though she was merely a little girl, she often clamored to dress like her brother. He refrained from questioning her desires, assuming it was simply her attachment to him. Prover smiled to himself, secretly hoping this attachment would endure a little longer. The following morning, Prover gifted Ailios his pillowcase, an apricot cotton cloth that had accompanied him to sleep since childhood, mended numerous times by their mother to preserve its unblemished form. The pillowcase bore the mingled scents of cedar shampoo and Prover's unique aroma. Ailios accepted this token of growth with grace, having resolved to embrace her solitude and darkness. After breakfast, she settled on the sofa with a picture book, while Prover lounged casually, resting his feet on her lap. This position was comfortable for him. The warm sunlight poured over them, allowing him to rest his head on his arm and doze for a moment. "I forgot to mention. I received an invitation from Malfoy Manor yesterday. They are hosting a simple gathering tonight." After Daisy tidied the dishes, she approached the sofa. "Prover, Ailios, you both should go change into clean clothes, something more formal." "Mother, I fear I cannot attend," Ailios replied regretfully. "I'm feeling unwell today. It must be a sign from the full moon." "Oh, my poor Ailios," Daisy said, gazing at her sympathetically. "Will you be all right alone at home?" "I can manage, Mother. I'll take good care of myself." Ailios blinked, affirming her resolve. "If Ailios isn't going, neither will I," Prover grumbled, placing his legs back on the floor, pouting at their mother. Daisy's expression grew troubled. Naturally, she was reluctant to leave her daughter alone at home. Yet she couldn't avoid the complex social dynamics in England. After a moment's hesitation, she told Prover, "Listen to me, Prover. The Malfoy family holds significant prestige in both the wizarding and muggle communities in England. To establish a foothold here, one must inevitably interact with them, especially since Mr. Malfoy has specifically invited us. You can go familiarize yourself with the environment, and when your sister has the opportunity to join next time, you can bring her along to play with your new friends." Chapter 5. The Transformation of the Little Wolf. Daisy's reasoning was sound, and Prover had no choice but to acquiesce. They departed the cottage at 3 o'clock, with Daisy securely locking the door behind them. Although the place was sufficiently secluded, she did not forget to cast a silencing charm to muffle the sounds inside and outside the house. The little wolf cub, having ingested the wolfsbane potion, posed no threat to humans, but it was crucial to take every precaution. They had traveled all the way from America to England, partly to prevent anyone from discovering the secret of their unusual neighbors, who had expressed curiosity about Ailios's peculiarities prior to her first full moon. Furthermore, Ailios was often prohibited from attending the pajama parties and evening gatherings that other children relished. Her distinct behaviors could easily provoke speculation. However, things would be different in England. They could easily attribute such actions to customs from their homeland. Tonight served as a preliminary test for Ailios. If she could independently undergo the transformation into a werewolf without any unfortunate incidents, Daisy could finally rest easy about her schooling. As evening descended, Ailios sensed her body becoming increasingly frail. Her skin was as pale as fragile porcelain, with prominent veins sprawling beneath the surface. Before completely losing her rationality, she drank a vial of wolfsbane potion, its bitterness inducing waves of nausea, her stomach roiling as if a tempest brewed within. Nonetheless, she could not allow herself even a single sweet. Countless nights since she turned 8 had rendered her existence unbearable, and tonight felt particularly agonizing without the presence of her parents and brother. Yet, she bore no resentment, for she understood that everything her family did was for her sake. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek a safe haven for her. Fortunately, this forced transformation occurred only once a month, and once this month passed, she would have no further worries. Cuddling her teddy bear on the bed, Ailios gradually sprouted silvery fur. The unbearable pain caused her sharp nails to pierce her palms, and her small canine teeth transformed into pristine wolf fangs. Ailios. Her brother's hurried footsteps echoed across the wooden floor as he rushed into the room, embracing her tightly. "I'm sorry I returned late." He caressed the fine fuzz on the back of her hand, gently loosening her clenched fist, the sudden glimpse of crimson in her palm tugging at his heartstrings. "Proffer, what brings you back?" she inquired. "I concocted a fib for Mother, claiming I felt unwell, and returned early via flu powder through the fireplace." "Well then, I must commend your cleverness," he replied, as she managed a feeble smile. "What can I do for you? Do regale me with tales of your adventures at Malfoy Manor." "Very well." Proffer rested her head upon his lap, guessing that this position might afford her some comfort. He tenderly stroked his sister's back, recounting the sight of a white peacock he had encountered at the manor, as aloof as he himself. He mused that such kindred spirits were seldom found in the animal kingdom, with the exception, of course, of the transformed Ailios. He had also made a new acquaintance, a golden-haired boy named Draco Malfoy, whom Proffer found rather pretentious, fitting his stereotype of the English. However, Draco was enthusiastic and proactive, much like Ailios, a true chatterbox, and thus they quickly forged a friendship. In the warmth of her brother's comfort, Ailios curled into a small ball, resembling a little puppy. When Proffer first saw her in her transformed state, he had mistaken her for an adorable Alaskan. By the time she had fully morphed into a wolf cub, Ailios felt considerably less discomfort. The only drawback was that she could no longer communicate with her brother in her human manner. The little wolf whined softly, nuzzling Proffer's thigh, before quietly closing her eyes. All she longed for was a good sleep, having spent an anxious afternoon in her ailing body, utterly fatigued. The following morning, an owl arrived at the window, delivering a letter adorned with an exquisite stamp. "Long time no see. I have missed you dearly. You are cordially invited to join the Wendell brothers for lunch at Nott Manor." The signature read Theodore Nott. "Long time no see," Proffer scoffed. "It's only been a day." "Your focus is clearly misplaced," Ailios pointed out irritably, gesturing at the elegant handwriting. "What does brother mean? We are siblings, for heaven's sake. Surely he didn't spend the entire afternoon with me and fail to realize I am a girl." With their matching black short hair and striking green eyes, Ailios and Proffer bore an uncanny resemblance, appearing as twin brothers. Coupled with her carefree demeanor, it was difficult for strangers not to misconstrue her gender. "So, do you plan to go?" Proffer asked nonchalantly, tossing the letter onto the table. "Absolutely. I must make him see the foolish and ignorant mistake his eyes have made," Ailios declared, clenching her fists. "If you were a bit more ladylike, such misunderstandings would not arise," Proffer shrugged, exiting the room. After informing their mother of their impending visit to Nott Manor for lunch, Daisy readily agreed. If left alone, she would have merely subsisted on oatmeal, a convenient means of maintaining her figure, while sparing herself the trouble of cooking. Ailios brought along a bag of peach gummies to present to Theodore. Even if he had mistaken her gender, she felt it was only polite to express her gratitude for his sincere invitation, especially since they were about to enjoy a rare feast. Upon opening the heavy wooden door, they were greeted by the shy smile of a young boy, his pure eyes darting around like a restless rabbit. After a moment of struggle, he gathered the courage to meet their gaze. his nervousness evident as his fingers turned white from anxiety. "Please come in," Theodore said. Compared to their last encounter, this statement marked a significant breakthrough for him. Ailios, who had intended to intimidate him with a frosty demeanor, found herself smiling involuntarily. He truly was a sweet and endearing child, capable of evoking affection simply by standing there. As they traversed the corridor adorned with precious antiques, Ailios eagerly informed Theodore of her identity as a little girl. Upon hearing the truth, he hurriedly masked his surprise. Stammering an apology, "I'm so sorry. No harm done," she replied nonchalantly. "You may call me Eli. It sounds more like a girl's name." "You can call me Theo," he said, blushing, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's what my mother calls me." Chapter 6. Mr. Nott's absence. Mr. Nott was not home again. It seemed he had many pressing matters to attend to. Ailios found it difficult to comprehend what burdensome work could occupy a father, especially since her own dad always returned from his long hours at the Wizarding Parliament with treats to make up for the time he missed with the siblings. She realized that not all fathers shared such closeness with their children. However, Mr. Nott's absence proved advantageous for them, as the lack of adult supervision allowed the children to play more freely. Ailios noticed a crystal piano in the corner, its translucent sheen a rare brightness in Nott manner. "Can you play?" she inquired, stepping closer to touch it, only to be intercepted by proffer. "It is quite rude to touch someone's belongings without permission." "I can play a little." Theodore's blue eyes clouded with a hint of sadness. "After my mother passed away, my father forbade me from touching it." "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that," Ailios said gently, patting Theodore's shoulder in comfort. "It's all right," he replied, blinking his clear eyes. "If you're interested, I can teach you." "Ah, that would be wonderful. But won't your father mind?" "As long as he doesn't find out, it'll be fine." He smiled gently, his gaze pure and beautiful. Who would have thought that such a gentle exterior concealed a rebellious heart? When Theodore began to play, he exuded confidence and grace, the shyness that once shadowed him dissipating entirely. His fingers danced over the keys, weaving through beautiful melodies, and for a fleeting moment, Ailios felt as though he resembled a prince from a storybook, his hair shimmering with light. He spent the afternoon teaching Ailios the simplest of nursery rhymes, while Proffer, sitting idly by, could not resist interrupting, feigning a desire to try but merely pressing random notes on the keyboard. Neither Ailios nor Theodore realized that Proffer's disruptions stemmed from his discomfort with their frequent physical contact, for aside from his sister, he had never been so intimate with another girl. "I would have learned faster if it weren't for Proffer's antics," Ailios complained, visibly displeased. Theodore gently reassured her. "It's all right, take your time." He guided her hand by hand, as she learned note by note. His ample patience brought her joy, and she reluctantly decided to forgive him for the misunderstandings caused by his chaotic nature. Feeling increasingly like a ghost, Proffer could no longer sit still. He irritably stood up and tugged at Ailios, saying, "It's getting late. We should head home." "It's still early, barely 4 o'clock. It's already late." "I want to go home," he insisted stubbornly. "Very well," Ailios conceded, realizing she had no leverage against her brother when he was truly upset. "Then we shall take our leave." Ailios turned to Theodore. "Thank you for your hospitality. I hope you can come play at our home. My mother makes many delightful desserts." "You're welcome," Theodore said, slowly closing the piano lid, a blush returning to his cheeks as the black and white keys were hidden from view. He did not explicitly accept Ailios' warm invitation. Old Nott would never permit him to venture out alone, nor would he allow him to engage in trivial pursuits. He insisted that Theodore devote himself rigorously to his studies, aspiring to make a name for himself in the realm of magic. The ancestral beliefs of the Nott family dictated that only weak and inept creatures would band together, while they were proud and superior serpents, their cold-blooded nature ingrained in their very bones, rendering them indifferent to any semblance of friendship. In the ensuing fortnight, Theodore would intermittently invite them over to his home. Was it due to some profound bond of familiarity? No, he perhaps regarded them more as sentient playthings, capable of speech and thought. In this cold and desolate ivory tower, the Wendell siblings were the sole warmth he could perceive from the outside world. Following the piano incident, Proffer's fondness for Theodore dwindled significantly. He was reluctant to attend, yet he could not bear the thought of his sister journeying alone to the Nott estate, a lengthy trek fraught with potential peril. What if she were to be bullied? Ailios insisted he need not fret, given that Theodore was a half-head shorter than her. She feared her mere loud voice might frighten this frail younger brother to tears. Upon receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, they gathered once more at the Nott estate. Theodore declared his intention to join Slytherin, regardless of the Sorting Hat's judgment. He was resolute in his desire. As he spoke, his blue eyes sparkled with an unprecedented sharpness. Slytherin was his ambition, not a reluctant fate to await. The Wendell siblings held no particular expectations regarding the house. Their family's tradition was one of ease, thus discussions about the sorting were fleeting. They had also arranged to visit Diagon Alley together to procure uniforms, textbooks, and supplies, which excited Theodore for he had not ventured outside for quite some time, let alone with two peers of his age. However, this delightful anticipation was ruthlessly shattered after Ailios mastered her second English nursery rhyme. On that day, Theodore's father made his inaugural appearance before them. He was a tall, slender man with a scruffy beard, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, sharing Theodore's striking blue eyes but appearing somewhat fatigued. Hearing the melodious strains of the piano, he angrily tossed his briefcase onto the instrument, startling the three children into a momentary fright. "Children of the Wendell family?" Cantankerous said coldly, "Good day, but it is getting late." Ailios promptly responded, "Good day, Mr. Nott. We shall be leaving shortly." "Oh no, we must leave at once." His tone was so frigid it seemed to freeze the very air around them. Ailios clasped her brother's hand as they made their way down the corridor, faintly hearing Cantankerous reprimanding Theodore behind them. "I told you, you do not need any friends. Apart from those inferior snacks, what can they offer you?" "I am disappointed, Theodore. Your desire should not manifest in trivial indulgences, and this cacophonous music." Ailios strained to listen until they reached the front door, at which point silence enveloped them once more. She did not hear Theodore defend their companionship. "Besides snacking, we did a great many things together. We simply did not study with Theodore as old Nott expected," she thought gloomily as she returned home, while Profer's spirits remained unperturbed, his demeanor tranquil as that of a reclusive old wizard. Ailios firmly believed she was in the right. It was merely Theodore's father who lacked appreciation for the nuances of camaraderie. She spent the entire evening cursing that man's bushy beard with thoughts of sorrowful insects, deciding that if their next encounter brought a kinder disposition, she would be willing to lift this cruel curse. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter at afternoon tea. In mid-August, Mrs. Zabini sent an owl bearing an invitation for Daisy and her children to join her for afternoon tea. Speaking of Bellatrix Zabini, she was a legendary figure ensconced in the realm of tabloid gossip. Bellatrix was an extraordinarily enchanting witch, her overwhelming charm capable of ensnaring the hearts of most men, leading her to marry 7 times. Each wealthy husband left her a fortune upon his demise, with many convinced her wealth rivaled that of the affluent Malfoy family. As the tea party was scheduled for the afternoon, Ailios was fortunate enough to accompany her mother and brother. They arrived rather early, the refreshments not yet fully prepared, and the guests yet to assemble. After greeting Mrs. Zabini, Ailios and Profer dashed into the garden to play. Before long, 3 young boys approached the siblings who were perched in the branches of a grand tree. Leading the way with a swagger was a boy with light blonde hair, his face pale and gaunt, reminiscent of malnutrition. However, his blustering demeanor suggested he had not been mistreated by his parents. "Hey, Profer, come down to play," he called, tilting his head back to gaze at Profer perched high above, while Ailios remained concealed by the dense foliage, unnoticed. It was Draco, flanked by Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe. "Do you want to come down?" Profer inquired. "You know," Ailios chimed in with a lowered voice, "I'm not particularly fond of blondes. They often have attractive heads, but little practical substance." "Then I shan't go either," Profer replied lightly. "That won't do. He called you over." It would be rude not to respond. "Mother said we must maintain a good relationship with the Malfoys." "Hey Profer, are you listening or what?" Draco shouted impatiently, cupping his hands around his mouth. Goyle and Crabbe each picked up a small stone, preparing to throw. Profer sighed, casting a glance at his sister before leaping down from the tree. Watching the 4 of them retreat into the distance, Ailios suddenly regretted not accepting Profer's earlier invitation. After all, it was rather dull being alone. She languidly leaned against the stout tree trunk, the warm sunlight lulling her into a sleepy stupor, while the dappled shadows shielded her from the harsh glare, the overly comfortable sensation allowing her to drift off into slumber. "I told you not to throw it too high. What now? Try using a spell." "Don't be foolish. It's far more practical to seek help." Ailios was roused by the chattering of a group of girls. Squinting, she spotted a butterfly kite hung on the opposite side of the tree trunk. Retrieving it would pose no challenge for her. She slowly rose, causing the leaves beside her to rustle, and the attentive girls immediately noticed her presence. "Please, could you help us?" a blonde girl asked softly. "Of course. No trouble at all," Ailios responded readily. While she held no particular fondness for blondes, this girl was an exception. Under their eager gazes, Ailios adeptly climbed the branches and successfully retrieved the kite, then leapt down. Gravity momentarily halted her as she crouched on the ground, smiling up as warm rays cascaded down. illuminating her emerald eyes. Even the tousled bangs framing her face could not obscure her exquisite features. Rising, she tilted her chin and handed the kite to the blonde girl. Here you go. Thank you. The girl blushed instantly. Ailios vaguely heard a dark-haired girl whispering to her companion, so handsome. Unable to suppress a quiet laugh. Ailios' smile deepened, causing the blonde girl's cheeks to redden further, as she shyly retreated to her friends. Ailios, indifferent to such descriptions, believed herself to be adorned with virtues from head to toe. The term handsome had become a mere commonplace for her. She rather wished that they could amplify their compliments, allowing her to boast before Prover of her duality of grace and beauty. Gathering her courage, the girl with raven hair approached and inquired, "What is your name? I have not seen you before." Ailios Wendell, she replied with poise. "My family has recently relocated from America." "Oh, that explains it. The last time I was at Malfoy Manor, I encountered another American boy. He must be your brother." "Indeed, that would be my brother Prover." Ailios then asked, "What are your names?" "I am Pansy Parkinson." She gestured to the two girls beside her, introducing them. "This is Daphne Greengrass, and that is Millicent Bulstrode. We all hail from pureblood wizarding families in Britain." With pride gleaming in her eyes, she concluded her introduction. "Delighted to make your acquaintance." Ailios extended her hand graciously. Pansy was the first to grasp it. A vivacious girl, Ailios mused, thinking that friendship with Pansy would surely be delightful. Following was a blushing Daphne, who recoiled as if shocked, and lastly Millicent, who though somewhat reserved, was not as reactive as Daphne. "We have visited here many times. Would you like us to show you around?" Pansy asked enthusiastically. "Absolutely," Ailios replied, overjoyed at the prospect of companionship with three lovely girls. They strolled through the intoxicating breeze, filled with floral scents, to the southwest corner of the garden. There, clusters of wisteria danced like wind chimes, their emerald leaves entwined, beneath which swung a rustic wooden swing, its crude craftsmanship seeming somewhat out of place in the opulent estate. Noticing Ailios's gaze fixed upon the swing, Pansy asked, "Would you like to try it?" "You've forgotten, Pansy. Blaise said that no one is allowed to sit on it." Daphne tugged at Pansy's skirt, whispering a caution. "He is not here now, and as long as we do not speak of it, no one will know," Pansy replied with a shushing gesture, then crossed her arms, adding, "Moreover, even if they did find out, the amiable Blaise would not be angry with us." "Perhaps not, but the swing appears rather unstable. It would be trivial if it broke, but injuries could pose a serious issue." Ailios reluctantly averted her gaze. "It is merely a swing. I can have my brother build one at home." "Oh, by the way, who is this Blaise you mentioned?" Ailios inquired. "Blaise is the only son of Madame Zabini, and he is of our age. He possesses a gentle nature, and is quite agreeable. Nearly everyone adores him. If he were not feeling unwell today, he would have gladly joined us for kite flying." Ailios, upon hearing this, felt an unexpected curiosity to meet this boy, who evidently inherited his mother's charm. Pansy tapped her forehead and added, "Oh, except for Draco. He dislikes boys who are more popular than he." Pansy Parkinson. Should you not first assess your surroundings before discussing others? Chapter 8. A fortuitous encounter with Malfoy. As guests continued to gather at the estate, Prover and Draco were soon summoned by Daisy to the parlor to extend greetings to the ladies of high society. Regardless of the country, such polite formalities were deemed necessary. Although Prover detested the tedious salutations, he complied with his mother's wishes to engage with the ostentatious strangers, hoping it would ease the Wendell family's integration into the British wizarding world. Once Prover departed, Draco had no intention of entering the hall to indulge in delectable treats. Having never harbored much desire for food, with nothing to occupy his time, he aimlessly wandered the estate with Goyle and Crabbe, when his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a black-haired boy beneath the wisteria. "Who is that boy? Why is he mingling with the girls?" Draco seethed. "Another one of those fellows like Blaise who only seeks the favor of girls. Shall we teach him a lesson?" Goyle excitedly cracked his knuckles. Crabbe shot Goyle a disapproving glance, hesitant but unwilling to voice his dissent. "Let us go," Draco commanded, leading his two companions forward with an air of authority. The girls, engrossed in their conversation, remained blissfully unaware of the three boys silently approaching from behind. "He possesses a gentle nature and is quite agreeable. Nearly everyone adores him." "Ah, indeed." Blaise standing among the girls remained steadfast. Draco gritted his teeth, ready to retort when Pansy continued, "Oh, except for Draco. He dislikes boys who are more popular than he." Her description was apt, yet it lacked any semblance of kindness. "How absurd!" Draco exclaimed. "Pansy Parkinson, should you not first assess your surroundings before discussing others?" His outburst startled the three girls, causing them to recoil several steps, except for Ailios, who merely stroked her chin, assessing the blonde boy before her. He appeared haughty and spirited, albeit somewhat frail in stature. Draco felt unnerved under her scrutiny, suspecting she might be attempting to provoke him. I have not seen you before. But judging by your poor accent, you must be from the countryside? Draco puffed out his chest, trying to appear taller than Ailios. No, I come from New York, America. Faced with Draco's inexplicable hostility, Ailios harbored no thoughts of competing in height. Her response was candid. Are you Wendell's sister? Draco eyed her suspiciously. Ailios shot him a disdainful glance, thinking him yet another ill-mannered individual. No, I am not his sister. Displeased with Draco's demeanor, she quickly called to the other girls and departed the wisteria grove, leaving him to ponder his own mistaken assumptions. Draco, left behind, fell into contemplation. If she was not Wendell's sister, it implied she might very well be a half-blood or a filthy mudblood. After all, Madame Zabini's connections certainly included half-blood wizards. He had encountered a few in the manor before, though they were typically subservient, unlike this audacious black-haired boy. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He had been bested by a suspected muggle child. Once he procured his wand from Diagon Alley, he would ensure to teach this insufferable boy a lesson. Unbeknownst to all, on the third-floor terrace, Blaise leaned against the railing, observing the unfolding scene with a knowing smile in his elongated, charming eyes. Ailios, are you not a child of the Wendell family? Of course I am. Ailios replied without hesitation. My brother and I are both Wendells. Oh, that is reassuring. I feared you might be deceiving us, Pansy confessed, her worry evident. Draco seems rather upset, perhaps due to my words about him. Though I did not mean it that way. Are you good friends with him? Ailios inquired. Not really, Pansy, usually confident, stammered. Millicent teased. Pansy has a crush on him. Pansy, in a fit of exasperation, slapped Millicent on the shoulder, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. Stop joking around. You clearly like him. Otherwise you wouldn't keep mentioning his name, Millicent remarked. Doi. I don't feel anything, Pansy replied, momentarily doubting herself. I can attest to that, Daphne chimed in with a playful smile. It's an unconscious sort of obsession. All right, Pansy raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, exasperated. You can know, but please keep it to yourselves. Ailios, perplexed, inquired, when you say like, do you mean the affection between family and friends? Or the kind of love depicted in fairy tales between princes and princesses? Of course it's the latter, Millicent exclaimed. What does that feel like? Ailios pressed further. Pansy lowered her gaze and whispered, it's like wanting to attend every grand ball, wishing to showcase my beauty to him. Longing to wear exquisite gowns and be his sole dance partner. But Pansy, you've spoken to him fewer than 10 times in an entire year. Millicent raised her hands in mock exasperation. Hey, stop teasing her. Pansy will get shy, Daphne whispered, drawing closer. Ailios scratched her head in confusion. Affection really is complicated. As dusk settled, the girls meandered past the spire-topped chapel towards the residence, exchanging simple farewells before returning to their mothers. Ailios grabbed a few powdered cream puffs from the glass table, while on the other side of the chocolate fountain, Draco glared at her with narrowed eyes. Why are you staring at me? Ailios asked, puzzled. Could it be that he had his eye on the puffs in her hand? The thought made her hastily shove the pastries into her mouth, cream unexpectedly oozing from the corners. Such an uncouth country bumpkin. Draco scoffed as he approached with a disdainful snort. Choking slightly, Ailios found herself unable to retort to his insulting remarks. Her cheeks bulging not only with cream puffs but also with her simmering anger. Ailios, I've told you, be more ladylike. Professor appeared from nowhere, producing a handkerchief from his breast pocket to wipe the cream from her mouth. Ladylike? Draco's brow twitched involuntarily at the sight before him. He couldn't fathom why Professor would say such a thing. Chapter 9. Theodore's Visit. Ailios, eager to speak, hastened her chewing, and when she finally found a moment to speak, she mumbled, but he isn't a gentleman at all. Immediately, she shot a fierce glare at Draco. Professor suppressed the rising irritation and calmly stated, she is not an uncouth country bumpkin, but my twin sister, Ailios Wendell. What? Draco exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock, suppressing the urge to rub his eyes, lest he be thought truly blind. I mean, you needn't be so astonished. Ailios shrugged, feigning a dramatic flair. My sweet, melodious voice is quite recognizable. Indeed. Her voice was somewhat higher pitched than most boys. Yet children who had not yet experienced the change of voice could hardly distinguish between genders, especially with her androgynous appearance. Offending the Wendell family was not a trivial matter. Draco's lips twitched slightly, though he maintained a facade of politeness, bowing and extending his hand, saying, I was remiss. Sweet Miss Wendell. Noting his subtly sarcastic tone, Ailios smirked mischievously and took his hand, suddenly squeezing it with newfound vigor. Ouch! Draco yelped, his knuckles turning red. Ailios immediately released him, teasingly adopting a coy tone. I apologize, Master Malfoy. The strength of a country bumpkin can be hard to control. Since being bitten by a werewolf, her strength had steadily increased. And with Goyle and Crabbe absent, he wouldn't dare retaliate. If it came to blows, she had Professor to back her up. Just wait. I'll tell my father. Draco shouted after her retreating form, disgruntled. Don't be upset, Draco. My sister is still young, so please be more forgiving, Professor consoled. Patting his shoulder. Humph, Draco bit his lip, turning away from Professor's hand in displeasure. Young? Does being young grant one a free pass to misbehave? Besides, they are all nearly the same age. He rubbed his sore hand, begrudgingly conceding, fine for your sake, I'll let her off the hook. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to inform his father of such childish antics. Though his parents adored him, as the heir to the Malfoy family, Lucius held high expectations. At the very least, he ought to conduct himself as a prudent young man, reflecting the strict upbringing of the Malfoy household. I'm going to tell my father. Ailios mimicked Draco's words, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly in tears. How can there be such a humorous person in this world? Professor playfully smacked her on the head with a stack of letters, admonishing. Draco wrote to say his hand has been hurting for days, and instructed me to discipline you properly. Ouch. Ailios rubbed her head, gazing up at her brother with wide, innocent eyes. Why are you still helping him? He was the one who called me a country bumpkin. You heard him, didn't you? I did hear. He suddenly shifted his tone, smiling. Well done. Professor raised his hand in triumph, and Ailios laughed, sharing a high five with him. But I know I shouldn't offend him, she admitted, her expression somewhat glum. The Malfoy family held significant status, and their mother had specifically instructed them to maintain good relations. Professor tossed the letters onto the coffee table, then reclined on the sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest. Don't worry, I'll handle things with him. Really? You're so kind, Professor. Ailios exclaimed, leaping to embrace him. This is the first time I've heard you say you want to proactively establish a good relationship with someone. Someone in our family has to do it, right? With father away from Britain, it should fall to me to shoulder this responsibility. The weather in Great Britain was perpetually dreary and damp. Outside, a fine rain fell steadily, droplets clinging to the glass and obscuring the view. Yet inside, a warm fire crackled, the scent of burning wood wafting from the fireplace, gradually enveloping the entire living room. Professor tenderly stroked her hair, pausing momentarily as he noticed a few silver strands amidst her dark locks. Silently he cast a spell, and suddenly, those strands vanished into thin air. What's wrong? Ailios sensed his unusual pause. Nothing, your hair was tangled, he improvised casually. Ah. Then I suppose I'll have to ask Mother to cut my hair, she replied. Why cut it? Long hair suits you just fine. I want to be like you. Ailios laughed brightly. Just then, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Ailios said, rising. The oak door slowly creaked open, a chilly breeze sweeping in, revealing a timid little boy standing beneath the eaves, his lips pressed together, unable to utter a word. Theo. What brings you here? Ailios exclaimed in surprise, noticing he seemed to have grown taller over the past month, nearly reaching her brow. I was brought here by the little sprite, and I truly long to visit you all. After much internal struggle, he resolved to express this desire, his eyes betraying a hint of stubbornness. So, do you still wish to welcome me? Of course, we would be delighted. Ailios could not suppress a smile as she generously took his arm and led him into the house. She should have done so long ago. The chilling air outside made her feel guilty at the thought of Theodore catching a cold. Please sit here, she warmly directed, settling Theodore beside Prover. Prover, keep him company while I prepare some tea. With that, she scampered off to the kitchen, mimicking her mother's past hospitality as she fetched some tea leaves from the canister and placed them into the pot. Moreover, she retrieved a bucket of popcorn, intending to treat Theodore to a delightful combination of red tea and popcorn, a pairing that might become a cherished memory for him. Meanwhile, in the living room, Theodore sat upright, nervously rubbing the fabric of his trousers with his palms. Prover remained silent, feeling awkward about breaking the ice. Theodore's visit indeed surprised Prover, but witnessing his sister's enthusiastic welcome stirred a sense of discontent within him. After all, even he, her own brother, had not received such a warm reception. The two boys swallowed hard in unison, and after a few minutes of awkward silence, Ailios emerged from the kitchen, balancing a steaming cup of tea in one hand and popcorn in the other. You will love this. Adults all drink it, she said, offering Theodore the fragrant red tea, topped with a dollop of sweet cream, encouraging him to take a sip. And what about me? Prover's inquiry came off somewhat self-deprecating. There are still some left over in the kitchen. You can serve yourself, Ailios replied with a smile. Prover clenched his fists in silence, feeling the sting of being deemed an afterthought. Chapter 10. The Convergence of Rivals. By nature, girls tend to gravitate towards caring for the vulnerable and the weak. Faced with the naive Theodore, Ailios could not help but feel a sense of compassion. Taking care of him seemed to have become a calling for her as a young warrior. During their first encounter, she had been perplexed by the brightness of his eyes and the curl of his eyelashes. He resembled a squirrel that had emerged from a long hibernation, gazing at the world with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Prover nodded curtly, perhaps resigned to this double standard, yet he lacked the motivation to head to the kitchen. When Theodore accidentally smeared cream on his nose while drinking tea, Ailios instinctively wiped it away, the blush that followed accentuating the few freckles on his cheeks. Although he was unaccustomed to such rich tea, he swallowed it down, fueled by Ailios' eager gaze. By the way, Theodore, do you still wish to go shopping in Diagon Alley as we had planned? She inquired. Yes, he replied, placing the teacup on the table with a smile. That sounds wonderful. I've heard there's a famous ice cream shop in Diagon Alley. We simply must try it. Ailios suddenly hesitated, her expression clouding. Oh no, your father likely wouldn't permit that. Let us avoid doing anything to upset him. It's all right. If you wish to try it, I can accompany you, Theodore offered. Prover glared enviously at the cheerful exchange between the two. Whose house was this, after all? Who was the guest? In that moment, he found himself wishing for their mother's presence. Daisy, longing for her husband, had returned to America to visit old Wendell. Prior to her departure, she had prepared some stews that the children could simply heat up. In her mind, they wouldn't even need to warm them, as eating cold dishes in such dreary weather seemed perfectly acceptable. After all, she had thoughtfully left a potion for treating diarrhea in the cupboard, and had even informed Prover of its location to prevent them from searching in vain. The siblings had anticipated a meager meal. Yet Theodore's arrival inspired Ailios to hatch a clever scheme. Why not request him to stay and instruct the house elf to prepare a sumptuous feast for them? Furthermore, with such dismal weather, the moon would surely not peek through the clouds. With Ailios' enthusiastic invitation, Theodore remained until evening, experiencing for the first time the comforting aroma of firewood on a rainy day, reminiscent of clothes dried in sunlight by his mother, warm and exuding a fresh scent. He summoned the house elf and, utilizing the limited ingredients available, concocted a creamy mushroom soup and corn cakes, which turned out to be the most delectable meal the Wendell siblings had enjoyed in a month. After feasting, Prover's sense of grievance diminished considerably. Yes, he was indeed someone easily won over. On the day they ventured to Diagon Alley, the sky was remarkably clear, sunlight streaming onto the cobblestone streets, warming the soles of their feet. The winding road seemed endless, with shops on either side adorned with eye-catching signs, showcasing an array of unique wares through their glass windows. When Ailios inadvertently caught sight of bat spleens and eel eyes, she nearly retched up her breakfast of whole grain bread. Could you accompany me to Gringotts first? Theodore asked cautiously. Of course, Ailios replied without hesitation, though she inquired, but what does Gringotts do? It's a bank run by goblins. I need to withdraw some galleons. Prover instinctively felt for the galleons their mother had given them, relieved to find they had not been lost. He raised an eyebrow and said, all right, we will follow you. In truth, Theodore was not well acquainted with the route either. He constantly searched for landmarks, fearing embarrassment should he lead them astray. Yet, his stubborn pride prevented him from admitting his unfamiliarity with the wizarding streets of England. After meandering through the winding alleys, they finally arrived at a towering white building that loomed above all the shops. Theodore ascended the marble steps alone, guided by a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform through the bronze doors, his slight figure soon disappearing from the siblings' view. So, what shall we plan to do next when Theodore emerges? Ailios pulled a lengthy shopping list from her pocket, scanning it intently. After a moment of contemplation, she folded it neatly and returned it to her pocket, her doll-like eyes sparkling as she suggested, how about we get ice cream first? I crave peach flavor. Before Prover could respond, Draco, passing by, chimed in, you'll be hard-pressed to find a spot at Fawcett's ice cream today. It's packed. He held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. Ailios sweetly smiled and asked, did you not manage to get any, which is why you're here? Certainly not. If I wished, I could acquire it effortlessly, he retorted, but his words were abruptly interrupted. Oh, I understand. People often fabricate excuses when they cannot attain what they desire, Ailios said with sudden clarity. Do you not believe me? Draco struggled to contain the anger that threatened to surface, not wanting the pretentious girl to think he was merely sulking out of shame. Not at all, Ailios replied innocently, shrugging her shoulders and glancing at Prover. You know, She's young and still lacks a bit of understanding. Prophet gracefully acknowledged his sister's glance, casually draping himself over Draco's shoulder and inquiring, "Have you completed your shopping? Shall we go together, just the two of us?" Faced with Prophet's unexpected enthusiasm, Draco found himself momentarily at a loss. "Aren't you with your sister?" Although he was initially reluctant to allow Theodore and Ailios to interact alone, who knew what mischief that little rascal might be plotting? The pressing need to separate Draco and Ailios, who were known adversaries, prevailed. Considering the broader implications for the Malfoy and Wendell families' relationship, he resigned himself to the role of Draco's companion. It was of little consequence. She would soon be with a neighbor's child anyway. With a playful arm around Draco, Prophet led him away. "I truly wish I had broken Malfoy's hand last time," Ailios muttered under her breath. Chapter 11. Theodore's subtle schemes. Ailios suddenly felt a gentle poke at her spine. Turning, she discovered it was Theodore. He gazed up at her, sunlight streaming over his fair face, his thick lashes fluttering and casting feather-like shadows beneath his eyelids, a warm smile gracing the corners of his eyes, resembling a little angel. In an instant, Ailios's mood brightened. Who could bear to be at odds with such a delightful child? "What is happening?" he asked, his eyes wide with innocent confusion. "Nothing much," she replied, unable to suppress a softening tone as she added, "Come on, Theo, let us go buy some books." "What about Prophet?" he asked. "He went off with that Malfoy boy." "Oh, Malfoy," he murmured. "What's wrong?" Ailios tilted her head. "Do you know him?" "I've heard a bit." He nodded slightly, his tone calm. "My mother may have taken me to one of their balls when she was alive, but it was so long ago that I barely recall his appearance." "It's better that you don't remember him. He's not at all likable." "What sort of person would be likable?" Theodore asked curiously. "Someone like you," Ailios exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I almost wish you were my little brother, so I could see you every day." With a playful glint, she suggested, "Why don't you call me sister? Then if anyone bullies you at school, I can rightfully deal with them." With that, she rolled up her sleeves in mock seriousness. A fleeting blush crossed his cheeks, quickly replaced by evident reluctance. "That's a splendid idea," she declared enthusiastically. "What do you think?" "No, not really," he said, gloomily shifting the topic. "Let us, go buy things first." "Oh, all right," Ailios nodded in agreement. Indeed, acquiring school supplies was of utmost importance. "It seems there are more people around now," Theodore remarked quietly. "Yes, but I quite enjoy the lively atmosphere of the streets," she replied. "In America, there's a commercial street for wizards, but it has a more modern flair compared to Diagon Alley's vintage charm." Will you get lost? Should I guide you?" He shifted the conversation back. "Aren't you already guiding me?" Ailios laughed. "No, I mean, should I hold your hand? That way, you won't get lost." His voice dwindled, losing confidence. Ailios believed she understood his thoughts. This timid boy must be feeling anxious and fearful amidst the sudden crowd, having not ventured out in a long while, a perfectly normal reaction. "All right," she smiled, taking Theodore's arm as they moved forward. She was eager to embrace her role as the protective older sister. However, Theodore was restless. He gently slipped his arm from her loose grip, inching along like a slow-moving snail, tracing the delicate veins of her arm until he reached her wrist, then her palm, leaving a warm trail in his wake. Finally, he seemed to find his destination, grasping one of her fingers. His hand was soft, yet the pronounced knuckles were undeniably present, much like his character, gentle yet strikingly sharp. Ailios glanced at him. Theodore was looking down, his face devoid of any particular expression, save for a faint blush. She thought to herself that he must be quite frightened by the throngs of people, and so she allowed him to hold her hand. As they crossed the street, Ailios made a point to glance at the Frosco ice cream shop. Draco was right. The business was thriving, and she couldn't afford to spend too much time waiting in line. They wandered around Lycan bookstore for a while, pausing outside a wall painted black, where a sign in bold Anselm font boldly proclaimed the shop's name. Theodore remarked, "This must be it." They stepped inside, where the place buzzed with activity, prompting Theodore to instinctively clutch Ailios's finger tighter. Fortunately, the bookstore had organized various sections for different types of books, allowing them to successfully procure 8 textbooks from the first-year purchasing area. The only downside for Theodore was that they could no longer hold hands. "If only we could use the levitation charm," Ailios sighed. "I really don't want to carry so many things." "Do you need me to help you carry something?" Theodore offered. "No, it's fine," she smiled, raising her arm to showcase her bicep. "I'm much stronger than you. I can easily carry yours too. Do you want me to help?" "No, it's all right," Theodore replied, dejected. After packing the heavy books into their bag, they set off in search of their next destination. "Welcome, welcome." A fluffy parrot chirped a greeting as they entered, its round head white and its wings a gradient of soft blue, its feathers impeccably groomed and glistening gently by the candlelight. Ailios quickly raised her hands to shield her head, wary of the bird's potential mischief. This was a wand shop, run by a gentleman named Ollivander, whose reputation echoed throughout the European wizarding community as one of the 3 renowned wand makers. Almost every student attending Hogwarts purchased their wands here, along with many foreign wizards who came seeking his expertise. Indeed, there were quite a number of people, the narrow space crowded with children of similar stature. Ollivander worked swiftly in selecting wands for them, and amidst the bustling atmosphere, the occasional sound of explosions and crackles pierced the air, causing the long queue to shorten a little. More than the children, there were stacks of wooden boxes piled high, touching the ceiling, and in such a cramped, enclosed space, even the dust inhaled was infused with a hint of magical aroma. Ailios immediately set her sights on a wand displayed on a faded cushion within a glass case, though it was securely locked away, presumably a non-sale item. Theodore followed her gaze and asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes, but I think I'll find a wand that suits me better," she replied with a smile. Theodore nodded gently, diverting his gaze. Before long, the children who had purchased wands began to leave, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Mr. Ollivander had light-colored eyes that reflected the dim candlelight, shimmering like the moon. "Hello, dear children," he said warmly, his eyes instinctively surveying the 2 before him, but without inducing any discomfort. It felt less like scrutiny and more like a gentle touch upon their inner worlds. "Good day, sir," they responded in unison. "Mr. Ollivander." Theodore nervously clasped his hands beneath his long sleeves and timidly inquired, "May I purchase the wand displayed in the window? I would pay any sum in galleons." Ailios, taken aback and touched by his earnestness, gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "No, Theo, that should not be for sale. Children, you only need 7 galleons to acquire any one suitable for you." Mr. Ollivander, with a kindly expression, addressed the 2, explaining, "It is not an item for sale. I placed it there because until now, no wizard has been able to master it. However, your lovely green eyes remind me of a dear friend, and I would be delighted to let you try it." Ailios, overjoyed, covered her mouth in astonishment, only lowering her hand when Mr. Ollivander presented her with the 9.5-inch wand. At the moment she grasped it, she inexplicably felt a strange warmth coursing through her fingertips. "Give it a wave," Mr. Ollivander encouraged. Ailios excitedly tapped the air, and the wand's tip suddenly erupted in a burst of silver sparks, scattering dust in all directions. "Ah, how marvelous!" Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, genuinely astonished that someone could resonate with its essence. Clutching the wand with glee, she asked, "Is it true, sir? Does this mean it has chosen me?" "Indeed. It possesses a rare core made from the tail hair of a North American white wolf, paired with the exquisite purple heartwood." He smiled. "This is one of the wands I am most proud of, and now, it belongs to you." Ailios, overwhelmed with excitement, was at a loss for words. Though unfamiliar with wands, she sensed that this one was truly extraordinary. "What is your name?" Mr. Ollivander inquired. "I am Ailios Wendell." "Noted," he replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Would you like to come here during the holidays to learn wand making from me?" "Me?" she asked in disbelief, for she had never considered herself worthy of such an accolade from a master wand maker. "Yes," he affirmed, "you possess a powerful and pure heart, making you well suited for wand crafting." "Oh, thank you for the compliment," Ailios exclaimed joyfully, bowing slightly but unintentionally bumping her forehead against the counter. Rubbing her reddened brow, she said, "Ouch. I would be thrilled to." Chapter 12. Delightful Ice Cream. With Mr. Ollivander's guidance, Theodore tried several wands made from different materials before finally acquiring a wand of cherry wood that suited him well. He appeared to have modest expectations, content with a wand that would suffice. Despite Mr. Ollivander's effusive praise for Ailios's purple heart wand, he did not show an ounce of envy. Rather, he was visibly pleased for her. As they passed a shop named the Quidditch Boutique, a blonde boy holding an ice cream cone caught Ailios's attention. "Malfoy, I thought you didn't like ice cream?" she teased, her tone ambiguous. "Indeed," he replied, seductively licking the chocolate sauce off the tip of his cone. "This was given to us by Fawcett. You can ask Plofer." Plofer, holding a pink waffle cone adorned with deep red cherries and colorful sprinkles, nodded silently in agreement, even though he hadn't taken a bite. The ice cream, protected by a warming charm, remained intact under the sun. Ailios, unable to resist, swallowed hard, a gesture not missed by the keen-eyed Draco, who sneered, "You might as well queue up at the ice cream shop. You might just make it before closing." She cast a sidelong glance at Plofer, who inexplicably winked at her. Annoyed, she frowned, wondering how he had adopted Draco's mannerisms. "It's just ice cream. What's there to gloat about?" Unless Draco, crossing his arms leisurely, added, "Unless you beg me, I might consider using my influence to secure you a scoop. Such an insulting proposition was not one she would entertain. Beg you? Ailios scoffed, looking at his haughty expression before turning to Theodore. Do you want some? He opened his mouth to decline, but she interrupted, speaking for him. I know you must want it. Sigh, it's fine, I can sacrifice my dignity for you, Theo. No, please don't, Theodore interjected firmly, surprising himself with his boldness. I'll buy the ice cream myself. Stunned, Ailios stared at him, waving her hands. That is too extravagant. You don't have to do that. Draco regarded Theodore with interest, remarking, generous, aren't we? Quite reminiscent of my style. What's your name? His demeanor suggested he was recruiting followers, which made Ailios uneasy, fearing he wanted Theodore to become a lackey like Goyle or Crabbe. She tugged Theodore away from them, indignantly saying, What's it to you? Casting Draco a disdainful glance, she tossed her head dismissively, only to suddenly feel a tight grip around her neck, as if someone had seized her vital essence. Foolish girl. Plofer had yanked her collar, pulling her back toward him, and as confusion morphed into anger in Ailios' eyes, he thrust the ice cream into her hands. Is this mine? Ailios gasped, blinking in disbelief. Why are you giving it to me? Draco huffed in annoyance. Because she is my sister, Plofer replied matter-of-factly. This was an irrefutable reason for Draco. His thoughts drifted, imagining what life would be like if he had a sister. Would she be adorable? Lively? Radiant? Anything would be acceptable, as long as she wasn't a tomboy like Ailios. Draco snorted in discontent, but made no move to stop her from taking the first bite of ice cream. He consoled himself that it was merely a small contribution to fostering relations with the Wendell family. Let us go together. More company makes it merrier, Plofer suggested. Glancing at his sister, who was engrossed in savoring her ice cream, Ailios looked up in surprise. This did not sound like something Plofer would say. Had he been possessed by a ghost with a penchant for merriment? As you wish, Draco muttered, leading the way, while the other three followed suit. This is incredibly delicious. Ailios exclaimed, Plofer, you have exquisite taste. There's even peach flesh in it. She excitedly offered him a spoonful of the ice cream. Plofer chewed expressionlessly, swallowing the contentment that threatened to spill from the corners of his mouth along with the peach. Theo, would you care to try? Ailios generously placed the ice cream bowl in Theodore's hands. Delicious, he replied, his eyes wide and shimmering blue, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The sunlight refracted through the cobblestones, creating a warm beam, while delicate golden dust swirled in the warm breeze, which neither melted the refreshing ice cream, nor dissipated the joyous flavors of peach that lingered sweetly on their lips, making them reluctant to swallow. Hearing the laughter and joy behind him, Draco glanced back at the trio as they shared the same bowl of ice cream, a sight he could not dismiss with disdain. He pondered whether ice cream truly tasted this delightful, and if it could genuinely bring happiness. But why did he possess an entire ice cream yet fail to relish the exquisite pleasure of it? Typically indifferent to food, he found himself inexplicably curious about the flavor of that pink ice cream. However, he did not reveal his thoughts. As they passed a trash bin, he unhesitatingly discarded his chocolate ice cream into it. The ice cream was cloyingly sweet, utterly unpalatable. Chapter 13. The heartbeat reaction on the train. September 1st marked the commencement of the school year, and Gawain Wendell made a special trip from America to King's Cross Station to send his twin children off to Hogwarts. Mom, is this really the place? So many muggles. Ailios bounced between her parents, observing the diverse crowd, yet failing to spot any students in wizarding robes like herself and Proffer. It must be here, Daisy said, albeit uncertainly. We should keep an eye out. Perhaps a hidden passage will reveal itself in an unexpected place. Suddenly, Ailios noticed a small boy ahead, dragging a luggage trolley at a snail's pace. Tao! She instantly recognized his silhouette, releasing her parents' hands to dash through the crowd towards Theodore. Upon hearing her voice, he turned, and his previously despondent eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Why are you alone? If I had known, we would have come with you, she exclaimed. My dad dropped me off outside the station. He said the ministry has matters to attend to, so he didn't come in, he replied, placing his hands on the trolley's handle with a bright smile. It's all right, now we can go together. Since you have extra energy, why not help me carry some? Proffer murmured, besides, your luggage is here too. Don't be so clear-cut about it, Proffer. I am your sister. You do know you are my sister. He grumbled in response. Is that Theodore Nott? Daisy approached, linking her arm with Gawain's, a smile gracing her face. I often hear Ailios and Proffer speak of you. You are such a lovely child. Yes, Aunt Daisy, Uncle Gawain, hello. He managed to suppress his nervousness, politely saying, thank you for the sweets. They were delightful. Daisy felt a surge of pride, though slightly bashful. She covered her mouth and smiled. I'm glad you liked them. You're always welcome to visit Ailios and Proffer during the holidays. All right, Mom, there's not much time left. We must hurry to find platform 9 3/4. Proffer said impatiently. The platform is located at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Theodore pointed ahead. That's what my dad told me. He studied at Hogwarts too. Oh, I see. Daisy crossed her arms proudly. I told you it must be hidden in some secret passage. Ailios and Proffer, you should follow Theodore to the train. I am sure he will safely guide you to your destination. Without a doubt. Ailios and Proffer recognized their mother's intention to enjoy a sweet moment alone with their father. Okay, Mom, goodbye, Ailios said reluctantly, hugging her mother and then her father. Turning back multiple times as she followed Theodore towards platform 9 3/4. Successfully passing through the barrier, they were greeted by a deep crimson steam engine. With the sign reading, Hogwarts Express. They had arrived a bit late. The compartments were already filled with students, while children of similar ages were bidding farewell to their families, and slightly older students were playfully chatting as they boarded the train. On board, Ailios encountered Pansy, Daphne, and Millicent, who warmly invited her and Proffer to sit in the same compartment. Ever since their encounter at the Zabini estate, Pansy and Daphne frequently wrote to Ailios, sometimes sending small gifts, such as an exquisite bookmark or a beautiful feather quill. Ailios was certainly eager to sit with them, but Proffer, feigning an allergy to perfume, declined their invitation, pulling her away instead. As for Theodore, he could do as he pleased. However, unnoticed, Theodore silently followed, as he was most familiar with the Wendell siblings. Through the glass window, they observed every compartment was filled, except for the one where the familiar blonde boy sat, which still had room. His hair slicked back made Ailios scoff, wondering how much pomade he had used. Draco's lackeys were absent, and opposite him sat a handsome, refined boy with dark hair. Where are Goyle and Crabbe? Proffer inquired as he pushed the door open. They went to the restroom, Draco scoffed. Those useless brutes. They couldn't even claim an empty compartment. Proffer inadvertently locked eyes with the dark-haired boy, who returned a polite smile. In that fleeting glance, Proffer instinctively sensed he was not a pleasant individual. Those jet-black eyes seemed to harbor many intriguing secrets, and in short, he did not like him. Who are you? Proffer stepped forward to inquire. Blaise Zabini, he introduced himself, extending his hand while maintaining an elegant smile. Oh, so you are the one Draco detests, Proffer mused, recognizing the unspoken camaraderie among friends who shared mutual dislikes. Proffer Wendell. He replied casually, shaking Blaise's hand. Blaise's gaze drifted past Proffer to Ailios. He approached her slowly, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly. His gaze warm as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Wendell." Miss Wendell? Was this the epitome of British gentlemanly behavior? It was the first time someone had addressed her so tenderly. The whistle blew, startling Ailios and causing her heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, the swaying carriage made her stumble, and while Theodore instinctively prepared to catch her luggage, Blaise was quicker, grasping her arm first. "Apologies, did I offend you?" he asked gently, with a hint of regret in his tone. Why did her heartbeat race, as if she had missed a step, even though she hadn't fallen? Ailios was momentarily taken aback, and only after Blaise released her did she remember to respond. "It's all right. I am pleased to meet you too, Mr. Zabini." While she endeavored to calm her fluttering heart, she couldn't help but retort, "Few possess both wisdom and kindness like you." As most people seem to have their eyes and hearts clouded, akin to being blinded by pig liver paste. With that, she instinctively shot a glare at Draco, who unsurprisingly reciprocated. Although her sarcasm was directed at Draco, the oblivious Theodore tightened his grip on his suitcase, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Hey everyone." Goyle pushed the door open, revealing a compartment brimming with people, his teeth awkwardly on display as he waved. "Wow, so many people. Where have you been?" Draco asked, arms crossed, clearly displeased. "You won't believe what we heard," Goyle exclaimed dramatically. "The legendary Harry Potter, the one who defeated you-know-who, is in the compartment next to ours." "Really?" Draco squinted, intrigued. "Absolutely." Goyle jabbed at Crabbe, who echoed a loud "yeah." "Let us go take a look." Draco rose, shaking off his robes with an air of distinction. He turned to Plofer and inquired, "Shall we go together?" "No, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Plofer decisively declined. How could he allow Ailios to be alone with two scheming boys? Nothing was more important than keeping an eye on Nott and Zabini. "Very well," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow as he strode confidently past Goyle and Crabbe, exiting the compartment. The four of them took their seats in succession. The seating arrangement could accommodate only 6, and Plofer, citing the impending congestion upon Draco's return, pushed Ailios to the innermost window seat. Though she was reluctant, she complied, as it at least ensured she would not be seated next to Draco. Who are the mysterious man and Harry Potter? Ailios inquired. The mysterious man is a terrifying British dark wizard, while Harry Potter is, to be honest, something even Plofer is not entirely sure about. The boy who lived. The only one in the world to survive the killing curse. Blaise calmly stated from across the table, while Theodore, who had intended to interject, hesitated and swallowed his words. I see. Thank you for your explanation, Ailios replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. You're welcome, he nodded with a soft smile, his gaze appropriately gentle. Following this brief exchange, the compartment fell into silence. The only sound discernible was the clattering of the train as it traversed the tracks. Stop fawning. Plofer leaned closer to Ailios, whispering in her ear. I am not. She quickly retorted. You are. Not at all. Under normal circumstances, she would have engaged in a brawl with Plofer, but now she merely gritted her teeth and muttered, mind your words, or I might just kick you off the train when we arrive. You are, he declared, turning his head away, denying her a chance to retaliate. Ailios clenched her fists, wondering if all brothers had such a penchant for mischief. At that moment, Draco opened the compartment door, his expression notably grim, clearly revealing that he had encountered a setback. Ailios smirked in schadenfreude, but had no intention of asking him about it. What's wrong? Plofer inquired, genuinely concerned. Humph, Draco scoffed indignantly. Harry Potter actually chose to associate with that dubious Weasley instead of agreeing to be my friend. A foolish decision indeed. I am certain he will pay dearly for his choice. Take a seat, Draco, Plofer soothed. Not everyone possesses my discerning eye. Chapter 14. The Sorting Hat's Decree. Upon disembarking from the train, the first-year students followed Hagrid towards the Black Lake, crossing its surface in wobbly little boats, the towering castle looming majestically into view. Professor McGonagall awaited them at the grand oak doors, guiding the students into the entrance hall, and then towards the right side dining hall, where the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Plofer, you will be going to Slytherin, won't you? Draco asked, patting him on the shoulder, eagerly anticipating a confirmation. Perhaps. I suppose, Plofer replied uncertainly, lacking any particular aspirations. I will do my utmost. Draco, masking his inner tension with an air of arrogance, proclaimed. Nothing but Slytherin could possibly match our noble bloodline. He shrugged, adjusting his collar, silently awaiting Professor McGonagall to call his name from a lengthy scroll of parchment. The sorting proceeded swiftly. Some students were assigned their houses almost instantaneously upon donning the hat. Plofer Wendell. To their surprise, Plofer was the first among them to be called. He approached with poise, placing the hat upon his head, and within half a minute, it announced loudly Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause as Plofer made his way towards them. Ailios, who had been slow to react, now felt a surge of anxiety. Her only wish was to be sorted into the same house as Plofer, so they could support one another. Draco Malfoy. As he had wished. He was indeed sorted into his dream house. Upon removing the sorting hat, he gleefully dashed to the long table to join Plofer, his golden hair shimmering more brightly than the magical stars above. Well then, Ailios thought, even sharing a house with that insufferable Draco is of little consequence. As long as I can be with my brother. Next came Theodore Nott, who unsurprisingly, was also sorted into Slytherin. Ailios was somewhat taken aback. Although it was his ambition to join Slytherin, his personality hardly aligned with the sorting hat's description of the house. Ailios Wendell. At long last, her turn had come. She took a deep breath and hurried to the stool, firmly placing the worn hat atop her head. The hat was quite large, obscuring her view entirely as it covered her eyes, leaving her in darkness. Slytherin, Slytherin, Ailios silently chanted, praying the sorting hat would be as swift in its judgment for her as it had been for Plofer and Draco. However, I believe you are better suited for Hufflepuff. Child, the sorting hat murmured in her ear, a pure, resilient heart, rare in its immunity to malice. No, Mr. Sorting Hat, Ailios softly countered, I am quite mischievous. I once shattered all the dishes in the cupboard with uncontrolled magic, splattering ketchup and mayonnaise all over the white floral wallpaper. And I have sneaked numerous sweets when my parents weren't looking. I truly embody Slytherin standards. The sorting hat paused for a moment before slowly asking, have you made an irrevocable decision? Indeed I have, sir. Ailios replied with conviction. I firmly believe that a wizard's choices reveal far more about their character than their abilities. It suddenly chuckled, declaring, resilience will guide you through trials, strength will lead you to greatness. Welcome, Slytherin, the sorting hat proclaimed, sending a thunderous applause erupting from the far left table. Overjoyed, she dashed to sit beside her brother. What did the sorting hat say to you? Why did it take so long? Plofer inquired. Oh, don't mention it. I was arguing with that dark, horrid hat just to be sorted into the same house as you. Though her words were impatient, her tone was undeniably cheerful. Slytherin. Following Ailios was yet another student sorted into Slytherin. Who could it be? As she clapped and turned her gaze forward, Blaise strolled towards the long table at a leisurely pace, effortlessly taking the seat beside her. Good to see you again, Miss Wendell, he greeted, his smile polite and gentle, yet not warmer than the hundreds of floating candle flames. He rested his hand on the table, inadvertently brushing against her elbow, drawing closer. And she caught a faint whiff of herbs. Yes, it is good to see you again, Ailios replied softly, quickly averting her gaze. What was this sudden shyness? After the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor Dumbledore delivered a few brief remarks before inviting the students to enjoy the sumptuous dinner laid out before them. The opening feast concluded amidst laughter and merriment, with the prefects guiding the new students back to their respective common rooms. The Slytherin dungeon, situated at the lowest level of the castle, could be accessed by pushing open the stone door using a special password released weekly. The Slytherin dormitories were shared rooms, and Draco, leveraging his father's influence on the school board, had successfully coerced the prefect into assigning him a room with Plofer, an act that was truly despicable, yet undeniably effective. Conversely, Ailios was fortunate enough to share her dormitory with Pansy. Setting aside other considerations, their personalities were remarkably compatible. Chapter 15. The Astute Theodore. Upon learning the dormitory assignments, Pansy gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "So you're a girl?" "Indeed, I am," Ailios replied, nodding. Daphne's expression appeared troubled, and Millicent remained silent, while Pansy stormed into the girls' dormitory, only beginning to vocalize her thoughts once they reached their room. "Why did you deceive us?" Ailios, perplexed, responded, "When did I ever deceive you? You never mentioned you were a girl. But you all never stated your gender either. I assumed it was unnecessary to introduce that." Ailios innocently scratched her head. "Then why do you have short hair like the boys?" Pansy pressed. "It's far more convenient for washing, isn't it?" This rationale seemed somewhat feeble, yet Ailios felt no obligation to disclose her true reasons. "You're going to hurt Daphne's feelings," Pansy huffed, momentarily invoking Daphne's name, but quickly recognized that revealing this matter was ill-advised. In a flurry, she clasped her mouth, indicating she had said nothing. "Why?" Ailios inquired, utterly baffled. "There's no reason." Pansy blushed furiously, declaring, "In any case, we are no longer friends, Ailios." Ailios blinked in confusion, unable to grasp the sudden and fleeting nature of this friendship. Despite feeling a twinge of sadness, she soon forgot all such matters as she lay on her soft bed. The peach-colored pillowcase was the only familiar touch upon the dark green four-poster bed, and the scent of her brother lulled her into a peaceful sleep. Thus commenced the silent Cold War between Pansy and Ailios. Although Ailios's dormitory life diverged from her expectations, she had no intention of seeking the approval of Pansy's sisterhood, for she possessed her own circle, which was even larger. Apart from sleeping and attending to her personal hygiene, Ailios was inseparable from Plofer, and Draco, being friendly with Plofer, brought along two burly companions, thus significantly expanding their small faction. She felt entirely at ease among this group of boys. Of course, there was also the invisible Theodore, whom Ailios cared for deeply and included in all her activities. She understood that Theodore had yet to fully conquer his fear of conversing with strangers, particularly in crowded settings like the school where many sought to befriend a Nott. He easily grew anxious, and only Ailios could comprehend him, readily stepping in to shield him from potential encounters. Such acts were not without their rewards. From the very first class, Ailios need not worry about being called upon by the professors, for Theodore consistently provided her with the correct answers, his voice barely audible, meant solely for her ears. While she felt grateful, Ailios also lamented that if only he had the courage to raise his hand, he could significantly contribute to Slytherin's points. Furthermore, while Ailios dozed off and scribbled haphazard notes, Theodore assisted her in catching up. When her incantations were mispronounced, he corrected her, and for those assignments she struggled to complete, he willingly copied for her. Her only worry each day was whether the round moon would appear that night. To be candid, Ailios had diligently crafted a study plan prior to the start of school, only to discover that reality was far less accommodating than her lofty aspirations. In Professor Sprout's herbology class, a single touch from the giant dandelion elicited an unbearable itch, nearly tormenting her throughout the lesson. Fortunately, Theodore discreetly plucked a small tuft of its pollen and slipped it into Ailios's mouth while the professor was distracted. Allegedly, the remedy was to counteract poison with poison. She skeptically chewed and swallowed, and indeed, her discomfort eased significantly. Professor Binz's history of magic class was so soporific that merely listening would induce sleep. His low, droning voice could lull one into slumber even more effectively than a rocking cradle. Nevertheless, Draco managed to catch and remind him not to confuse the villainous Moric with the peculiar Ulick. Ailios, however, was oblivious to this detail, having entrusted her notes to Theodore without a second thought. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell exuded a pervasive garlic odor. Draco and Plofer whispered conspiratorially, speculating that the so-called defensive charms might merely be a means to incapacitate dark wizards with the stench. Ailios shared this sentiment, pondering whether the final year exam would revolve around whose garlic was the most pungent. Theodore found her notion amusing, setting down his quill to prop up his chin and flash a charming smile. In stark contrast, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was notably serious and solemn. The tardiness of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley delighted Draco, who could only stifle his laughter behind his hand. She transformed the desk into a pig, and then reverted it to its original form, an amusing feat that instantly captured Ailios's full attention. Professor McGonagall handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to transfigure it into a sharp, thin needle. This task proved exceedingly difficult. Both Plofer and Draco simultaneously stared at their matchsticks, scratching their heads, while only Hermione Granger from Gryffindor succeeded, earning 5 points for her house from a pleased Professor McGonagall. Ailios recited the incantation numerous times, yet her matchstick remained stubbornly unchanged on the table, and she felt a surge of frustration, as though she might snap her wand in half. Raise your wand slightly below your temple, and make your mouth full and your tone decisive as you pronounce the incantation, remembering to emphasize turn. Ailios, adopting a trial-and-error approach, listened to Theodore's guidance, though she presumed it was unlikely to work, considering he had yet to succeed himself. What? Ailios, how could you do it? Draco exclaimed incredulously, staring at the sharp silver needle emitting smoke from her desk, his mouth agape as if it could contain a vertical matchstick. Well done, Miss Wendell, very good. Keep it up, Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a nod of approval, awarding Slytherin an additional 5 points. Ailios, feeling guilty, dared not retort to Draco or meet Professor McGonagall's gaze, instead offering an awkward smile. She turned to Theodore, who wore an innocent smile, his eyes clearer than the indigo sky outside. Why did Theodore, who clearly possessed the skill of transfiguration, insist on making her the center of attention? Such attention was easily drawn. Don't you think this will make her seem more foolish? After dinner, Draco encountered Theodore in the corridor of the boys' dormitory. Perceiving the situation clearly, he found Theodore's actions perplexing. Even Plofer, as a brother, had not stooped so low. Why would a Nott heir willingly play the role of Ailios's sidekick? He certainly hoped for Ailios's continued foolishness, and his question stemmed purely from a disdain for her comfortable existence. Not at all. She is not foolish in the least, Theodore replied calmly. If she wishes to improve her grades, I can tutor her. Don't harbor illusions of rescuing an imbecile, Nott. Draco felt a distinct lack of common ground with Theodore, prompting him to cross his arms and stride back to his dormitory with haste. Chapter 16. A pat on the puppy's tail. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and he was somewhat vexed by the absence of a companion with whom he could indulge in disparaging remarks about Ailios. It seemed even Goyle and Crabbe had been won over by the sweets she had shared, truly two gluttons at heart. What are you doing? He glanced up to see the bed covers in disarray, and he regarded Plofer with a suspicious expression. Nothing, Plofer replied, swallowing hard as he attempted to obscure the bulge beneath the covers. Nothing? Draco was clearly unconvinced. He approached the bed and poked the quilt with his finger, encountering no resistance. What is it? Draco sensed that something softer than the quilt lay concealed within, and since Plofer had hidden it, it must certainly be a treasure. Before Plofer could respond, a fluffy little white head emerged from the folds of the blanket, its round green eyes full of wariness as they met Draco's gaze. Where did you get that dog? He stammered, startled by the sudden eye contact, hastily adding, I absolutely detest dogs. You cannot keep it here. The little furball let out a few low howls, as if to retort, you are the dog, your entire family are dogs. Naturally, Draco was oblivious to the sentiment. Why? Plofer's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness, stating, while most students prefer cats, the school rules do not explicitly forbid keeping dogs as pets. I already told you. I hate dogs. Draco shot a disdainful glance at the little wolf that was blinking at him, insisting, all dogs, any dogs. Your pitiful look won't win me over. There must be a reason, right? Plofer grasped the little wolf's front legs, lifting it into his arms, where it nuzzled against his thin shirt, appearing quite docile. None. He stubbornly replied, instinctively slipping his hands into his pockets, as if to conceal something. All right then. Plofer shrugged nonchalantly, saying, it's Hagrid's dog. I borrowed it for a couple of days. If you don't like it, I'll return it tomorrow. Don't tell me you rushed out of class today just to hang out with that giant Hagrid? No, Profer shook his head while petting the dog's head. I simply took a liking to his dog. The little wolf lazily flopped onto its back, appearing easy to handle. Draco felt an unbidden urge to pet it. But pride restrained him, and he swallowed his words as he gazed at it. After lights out, he specifically warned Profer, keep an eye on it. Don't let that creature on my bed. It'll make it filthy. Rest assured, I will not allow that, he replied, cradling the little wolf at his side. The fluffy fur exuded a sweet peach fragrance, intensified by his body heat. The little creature, feeling cramped, nudged its head outward, its breath brushing against Profer's neck, before it lazily rolled over and settled down for sleep. At 4 a.m, the gentle lapping of the lake outside stirred Draco from slumber, and he blinked groggily awake. In the dim light, he noticed Profer had rolled the entire quilt to the other side of the bed, while the little wolf lay sprawled at the edge, breathing evenly. With just a step, Draco could reach it. A mischievous impulse struck him. He crept quietly to the side of Profer's bed and gently poked the puppy's tail. The little wolf's eyes flew open, and it defensively arched its back. It focused on the faint pink scar on his wrist, its eyes glowing eerily green in the darkness, sharp as the lake outside, causing Draco to jump back in surprise and plop down onto the floor. Rather than baring its teeth as he anticipated, it cautiously circled around him, agilely leaping onto the ornately carved wooden chair, then using the slightly higher table to spring toward the small window leading to the corridor. As Ailios stepped out of the boys' dormitory, she silently transformed back into her human form and settled onto the sofa in the common room, patting her chest and exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Draco's vision was as abysmal as ever, mistaking her for an ordinary little dog. Yet, what could explain this inexplicable midnight spying? Had he uncovered something amiss? Never mind, she shook her head, reassured herself that with Draco's intellect, he could hardly discern anything. Just as Ailios was preparing to slip back into the dormitory to feign sleep, she noticed a larger shadow inexplicably cast over her own. She froze, trembling slightly, her eyes wide with trepidation as she fixated on the silhouette, maintaining this stance for about a minute, yet the shadow remained still, with the slowness of rusted gears. She turned around, first noticing a metallic button reflecting a faint glow, her gaze then trailing up the dark blue silk of his nightwear. Beyond the sun-kissed skin, she beheld a sharply defined yet smoothly contoured jawline, a prominent nose and thick long eyelashes. He was not looking at her but gazing ahead, seemingly focused on something unseen. Good morning, Zabini. Ailios managed a shy smile, waving slightly. However, Blaise did not respond at all. Zabini. This time her voice was slightly louder. Blaise flinched, as if suddenly regaining awareness, and lowered his gaze toward her, his eyes narrowing. Are you all right? Ailios stammered. Is this Miss Wendell? He leaned closer, resting a hand on the sofa's back, his proximity markedly different from his usual genteel demeanor. His breath ruffled her hair, as he seemed to be identifying her by scent. At this distance, Ailios could distinctly see the fine, almost translucent hairs on his delicate skin. Yes. She tightened her neck, asking nervously. We haven't seen each other in half a day. You didn't forget what I look like, did you? Blaise's hand remained on the back of the sofa, but he tilted his head slightly, higher than Ailios's own. I find it hard to believe anyone could forget the beauty of Miss Wendell. If it was intended as a jest, his gaze was astonishingly sincere. Well, she chose to accept this as a genuine compliment for the moment. Thank you. Ailios hurriedly expressed her gratitude and straightened her posture. Merlin only knew why she felt compelled to display a semblance of ladylike decorum at that moment. Suddenly, she felt the leather sofa sink slightly behind her. Turning around, she found Blaise leaning in closer, his head level with hers, those elongated, gentle eyes fixed intently upon her. Miss Wendell, might you escort me back to my dormitory? He requested softly. Chapter 17. The Polite Blaise. Oh no. He couldn't have witnessed the entire transformation of the little wolf exiting the boys' dormitory, could he? Huh. Ailios feigned ignorance, asking, how could I possibly go there? There's a peculiar rule at school. Girls are permitted in the boys' dormitory, he explained languidly. Can't you find your way back by yourself? He leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I have night blindness. The whispered words sent a tingling sensation through her sensitive ears, causing her to flinch slightly, but Blaise continued to draw nearer, saying, I cannot see clearly, I need you. But if you can't see the path, how did you make it here? Sleepwalking. Albeit infrequently. He inquired with concern, would it frighten you? Ailios promptly refuted, no it wouldn't. In comparison to her werewolf afflictions, it was indeed a trifling matter. There was no need for alarm. Contemporary medicine had advanced significantly, and surely, there existed reputable magical medical institutions in England, did there not? As she offered reassurance. She guided Blaise towards the door of the boys' dormitory. Are you referring to St. Mungo's? My mother is reluctant to take me there. She would rather place her faith in our family doctor. How could that be? Ailios paused, momentarily taken aback, causing Blaise, who was following closely behind, to inadvertently bump into her. Fortunately, his pace was slow enough that she remained upright. I apologize, I cannot see clearly, he said innocently, blinking as if revealing all his vulnerabilities. Do you need me to assist you? Ailios asked with genuine concern. Yes, Blaise extended his left hand, awaiting her grasp. Ailios, somewhat perplexed, wondered if he had misconstrued the meaning of assistance. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Supporting him or holding his hand were fundamentally the same. Her priority was to ensure his safe return. With Ailios leading the way, they smoothly arrived at the door marked 302, adorned with a deep green sign. This will suffice. Blaise bowed slightly, performing a courteous gesture before releasing her hand, maintaining a humble smile. Thank you, Ailios. May I address you as Ellie? I've heard Professor Plover refer to you in such a manner. Of course, she replied readily. That makes us friends, does it not? Indeed. I am honored to be your friend, Ellie. His demeanor was consistently gentle and modest, prompting Ailios to think of Draco in the adjacent room. He could certainly learn a thing or two from Blaise. Well then, see you in class, Ellie, he said softly. Goodbye, Blaise. She waved at him before briskly making her way back. She could not fathom why her heart raced, why her palms were damp with sweat, or why her gaze fluttered restlessly. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a magical evening. Blaise watched her silhouette vanish into the shadows, the curve of his smile gradually straightening. He retrieved his wand, uttering a luminous incantation that illuminated the tip, providing enough light to discern his path ahead, before entering the door. On Friday morning, there was only one potions class, taught by Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. He was reputed to be a rather eccentric individual, and not a single student in the school was unafraid of him. Ailios, having had a restless night, felt a twinge of apprehension. Under the vigilant scrutiny of the head of her house, she anticipated an inability to daydream or doze off. Fortunately, she had the intellectually superior Theodore and the exceptionally skilled Plover by her side, allowing Ailios to merely feign stirring the cauldron in the middle. Snape often cast his gaze upon her during his rounds. After several unintended exchanges of glances, he began to address her with sardonic remarks. Miss Wendell, you have indeed brought 2 capable servants to school to complete your assignments. I wonder why you do not simply remain at home and await your inheritance. Furrowing her brow, she nibbled on her finger, appearing contemplative before responding slowly. Because my family's wealth is limited, and I must share it equally with my brother. Although Professor Snape was displeased with Ailios' demeanor, she was, after all, a student of Slytherin, and he turned a blind eye to this transgression. In contrast, Gryffindor's Harry Potter was not so fortunate. It seemed he was targeted by Snape, who relentlessly posed a series of challenging questions from the moment he entered the classroom, even denying Hermione Granger, who knew the answers, the opportunity to assist. Consequently, Gryffindor unjustly lost a significant number of points. However, who would have imagined that Snape's blatant favoritism would be towards Draco? While everyone else faced reprimands, only Draco received praise. Isn't it merely a matter of brewing a slug with antennae? Although she could not do it, Theodore could. Why was it that Theodore did not receive Snape's commendation? Ailios watched Draco with a mixture of envy and jealousy, convinced that he must have bribed Professor Snape in advance. Noticing Ailios' gaze, Draco proudly raised an eyebrow, his entire being seeming to radiate triumph. The thought of him being startled by her earlier that morning made Ailios wish she could immortalize his awkwardness on paper. Unfortunately, she had not inherited her mother's artistic talent, and could only replay the scene in her mind. Ultimately, the lesson concluded abruptly when Neville Longbottom accidentally overturned his cauldron, leaving himself covered in swollen, red boils. With Snape's particular attention, Draco became even more insufferable in Slytherin, though his arrogance was limited to boasting about his Quidditch prowess. Anyone who showed disinterest would find themselves forcibly restrained by Goyle and Crabbe until he finished. Currently, only Ailios received this special treatment, as the others were eager to indulge him, swayed by the Malfoy family's influence. Particularly Pansy, who was more than willing to listen to Draco's tales, though she often hid within the crowd, too shy to step forward. To end the Cold War, Ailios suggested that Pansy try complimenting Draco. Surely, his narcissistic pride would appreciate the admiration. However, Pansy deemed this a poor idea, believing that Ailios' relationship with Draco was fraught with animosity, and she could never comprehend how to win his favor. Thus, Pansy disregarded Ailios' suggestion entirely, and their discord remained unresolved. Under Pansy's cool demeanor, Millicent also refrained from speaking to Ailios, let alone Daphne, who consistently avoided her, leaving her quite perplexed. Well, she did not require them so desperately. Chapter 18. Do as I say if you want it. As the Slytherin first years gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast, a dozen owls swooped in. Ailios eagerly unwrapped the parcel delivered by the owl, only to be met with profound disappointment. What? A mask? She disdainfully tossed aside the mask strap, and leaned over to inspect Plover's package, which contained jasmine-scented disinfectant. Plover sighed, stuffing the disinfectant back into the package. The weather has turned cooler. Mother must be worried about us catching a cold. Then why didn't she send us sweets? Ailios asked indignantly. Need I even question that? She knows you lack restraint when it comes to sweets. That box of candy you brought was gone in less than a month, Plover replied nonchalantly. I shared it with everyone, all right? Ask anyone here who didn't receive my candy. Ailios raised her chin, surveying her surroundings. She spotted Draco sitting not far away. A large pile of candy spread before him, smugly twisting his neck in her direction. Hey, can you help me ask Malfoy for a few pieces of candy every day? You two are on such good terms. He'll surely agree. Ailios nudged his elbow and whispered. No, Plover flatly refused. I have no reason to do that. Eating less sugar can only be beneficial for you. Don't be like that. Please help me, brother, Ailios pleaded, leaning over the table and tugging at his sleeve. Hoping her earnest gaze would persuade him. Not a chance. He picked up his plate and headed towards the house elf's recycling area, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Ailios observed in disbelief as Draco distributed the majority of his candy to his two hulking bodyguards, swallowing hard in a fit of frustration. After class, Draco returned to the common room, cradling an enormous stash of sweets. It was well known that he had little penchant for confectionery, having no other intention but to share them with others. By chance, he noticed the longing gleam in Ailios's eyes. Why not exploit her desires to create some mischief? Under her watchful gaze, he deliberately placed the candies on the far corner of the table before striding away alone. This presented her with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ailios stealthily settled onto the sofa near the round table, attempting to discreetly employ the summoning charm to pilfer a few pieces of candy. With her wand concealed beneath her robes, she gave it a subtle flick, yet the confectionery remained obstinately still. The incantation was of third-year level, which indeed posed a challenge for her. However, Theodore had provided her with a cursory lesson, and theoretically, her pronunciation should have sufficed. Perhaps she simply needed to project her voice louder, or wield her wand with more vigor. Clearing her throat, she focused intently on the table, murmuring Accio candy. A few pieces trembled slightly, and Ailios tightened her grip on her wand, attempting to draw them closer. Suddenly, Draco's voice thundered from behind her, Hey! The candies clattered back onto the table. You little thief, he declared, arms crossed and looking down at her with a smug grin that radiated mischief. Just wait. I'm going to tell Professor Snape. Oh please, she thought, her eyes narrowing in a mix of guilt and feigned charm. What a disaster it would be to face Snape. She couldn't allow herself to be outsmarted by this brat. Don't be angry, she implored, rising and spreading her arms as if to jingle a bell. Look, I didn't do anything. In the process, her wand slipped from her lap, clattering to the ground and rolling to Draco's feet. He stepped on it casually, raising an eyebrow. Want it? The candy and the wand? Ailios winced at the sight of her wand, gritting her teeth in frustration, nearly bursting into expletives. If you want it, you'll have to listen to me, he teased, opening his palm downward as if magnetized, drawing her wand into his grasp. With a playful flick, he held it aloft before her, raising his arm higher when she attempted to snatch it back. What do you say? Fine, fine, Ailios replied impatiently. Draco chuckled softly, tossing the wand back into her arms. Complete a task for me, and I'll give you a piece of candy. She glared at him, determined not to become just another sycophant among Goyle and Crabbe. I want the peach flavor, she declared, shoving her wand back into her pocket and feigning indifference with a shrug. You have no right to choose, Draco retorted, suppressing a smirk as he hurried over to the round table, carefully stowing the entire heap of candy back into his bag, as if they were treasures. As he brushed past her, he paused momentarily, his voice laced with temptation. Come find me when you want it. She would indeed seek him out, planning to give him quite the fright during the next full moon. From the second Thursday of October onward, they began flying lessons with the Gryffindors. This was Draco's dream class. Not only were there broomsticks to ride, but also Harry Potter to tease. Ever since the announcement was posted on the notice board, Draco's face had radiated like a blazing sun, shimmering with golden light from his hair to the depths of his eyes. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the Slytherin students eagerly awaited on the training pitch, while the Gryffindors arrived a bit later. Draco's gaze was fixed on Harry Potter, seemingly prepared for a confrontation at any moment. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, the students successfully mounted their brooms. However, minor mishaps were commonplace in class, and once again, Neville Longbottom had an unfortunate accident, managing to break his leg. Madame Hooch promptly whisked him off to the hospital wing, cautioning everyone not to move. All stood obediently in place, except for Draco, who dashed to the spot where Longbottom had fallen and picked up a glass marble. "Look. This is a gift from that big fool Longbottom's grandmother," he exclaimed, lifting the marble high with glee. "Hand it over, Malfoy," came Potter's low voice unwavering. The mild irritation on his face only fueled Draco's mischief further. "I'll hang it from a tree," he called, leaping onto his broom, his voice fading into the distance as he taunted, "Let him fetch it himself." Potter was close behind, his broom held like a javelin as he charged towards Draco. They spiraled through the air, their riding skills evidently impressive, eliciting cheers from the girls of both houses. Pansy nearly shattered Elias's eardrums with her screams. After executing a complete 360-degree spin on his broom, Draco tossed a few words at Potter before launching the glass marble into the air. It traced a slow, elliptical arc before plummeting like a shooting star, the speed slicing through the air as though it would ignite. The girls gasped, witnessing the marble hurtling towards Pansy's face. Elias dashed forward, positioning herself in front of her friend, determined to catch the spinning marble with her bare hands. She had already envisioned the consequences, a painful scrape if she succeeded, or a night spent with Longbottom if she failed. "Elias!" Plofer shouted, panic evident in his voice. In a split second, Harry Potter inverted himself, snatching the marble just an inch from Elias's outstretched palm. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall shouted from a distance, her voice carrying authority. It seemed Potter was about to face severe repercussions. However, Plofer was too preoccupied, rushing to Elias's side, scolding her with concern. "Why did you act so impulsively? What would I tell your parents if you got hurt?" Ignoring Madame Hooch's earlier instructions, Theodore, who usually adhered to the professor's orders, also rushed over, broom in hand, finally seizing a moment in the siblings' banter to timidly inquire, "Elias, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Theo, I barely touched the ball," she reassured him, her gaze shifting to Harry Potter, marveling, "He truly is impressive. The title of the Chosen One is well deserved." But before she could finish her thought, Potter was angrily escorted away by Professor McGonagall. "Oh, impressive?" Draco exclaimed, perched on his broom with discontent. "Are you an unthinking admirer of Harry Potter? He might be expelled any moment." "Not at all," Elias replied. "I was merely stating the obvious." Draco scoffed, retreating with Goyle and Crabbe to their original positions. "You lot should hurry back over there. The professor will be returning soon." She gently nudged Plofer and Theodore, watching them depart with their brooms. Once they had left, Elias caught a glimpse of Pansy, who appeared somewhat shaken yet seemed to be stealing glances at her. She quickly shook herself free from the moment, reminding herself to stay grounded. She couldn't afford to be as self-absorbed as Draco, always believing herself to be the center of attention. After dinner in the auditorium that evening, Draco unexpectedly bumped into Ailios, and to her astonishment, he actually uttered an apology. She was thoroughly perplexed until she reached into her robe pocket for her handkerchief, and discovered a note inside, which instructed her to inform Filch that someone would be causing mischief in the trophy room at midnight. How utterly foolish. Filch is so terrifying. Who would dare approach him? Ailios muttered. In an instant, the bold English words on the note twisted into a warning that failure to comply could result in expulsion for theft. Flustered, Ailios crumpled the note and shoved it back into her pocket, nervously glancing around. Plofer was walking ahead, absorbed in his own thoughts, while Theodore was diligently reciting his history of magic notes. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice her. Well, he merely suggested that she inform Filch. But he never insisted that she meet him in person. After bidding farewell to her brother Theodore, Ailios returned to her dormitory, intending to anonymously deliver a note to Filch. The atmosphere in the room had brightened considerably. Besides Pansy, Millicent and Daphne had also gathered there. When she entered, 3 pairs of eyes turned to her simultaneously, sending a shiver down her spine. Ailios instinctively tightened her grip on the doorknob, wanting to retreat, but Pansy was the first to speak, smiling. "Hi, you're back." Yes," Ailios replied, taken aback by Pansy's sudden friendliness. "Don't just stand there, come and chat with us," Pansy urged, patting her bed to invite Ailios to sit down. Hesitantly, Ailios perched on her own bed, anxiously surveying Daphne, who sat on the plush carpet, and Millicent and Pansy, who were perched on the edge of the bed. "Thank you for today," Pansy said. "I didn't catch that ball," Ailios candidly explained, "but you stood in front of me. Compared to those boys, you were quite brave and dashing." Pansy averted her gaze, somewhat bashfully adding, "Actually, it's not so bad that you're a girl. Otherwise, I might have changed my mind. Though Ailios didn't fully grasp Pansy's meaning, she still smiled contentedly. So, we're still friends, right? Of course. And Daphne has a gift for you, Pansy said, nudging Daphne to present the gift. It's something I prepared for you earlier. But I suppose it's not needed now, Daphne said, her usual shyness replaced with newfound confidence as she retrieved a small gift box from behind her. When Ailios opened it, she found a square black perfume box. Lifting the lid and inhaling, she was first greeted by a gentle citrus freshness, which gradually transformed into a soft, woody sandalwood scent, somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't place where she had encountered it before. Why isn't it needed? I adore this scent. Ailios exclaimed joyfully. This is my first bottle of perfume. Really? Daphne beamed with delight. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you like it. I love it, thank you. Ailios crouched down to give Daphne a warm hug. Daphne's face flushed, but this time she boldly wrapped her arms around Ailios in return. She felt grateful that they could finally embrace openly. By the time Millicent and Daphne left, it was already 8:30, with only half an hour remaining before curfew. Engrossed in their conversation, Ailios suddenly recalled her obligation to inform Filch. In a flurry, she scribbled the note and dashed to the caretaker's office, slipping it through the door crack, her anxious heart finally settling. Task accomplished, so easy. Upon returning to the common room, Draco lounged against the wall behind the stone door, hands in his pockets, his nonchalant expression suggesting he had anticipated her arrival. Why didn't you have Proffer or Goyle or Crab with you? Is there some reason I must be their shadow? Draco retorted, tilting his head. Well, Ailios began, I've completed the task you assigned me. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a handful of pale pink candies in his palm. A reward, Draco said, raising an eyebrow with a satisfied grin. Wow. Ailios's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the candies, her hands itching to take some, yet hesitating. She incredulously asked, Are they for me? Why so many? There aren't any additional tasks, are there? Ailios inquired skeptically. Don't think of me as stingy, Draco replied, pursing his lips in annoyance. Hurry up and take them before I change my mind. Eagerly, Ailios accepted the candies, tearing open the wrapper and popping one into her mouth. Astonished to find it was her favorite peach flavor. Delicious. It actually bursts in my mouth. How unique. Draco was pleased with Ailios's reaction and reiterated, If you want more, you can always come to me. However, she was not swayed by such words. She understood that behind each sweet gesture lay an exchange of interests. Chapter 20, My Best Friend. The harmony between them lasted only that one night. The next day, no one was punished by Filch for being caught in the trophy room, and Draco nearly crushed the glass of hot milk in his hand upon seeing Potter and Weasley appear unscathed in the Great Hall for breakfast. He concluded that Ailios had not conveyed the message to Filch, which had thwarted his plan to prank Potter. The only silver lining was that Draco had not stooped so low as to demand Ailios return the dozen or so peach bubblegum candies. But he had gained another reason to threaten her. If you don't listen to me, I'll tell Proffer about the candies you ate. In Ilias's eyes, Draco was akin to a demon, perhaps even more detestable than the rumored Voldemort. From that day forward, Draco no longer needed to wake up early to have breakfast in the Great Hall, for Ailios would bring it to him in class. He also no longer had to copy the tedious history of magic notes, as Ailios would meticulously transcribe them for him. Theodore didn't understand why she did this, but he refrained from questioning her. However, a few days later he suddenly fell ill and almost missed Professor McGonagall's morning class due to his wooziness. For the first time, Ailios diligently took notes in their shared notebook during class, even volunteering to bring him breakfast while he recovered, reasoning that since she was already bringing Draco's, it was no trouble to prepare an extra portion for Theodore. The fever left Theodore with a rosy tint to his cheeks and a watery sheen in his blue eyes. He gently declined her offer, saying, "Thank you, Ailios. But it's all right. You don't need to worry about me. I can manage without breakfast. That is not acceptable. You need to eat well to regain your strength." "Don't worry. I'll bring you breakfast every day," Ailios assured him, thumping her chest confidently. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? You must have your own things to attend to," he asked softly, carefully, causing Ailios to feel a pang of sympathy. "Not at all, Theodore. I will take good care of you until you are fully recovered," Ailios declared resolutely. "Thank you, Ailios," Theodore replied, touched. "You are my best friend now and always." Proffer seemed to sense something amiss. He might have questioned Draco but had gleaned nothing. He then turned to Ailios, asking, "Did you strike any sort of deal in private?" She vehemently denied, "No, absolutely not." With no evidence to support his suspicions, Proffer could only half-heartedly warn, "You'd better not." Even Pansy has discerned the subtle connection between Ailios and Draco, softly remarking, "You seem to be getting quite close to Draco lately." Well, it's not too significant. It's merely because he shares a decent rapport with my brother, Ailios shrugged in response. Oh, I see, Pansy blinked, her curiosity piqued. Could you help me find out what Draco likes? That's rather obvious, Ailios replied. He enjoys flying broomsticks and Quidditch. Just look at how envious he is of Potter's acquisition of the Firebolt 2000 and his early induction into the Quidditch team. No, not that, Pansy said, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. I mean his preferences in girls. Ailios paused and said, I believe, as long as she isn't like me, he would be fond of any girl. Why is that? Pansy inquired, intrigued. I don't know, I just feel that Malfoy really dislikes me. In any case, our relationship isn't as amicable as you might think. But I think you're wonderful, so brave and loyal, and you're quite handsome too. If you grew your hair long and donned a school skirt like ours, you would surely turn heads, Pansy teased. Ailios touched her face and laughed. Really? You're making me blush. Of course. I'm quite eager to see how you would look with long hair. Would you be a female version of Plofer? Oh no. Your brother is always so frosty, making him hard to approach. You are far more amiable, Pansy jested. Blaise often mentions you too. He says you're a very special girl. At the mention of that name, Ailios felt an involuntary tightening in her fists. Did he also say he wanted to see how I would look with long hair? Not exactly, Pansy shook her head. He said short hair suits you just fine, and advised us not to confine our perceptions of what a girl should look like, encouraging us to understand your preferences and feelings. Though Ailios was dressed lightly, one would expect her to feel the chill of October nights. Yet her palms were slightly sweaty, and she felt an unusual warmth, even suspecting she might have caught something from being too close to Theodore. However, her nose was not itchy, nor was her throat scratchy. Everything felt normal. She was perplexed by her own sensations, wishing only to retreat beneath her covers to end her tumultuous thoughts. Don't forget, Ailios. Remember to keep an eye out for me, Pansy reminded her before sleep. I know, I'll do my best, Ailios murmured under the covers. The following day marked the eve of Halloween, and the school would host its annual festive feast in the Great Hall. As Ailios passed the kitchen in the afternoon along the subterranean corridors, she caught the enticing aroma of pumpkin pie, speculating that the dinner would be as sumptuous as the welcome feast. Though she felt her mouth watering, she could not indulge in the culinary delights. With the likelihood of a full moon tonight, and her exhausted state indicating otherwise, she had to remain in the boathouse to consume wolfsbane potion. From the very first day of term, Plofer had been searching for a suitable place for her to transform, traversing every corner of the castle until he discovered a safe and hidden location, the boathouse. Behind an inconspicuous tapestry in the Slytherin common room lay a rusted secret door, which opened into a dark, steep tunnel. Beyond a curtain of ivy, one would find the room where the small boats were docked. All first-year students had traveled in these boats. Accompanying Ailios in her arduous transformation, Plofer ventured alone to the feast to bring her the coveted pumpkin pie, and to avoid unnecessary suspicions. Transformation was laborious. After watching Plofer depart, the small wolf cub, weary, let its heavy eyelids fall shut, flipping over on the boat, oblivious to the world around it. Chapter 21. Pure white paper and it. As the little wolf slept soundly, it was suddenly lifted by the scruff of its neck. It jolted awake, its forelegs flailing in panic, but it was met only by the vast, dark lake, unable to discern the identity of the magical hand behind it. The hand spun it halfway around, and under the shimmering moonlight, it found itself staring into a pair of mesmerizing, deep-set, narrow black eyes. Blaise was curiously examining the little wolf, his glowing wand hovering beside it as he scrutinized it from head to tail. The wolf cub nervously tucked its tail, attempting to shield a certain area, but judging by Blaise's discerning gaze, it seemed as though it had been fully exposed. Blaise gently placed the wolf back into the boat, the handsome curve of his brow softening into a smile. He crouched down and asked, "Whose little dog are you?" The wolf cub, resting its front legs on the edge of the boat, tilted its head in silence. Blaise chuckled, perhaps realizing the folly in expecting a response from an animal. He then settled himself on the stone dock, his legs elegantly dangling just below the boat. Producing a paintbrush, he squinted one eye and held it up to the wolf, cheerfully stating, "Well then, I shall paint you today. How does that sound?" In his memory, Blaise's voice always carried a steadiness. This playful tone was uncharacteristic of him. Faced with Blaise's misidentification, Ailios felt no disdain, but rather joyfully wagged her fluffy tail in agreement, aware of his night blindness. She couldn't be too harsh on him. Moreover, being unrecognized was a fortunate circumstance. The likelihood of a dog appearing in school was far greater than that of a wolf. The gentle breeze of the evening caressed the air, the moon bright and luminous, and the lake sparkled. The little boat swayed gently with the water's ripples, and the wolf cub soon felt drowsy. It scratched its furry paw against its nose, and then yawned widely. Glancing at Blaze, then at the curtain of ivy, it lay its head down, pondering when Plofer would return. Meanwhile, Blaze quietly sat by the shore, sketching with his brush, his gaze clear, focused solely on the pure white paper and the wolf. Before long, Plofer's hurried footsteps shattered the serene tranquility. Upon seeing Blaze's elongated shadow against the moonlight, he felt immensely relieved that he hadn't called out Ailios' name the moment he passed through the curtain. Zabini? What are you doing here? He slowed his pace, attempting to appear less hurried. Blaze turned, raising his glowing wand and smiling with narrowed eyes. Good evening. There are trolls in the school. Whatever you're doing here, it's safest to return to your dormitory. Plofer approached the boat and scooped up the peacefully sleeping wolf cub, avoiding any further glances at Blaze. However, Blaze, intrigued, inquired, "Is this your pet?" "That's none of your concern, Zabini," Plofer replied coolly. He didn't feel angered but rather spoke gently. "Its eyes remind me of Ailios. Why isn't she with you?" "I'd rather not repeat myself," Plofer replied, lacking the patience for further conversation, and he strode away from the boathouse, cradling the wolf cub. In the Slytherin common room, the table was laden with food, even nestled within Plofer's robes. The wolf cub could perceive the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, unable to resist sniffing, its round nose brushing against Plofer's sweater, causing a ticklish sensation in his abdomen. "Plofer, what are you holding?" Theodore approached with 2 peach puddings in hand. "Nothing," Plofer replied. "I'm heading back to the dormitory. Could you wait a moment?" Theodore hastily called after him. "I remember you mentioning that Ailios was unwell today. I'd like to ask her roommate to bring her some food. Do you know her roommate's name?" Upon hearing this, the little wolf's ears instantly perked up. Indeed, her meticulous care during his illness was not in vain. Uncertain, Prover took a couple of steps forward, then suddenly turned back and said, "Oh right. There's no need to trouble you. It's my duty as her elder brother to ensure her well-being." Theodore, holding the pudding, froze. "I just wanted to. She has a tendency to be grumpy upon waking. I advise you not to disturb her," Prover interjected with a shrug. "All right, fine." The little wolf, feeling dejected, pawed at Prover's sweater. It was rare to have a friend who cared for her so deeply outside of family, yet he had doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Although Theodore wouldn't be angry, he would surely feel disheartened. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco had yet to arrive. After putting the little wolf down, Prover retrieved a cream pumpkin pie from his pocket for her. The little wolf let out 2 dissatisfied yips. Given their years of companionship, he could surmise that Ailios felt the portion was insufficient. "You stay here obediently. I'll go see if there's anything else to eat." The little wolf then wagged her tail and slowly began to eat from the food container. Ailios' philosophy was that even as a wolf, one must maintain a sense of dignity, hence she did not devour her food ravenously. The creaking of the wooden door interrupted the little wolf's cheerful meal, and upon closing the door, she saw Draco, who was pressed tightly against the doorframe, looking startled. After a moment's pause, he raised his wand and stammered, What are you doing here again? Are you here for revenge?" The little wolf swallowed the last bite of pumpkin pie, licked her lips, and gazed at him in confusion. Although Ailios had always intended to frighten Draco in her wolf form on the night of the full moon, recalling the faint pink scar visible on his wrist that night filled her with empathy. They were both individuals who had been hurt by sharp teeth and claws, and should, indeed, share a bond of understanding. Draco, trembling, pointed his wand at the little wolf, threatening, "I warn you, you better not provoke me. Be careful, or I might utter a spell that could end your life." At that moment, the door swung open once more, and Draco was abruptly pushed against the wall with a thud. The little wolf stared at the nearly squashed Draco, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Draco? I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be behind the door," Prover exclaimed, both surprised and apologetic. Draco cast a sidelong glance at the little wolf, covering his bruised nose, and feigned indifference, saying, "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. As long as you're fine," Prover said, closing the door and placing a serving of roasted chicken wings and a small portion of ham in front of the little wolf. He gently rubbed her head, instructing her to eat slowly. "Why did you bring her here again?" Draco asked, displeased. "I happened to run into her outside the kitchen on my way back to the cellar. I guess she wanted to sneak a bite while the house elf wasn't paying attention," Prover replied nonchalantly. "So another thief?" Draco scoffed. "Another? Who else?" Prover inquired. "No one." Draco shifted his gaze to the little wolf, who was holding a chicken wing, her tail wagging as she looked at him with a friendly demeanor. In light of his conscious effort to keep a secret, he begrudgingly decided to show him a hint of goodwill. Prover, perceiving Draco's apprehension, reassured him, "Don't worry. She won't bite you. Your flesh doesn't smell as appetizing as chicken wings to her." Are you sure? Draco questioned skeptically. Of course. If you don't believe me, try extending your hand near her mouth. I'm not foolish enough to give her the chance to bite me. Chapter 22. A sudden cold. One must commend Prover's prophetic words. Indeed, Ailios fell ill. This was all due to Prover's unfortunate habit of tugging at the blankets while sleeping. The Slytherin dormitory, adjacent to the lake, was inherently chilly, and Ailios had shivered through the night in the cold wind, waking abruptly from her dreams due to 3 forceful sneezes. When Ailios returned to the dormitory, Pansy was already awake. Upon hearing the door open, she sat up and asked, Elio, where have you been? I haven't seen you at all. I went to the bathroom, she replied weakly, closing the door and collapsing back onto her soft bed. But I didn't see you last night either, Pansy noted. That's because you go to bed so early every day. Well, I was in the common room chatting with Prover until late last night, so you didn't see me, Ailios patiently explained as she sat on her bed. Oh, I see. He must have told you about the trolls, right? Good thing you didn't attend the feast, Pansy said with concern. Oh. And remember not to wander around alone. It's hard to guarantee you won't encounter any other creatures in this school. Okay, I will achoo. Ailios stifled a massive sneeze, startling Pansy. Why don't you sleep a bit more? I know having a cold is quite uncomfortable. Alright. Ailios didn't even lower her bed curtains before burying herself under the covers and falling fast asleep. Fortunately, there were no early classes that day, and she slept until 10 o'clock, leaving her less than 15 minutes to freshen up. As soon as she entered the classroom, she heard Draco's exaggerated voice exclaiming, What? Scarhead and that red-haired weasel actually awarded Gryffindor 10 points? To be precise, it was only 5 points, Goyle said, because of Hermione Granger. They ended up losing an additional 5 points. I told you, staying with mudbloods is bound to bring bad luck, Draco grumbled. Ailios sat behind Draco and poked his back, whispering, I'm sick, so I'll have to forego bringing you breakfast. Draco turned his head, the irritation in his eyes gradually dissipating as he generously replied. It's fine, I don't mind. Didn't your mother send you a mask? If you wear it properly, you won't infect me. That is not what I meant, achoo. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, her eyes becoming watery. Draco furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. If you're really worried, you could spray more disinfectant on yourself. You think too much, Malfoy, Ailios sniffled, gritting her teeth. What I meant is, I won't be bringing you breakfast anymore, because I need to take care of my health. She rose and slammed her palm on Draco's desk, sitting down forcefully beside Theodore, leaving Draco bewildered in his seat, while Goyle and Crabbe dared not make a sound. Elio, are you alright? Theodore asked with concern. Do you want me to accompany you to the nurse's office after class? No, I don't want to. The medicine is bitter. And I don't want to drink it, Ailios lamented, resting her head on the desk. Besides, the energizing potion makes my ears smoke. I saw your miserable state last time, and I don't want that tragedy to repeat itself. Theodore leaned closer and softly advised, but actually, that feeling isn't too bad. At least I feel cool and comfortable. But it looks so ugly, I don't want to. I'm not saying you're ugly. Ailios rambled nonsensically feverish. You're very cute. Of course, not everyone can be as cute as you. I just think I'm ugly. Theodore attempted to speak several times, but was thwarted by her stream of consciousness. Draco guessed her mind was starting to unravel, and he frowned, saying nothing. Finally, Prover, sitting beside Draco, could no longer contain himself. Please hold on a moment, Ailios. Professor Flitwick will be here shortly. And if you don't wish for him to make you showcase such eloquence in class, you should quiet down for a bit. Ailios, with a sense of propriety, closed her lips, for she found herself devoid of the energy to utter another word. Theodore, intent on persuading her to visit the infirmary, was preempted by Prover who, as if possessing the gift of foresight, interjected, I shall take good care of my sister. You need not trouble yourself with her health. Very well, I understand, Theodore replied, his gaze cast down in disappointment, his expression mirroring that of the ailing Ailios. After class, in a somber mood, Theodore departed the classroom alone. This suited Prover perfectly who, adhering to custom, took Ailios by the hand to the dining hall for lunch. However, she expressed a lack of appetite, desiring only to return to sleep. You can't possibly be unwell, can you? He observed the slight flush on Ailios' face and reached out to touch her forehead, suddenly realizing something was amiss. It's your fault for stealing the blankets, she muttered resentfully, evading his hand. Prover paused, guilt washing over him as he conceded, Fine, it is my fault. Accepting her reproach, he led her towards the infirmary on the 3rd floor. Where are we going? Where else? To find Madame Pomfrey. Upon hearing that name, Ailios sank to the floor, using her entire weight to resist Prover's attempts to pull her along. Her face contorted with distress as she lamented. I do not wish to take medicine. If you are unwell, you must take your medicine. With a combination of dragging and tugging, Prover managed to bring her to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey greeted Ailios with warmth, her kind demeanor lifting Ailios' spirits considerably. Surely, a person of such gentleness would concoct remedies that were not overly bitter. What a bitter potion! Ailios grimaced, sticking out her tongue. And so cold. It feels as though Madame Pomfrey has stuffed my ears with a great clump of dry ice. Do you understand this sensation, Prover? What an outrage. Theodore, that deceiver. He distinctly claimed it would be quite pleasant. Prover nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he is a deceiver. Henceforth, you should limit your interactions with him. You think you're any better? You're the one who dragged me here. Ailios attempted to cover her ears to block out Prover's irritating voice. But her ears were emitting steam, forcing her to turn her head away in silence. Very well, I am quite the villain, Prover sighed dramatically. If you wish to avoid my presence, I shall take my leave. Ailios initially thought he was jesting, yet he truly departed without a backward glance. Where are you going? Prover seemed to have anticipated this and paused, casting a smile over his shoulder. Of course, I am off to fetch your lunch. Chapter 23. The Warm Crystal Bottle. Ailios was required to remain in the infirmary until the steam ceased to escape from her ears. With Madame Pomfrey going off to have her meal, she found herself alone and bored, idly fiddling with the little pom-poms on her sweater. Shortly thereafter, familiar footsteps echoed outside the door, and a golden-haired head peeked in. His rosy lips suggested he was not unwell, and a smirk of schadenfreude danced upon his face, likely there to mock her unfortunate condition, or the comical sight of her steaming ears. She warily inquired, What do you want? Surely you do not intend to take advantage of my illness to harm me? Draco strode in, chin held high, his demeanor haughty. Am I truly that despicable? If you seek Madame Pomfrey, I can kindly inform you that she has gone to the dining hall. If you hurry, you might still catch her. I am not looking for her. Draco's smile faltered, his expression softening. Then what brings you here? For you, he said, producing a mysterious fist from his pocket, raising it above Ailios' sickbed, from which a cascade of pink candies rained down. Could it be that he had prepared this Halloween gift in advance? Ailios' eyes widened in disbelief. Why? But I distinctly mentioned I could not assist you in bringing breakfast during this time. Draco's sudden generosity left her flustered, and she felt a twinge of guilt for having rebuked him in front of others. My father taught me that occasionally offering a little sweetness to one's subordinates can yield far superior results in their tasks. He raised an eyebrow, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Proud of his cleverness, she realized he was not simply being kind. He viewed her as his servant. Moreover, since I do not particularly care for these candies, it seems more prudent to send them into your stomach rather than let them mold. He nodded, seemingly pleased with his own rationale. My suggestion is Ailios, awakening from her moment of sentimental surprise, retorted, You would do well to speak less. The effect of endearing oneself would be greatly enhanced. Oh, is that so? He pondered, his gaze drifting, and then replied slowly, Indeed, I should maintain an air of mystery with my subordinates. Yes, you are absolutely correct, she replied, begrudgingly acquiescing. After Draco departed, Ailios hid the candies, unwilling to allow Prover to discover their clandestine dealings. She remained in the infirmary until 4 in the afternoon, when the steam finally subsided from her ears. Once Madame Pomfrey confirmed she could leave, Prover escorted her back to the common room. Ailios expressed her desire to stay by the fireplace to warm herself and dispel the chill from outside. Prover, despite his intention to have her return to the dormitory, reluctantly acquiesced to her sickly plea, but he stated he would fetch her a small blanket from the dormitory, so she could rest on the sofa if she felt drowsy. Barely had Prover left when Theodore appeared in Ailios' line of sight, clutching a transparent bottle containing a cluster of blue flames, as vibrant as his own eyes. Good afternoon, Theo. I thought you had gone to the library. Ailios waved at him. Not without you. I visited the tower, and have been waiting for you here since. He approached, a hint of discomfort evident in his demeanor. Waiting for me? Yes. He handed the crystal bottle to Ailios, softly saying, This will keep you warm. Be careful not to catch another chill. Thank you. She accepted the bottle with a smile, the crystal's temperature pleasantly warm against her fingertips. Not nearly as scorching as she had imagined the flames to be. Curiously, she cradled the bottle, examining it from every angle, and asked, Will it extinguish? He shook his head, his tone assured, As long as you need it, it shall always exist. How wonderful. Ailios' smile brightened further. Thank you for your Halloween gift. You're welcome. He smiled shyly, his lips curving upward. I must take my leave now, before your brother returns. Why? His smile faded. and the depths of his blue eyes shimmered with a touch of vulnerability. Your brother seems to harbor a dislike for me. How could that be? Ailios explained. His expression is perpetually sour. You need not concern yourself with it. Perhaps I simply do not excel at being likable. No, Theo. Ailios grasped his hand, both of their fingertips still retaining the warmth from the flames, ensuring that the clasped hands were not uncomfortably cold. I like you very much. For a moment, Theodore appeared dazed, murmuring, Really? Of course. Ailios encouraged brightly, If you are willing to make friends, I can assure you that no one would dislike you. Oh well, I will give it a try. Theodore's gaze fell, and he withdrew his hand, forcing a smile as he said, Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Theo. Ailios felt a sense of confusion watching Theodore's forlorn silhouette retreat. To elicit a change in Prover's attitude towards him was indeed a perplexing endeavor, especially considering that Prover had maintained such a demeanor towards everyone for the past 11 years. The arrival of November cast Hogwarts into a frigid abyss, akin to a frozen vault. Even within the suffocating confines of the classroom, the chill was sufficient to risk frostbite upon fingers clutching quills. Ailios's hands had always been prone to chilblains, but this winter, thanks to Theodore's enchanted crystal vial, her knuckles were mercifully devoid of any swelling. She unabashedly flaunted her warming flame to everyone around her, which only served to darken Prover's expression. In response, he deliberately snubbed Theodore for many days. As Ailios reveled in her self-satisfaction, she meandered into the courtyard during the break, and stumbled upon Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, who was likewise clutching a jar containing blue flames. Potter and Weasley were huddled around her, each taking turns to warm their hands against the glass jar, whispering animatedly among themselves. A wave of discontent washed over Ailios. She had presumed that Theodore had bestowed the blue flame upon her alone, only to realize, upon reflection, that she had encouraged him to forge friendships. Since he had made new companions, she ought to feel joy for him, yet the happiness eluded her. Indeed, the sorrows and joys of humanity seldom resonate with one another. Upon returning to the classroom, Ailios leaned toward Theodore and tentatively inquired, Theo, are you quite close with Hermione Granger? He paused, taken aback, then asked, I suppose not really. Why? Has something happened? Nothing much. Ailios inhaled deeply, admonishing herself to be straightforward, and so she boldly asked, Did you also give her a warming vial? Absolutely not, Theodore replied with certainty. I only gifted it to you. But I saw the blue flame in her jar. It resembles the one you gave me. I merely asked her to teach me. He stated earnestly, that day at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, I asked her for assistance. You can verify this with the fat lady or any portrait nearby. Believing she had received a satisfactory answer, Ailios suppressed a smile by pressing her lips together. Why do you look so contemplative? Theodore suddenly chuckled, asking, Do you wish for me not to befriend anyone else? Not at all. She denied, I just find it somewhat peculiar that you would befriend a muggle-born witch. Oh. In truth, we are not friends, he clarified during potions class. I happened to notice her jar, and I thought it was quite an interesting spell. At least one that would make this winter more bearable for you. I spent 2 or 3 days researching it on my own, but before I could, you fell ill. I regret not having set aside my pride to consult her sooner. Perhaps you would not have fallen ill. His voice trailed off, imbued with guilt and self-reproach. Do not dwell on it, Theo. Ailios gently placed her hand on his arm. It is not your fault. My illness had nothing to do with you, and besides, I am completely recovered now. Prover's left ear was filled with Draco's incessant chatter about the upcoming Quidditch match. Yet his right ear strained to catch snippets of Ailios and Theodore's conversation. Eventually, he could no longer ignore Draco and coughed theatrically, ahem. Let us refrain from conversation. Class is about to commence. In a buoyant mood, Ailios glanced at Professor Flitwick at the lectern, then quietly dipped her quill into the inkwell and wrote in the shared notebook with Theodore. Thank you for the crystal vial, I truly adore it. She pushed the notebook toward Theodore, who understood her intent and replied, Thank you for your fondness. You have already expressed it numerous times. Countless times would not suffice, for I genuinely cherish it. She paused before continuing, in truth, you need not cultivate too many friendships. A flutter of anxiety coursed through her. She pondered whether her words might displease Theodore. What right had she to interfere in his friendships? Yet, she had yet to master the spell to erase ink. In the midst of her hesitation, Theodore had already read her written words, prompting Ailios to surrender the notebook to him. The class bell chimed, signaling that obedient student Theodore would likely not respond further. She idly opened Standard Spellbook, resolved to study diligently and aspire to invent an amusing and practical spell in the future. I need only you, came his voice clear and soft, resonating in her ear at the very moment the bell ceased, more melodious than any tune he had ever played. Chapter 24. The joy of snowball fights. Even in December, the towering glass windows of Slytherin revealed no billowing white mist nor the accumulation of snow. Yet it was not solitary, as unseen currents relentlessly crashed against it day and night. Should one linger too comfortably by the warm hearth, it would be difficult to recognize that the emerald waters of the lake had frozen over, rendering a stark yet vibrant tableau, cold yet fervent. Groups of students glided across the icy lake and engaged in snowball fights along the shore, a pastime that rivaled the joy derived from flying on broomsticks. I would very much like to try it, Ailios remarked, casually picking up a fallen branch beneath a beech tree, addressing Theodore, but Prover has never been fond of sports. I cannot abandon him. Building a snowman is quite enjoyable as well, Theodore suggested, picking up a stick of his own. There could not be a more opportune moment than now. Indeed there is, Ailios exclaimed. Christmas is just around the corner. Every year it is a time of great joy. Christmas? Theodore replied. My family hasn't celebrated that holiday in many years. His eyes revealed no trace of sadness, merely an unsettling calm, as if he had grown accustomed to it all. Is it because your father disapproves? Well, aside from work he scarcely enjoys anything, Theodore chuckled lightly. If it would not be too much trouble, I warmly invite you to spend Christmas with my family, Ailios offered enthusiastically. Is that truly permissible? Theodore's eyes sparkled. I fear I might intrude upon your family's reunion. Of course. How could it be an intrusion? The more, the merrier during the holidays. Hey, came Prover's voice from a distance. Are you ready? Coming. Ailios called back. Had it not been for Prover initially volunteering to boast about his snowball-making prowess, he would not have retained Ailios's company, thus depriving Theodore and her of any opportunity for private interaction. However, such moments were fleeting. He had kept a watchful eye on their every move. They hurried back to Prover, where a stout snowman had begun to take shape, requiring only a few finishing touches. Ailios inserted the branches she had collected into the snowman's sides to serve as arms. Next, she plucked a black button from her robe and affixed it to the snowman's cheek as its eye. Finished, she proclaimed with pride, her breath forming a frosty cloud that mirrored her elation. Before her smile could solidify, a round snowball struck unexpectedly, knocking half of the snowman's face askew. Ha! The world is already replete with imperfections. Draco swaggered over, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, brazenly raising an eyebrow at Ailios. I am here to bring an end to all of this. He adjusted the brim of his octagonal hat, elevating it slightly, which lent him an air of imposing authority. Could it be that he fancied himself a valiant or? How absurd! Lycia crouched down to scoop up a handful of soft snow, fashioning it into a compact ball before hurling it at Draco, who nimbly dodged it with ease. Alas, your throwing skills are thoroughly abysmal. Removing the green-striped scarf from around his neck, he thrust it into Goyle's hands and pretended to gather a handful of snow before grinning and declaring, "Let me reluctantly demonstrate the throwing prowess of a Quidditch reserve player." No sooner had he spoken than he launched the snowball skyward, its white arc perfectly anticipating her movement, landing securely atop her dodging head. It was hard not to suspect a touch of magic, yet he had not even drawn his wand. Well, he gloated, rubbing his frostbitten hands together. Lycia refrained from answering, instead gathering a large mound of snow and sprinting in his direction. Draco's eyes widened as he took off in a hurry. Despite Goyle and Crabbe's protection, her fierce demeanor resembled that of a white tiger on the snowy plains, instilling a sense of fear in anyone who beheld her. You two are not to interfere with me. Do not forget who gifted you a large bag of cream fudge on the very first day of school. Lycia laughed heartily at Draco's reaction, shouting, "Theo, catch him." Though he was not particularly adept at running, his initial response was not one of hesitation but rather compliance. The agile Theodore deftly maneuvered around Goyle and Crabbe's cumbersome blockade, racing to the other side to pursue Draco. Under siege, Draco attempted to glance back at his pursuers, only to be inadvertently struck in the face by Alicia's snowball, the white powder plastering against his gaunt cheek. He shook his head, deciding to cease his flight, spitting out the snow water that had seeped into his mouth, twisting his wrist in preparation for a counterattack. "Hey Plofer, stop merely spectating," Draco shouted, shaping a snowball, and calling out to the languidly standing Plofer. "You ought to manage your sister." "I cannot control her," Plofer replied with a helpless shake of his head. "I fear she might take me down as well." Lycia, with a smile, gathered her strength, and Draco was equally unwilling to back down, while Theodore, seizing the moment, skillfully tossed a snowball into Draco's hair, the cool white clashing with his golden locks to create a sparkling spectacle, perhaps warmed by the exertion of running. The melting snow did not impart a chill to his skin. Rather, it invigorated him in a way he had never experienced during a snowball fight. Before attending Hogwarts, his only companions had been Goyle and Crabbe, who under the weight of the Malfoy family's influence, had only been playthings for his bullying. However, prolonged submission led to ennui. Lycia and Theodore's evenly matched assaults were precisely what he had yearned for. The sensation of the snowball striking his skin was a reminder that this was no fleeting white dream. The scene by the Black Lake unfolded with the familiar chase and retreat, frost and snow blanketing their varied hair colors, yet shining with an equally resplendent glow, like their hearts resonating in unison. Such a beautiful sight seemed to reflect in their eyes the crystalline waters of the lake yet to freeze. Perched slightly above the Black Lake on a snowy slope sat a gaunt shadow, the biting wind tugging at his flimsy garments, pine needles fluttering down upon his dark hair. If he were to lift his gaze, he would behold the joyous revelry in full view. Yet all the clamor was of no concern to him, all the colors irrelevant. He simply leaned against the snow-laden pine trees, sketching his silent solitude with a charcoal pencil. Chapter 25. Whispers from Afar. The long-awaited Christmas holiday had arrived amidst eager anticipation. Even before the Hogwarts Express had pulled into the station, Lycia spotted her parents' faces on the platform, their eyes swiftly scanning the sliding train cars, finally resting on the most ordinary, yet exceptional sight of all. The Wendell couple waved joyfully at Lycia and Plofer, their gazes brimming with deep longing. As expected, Theodore's father had not taken the time to fetch him. Fortunately, the Nott estate was in close proximity to the Wendells, allowing him to hitch a ride back with them. Daisy held a fondness for this shy boy. He spoke slowly and blushed easily, proving far more dependable than the mischievous children. If Lycia were to fancy him, she would feel at ease in trusting her daughter to such an innocent young man. These sentiments were shared privately with her husband, though Galen believed he was not yet ready to contemplate marriage for their daughter, as no one could be more trustworthy than their own child. When parting ways with Theodore, Lycia made a point to remind him, "You must come over for Christmas." "All right. I will," Theodore replied, waving at her as he gradually disappeared into the vast expanse of snow. "Isn't it a bit early to be so eager for Christmas?" Plofer asked, a look of disdain on his face. "Of course I am looking forward to Christmas," Lycia shot back, feeling irked by his unwarranted teasing, and she bumped her shoulder against his as she walked past him. Upon returning to the warmth indoors, the aromatic scent of roasted meat filled the air, and Lycia was pleasantly surprised to discover that her father had brought a house elf to England. It was truly delightful. They would no longer need to fret over her mother's concerning culinary skills. When Plofer withdrew his wand from his pocket, Daisy appeared astonished. "When we were at Ilvermorny, we were forbidden from bringing our wands home. Actually, it serves little purpose. The school rules state we cannot use magic off campus," Lycia remarked, breaking off a piece of steaming apple pie in the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, Mom, I need to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. Mr. Ollivander mentioned I have a great aptitude for wand making." "Ollivander? The very same Ollivander, one of the 3 great wand makers in Europe?" Galen inquired. "Indeed," Lycia affirmed with prideful nod. "Listen to me, do not go there." Daisy, having removed her deep purple-fitted coat, cradled it in one arm. "Making wands is no simple task. Your most pressing obligation is to complete your studies, Lycia." "Oh, but I think it would be immensely interesting," Lycia softly countered. "If this holiday does not seem exciting enough for you, your father would be more than willing to arrange tutoring sessions according to your school schedule." "No thanks, Mom," Lycia exclaimed as she dashed up the stairs with her suitcase. However, she was not one to easily abandon her intentions. Within a few days, Lycia had persuaded Plofer to accompany her to Diagon Alley, where they smoothly arrived at Ollivander's wand shop via the Flu network. Lycia emerged from a pile of ashes, greeted by the incessant squawking of the parrot overhead. "Welcome, welcome." Lycia, Mr. Ollivander, his eyes crinkled with age, extended his thick hand warmly. "Welcome to my shop." Lycia brushed the ash from her hands on her clothing and politely shook his hand. "Long time no see, sir." "And who might this be?" he inquired, turning his attention to Plofer. "This is my brother, Plofer Wendell," Lycia introduced, nudging Plofer forward. "I remember you," he replied with a smile, an 11-inch cedar wand. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Ollivander," Plofer offered, adhering to his customary politeness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ollivander produced a golden thread, stating that before everything commenced, it was essential to assess their perception of the wood element. However, given their tender age, their mastery over magic remained somewhat immature. This thread would serve to harness and guide the flow of their magical essence. Ollivander wrapped the slender thread around the Newfoundland spruce, while the other end was delicately entwined around Ailios' fingertip. Closing her eyes and clearing her mind, she focused her attention on her fingertip, questioning whether she could sense the continuous stream of energy. As she rested her hand on the rough, knot-laden wood, she seemed to hear echoes from the depths of the jungle, ancient whispers murmuring the secret language of nature, a timeless ode to a world apart. She gripped the spruce ever more tightly, and the sounds grew increasingly distinct. Child? Ollivander's voice pulled her back to reality. Startled, Ailios opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, I heard some strange sounds. Strange sounds? Ollivander appeared perplexed, seemingly encountering such a situation for the first time. Yes, is this not what you said I should be feeling? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, typically we sense the magical properties of different woods, which ensures the proper formulation of the wand core. What you heard is likely some message the wood element wishes to convey directly to you. But I don't understand it at all, Ailios lamented. Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. My dear, the fact that you can feel it signifies that you are exceptional compared to the vast majority. Ollivander then tied the thread around Prover's finger. Yet Prover calmly stated that upon closing his eyes, he felt nothing but darkness. Mr. Ollivander regrettably informed him that his talents might manifest elsewhere. In truth, he had been singularly focused on Ailios' abilities from the outset. As they prepared to depart, Ollivander gifted Ailios a book titled The Mystery of Ancient Wands. The cover was crafted from deep brown bark, the pages made of the most primitive papyrus, light and thin, as if a mere breath could disintegrate them. Its survival to this day was thanks to the relentless restoration spells cast by its holder. Upon returning home, Ailios curiously asked Prover, Are you certain you felt nothing? Indeed. Prover shrugged dismissively, but I have never had much interest in plants. Oh indeed. Those gnarled pieces of wood are hardly pleasant to touch, Ailios replied, seeking to soothe his potentially bruised spirit. Yet within her heart, she concealed a spark of joy. After all, no one could overlook the discovery of their own unique talents. Chapter 26, An Unforgettable Christmas. In the days that followed, Ailios, under Prover's protection, ventured alone to Ollivander's wand shop to learn the art of wand crafting. Much of it consisted of tedious tasks, the first of which was to carve wood as instructed by Ollivander. Ailios found herself questioning more than once if he simply lacked an assistant for wood carving, as 2/3 of the wood she had shaped was crooked and unfit for wand making. Ollivander stated that this was the foundation of wand crafting, and that once she became proficient, she would be able to magically manipulate a knife to automate this monotonous task. This notion rekindled her hope for wand making, and she rubbed her blistered hands, steeling herself to continue. However, his next word struck like a thunderbolt. With your talent, I believe a year will suffice for you to carve a flawless piece of wood. Undoubtedly, that was a staggering pronouncement, yet one must tread the path they have chosen, even through tears. At last, Christmas arrived, and Ailios was liberated from the drudgery of wood carving in Diagon Alley. On Christmas Eve, Ailios and Prover placed their stockings by the fireplace, eagerly anticipating the gifts that awaited them the following morning. Naturally, the presents they received were not the work of Santa Claus, but rather parcels sent by distant friends via owl. Pansy sent Ailios a watch, identical to the one Prover received, clearly still perceiving her as a boy. Millicent sent a set of utterly impractical jewelry, exquisite yet better suited for admiration than utility. In contrast, Daphne understood her better and generously sent an assortment of cream mint candies, explosive chewy sweets, and bubblegum, making Ailios wish he could instantly teleport to Greengrass Manor for a tremendous hug. Theodore sent a miniature candy dispenser, which, with a gentle twist of the handle, released a piece of fruit candy. While the quantity was scant, its clever design made it a delightful toy. Draco, however, neglected to send her a gift, while Prover received one, highlighting the blatant disparity. Fortunately, she had not prepared anything for Draco, so it was not too great a loss. Perhaps spurred by Draco's provocations, Goyle and Crab also failed to send her gifts, leading Ailios to angrily exclaim, "What ungrateful wretches! They couldn't even spare a card for me." "Would you like to see the gift I got you?" Prover asked, holding up a small rectangular box. "Yes." Ailios snatched the box eagerly, her heart brimming with anticipation as she unwrapped it. Resting upon a black velvet cushion was a platinum necklace, adorned with a half-star that shimmered with silver light. Its simplicity and purity accentuated by the flawless cut of the diamond, radiating brilliance from every angle. "You are quite stingy. Why is there only half?" Ailios remarked, clutching it lovingly yet feigning reproach. "Because the other half is with me," Prover revealed, pulling out an identical necklace from beneath his sweater, which he had already worn around his neck. "When did you prepare this?" she asked, blinking in surprise. "Probably around June," he replied nonchalantly, placing the necklace back around his neck, its twinkling brilliance concealed by the woolen fabric. Ailios couldn't suppress a laugh. This Prover, clearly more excited about Christmas than she was. In the evening, Theodore knocked on the oak door adorned with a mistletoe wreath, his entrance heralded by a flurry of snowflakes. Ailios warmly welcomed him inside. Their modest living room was illuminated by a large pillar candle, its flickering light sufficient to brighten the entire space. Cinnamon rolls of varying sizes enveloped stout white candles, while the air was imbued with the scent of wood smoke mingled with rich cinnamon. Each corner was adorned with festive decorations, particularly a towering Christmas tree that instantly captivated Theodore's attention, its needles draped with the colorful baubles and bells that Ailios Improver had meticulously selected. She suggested to Theodore that if he was interested, he could hang his own favorite toys or even place his stocking on the tree, but he politely declined. The fruits on the dining table were arranged in the shape of a Christmas tree, a rich tomato sauce enveloping thick, long noodles, and a sumptuous black pepper steak emanated an irresistible aroma, while the golden brown turkey wings seemed to beckon them, inviting them to partake in its feast. A suspended wine jug floated before each guest, pouring them a warm cup of spiced red wine to cleanse their palates, the floating citrus peel imparting a touch of tartness to the sweet beverage. After only a few sips, Theodore's face flushed a rosy hue, yet they refrained from mocking him. Ailios smiled warmly, suggesting he should partake every year until he grew accustomed to it, and no longer blushed. Daisy also enthusiastically welcomed him to join them for Christmas in the following year, while Proffer and Garen shared a tacit understanding and chose to remain neutral. Following their dinner, Daisy prepared raspberry tarts, blueberry cheesecake, and Christmas pudding for the children. Theodore declared himself too full, claiming he could only manage a pudding, which coincidentally contained the sole silver sickle of the evening. Ailios excitedly adorned him with a pre-prepared paper crown, symbolizing luck, signifying that he would have a year of fulfilled wishes ahead. They then proceeded to decorate the caramel gingerbread men baked by Daisy. Proffer crafted personalized figures for each family member, a mother in a blue apron, a father with a round belly, a sister adorned with a star necklace, and himself. The lazy Ailios merely sketched a girl with a sausage-like mouth. Theodore drew a girl in a white dress, declaring her to be his mother. When Ailios inquired if he missed her, he replied that she lived in his heart, celebrating the holiday with him. He also expressed that beauty is ephemeral, yet he would cherish today in his memory. After finishing the gingerbread, they rushed outdoors to play with wizarding firecrackers. The sky resembled a massive, torn duck-down pillow, revealing the moon's aperture, which showered the world with a flurry of floating feathers. Theodore felt a twinge of fear, prompting Ailios and Proffer to demonstrate. They pulled a firecracker together, and with a deafening bang, the three were engulfed in a mist of pale blue smoke, while several shimmering balloons emerged. Before they could grasp the balloons, they floated away, undeterred by the heavy snowfall. "Merry Christmas!" Ailios shouted, raising her hands towards the balloons, yearning for her wishes to travel far. "Merry Christmas," Theodore softly echoed beside her, his blessing meant solely for Ailios. They then ignited a small firework, its threads of light swirling around them like fireflies. Ailios dashed into the snow, successfully capturing a glimmer of light that frantically darted through her fingers. She proudly presented it to Theodore, but the moment she opened her palm, it quickly escaped, and soon the light faded, the firework dissipating from their view. Chapter 27. The Maker of the Philosopher's Stone. On Christmas Day, Theodore noticed the swollen blisters on her hand, and sent an owl the next day with lightweight, waterproof bandages, unexpectedly possessing healing properties, as her injury healed within days. After Christmas, Ailios's enthusiasm for wand-making waned considerably, yet she was bound by her promise to Mr. Ollivander to carve wood for a year, so she continued to surreptitiously venture to Diagon Alley to fulfill her task. As they boarded the Hogwarts Express to return to school, Ailios sighed with relief, for she had never anticipated the start of term so eagerly. If she continued to carve wood, she felt she might lose her sanity. Theodore suggested that if she truly disliked it, she could consider giving up. However, Proffer held a different view. If one easily abandons everything, it becomes difficult to reap the rewards of perseverance. Well, it is normal for them to have differing opinions. I often clash with Proffer at home as well. Ailios sighed again, lifting her gaze to the open compartment door, where that infuriating blonde boy had approached once more. "Hey, did you enjoy your holiday?" He unceremoniously sat between Ailios and Proffer. Indeed, the space they had left was ample, yet he managed to plop down on the hem of Ailios's robe. She frowned, reclaiming her fabric, and silently rolled her eyes at Draco. "Not bad," Proffer managed a forced smile. "Hey, here you go." Draco retrieved a chocolate frog from his pocket, tossing it to Theodore across from him, then offered one to Proffer. Ailios gazed at him longingly, but he did not spare her a glance. "Pfft, I don't even care," she thought. "Thank you." Proffer, ignoring Draco's subtle glance, presented his chocolate frog to Ailios right in front of him. Indeed, at crucial moments, a brother is the most reliable. She triumphantly shook her head as she unwrapped the chocolate frog, and before it could leap away, swiftly popped it into her mouth. Nicholas Flamel? She mumbled. Reading the text on the card's back, the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. She paused and asked, "What is the Philosopher's Stone?" The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, is a product that can only be crafted through the pinnacle of alchemical skill. After a moment of silence, Theodore, who had been silent since entering the compartment, alleviated Ailios's embarrassment with a smile, saying, "It can transform any metal into pure gold, and even create an elixir of immortality." Oh, what a pity, there is only one in existence. However, in reality, Nicholas Flamel had numerous apprentices, and it was unclear whether they had created undisclosed philosopher's stones, as no one would willingly share such treasures. "You are remarkably knowledgeable," Ailios exclaimed with admiration. "If only my memory were half as good as yours." Theodore shyly lowered his head, while Draco smirked, half grinning, and teasingly remarked, "Come on, even if you had photographic memory, you'd only use it to remember how many birdie bots every flavor beans you've eaten." Ailios made a face at him, choosing to ignore him. Not long after, Goyle and Crabbe walked in, pushing Theodore into the corner of the seat. Amidst their raucous chatter, they traversed hills, crossed plains, and soared through the golden sunset and orange-tinted twilight, returning to the familiar Hogwarts. Upon returning, Ailios made remarkable progress in her herbology class, adeptly answering the professor's questions about plants such as white clover, castor bean, and devil's snare. She no longer needed to reference Theodore for her essays. This was largely thanks to Mr. Ollivander's teachings over the past month, as she had absorbed knowledge about various flora and fauna. Receiving continuous praise from Professor Sprout greatly encouraged Ailios, creating a positive feedback loop. Now, her spare time was spent either studying magical herbs and fungi, and the mystery of ancient wands in the library with Theodore and Proffer, or carving wood in her room, repairing any mistakes with a mending charm, and repeating the cycle. She vowed to master this craft by the end of the year. Although her roommate Pansy found this perplexing, she respected and understood Ailios's dedication. Ultimately, Ailios gradually realized that to become a proficient wand maker, one must first excel as a woodworker. She no longer worried about her post-graduation career. Even if all else failed, she could sustain herself through wood carving, a notion that provided her with some solace. However, as the days passed, it also signified that the academic year's examinations were drawing near. Following Theodore's suggestion, Ailios abandoned her wand-making pursuits and redirected her focus back to her studies. Proffer was the first to offer her tutoring, but Ailios expressed her preference for Theodore's teaching style, as he would not become flustered if she confused the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Theodore was always gentle. Not only did he enumerate specific examples of each usage to aid her understanding, but he also thoughtfully extracted key terms from each usage to craft a mnemonic device, thereby facilitating the formation of her memory. The disgruntled Plofer had sulked for a week, yet all discontent dissipated with the morning when Ailios brought him milk. Even Plofer could not help but marvel at how easily he could be appeased. However, not all events of late had been unfavorable. Draco had been closely monitoring Ron Weasley's movements, perhaps due to their altercation during the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, where Longbottom had faced off against Goyle and Crabbe, leaving him unprotected and resulting in his eyes being bruised for an extended period. One might struggle to envision a boy who meticulously groomed himself each day attending class with such conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes. Yet his arrogance remained unabated, merely lacking the time to extend its reach towards Ailios. After the Easter holiday, Draco's spirits were curiously elevated, as he often found himself inexplicably laughing alone. Strangely, he no longer accompanied Plofer, even abandoning Goyle and Crabbe. Plofer had mentioned this peculiar behavior to Ailios on multiple occasions, yet he lacked the enthusiasm to delve into the reasons, merely voicing his grievances about Draco's neglect. A man's inexplicable indifference ultimately points to but one reason: a change of heart. Ailios, who already harbored reservations about Draco, resolved to clandestinely follow him to uncover the mystery behind his sudden abandonment of his 3 dear friends. Chapter 28. A nighttime stroll in the castle. After Thursday's spell class, Draco dismissed Goyle and Crabbe, preparing to act alone. Observing this, Ailios casually concocted an excuse to send Plofer and Theodore away. "It's fine. I can wait for you outside the restroom," Theodore said sincerely. "Is it truly so that this incessant possessiveness has escalated to the point where I cannot even enjoy the freedom of a solitary trip to the lavatory? You needn't wait for me. I merely wish to sit quietly on the toilet for a moment." As Draco neared the classroom door, Ailios anxiously pushed her books towards Plofer, imploring him to take them back. Plofer frowned but reluctantly accepted the books. Ailios stealthily followed Draco down the staircase, heading straight for the 3rd floor. She crept through the corridor, pausing briefly at the infirmary door, seemingly engaged in conversation with Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps he had concocted a plausible excuse, for he was granted entry into the infirmary. Who could he be meeting in secret? Ailios, curiosity piqued, pretended to pass by the infirmary door, and at first glance, she spotted Draco's golden head. Well, that's fine. Now that she had established the direction, she could press on. She turned back, continuing to glance inside as Draco conversed with a red-haired boy. Miss Wendell, is there something I can assist you with? Madame Pomfrey, having noticed her circuitous movements, inquired in an unusually gentle tone, assuming she harbored some undisclosed ailment. No, Ailios replied, standing awkwardly. I merely dropped something, and am looking for it nearby. Oh, could you describe the item? Perhaps I could keep an eye out for it. No. It's nothing of value. Thank you for your kindness. Seizing the opportunity, Ailios peeked inside once more and recognized the red-haired boy as none other than Gryffindor's Ron Weasley. Rumors had circulated that he had been hospitalized due to a dog bite. Yet here was Draco, seemingly kind-hearted, visiting him. Could it be that amidst their brawling, sparks of camaraderie had ignited? Once Madame Pomfrey's doubts were alleviated, Ailios concealed herself around the staircase corner, preparing to spring a delightful surprise on Draco. Minutes later, the sound of footsteps approaching grew louder. She could not be mistaken. The steady and light footfalls could only belong to Draco. Ha! Ailios leaped out, startling the timid Draco, who nearly leapt from the ground, causing the book he held to thud to the floor, along with a sheet of parchment. You're a creep, Draco exclaimed, flustered. Pick that up. Why so fierce? I'll pick it up. Who's afraid? As Ailios crouched to retrieve the book and parchment, she noticed a striking line written in red ink. Never let anyone see you illegally carrying a dragon. This certainly warranted highlighting to draw the recipient's attention, as the unlawful possession of a dragon could land one in Azkaban. A dragon? Ailios exclaimed in astonishment. Draco swiftly covered her mouth, gritting his teeth as he whispered. Why are you shouting? Are you trying to get us killed? Ailios stammered in protest against his roughness, yet no sound escaped her lips, leaving her with no choice but to relent. Draco discreetly snatched the book and parchment from her grasp, tucking them under his arm. What are you talking about? She forcefully swatted his hand away from her lips, demanding imperiously, so, you've abandoned Plofer, Goyle, and Crabbe to be with Gryffindor's Ron Weasley? You claim to despise the Weasley family, yet here you are, raising a dragon with him? He lowered his brow and scanned the surroundings like an Auror on a covert mission. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not my dragon. I merely stumbled across a secret involving him, Potter, and that mudblood. Ailios regarded him with a peculiar expression. What secret? He beckoned her closer, and she leaned in attentively. Why should I tell you? He replied with a mischievous smile. Ailios rolled her eyes at his childishness, but after a moment's contemplation, could not resist asking, how about taking me to see that dragon? Draco did not categorically refuse. Instead, he replied enigmatically, give me a reason to grant your wish. For the remainder of this term, I shall be at your beck and call, she declared without hesitation. After all, I possess leverage over you. Deal, he agreed readily, extending his hand, and their palms met with a crisp sound. According to the letter, Saturday at midnight was the final time the Norwegian Ridgeback would be at Hogwarts, and those three from Gryffindor would deliver the dragon to the agreed location. That evening, Ailios stealthily met Draco in the common room, discreetly slipping out of the cellar through the stone door. They treaded cautiously up the dark marble staircase, traversing the corridor and ascending the stairs, the silence enveloping them, broken only by their uneven breaths. Ailios longed to inquire why they had not encountered Potter and his friends, yet she refrained from speaking, fearful of inadvertently provoking the pursuit of the fat lady. They hurried along, and on the floor below the highest tower, they encountered Professor McGonagall clad in a plaid nightgown. What are you two doing here in the dead of night? Professor McGonagall demanded, her expression possibly more fearsome than the dragon they had yet to meet. Detention. Slytherin loses 40 points. Draco was momentarily at a loss for words. He likely had not anticipated being caught by a professor or the caretaker. Or perhaps he believed the staff would overlook his transgressions due to his father's position as one of Hogwarts' governors. Professor McGonagall, we are here to find Harry Potter, Ailios said calmly. He is going to release a dragon from the tower, and we must stop him. This is an illegal act. A dragon? Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes, clearly skeptical, considering it utter nonsense. I would sooner believe you concocted a dreamlike excuse. It is true, absolutely true. Please believe us, Draco urged anxiously. Indeed. It is only in times of crisis that two individuals, who are usually at odds, can be united by the bonds of a shared fate. Save this fabrication for Professor Snape, McGonagall retorted, gripping Draco's ear without mercy, while Ailios hurried to catch up. However, as they turned a corner, they collided with the trio from Gryffindor. I can hardly believe you actually did this. McGonagall released her grip, her expression a mix of disappointment and astonishment. Explain yourselves. They hung their heads in silence, and Draco's demeanor once again turned haughty. I have stated numerous times that students are not permitted to roam the campus at night. Due to your reckless actions, Gryffindor will lose 50 points. 50? Potter exclaimed, his glasses slipping down his nose in disbelief. This is utterly unfair. Ailios calculated in her mind. She and Draco would each lose 20 points, while the three from Gryffindor averaged less than 17. 50 points each, McGonagall said. Ailios silently sighed in relief. It was evident that McGonagall was indeed a stern and impartial professor. Chapter 29. The Forbidden Forest Adventure. Professor McGonagall handed them over to the caretaker, Filch, a peculiar man whose eerie demeanor could rival Snape's. His bulbous eyes bulged like light bulbs, yet were murky and dim. He carried a flickering lantern, muttering dreadful words, lamenting his desire to cuff the rule-breaking students and suspend them from the ceiling for several days to teach them a lesson. The silvery moonlight was obscured by thin clouds as they traversed the lawn in darkness, eventually encountering a massive stone building. Hearing Filch shout, the bearded Hagrid emerged from within. His mood as cheerful as Filch's. Perhaps punishing students was the most pleasurable endeavor of their lives. Potter's expression suddenly brightened, but Filch warned him. Do you think you will have a delightful time with that fool in the Forbidden Forest? Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. To emerge unscathed. You will likely need to exhaust all your luck. Filch's threat was particularly alarming to Draco, who abruptly halted, his voice betraying his composure. The Forbidden Forest? We cannot go in there at night. It is filled with all sorts of creatures, including werewolves. Ailios had an unpleasant experience in the forest, and was somewhat resistant to such a punishment, but she chose to remain still, hoping Draco could negotiate a favorable outcome before making her own plans. Well, you only have yourself to blame, don't you? Filch chirped cheerily. Why not consider the possibility of encountering werewolves before causing trouble? After preparing his gear, Hagrid sternly dismissed Draco's repeated objections to entering the Forbidden Forest, warning him that failure to comply could result in expulsion. Well, if even Draco cannot escape this predicament, what chance do I have? He glared at Hagrid in frustration, then reluctantly lowered his gaze as the group followed Hagrid toward the forest's edge. I'm sorry, it was my idea that got you into this, Ailios whispered to him. He remained silent, dejected. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. She nudged Draco's arm with her elbow, attempting to reassure him in a light-hearted tone. I don't need a girl's protection. His disdainful tone remained, though it lacked its usual venom, hinting at a petulant warrior eager to prove his bravery. Ailios smiled. Oh, alright. How about you protect me instead? Dream on. His pace quickened, as though he wished to end the conversation entirely. Well, perhaps this served as a form of reverse motivation. The forest was shrouded in thick morning mist, Hagrid's lantern illuminating the narrow, winding path that gradually faded into darkness. A refreshing breeze swept through, dispelling Ailios's drowsiness. She fixed her gaze on the back of Draco's head, suddenly finding his golden hair less disagreeable. In such a pitch-black environment, a striking hair color could easily evoke a sense of safety. They discovered a pool of silvery liquid on the ground, and Hagrid informed them it was unicorn blood. Their current task was to locate the injured unicorn, and assist it in alleviating its suffering. To expedite their search, Hagrid suggested splitting into two groups. Draco insisted on staying with Yaya, while Ailios firmly declared her intention to remain with Draco. In such circumstances, familiarity was undoubtedly the most reliable, was it not? Consequently, the three Gryffindors naturally formed a team with Hagrid. At the fork in the path, Ailios and Draco veered into the dense thicket on the right. Holding the lantern, she directed the light ahead to ease Draco's anxiety, for she possessed the keen eyes of a werewolf, and had no fear of the dark. Noticing Ailios's subtle gesture, Draco merely raised an eyebrow, maintaining an impassive facade. To be honest, he had grown accustomed to being attended to by servants at home. Deep within the jungle, the dense canopy obscured the moonlight's path, and the trail ahead twisted and turned, treacherous enough to cause one to stumble over moss-covered stones. Draco nearly fell but feigned calm, claiming he merely wished to scrape the dirt off his shoe on the rocks. Ailios felt an unsettling sensation, as though a pair of deep, watchful eyes were observing them from among the flourishing branches. She glanced around but found nothing, only the rustling leaves whispering endlessly. Turning to look at Draco, whose nerves were on high alert, she slowly exhaled. Hopefully, it was merely her imagination. Long time no see. A shiver ran down her spine as she recognized the voice she both feared and despised. Draco turned at the sound, then suddenly screamed, attempting to flee but losing his footing, tumbling into the underbrush, his wand nowhere in sight. Yaya, lacking courage, bolted back in the opposite direction, disappearing in an instant. Ailios stood frozen, her body feeling like a stiff, cold puppet, as if countless thorns were dragging at her feet, rendering her immobile. Behind her lurked the wolf, and she lacked the courage to look back again. He twirled a strand of her hair around his finger, stepping closer, whispering, "You cut your hair short." Fragmented moonlight scattered into his light purple eyes, a gaze emanating from the abyss. "I told you I would find you," he said with a sly smile, the allure of his grin almost suffocating. She had spent 3 years disguising herself as someone else. Those severed locks and torn skirts now felt like a cruel joke. No. It was more a lesson, profoundly reminding her that evasion was futile. Ailios gripped her wand with trembling hands, pressing it against the werewolf's abdomen, her voice quivering. "I also said you would face retribution. So it turns out you are a witch?" He mocked, effortlessly wrenching the wand from her grip and raising it above his head, tauntingly declaring, "Then I shall see what use a wandless witch is." He shifted his gaze towards the creeping figure of Draco, who was attempting to stealthily escape among the grass, and laughed even more wildly. "Ha ha ha, is he like that?" Draco felt a mixture of humiliation and anger, yet he dared not retort. He did not cease his crawling motion, his hands seemingly groping for something in the darkness. It was then that Ailios realized he was not abandoning her to flee, but rather searching for his lost wand. "You must not harm innocent beings any further." She could hardly comprehend the source of her courage as she stepped forward to attract the werewolf's attention. She recalled the period shortly after her own bite, when she struggled to control herself, often howling in the night, even attacking her parents' improver. The remnants of her sanity made her feel like a monster. Yet her thoughts could not govern her actions. It was the most primal, savage instinct of a wild beast. Draco may not have been likable, but he should not endure the same suffering as she. If bloodlust was to be sated, she would willingly take it upon herself. As Ailios became distracted, the werewolf seized her shoulder, its indifferent gaze sweeping across her neck, its sharp fangs mere inches away. Chapter 30. Guarding Our Secrets. The werewolf's jaws snapped shut in vain. No one could have anticipated that Ailios would transform into a wolf on a night devoid of a full moon. Perhaps it was because, deprived of her wand, the only solution she could conceive was to engage in physical combat. However, her wolf form was smaller than that of a mere pup, and standing before such a towering beast, she was at a distinct disadvantage. The werewolf first appeared taken aback, then inexplicably chuckled, revealing nothing but mockery. "Well," Ailios thought, "even though I am diminutive, I cannot allow my spirit to falter." She bared her teeth at the werewolf, letting out a couple of ferocious howls. At that moment, with a resounding bang, a brilliant red spark erupted from the grass. It was Draco. He had found his wand. Intriguingly, the werewolf lowered its head, its cold gaze fixed upon Draco, who stood with wand raised, aimed at the creature. From his slightly trembling lips, it was evident he was contemplating which spell to wield against the werewolf. The cold wind tousled his messy blonde hair, and the dirt-stained black robe enveloped his upright form, making him resemble a fearless warrior. Ailios howled again, hoping to distract the werewolf. It instantly released its grip on her fur, and transformed into a lithe silver-gray wolf, swiftly vanishing into the thick moonlight. Cast onto the grass, Ailios reverted to her human form, gingerly touching her sore backside, only to find Draco pointing his wand at her. "What are you doing?" Ailios asked, frowning as she picked up her wand and rose from the ground. He exclaimed in terror, You are that little white dog? Oh no. You are a wolf. No wonder Prover always brings you along." Her mind raced, and suddenly she had a brilliant idea. It was an animagus. If you had paid attention in class, you would know what this is. Animagus? He seemed to relax slightly, though his wand remained raised. But how do you possess such advanced magic? Of course, it is a gift, just as you have an extraordinary understanding and insight in potions. Or else how could Professor Snape favor you so? Ailios flattered him. His heart warmed by her words. Draco gradually lowered the wand and inquired, "So, have you registered at the Ministry of Magic?" "No, you can see I haven't quite mastered it," she admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Please keep this secret. You are the only one who knows." "What if I don't?" He resumed his haughty and acerbic demeanor. Ailios curved her fingers to mimic claws, baring her small fangs as she ferociously declared, "Otherwise, I shall tell everyone that you were bitten by me in wolf form tonight." Draco stumbled back, and Ailios continued with a smile, "The choice is yours. After all, I wouldn't mind sinking my teeth into that delicate neck of yours right now. You are truly deranged." Draco spat angrily. "But I am doing this to save you." Ailios shrugged, her eyes wide with innocence. Sounds of rustling emerged from the low bushes, and through the trembling leaves appeared Hagrid's figure, a lantern in his hands, anxiously inspecting them for injuries. "Are you all right?" he asked as he approached. "We are fine," Ailios replied without a moment's hesitation. "Then what was that signal just now?" Hagrid queried, puzzled. "We encountered a werewolf," Draco exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Hagrid's side. "Merlin! A werewolf!" Ron stuttered. "How did you manage to escape unscathed?" Ailios shot a warning glare at Draco, cautioning him against speaking carelessly. After I shot the spark." He was scared off, Draco babbled. "Well done, the intimidation worked," Ailios smirked at him. Thank goodness, Hagrid sighed, the wind carrying a garlicky scent, which Draco disdainfully waved away with his hand. Hagrid's expression then shifted to sorrowful. "The unicorn has died. I cannot bear to have any more tragedies occur." On the way back to the castle, Hagrid lacked his initial vigor, and the shadow cast by his tall frame loomed over them like a dark cloud, creating a heavy atmosphere. The flames in the Slytherin common room continued to flicker, and the chilling air cloaked in black robes was soon dispelled by the warm currents. Ailios rubbed her cold hands together as she followed Draco to the entrance of the boys' dormitory, appearing hesitant. "Ailios, don't think that just because you dress like a boy, you can waltz into the boys' dormitory," Draco admonished. Oh, she turned around as if awakening from a dream, walking a few steps before turning back and calling out, "Hey, Draco!" Draco looked towards Ailios, who playfully tapped her pristine fangs with her finger, and cheerfully said, "Remember to keep our secret safe." Perhaps intimidated, he stood in stunned silence for a few moments, until her nonchalant wave brought him back to reality. The next day during breakfast in the Great Hall, the enormous hourglass recording the House Cup scores left the entire student body in shock as Gryffindor lost 150 points overnight. In contrast, Slytherin's loss of 40 points was nearly overlooked. As the story spread, Harry Potter transformed from the most popular figure in the school to a target of disdain, and Hermione and Ron fared little better. However, in Slytherin, Prover's intense interrogation weighed more heavily on Ailios than the indifference of others. "Ailios," he said, his brow furrowing, his expression serious and stern, "you have indeed grown." "Heh, completing assignments is my duty," Ailios replied, focused on writing her herbology paper, feeling slightly embarrassed by this unexpected praise. "You know what I am referring to," he stated coldly. Have I contributed anything of note?" Ailios raised her head in confusion, only to realize her brother's expression was rather off. "You aren't blaming me too, are you? You are secretly meeting with Draco," Prover succinctly voiced his discontent. "Isn't it all for you?" Elise lowered her cerulean eyes and, with a tone of feigned innocence, lamented. "Who told you to constantly claim that he neglects and disregards you?" This led me to follow him, hoping to uncover whether he has someone else on the side. Prover's demeanor softened slightly as he inquired. "And then? Then we got caught, and this trivial matter has left me in turmoil," she replied, taking a sip of the pomegranate juice beside her, preemptively speaking before Prover could interrogate further. "Oh, and there's another incident I feel compelled to share with you." "What is it?" Elise leaned closer to Prover, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "I encountered the wolf that bit me in the Forbidden Forest. It seems to have grown significantly larger, and I nearly fell victim to its jaws once more. However, unexpectedly, I transformed without warning, into a wolf. Even when it wasn't a full moon." "How could this happen?" Prover exclaimed with concern. "Do you feel unwell? Should I escort you home?" "We need not confine ourselves to this school. We could easily learn magic with a tutor at home." Elise interrupted Prover's incessant worries. "Do not fret. I am perfectly fine." Upon transforming into my wolf form, the creature did not bite me. Perhaps it was frightened away by my presence. Moreover, the transformation was entirely painless. It was truly wondrous. I am contemplating that if I could control it at will, I might become an exceptional animagus rather than a mere werewolf in hiding. If that were the case, it would be splendid, but do not push yourself, Elise. Regardless of your form, you will always remain my dearest sister." Prover regarded her gently, and for a fleeting moment, his concerns and anxieties morphed into a tender glow. Chapter 31. The Werewolf in the Boathouse 1. "All right, Elise. Recount to me once more the tale of what transpired between you and Draco that night," Pansy implored, playfully tugging at Elise's sleeve. Despite having retold the story numerous times, she found herself unable to dismiss the girl's gentle entreaty. "He truly is quite cowardly. At the mere sight of a werewolf, he stumbled into the bushes." Teasing Draco for his timidity was a staple of her narrative. She had anticipated that he would confront her after that evening, yet he did not. He refrained from using the incident as leverage against her. Instead, she often found herself silently mimicking a wolf's howl at him when he least expected it. and Draco would consistently display a look of panic before hastily averting his gaze, which she found amusing. However, he exhibited a brave side. When I was nearly torn apart by the werewolf, he did not flee but rather summoned sparks to scare it away, allowing me to narrowly escape its terrifying fangs. It was essential to present the facts appropriately, for Pansy reveled in such thrilling tales. "Ah!" Pansy exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, her dark eyes gleaming with admiration. "The hero saving the damsel truly happened. I wish it were me, even if it meant being bitten by a werewolf." Elise resolved to mercilessly pull her from her fantasies, stating earnestly, "Pansy, that is absolutely not a good thing. Being bitten by a werewolf entails grave consequences." "Oh, I know," she replied, patting Elise's shoulder lazily. "It means losing one's pure bloodline, right? It is far more than that. You would also have to confront even graver circumstances, such as losing control of your consciousness and emotions, becoming a mere puppet manipulated by wild beasts." Pansy was somewhat taken aback by Elise's serious tone, pausing to ask, "How do you know so much?" Elise touched her nose, quickly devising an excuse. Theodore Nott has been tutoring me, especially with exams approaching. He has introduced me to a wealth of extracurricular knowledge." Pansy nodded thoughtfully, loosening her thick black hair from its tie. Reclining lazily against her pillow, she remarked, "Oh, by the way, speaking of that, Blaise mentioned he wants to paint a few portraits before the exams, but he hasn't settled on a model yet. How could that be? Isn't he quite popular? Besides, you, Daphne, and Millicent would be more than sufficient for him to paint." Pansy shook her head helplessly. "Precisely because he is so well-liked. Many girls aspire to be his model. To ensure everyone receives a fair outcome, Blaise has decided to select the final candidate through a lottery. That is indeed a good idea. It spares everyone's feelings. So, you should give it a try," Pansy urged. "They say he is an excellent artist. Yet he has never painted anyone's portrait. Just imagine, if he becomes a renowned artist in the future, the painting you possess would be worth a fortune." Truly, a Slytherin girl. Her foresight and keen judgment were impressive. Though Elise felt a twinge of temptation, she ultimately declined. "No, there are too many people. I shan't intrude on the excitement. This one-in-a-million opportunity for treasure should be left for you all." Pansy propped her head on one hand, raising an eyebrow. "Are you truly not considering it?" Elise resolutely turned down Pansy's temptation, responding firmly no. Pansy smirked slyly. "Well, that may not be entirely up to you. We have already signed your name up, and the results will be announced on Saturday." "What?" Elise exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that tomorrow?" "Indeed. So take this opportunity to catch up on your beauty sleep, and may we wake up with radiant skin." With that, Pansy turned over and enveloped herself in her blankets, clearly wishing to avoid any further complaints from Elise. Elise glanced at the cuckoo clock. It was only 9:30, and she felt no fatigue. Thus, she tiptoed out of bed towards the door, but the turning doorknob startled her roommate, who was on the verge of sleep. "Where are you going?" Pansy asked, suddenly wide awake. "To the restroom." Elise quickly dashed outside and shut the door. In truth, she did not intend to go to the restroom. She merely sought some fresh air. Blaise, she had certainly taken note of him, that dashing boy with dark skin and striking features. He was often surrounded by a throng of girls. Even older students could be seen engaging with him animatedly. Perhaps part of his allure stemmed from the ethereal beauty inherited from his mother. Yet his cultured demeanor and extraordinary poise played a significant role as well. Forming a friendship with him seemed effortless, yet it would likely remain superficial, compared to such fleeting connections. She valued her friendship with Theodore far more for its sincerity and depth. Lost in her thoughts, she pulled aside the green curtains and stepped through a familiar iron gate. As she brushed aside layers of ivy illuminated by mottled moonlight, the expansive sight of the boathouse unfolded before her. This was a hewn cavern, shrouded in mist, its vapor curling around the stalactite walls, while the shimmering lake and luminescent fungi created a breathtakingly beautiful azure tableau. Just as Elise meandered towards the small boat, two furry animal ears suddenly shattered the tranquility of the moonlit lake. As he emerged from the water, sharp teeth clenching a small black fish, droplets from his damp silver hair hung precariously from his chiseled jawline. Upon meeting Elise's gaze, he released the fish, and a fierce glint flickered in his icy violet eyes. Faint. Elise instinctively drew her wand and launched an attack. The werewolf skillfully sidestepped the spell, his powerful arm bracing against the rock as he leapt out of the water. He stood steadily upon the shore, savoring the lingering taste at the corner of his lips. Yet the pale hue of his thin lips still bore the remnants of crimson blood. "This is the school." Ailios retreated a few steps in trepidation, her wand trained unwaveringly on the werewolf. Though she had not entered the water, her breath felt heavy and suffocating. Yet, she could not allow herself to be a fragile and timid goblin. So, He tilted his head slightly, his narrowed eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and confusion. You must be hungry, right? Ailios regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, speaking with deliberate calm. If you were to kill me, the professors here would merely ensure that you have no future, but if you let me go, I can guarantee a steady supply of food for you. He wiped away the dampness from his chin with one hand, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. A deceitful and cunning human is not worthy of my trust. I can pawn my wand to you. You know that a wand is a wizard's most prized possession, she proposed. You might consider, which is more significant to you, my presence here or a long-term source of sustenance. He bit his lower lip, seemingly in contemplation, and after a moment of silence, he slowly replied, I will not remain here for long. Ailios hastily responded, whenever you return, I can provide you with food. He suddenly broke into a rather mischievous smile. Oh, it seems you are quite eager for my return. No, Ailios shook her head. I merely suggested that it is a possibility that cannot be dismissed. He scoffed, saying, that proposition is rather agreeable. Then let us strike a bargain. If you uphold your promise and do not disclose my whereabouts to anyone, I shall reveal to you the means to cure lycanthropy before I depart from England. To be frank, Ailios was merely buying time, intending to seek out a professor to capture the werewolf after leaving the boathouse. Yet his words stirred something within her. Are you being serious? Ailios asked incredulously. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. He replied with a hint of mockery tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ailios hesitated for a moment, then said, all right. The werewolf ceased speaking and extended his hand. His meaning unmistakable. I cannot hand it to you here. How can I be assured that you will not pounce upon me once I surrender my wand? Ah. He chuckled coldly. It seems we both harbor doubts towards each other. Then you are welcome to make your move. This time I shall not cower. Ailios tightened her grip on her wand, the fireflies flickering in her resolute gaze. I will fiercely resist until the professor or the administrator captures you. It appears that your identity as a werewolf indeed endows you with a certain ferocity. He retracted his smile and lowered his arms, conceding, very well. Where do you think would be more suitable? I shall place the wand beneath the ivy tent. He nodded in agreement to Ailios' request. She dared not turn her back on the werewolf, retreating step by step while keeping her wand steadfastly aimed at him. She needed him to understand that she was unafraid. Should he desire a forced confrontation, the outcome would only lead to mutual destruction. When the wand was placed beneath the tent, the werewolf remained motionless, honoring the agreement. A rather honest wolf, it seemed. Ailios dashed into the dark passageway, knowing that as long as she reached the end, she would be safe. Chapter 32, The Werewolf in the Boathouse 2. Breathless, she closed the dark door leading to the boathouse, pressing her hand to her chest, and nonchalantly emerged from behind the curtain. The remaining students in the common room were engrossed in their preparations for the end-of-year exams, glancing at Ailios only momentarily before returning to their arduous studies. Thank Merlin for the diligent spirit of Slytherin students, akin to that of Ravenclaw. Steadying herself, she contemplated her next move. To acquire ingredients, she would have to head to the kitchen, conveniently located underground. Once again, she thanked Merlin for the proximity of the Slytherin common room to the magical kitchen. Ailios silently slipped through the stone door, traversing the lengthy underground maze, and climbed the stairs to the lower level. Although still underground, it was considerably warmer than the Slytherin cellar. She arrived at the kitchen door and scratched the pear in the portrait, which promptly smiled and transformed into a green doorknob. Ailios cautiously stepped over the threshold. It was not working hours. The house elves had vacated, leaving the surroundings dark and silent, but thankfully she didn't require light. The earthen oven retained the ashes of burnt wood, while the wooden shelves were lined with jars of spices. And at the far end of the red brick floor lay a heap of rusty iron basins and copper pots. Ailios was momentarily dazzled by the array of kitchenware before her gaze settled upon the fresh meat hanging from the iron rack. On tiptoe, Ailios retrieved a large, tender piece of beef, wrapping it in her school robe before stealthily exiting the kitchen. As she returned to the Slytherin common room with agile steps under the cover of night, she found that the number of students studying by the flickering candlelight had dwindled significantly. Those gathered around the round table were either lively and deeply engrossed in discussion about their studies or already drowsy, forcing themselves to memorize the material with heads bobbing. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Ailios slipped back into the dark passage behind the curtain. Beneath the ivy tent, her wand lay untouched before her. She had initially thought that reclaiming her wand from the werewolf would require eloquent persuasion, but it seemed she could return to her slumber sooner than anticipated. Ailios picked up her wand and cheerfully addressed his tall silhouette under the moonlit night. I have obtained a substantial piece of beef. It should suffice for you, right? He calmly turned to face her, arms crossed. and did not exhibit the primal instincts of a wild animal she had envisioned. She had imagined the werewolf would eagerly pounce upon the readily available meat. Was this piece of meat insufficient to entice him? Ailios respectfully placed the beef into his hands, awaiting his response. He did not complain, devouring it piece by piece with deliberate slowness. Upon reflection, he had been gentle when he had fed upon her blood, though perhaps her memory of that moment was blurred. Reduced to mere pain. I have one more request. Ailios made her tone deliberately humble, hoping to appeal to his better nature. Please do not harm any other innocent individuals. If you can. He bit into the piece of beef, blood trailing down his sharp teeth, and expressed coldly, hypocrisy. Very well, let me be considered hypocritical then. Ailios replied resignedly. As long as you are satisfied, I do not care for such descriptors, the only condition being to cease the persecution of innocent humans. I do not know how many others you have bitten after me, how many lines of werewolves you have created, but I hope this ends here. For there are myriad sources of meat you could consume. The English are not innocent, he retorted coldly, hatred tinging his pale violet eyes. Or rather, who among humans is noble? You ask me to hunt other animals. Are they not innocent as well? The relationship between werewolves and wizards has always been fraught with tension. Objectively speaking, wizards have never tolerated werewolves. Centuries ago, wizards had launched several large-scale massacres against werewolves, and the Ministry of Magic's policies towards them have remained chaotic and ineffective until 1637, when a set of management regulations specifically targeting werewolves was established. Yet they still live in darkness, unseen by the light of day. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for werewolves to harbor disdain and hatred towards wizards, sentiments that are well-founded. Ailios gazed at him in silence, the piece of beef in his hand choking her throat without a sound. As a wolf, I possess a profound understanding of the harsh truths of nature, where the strong prey upon the weak. He swallowed the last morsel of meat, his tongue gliding over his elongated claws, and slowly remarked, Yet when this cruelty befalls us, no one is willing to accept it as truth. Wolves and humans are, in essence, not so different. We are all driven by the instinct to survive, to dominate the weak. Ailios vehemently refuted his assertion. Not everyone is as you describe. For instance, I do not believe I would ever bully the weak. You see, you still care about these descriptors, do you not? He smirked, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then I must ask, can you guarantee that you will never succumb to such behavior throughout your life? When ambition surpasses ability, when desire overrides moral boundaries, do you truly believe your strength can remain aligned with the inherent goodness of nature? Yes, she promptly countered. At least for the present moment, that is what I believe. That is indeed a wise response. He turned away, gazing at the silver moon partially obscured by mist, his silhouette sharply defined against the light, his slender waist barely visible beneath the thin garment he wore. His broad back seemed to carry an immense burden of invisible sorrow, and the tranquil night could not engulf his lonely silver hair. However, Ailios felt no sympathy for him. A werewolf should not vent their hatred for wizards upon the innocent. After a brief silence, he spoke again. You may leave. In the future, simply place the food upon the concealed stone altar without waiting for my appearance. Ailios tentatively inquired. What about what I just said? Unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to partake in your filthy blood. Filthy it may be, she mused. Let us hope he can keep his word. Ailios turned to depart, but the werewolf's voice called out from behind her. Oh, by the way, a kind reminder, do not venture into that grove again. Ah. She turned back perplexed. For you, he paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at her, a chill lacing his smile. There are creatures in that forest far more fearsome than werewolves. With that, he leaped into the shimmering silver waters, the ripples fading into the distance as his figure vanished from sight. The splash drenched Ailios's hair, and she tugged at her robe, sighing wearily. Thankfully, she had planned to wash her garments, which still bore the scent of blood from the meat. Now that they were wet, it was hardly a misfortune. Chapter 33. The Choice of the Wind. The next morning, Ailios was roused early by Pansy. Upon opening her eyes, she found Pansy adorned in a sky-blue floral gown. Lipstick? Ailios hastily waved her off. No. How about I curl your lashes? Yours are so long, it would be a shame not to. Pansy exclaimed eagerly, seizing a lash curler and leaping onto Ailios's bed. Spare me, sister. Ailios lamented, clasping her hands in a mock prayer, but Pansy persisted, extending her magical claws. With no other option, Ailios swiftly rolled under the covers, causing Pansy to miss her target. Kneeling on the bed, hands on her hips, Pansy asked, Do you not wish to leave a beautiful image in the portrait? I do not particularly care for that opportunity, for my mother is quite the artist. She paints us a portrait every year. Ailios's voice was muffled beneath the covers, but she added, "Yet you look lovely today. It would be a stroke of luck for the chosen one to be from Blaze." Shyly, she climbed down from the bed and patted her long skirt, which had been creased from being crushed. "In truth, I wish for Draco to see me, even if just from afar." She smiled, saying, "I believe one day you will understand my feelings, wanting to present your best self to someone you admire." She longed to grow her hair long for him, to wear a gown for him, to showcase her finest self. Ailios was uncertain of what such feelings entailed, nor did she know for whom she would ever feel that way. However, she had indeed changed for someone. That was an emotion entirely opposite to affection. She had cut her hair for him, shed her gown to reveal her fragmented self. But she was strong, courageous. All had passed, so it was all right. Her current life was beautiful. Ailios smiled encouragingly at herself. Yet observant Pansy caught the barely perceptible smile and teased, "Who are you thinking of? Could it be that you have someone you fancy?" "I was thinking of myself." Ailios playfully tossed a pillow at her. "Is it wrong to love myself?" All right. Pansy raised her hands in surrender. "Come on, it's almost time." When Pansy and Ailios arrived at the Black Lake, several young Slytherin girls were already gathered beneath an ancient beech tree, tiptoeing to gaze at the leaf wind chimes hanging from the branches, which rustled softly in the breeze. "What does it mean?" Ailios asked, puzzled. "It means listening to the wind. Whoever the wind selects is the chosen one," a girl explained, clarifying her confusion. "How elegant. Is this how artistic youths behave?" "It is quite refined, but is it truly appropriate to summon people out here in the chilly morning? Especially since the organizer has yet to make an appearance." At that moment, another gust swept by the lake, scattering the leaves on the wind chimes. They fluttered gracefully, and the girls eagerly reached out to grasp them, yet they remained just out of reach. The swaying leaves brushed through their fingers and glided past their hopeful faces, finally landing with a soft thud on Ailios's cheek. It must be said, this elegant slap from the wind did sting a bit. Upon seeing the final selection, the girls looked at Ailios with a mix of envy and disappointment as she clutched the leaf in her hand. "My sincere gratitude for granting me the opportunity to be chosen by the wind." The dark veins on the leaf formed clear, discernible letters, which soon transformed into another line of text. "I shall await your arrival amidst the tulip blossoms behind the greenhouse." Tulip blossoms? Pansy leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, "I thought we would just find an empty classroom to paint in. I didn't expect an outdoor setting." "Wow, does it say anything on the leaf?" "May I see it, Ailios?" Ailios stood in a daze, holding the leaf, completely oblivious to the inquiries of the other girls. "Hey Ailios, are you alright?" Pansy poked her cheek, urging, "Hurry now. Don't keep him waiting too long." "All right." Ailios came to her senses, nodding vacantly. "I shall go now." Clutching the leaf, she dashed away, the radiant golden light casting shadows upon the soft, damp grass beneath her feet, her brown leather shoes seeming to tread lightly upon clouds. She resembled the wild grass against the azure sky, ablaze with fervent fire. Such a spirited appearance would surely not cause the girls to mistake her for a rival. It was Saturday, and the greenhouse for herbology classes would not be open to the public. When Ailios arrived, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Blaze sat upon a low stool, the wind tousling his inky hair, strands cascading across his brow. Surrounded by a sea of tulips, whether pink or crimson, none could rival the brilliance of his dark garb. With a paintbrush in hand, he depicted the floral expanse upon the canvas, reserving a pure white space for the visitor amidst the vibrant beauty. "Ah, it's you, Ailios." He met her gaze, setting down his brush with a slight smile. "Long time no see." Ailios questioned in confusion. "Didn't we see each other in potions class yesterday?" "I refer to the fact that it has been an age since we last met in such solitude." He spoke softly, his tone gentle, and she surmised that he must have sweetened his throat with the morning dew. Ailios clenched her hands into fists at her sides, a peculiar tension rising within her. Was it fear? Meeting outside the confines of the lounge felt strikingly akin to a date. "Thank you for coming, Ailios, it truly surprised me. I believe this painting will be exceptionally beautiful." In a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted out, "But I haven't applied any lipstick." Instantly regretting her words, she pondered the meaning of such a disjointed statement. He curved his lips into an attractive smile and gently inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" Ailios stared at him, taken aback. "Please have a seat. It won't take long, we can finish before lunch." Blaze gestured towards another wooden bench ahead. Ailios walked over, her robe brushing against the tulips, stirring a faint, fragrant breeze. She sat upright on the bench, her countenance strikingly beautiful, imbued with a touch of gallantry, her emerald eyes shimmering with a soft golden glow. Although her mother had painted numerous portraits of her at home, an inexplicable nervousness gripped her in this moment, likely due to the unfamiliarity of the artist before her. For reasons unknown, time seemed to crawl. At first, her gaze remained fixed upon the easel. But soon it began to wander restlessly. Especially when Blaise leaned down to paint, her peripheral vision irresistibly drew her attention to his lowered brow. Reminiscent of rolling mountains and ceaseless rivers, endless vistas she could not fully behold. Thus, she often found herself nearly unable to retract her gaze before he lifted his head. Eventually, as her stiff posture began to ache, Blaise finally set down his brush and said, "Thank you, Ailios. The painting is fundamentally complete." She released a long breath. This was indeed more taxing than enduring 2 consecutive lectures from Professor Binns on the history of magic. "Then allow me to admire your masterpiece." Ailios sprang to Blaise's side, gazing at the exquisite canvas, where the figures and scenery were rendered with remarkable precision. Pansy's praises of Blaise's artistry were not mere flattery, however. She felt a twinge of confusion as he had notably left her lips unpainted. He must have perceptively sensed her unease, or perhaps it was intentional. In any case, his words were imbued with a gentle, yet mischievous undertone. "Do you need my assistance?" Chapter 34. The lipstick he applied for her. Ailios did not comprehend the implication, pondering silently and failing to respond in time. Yet Blaise smiled and dipped his finger into the palette, retrieving a shade akin to her lip color. His fingertip grazed her slightly parted lips on the canvas, softly rubbing against the textured surface, leaving a vibrant hue upon the painted figure's mouth. She watched, as if his fingertip genuinely lingered at her lips. After a brief, tender caress, the red gradually spread to her cheeks and the base of her ears, rivaling the blooming tulips in their vibrant allure. No, it's unnecessary," she stammered, her heart racing so fiercely that it nearly stole her breath. He turned to her, his smile unwavering. "Then may I entrust the brush to you?" Blaise reached for a clean brush, and Ailios found herself numbly accepting it. Though the inquiry was the kindest, it was impossible to refuse. "Just trace the color along the lip line," he said casually, yet the task felt daunting. Her hand trembled slightly, fearing that any misstep might ruin his morning's labor. "Perhaps you should do it instead?" Ailios lifted her gaze to his eyes, which were close enough to mirror the tranquil depths of a starry black lake. "Very well," he replied, yet he did not take the brush from her. Instead, he grasped her hand gently. Blaise's hand was cool and strong. With his hold, it felt as though a trembling ship had found its adept helmsman, steadying her quaking hand that feared the relentless waves ahead. The contrast of their skin tones was stark, but at that moment, his tender brush seemed to blossom like a small flower, intertwining silently with the unfamiliar emotions blooming within her. The vibrant waves of tulips surged toward her heart, forcefully overwhelming her scattered thoughts. "Is that enough?" Ailios whispered, but before she could finish, she swiftly withdrew her hand. "Yes." He did not appear displeased by her sudden withdrawal. Rather, he continued amiably, "Thank you for enhancing this painting." "No, it was already quite perfect," Ailios protested, waving her hand dismissively. He turned his gaze back to the lifelike painting and murmured, "It is still lacking one element to achieve perfection." "Me?" Blaise chuckled, elucidating. "What I mean is that with your touch, this painting has now attained its perfection." Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. After all, she felt it was an overstatement. "Oh really? I hardly did anything," Ailios remarked bashfully. "You have accompanied me for an entire morning, have you not? Forgive me for occupying so much of your study time." His politeness was almost disarming, a stark contrast to the Blaise who had so boldly seized her hand to paint. Ailios playfully patted his shoulder and smiled. "There's no need to be so formal, Blaise. We are friends after all. Additionally, being your model is not a burden for me." "Really?" he drawled, his tone languorous. Then she hoped he would not ask her to model again. Though she had only offered a polite remark, the thought filled her with dread. "So Ailios, may I keep this painting as a cherished possession?" he inquired with utmost courtesy. The weight in her heart lifted. "Of course, it is inherently your creation," she replied readily. After leaving the greenhouse, Blaise mentioned he would return to the studio to store his painting supplies, while Ailios intended to head to the hall for lunch, leading to their farewells in the foyer. Although Ailios had spent the entire morning lamenting the slow passage of time, when the moment of parting arrived, she felt no sense of relief as she had anticipated. Watching his retreating figure, she sighed and turned toward the oak door. It being Saturday, the dining hours were rather flexible, resulting in a scattered assembly at the long table. The most conspicuous figure at the Slytherin table was undoubtedly the golden-haired Draco. He was not with Plofer but rather flanked by the voracious Goyle and Crab, likely incapable of contemplating anything beyond the food before them. Ailios shook her head, opting to sit at a distance from them. Perhaps out of consideration for the teachers and students juggling their end-of-term burdens, today's meal prepared by the house elves was quite palatable. The creamy cauliflower cheese soup was rich and delicate, and the Cornish pasties were delightfully hearty. As Ailios savored her meal, Draco suddenly took a seat beside her, with Crabbe and Goyle closely following, effectively encircling her. "What is going on here?" Ailios exclaimed, startled, as pieces of broccoli and beef tumbled from her pasty into her plate, her confusion evident as she looked at them. "Why are you not watching Potter, and instead come to bother me?" Crabbe remarked, suggesting that the soup before her would be more enjoyable. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the cauliflower cheese soup not far from them, then shrugged as if he had no remedy for it. "All right." Elise extended her palm towards the porcelain bowl adorned with dark green patterns, and said to Crabbe, "Please." Crabbe hesitated for a moment before scooping half a spoonful into his own bowl. As if accomplishing a noble mission, Elise resumed her meal with a sense of satisfaction. After a brief silence, Draco, whose plate remained untouched, inquired, "Is Plofer not with you?" Wasn't that a redundant question? Elise shot him a glance. "Do you honestly believe he possesses the strength to perform a disillusionment charm?" Draco clenched his fists, momentarily overcome with frustration, but then composed himself, asking, "Why are you alone?" Just as Elise was about to respond, she realized she had no obligation to disclose her schedule to Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you should finish the salad on your plate before engaging in conversation," she replied dismissively. In truth, her concern for Draco's dining habits was minimal. She merely wished to enjoy her meal undisturbed. Draco carelessly poked at the salad drenched in yogurt dressing, as if fulfilling a tedious chore, and begrudgingly placed the blood-red beetroot into his mouth. It was sweet, yet he did not relish it. His curiosity then piqued about the flavor of the waffle ice cream adorned with pearl sugar. It was only when Elise prepared to leave after finishing her lunch that he snapped back to reality. "Hey, are you feeling all right today?" Draco grasped the fabric of her elbow to halt her departure. "How could you tell?" Elise, having already lifted one foot off the bench, turned back to look at him. Draco, at a loss for words, furrowed his brow and awkwardly gestured at his teeth, stammering, You don't seem like yourself today." Elise's expression became inscrutable. Merlin. Could he be a masochist? How strange. She shrugged off his hand and hastily fled from the long table. Chapter 35. The turmoil of emotions with the weekend concluded. The exam week that both terrified and excited the students had arrived. To be precise, it was not the exams they anticipated, but rather the summer vacation that would follow. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. For instance, Theodore believed that school life was far more delightful than that at the Nott estate. Draco deemed him a peculiar individual, akin to those two Gryffindors. One was Hermione Granger, whose passion for learning was nothing short of astonishing. Elise had often overheard her reciting passages while ensconced in the bathroom stall. The other was Harry Potter, who seemed indifferent towards academics, allegedly due to familial issues that rendered him reluctant to return home. Upon reflection, it was indeed a dismal prospect. What joy could be found in a muggle's dwelling? Would their mirrors remind them to tuck in their shirts? Would their cuckoo clocks peck them awake? Could their teapots scurry about the table, serving tea on their behalf? Probably not. The June weather was stifling, the sun seemingly intent on releasing the heat and light it had accumulated over the months. By the time Elise acquired the anti-cheating quill designated for the exam, she was already drenched in sweat. Although she had no intention of resorting to underhanded tactics, the sudden change to a quill with a different feel undoubtedly heightened her anxiety regarding the exam. Fortunately, Theodore had prepared a comprehensive set of handwritten notes summarizing key points in magical history and astronomy, the neatness of which mirrored the tidy knot of his tie. Even Plofer, who was rarely amiable, expressed gratitude upon receiving the notes. Of course, such measures were unnecessary for the top students, as they retained information effortlessly, regardless of its significance. For Elise, however, receiving those notes was more exhilarating than acquiring a wand from Ollivanders. Cleverly, she also utilized the notes to gain a favor from Goyle and Crabbe, hoping they would refrain from interfering in her affairs with Draco and, if possible, lean in her favor. Just before the exam, Theodore, favored by Professor Flitwick, discreetly shared some insider information regarding the charms exam. Elise, eager for preparation, led Pansy, Daphne, and Millicent in practicing their tap dance in the dormitory for 2 consecutive nights, their footsteps nearly wearing down the wooden floor. Yet, unexpectedly, the professor required the candidates to control a pineapple as it danced steadily across a desk. At the moment the exam concluded, Pansy felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Elise, while Elise cheerfully remarked, "But we did get some exercise, didn't we?" Professor McGonagall's transfiguration exam required transforming a mouse into a cigarette case, with more intricate designs earning higher scores. Unfortunately, Elise ended up transforming her mouse into a cigarette case that scurried chaotically across the table, its long tail and whiskers flailing. Thankfully, Plofer nimbly captured the runaway case. Or else her grade would likely have fallen below AP. Conversely, she fared much better in potions class, where the strict classroom management of Professor Snape left her no room for laziness. Coupled with Theodore and Plofer's guidance, she excelled in practical application, needing only to memorize the potion recipes. Theodore had outlined several likely exam topics, and true to form, one of them was the forgetfulness potion. On the day the exams concluded, in high spirits, Elise sneaked 2 pieces of lamb to the werewolf. Since their last parting, she had not seen him again. The food by the stone platform disappeared daily, and she could hardly ascertain whether it was cleared by the caretaker or snatched away by someone else's pet. But it mattered little. She simply needed to keep her promise and ensure he would no longer harm others. However, today, he emerged under the moonlight, resembling frost-kissed dew. His striking face bore a hint of color, possibly due to better sustenance in recent days. Beneath his nearly translucent cloak lay broad and well-defined shoulders, a physique uncommon among boys of Elise's age, suggesting he appeared to be around 15 or 16. "Do you come here at this time every night?" The werewolf, noticing her astonishment, initiated the conversation. "Yes, more or less. Occasionally, I might be a bit late," Elise replied, transforming her expression into a smile as she presented the lamb to him, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you hungry?" The werewolf accepted the lamb, but did not immediately bring it to his lips. Instead, he asked, "I have 2 things to tell you. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Elise wary probed, "The good news? Is it advantageous for me or for you?" "You. Well, it is certainly preferable to hear the good news. I am leaving," the werewolf declared. "Isn't that something for you to celebrate?" "Indeed, I am tremendously happy, exceedingly so." Yet, fearing he might feel disheartened, Elise swiftly redirected the conversation. "So what is the bad news?" "Regarding the method I mentioned to cure your lycanthropy, it was a fabrication." "What?" Elise's mind blanked momentarily, and after a brief shock, an overwhelming fury surged within her. "On the night of the full moon, I merely scratched you with my nail. What you ingested was merely blood that trickled beneath the wound. My saliva did not directly touch your skin," he explained. "You were the first. I have never harmed anyone else. Therefore, I cannot elucidate the matter of your lycanthropy. That is impossible. If that were the case, how could I have transformed into a werewolf? You may examine the wound on the back of your neck. It is a distinct scratch." The location of the wound was entirely beyond her sight. Since her illness began, it had been her mother who tended to her. By the time her senses returned, the wound had vanished entirely. "Do you truly believe I would keep that unsightly scar forever?" Ailios exclaimed in exasperation, brandishing her wand. The werewolf remained stationary, devoid of any desire to retaliate. "I confess I lack experience in this regard, so upon my return, I shall inquire with my kin on your behalf. Do you think to deceive me with such flimsy reasoning?" Ailios waved her wand and shouted, all petrified, "Until we meet again." A swift white flash grazed the werewolf's left shoulder, propelling it like a shooting star into the depths of the lake. "Oh, how maddening! It is all due to my inadequate training. Now I am left to be bullied at will." Clenching her wand, Ailios hurled insults towards the black lake, asserting that while humans are despicable and cunning, what of you werewolves? I warn you, do not let me see you again next time. I shall leave you searching for your teeth. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled with echoes, and thankfully, the indistinct and hazy voices did not reveal the speaker's identity. Ailios hurried back to the Slytherin common room, before the administrator discovered her harboring a werewolf. Chapter 36, A Fleeting Summer Vacation. When Dumbledore announced Gryffindor's first-place standings at the leaving feast, Slytherin lost the coveted house cup, which they had held for 7 consecutive years. With a wave of his hand, the silver decorations transformed into gold, and the green draping ribbons blazed into a fiery red. Even the enormous serpent banner behind the guest of honor instantly morphed into a lion. The resounding cheers of Gryffindor nearly shook the enchanted stars from the ceiling as they rose to their feet, applauding, stomping, and nearly trampling Potter in their exuberance. In such stark contrast, disappointment was inevitable. Slytherin students appeared despondent, their faces long and gloomy, including the platinum-haired Draco, who looked as though Dumbledore had cast a full-body bind on him. Ailios had never seen him so despondent. She knew Draco was always one to value honor. For instance, on the day Potter captured the golden snitch to secure victory for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, he had been so furious he skipped lunch, vowing in that moment to reclaim glory for Slytherin upon joining the team, a far cry from his current state of despair. "Hey Draco," Ailios called out to him over Plofer, "cheer up." Draco turned his face, supported by his hands, towards her, his gray eyes trembling with surprise. "Next year's Quidditch matches depend on you," Ailios encouraged, tilting her chin slightly, her gaze filled with affirmation. I know, do I need you to remind me? He retorted dismissively. Yet it was evident that his furrowed brow began to ease. Plofer remained calm as he sipped from his goblet of chilled pumpkin juice, remarking, well, when did our Ailios become so understanding? I've always been this way, haven't I? Just ask Theo, she replied, casting a glance at Theodore to her left. Without waiting for her to speak, he met her eyes sincerely and said, indeed, Ailios has always been kind. Plofer shot Theodore a disdainful look before turning back to the far end of the long table. He would rather immerse himself in Gryffindor's cheers. On the eve of their departure from school, Ailios received her examination results. Herbology O, History of Magic O, Flying E, Astronomy E, Potions E, Charms A, Defense against the Dark Arts A, Transfiguration P. Despite her rather dismal score in Transfiguration, her overall performance far exceeded her expectations. With excellent grades in History of Magic and commendable marks in Astronomy and Potions, not betraying the efforts Theodore had put into her revisions. However, Ailios was astonished to discover that the top student in the year was none other than Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, rather than Theodore. When this news was announced, his expression betrayed no change, as if everything had transpired according to his expectations. Perhaps his ambitions were not reflected in a mere report card. A few days after the Wendell siblings returned home, Daisy departed for America to be with her husband, Galen. Since traveling required obtaining relevant transit documents from the British Ministry of Magic and Muggle Customs, it was too cumbersome for Plofer and Ailios, who had just returned from school. Waiting for the necessary permissions would likely consume half of the summer vacation, so they naturally remained behind to tend the house, especially since they had the house elf, Dinky, to assist them with their daily needs. This arrangement allowed Ailios to visit the wand shop without the need for secrecy. Mr. Ollivander examined her practice results and expressed his satisfaction, proceeding to teach her how to select wand materials suitable for different wizards. For instance, the common aspen wood is ideal for kind-hearted and upright wizards, while the rare elder wood is reserved for those of extraordinary caliber. The flexibility of mahogany excels in transfiguration, and the healing properties of willow are adept at casting advanced nonverbal spells. Ailios' wand, made from purple heart, is skilled in curses and possesses a distinct advantage in dueling. Although every attack spell she had cast thus far had missed its mark, she still hoped to demonstrate her wand's full potential in future defense against the dark arts classes, at least not to appear timid when next encountering a werewolf. While tidying the shop, Ailios stumbled upon a chestnut-colored notebook filled with strange characters and patterns, which she surmised might pertain to the Ancient Runes course available only to third-year students, as mentioned by Theodore. Alas, yet another daunting subject. She resolved to keep her distance from it when the time came. Due to Ailios' diligent daily feeding of the light blue parrot named Chirpy with caterpillars and birdseed, it had now learned to call her name proficiently. Chirpy was not as noisy as she initially imagined. Rather, it was quite endearing, greeting her every time she entered the house and bringing her bits of cookie crumbs it deemed delicious. When Ailios prepared to leave the wand shop, Chirpy would sneak into her pocket, hoping to accompany her back to the Wendell cottage. Its feathers were beautiful, soft as snow but not melting away when held. Had it not been for her need to learn wand making, she could have easily spent an entire day simply holding Chirpy. By late August, the annual trip to Diagon Alley for supplies was upon the students once more. Upon receiving a letter from Hogwarts, Ailios sent an owl to Theodore, inviting him to join her for the excursion before the school year commenced. Within 10 minutes, she received a reply filled with eagerness and honor. Upon arriving at Flourish and Blots, they found the place teeming with people. It quickly became apparent that the renowned Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books, with 7 titles from the school's required reading list authored by him. Lockhart donned a splendid robe as blue as forget-me-nots, with a pristine white silk collar framing his neck, presenting an air of nobility and elegance. Despite his wavy golden hair, Ailios surprisingly felt no aversion. He was indeed handsome, just as he appeared in magazines. Stepping back from the crowd, she exclaimed aloud, "One cannot judge merely by appearances." Draco suddenly descended the staircase with graceful poise, his black robes trailing a faint scent of perfume. He languidly draped his arm over Profer's shoulder, casually remarking, "You must understand, there are no perfect individuals in this world. Except, of course, for myself." He seemed to express a sense of resigned acceptance regarding his own perfection, even closing his eyes and shaking his head. "Enough already. Close your foul mouth," Ailios snapped, swatting his hand away. "We certainly don't want Profer picking up your narcissistic tendencies." With a crisp smack, Draco's hand recoiled swiftly, and he furrowed his brow as he touched the reddened back of his hand. Yet he refrained from engaging in a fierce retort, which left Ailios feeling somewhat uneasy. During the time Ailios had been observing Lockhart's book signing, Theodore had already procured his book and completed the transaction. His levitation charm had become quite deft, causing the hefty tome to float behind him as though it were a feather. "I've got it, Ailios," Theodore announced, then turned to Proffer with a smile, adding, "And yours too." "Thank you," Proffer replied. "Wow. You were remarkably swift. I hardly know how to commend you," Ailios exclaimed, dramatically clapping her hands and winking at him with her fists raised. She dared to say that at this moment, Theodore was more captivating than the throngs surrounding Lockhart. The queue at the cash register was not particularly long. Everyone pressed in to obtain an autograph. Theodore chuckled, casting a brief glance at Draco, who was still nursing his hand, and apologetically remarked, "Sorry, Malfoy, I didn't realize you were here so." "Oh," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow with a blank expression. "No need, Nott. My father has invested in this store so I can take any book I desire." He curled one corner of his lip, his gaze exuding an arrogance that was almost excessive. Theodore, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining his gentle smile as he responded, "That sounds splendid." At that moment, a loud exclamation from Lockhart rang out. "Is that Harry Potter?" As the wide-open doors revealed themselves, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for Potter. Lockhart, beaming with delight, approached, one hand gripping Harry's shoulder, and the other tilting his head to pose for the camera, flashes of white light erupting as the shutters clicked incessantly, blurring the lines between theater and bookstore. "Another Potter, damn that Potter," Draco muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes in disdain. "Draco, if you want a photograph, we could always rent a camera for you," Ailios jested. Draco pocketed his hands, feigning understanding as he turned his head away, saying, "Your intentions are quite transparent." "Huh." Ignoring her puzzled inquiry, he let his gaze drift beyond the bewildered Ailios to where Potter was slowly emerging from the crowd, and in that instant, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Draco strode forward briskly, mockingly grinning as he asked, "Hey Potter, do you have a girlfriend now?" Indeed, a girl with bright red hair, reminiscent of Ron Weasley's, stood beside Potter, her cheeks flushed like a beautiful apple. The famed Potter, even a visit to a bookstore warranted front-page coverage. Draco's smile intensified, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Malfoy, I suspect you must be quite envious," Weasley remarked with evident distaste. "Envious?" Draco chuckled dryly, his expression swiftly reverting to indifference. "Weasley, what on earth would I be envious of? Envious that your parents went bankrupt purchasing these books for you?" Noticing Ailios's gaze upon him, Draco's voice escalated. "If you ask me, the second-hand shop next door would suit you far better." "All right, Draco." A platinum-haired man placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, his black leather gloves glistening under the sunlight. "Let's be a bit friendlier with our companions." Though his words were courteous, a similarly ironic smile lingered on his handsome features. "Oh children, this place is far too chaotic. Shall we make our exit?" A man in a green robe hurried over, his hair so red that even the wizarding hat atop his head could not conceal it. "Oh dear Weasley." "Ah, Lucius," Mr. Weasley nodded in recognition. It was none other than Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, explaining Draco's haughty demeanor so closely resembling his father's. "Let us be off," Ailios urged Proffer. "We still have much to procure. We shouldn't waste time here now that Draco's father has arrived. He likely won't require your company any longer." "Yes. Let us go," Proffer replied eagerly. Chapter 37. Ailios' Soul-Snatching Curse. On board the Hogwarts Express, Draco fumed. "You all just left like that the other day? You have no idea how rude the Weasley family is, how utterly unsophisticated." "What happened, Draco?" Proffer inquired with concern. "Arthur Weasley threw punches with my father in the bookstore. It was utterly barbaric. As a wizard, he should duel with sophisticated attack spells." After a moment, the incessant chatter of Draco suddenly ceased as he fixed his gaze on Ailios, who was whispering with Theodore, shouting, "Hey Ailios, are you even listening?" She lifted her beautiful green eyes to meet his, candidly responding, "Huh? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Draco shot her an irritated glare, but then reconsidered why he should care whether she was paying attention. Thus he exhaled, turning his gaze to the window. "What is that?" Everyone's eyes followed his line of sight. "A flying muggle car?" Proffer ventured. Draco gasped in astonishment. "How marvelous. It seems the headlines tomorrow won't be dominated by Potter at last." "Are you really concerned about the headlines?" Ailios remarked, pausing as she searched for an appropriate descriptor. "I think those reporters are a bit too flattering. The fact that you can recognize this indicates that your mind is still salvageable," Draco said, tapping his forehead with approval. "Oh, I don't appreciate that comment," Ailios retorted, slamming her hand on the table. "Anyone with eyes can see that Potter monopolizes the headlines merely due to Lockhart's explosive popularity. Yet those media reports frame everything around the dazzling new star of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, without even acknowledging Lockhart. Draco displayed a look of utter exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose. Ailios, you make a valid point, Theodore calmly agreed. This term our defense against the dark arts professor is Lockhart, so we will have the chance to witness his flair in class. Ailios gently nudged his arm, offering him a radiant smile. I ask you, what kind of spell has Lockhart cast upon you all? Draco questioned, perplexed. Can't you see? Ailios has cast a soul-snatching curse on Theodore, Proffer casually remarked, as if he had long accepted this disconcerting reality. You can perform the soul-snatching curse? Draco regarded her with skeptical eyes. Did this fool take her just for truth? Indeed, not only that, but I can snatch your soul too, Ailios declared, extending her hands in a claw-like fashion, bearing a set of glistening white teeth as she let out a playful growl. He appeared genuinely startled for a moment, but soon regained his characteristic disdain, muttering, ha, as if. When the train arrived at the station, the students disembarked in an orderly fashion. Hagrid still held aloft a gleaming lantern, beckoning the flustered first-years to traverse the lake in the traditional manner. However, as second-year students, Ailios and his companions could now utilize a new mode of transportation to reach the school. Following their upperclassmen along a rugged, muddy path, they spotted hundreds of elegantly adorned black four-wheeled carriages. Ailios stepped onto the black iron footboard of the carriage, following Proffer, and shortly thereafter, Theodore and Draco joined them. Just enough space for the four of them to sit comfortably. Inside, a faint mustiness mingled with the scent of straw filled the air, though the small windows on either side provided a welcome influx of fresh air as the carriage moved. It was truly dreadful. Draco waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust, lamenting that he should have spritzed on more perfume. Let us endure a bit longer, or perhaps I could stick my head out, Ailios suggested, leaning toward the window. The breeze from the black lake, weaving through the trees, gently caressed her cheek with a hint of fresh greenery, and she squinted against the soft light, relishing the coolness of the late summer evening. What kind of magic could possibly make this carriage move on its own? She inquired. It's not magic, it's a thestral, Theodore replied, his gaze fixed outside rather than meeting hers, the moonlight casting a soft shadow over his long lashes. What is a thestral? Ailios asked, her curiosity piqued. You're such a simpleton, Draco interjected. A thestral is a black flying horse. Why can't I see anything? Ailios leaned further out, glancing around and scratching her head. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Theodore half stood to steady her, adding, so I hope you never have to. I see. Then let us wish we all remain blissfully unaware, she replied with a smile. The carriage passed through two wrought iron gates and ascended a sloped driveway, coming to a halt before the carriage house, not far from the castle. After disembarking, the group, led by their prefect, marched grandly through the entrance. As per tradition, the new students would partake in the sorting ceremony before dinner. Draco, feeling queasy from the bumpy ride and the unpleasant odors of the carriage, merely sipped a bit of mango corn juice. In the midst of a conversation with Proffer, Ailios found that Theodore had already cut her a piece of sauced lamb chop, and despite her earlier lack of appetite, she found herself savoring every bite. The meal concluded with a delightful slice of sweet, soft custard pie, which she relished so thoroughly that even Draco, upon seeing her enjoyment, inquired, "Is it truly that delicious?" He then cut himself a piece of pie, only to find the creamy custard melted delightfully in his mouth, yet it was not nearly as scrumptious as he had anticipated. Ah. It seems that food tastes best when it's someone else's. On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Ailios spotted Blaise, who was walking alongside several female classmates, his cool, narrow eyes slightly uplifted, and a pleasant smile gracing his lips. A cursory glance revealed that those girls were not from Slytherin. Perhaps they were Hufflepuffs or Ravenclaws. Although not of pure blood, they certainly came from affluent backgrounds. Indeed, it seems that the wealthy are most suited to congregate together. Chapter 38. A Tangle of Classroom Life. What? The Daily Prophet has Potter on the front page again? Draco exclaimed, springing to his feet from the sofa, his face a mask of indignation. Upon returning from the lavatory, Ailios approached and casually picked up a copy of the evening paper, which featured a photograph remarkably similar to the flying car they had seen outside the train window. "It doesn't say Potter," she noted, flipping the paper back and forth. "Haven't you heard about the legendary escapade of Scarhead and Weasel today?" Draco retorted angrily. "That bunch of Gryffindors is making a spectacle of it. Everyone knows they were the ones driving that car, and they even crashed it into the Whomping Willow. Oh, that hardly warrants applause. After all, they'll likely be expelled for breaking the law tomorrow, right?" Ailios set the paper down, her expression unfazed. At her words, Draco's anger dissipated somewhat. He flopped back onto the sofa, raising an eyebrow. "You're right, they will surely be expelled." Yet the following day, Potter and Weasley appeared unscathed in the Great Hall. The grey ceiling mirrored Draco's gloomy mood. He could not comprehend why Potter and Weasley, having committed such a grave error, faced no repercussions from the school. In his frustration, he nearly obliterated his egg, poking it into a mushy mess. Ailios, having taken only a couple of sips of her oatmeal, was startled by the commotion erupting from the Gryffindor table. If you get expelled for stealing a car, I won't be the least bit surprised. Just wait until you get home and see how I handle you. You never considered the trouble this would cause your father. A loud red envelope erupted with a deafening noise, startling even Ailios's porridge out of its bowl. She covered her ears and glanced at the envelope's owner, a blushing Weasley who appeared ready to shrink into the corner. Draco watched the red letter with keen interest, mocking, "How utterly vulgar." Before long, the screeching letter ceased its ruckus and fell to the ground, burning itself to ashes. However, it seemed as if the dark clouds looming over Draco's head had been dispelled by sunlight streaming through the window. His mood improved significantly, and he no longer took out his frustrations on the poor egg. Ah, boys' thoughts are truly inscrutable, aren't they? The first class of the term was herbology, attended jointly by Slytherin and Gryffindor. The students were led by Professor Sprout to the third greenhouse, where the plants were far more intriguing and dangerous than those in the first. Upon stepping through the transparent glass door, Ailios was greeted by a potent floral aroma, and upon closer inspection, she noticed numerous umbrella-like flowers blooming above them. The professor stood behind a workbench in the center of the greenhouse, instructing everyone to don the earmuffs on the table before taking their places at the long tables. A flurry of activity ensued as the boys fiercely competed for the black, fluffy earmuffs, leaving Ailios on the outskirts, unable to see anything. Professor emerged from the fray, proudly waving a pair of pink earmuffs in front of Ailios. "Didn't he manage to get your favorite?" Ailios asked. "I did," Professor replied, raising his other hand to display his black earmuffs. He tossed the pink pair into Ilias's lap, saying, "I got this for you." "Finally, my brother is of some use," Ailios said happily as she picked up the earmuffs to show Theodore beside her. In the end, the uncontentious Theodore and Ailios ended up with earmuffs of the same color. Typically, boys wouldn't favor such a hue, yet for reasons unknown, Theodore seemed quite pleased. Once everyone was settled, Professor Sprout announced that today's task was to repot the mandrakes. In the deep pots lay about 100 seedlings, green with hints of purple. After donning their earmuffs and rolling up their sleeves, they grasped the leaves, only to discover that the mandrakes resembled ghastly infants. Professor, horrified by the ugly spots on its pale green skin, hastily shoved it back into the pot. Draco disdainfully gazed at the unruly weed, contemplating whether to silence its incessant squawking with his fingertip. "Be careful, you might get bitten," Ailios kindly cautioned. Just as the words left her lips, Draco yanked his hand back, his face contorted in agony. Truly heedless, Ailios mused, still oblivious to the fact that Draco, with his earmuffs on, could not hear her words. During the subsequent defense against the dark arts class, Ailios encountered the person she had been longing to see, Gilderoy Lockhart. He donned a flowing teal robe, with his shimmering golden hair adorned by a teal hat embellished with gold trim. Once the students settled, Lockhart cleared his throat to command silence. Introducing himself, "I am Gilderoy Lockhart. I presume you are all aware of my accolades, including being awarded the third-class medal by the Order of Merlin, my honorary membership in the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and my 5-time victory of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly?" A hesitant round of applause echoed from the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students, led by Ailios. "Before we commence, let us engage in a simple quiz that will greatly aid our future lessons," Lockhart proclaimed, brandishing a thick stack of parchment as he descended from the podium to distribute them among the students, all the while wearing his trademark charming smile. "Do not fret. Everyone will receive a copy." However, in truth, no one was particularly eager to claim a test paper for themselves. Prominently inscribed on the parchment were questions such as, "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What birthday gift does Gilderoy Lockhart desire most? What flavor of cake does Gilderoy Lockhart prefer?" "Oh Merlin," Ailios exclaimed, staring blankly at the paper. "I can't answer a single question. Am I destined to come in last again?" "Not at all, Eli. I won't let you finish at the bottom," Theodore whispered reassuringly. "I read through all those books we bought that day, so I have a general idea of the content. If Lockhart's name were replaced with yours, I believe I could score full marks." Ailios rubbed her temples in distress. "Thank you for your comfort, Theo. I too wish that the name on this paper were mine. Then I would gladly share the answers with you." Following the nerve-wracking exam, Lockhart produced a cage from behind the desk, containing a group of tiny blue sprites, each approximately 8 inches tall. They clung to the bars, bouncing about and making all manner of comical faces at the students. Have you all seen? These are Cornish pixies. And now I shall give you the opportunity to demonstrate how to deal with them. With that, he flung open the cage door. The pixies erupted from the cage like fireworks, wreaking havoc across the classroom, seizing ink bottles and splattering ink everywhere, while tearing books and papers to shreds. The cacophony of chaos ensued. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves and attempted to cast spells at them with fervor, but to no avail. Absurdly, the pixies even snatched away his wand. Quick-witted Plofer grabbed Ailios's hand and ducked beneath the desk, relieved to find it a safe haven. A few bold pixies darted onto Pansy's head, tugging at her braids, while Daphne and Millicent shrieked and recoiled in terror, causing Pansy to nearly burst into tears. What are we to do? In a moment of desperation, Ailios released Plofer's hand and seized a hefty tome titled Walking with Trolls, rushing to Pansy's side. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, she comforted, wielding the book to swat at the mischievous sprites. Of course, the pixies were not easily subdued. Some relinquished Pansy's hair only to gnaw at Ailios's book, while others flew behind her to tug at her robe's hood, attempting to hoist her toward the ceiling. As Ailios struggled against them, she suddenly noticed a significant lessening of pressure from behind. Turning around, she was astonished to see Blaze directly snatching a troublesome pixie from her, only to receive a fierce bite in return, blood oozing from his hand, which had shone with artistry just moments ago. Blaze, let go, Ailios cried. Surrounded by a swarm of troublemakers and unable to assist him, her heart pounding with anxiety. Frosty winds, Theodore shouted as he navigated through the chaos, his expression fierce as he brandished his wand and commanded the pixies to freeze in midair. Within a second, they were all immobilized. While many more sprites continued to flit about, he ensured that all those near Ailios were likewise encased in ice. Eli, why are you running around in such danger? Plofer arrived, gripping her shoulders to check for any injuries from the pixies. Thankfully, aside from a few drops of ink splattered on her, she remained unharmed. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the students surged toward the exit like prisoners granted a pardon from Azkaban. Draco, who had been crouching beneath the desk, bolted out alongside Goyle and Crabbe. What a coward! Bam! They then discovered Lockhart hiding beneath their desk, and as he scrambled to his feet, he accidentally bumped his head. Ah, Mr. Nott, Lockhart said, steadied himself against the desk, running a hand through his tousled hair, while casting a glance at Theodore's name tag. He forced a stiff smile and remarked, I see great potential in you, haha. Now, I ask that you all capture the remaining pixies and return them to the cage. With that, he dashed out, kindly shutting the classroom door behind him. Yet a few pixies slipped through the gap, nipping at his backside as they escaped. Indeed, one could hardly rely on a man with golden hair. Ailios turned to Plofer and Theodore. I must first take Blaze to the nurse's office, his injury. It's nothing serious, Blaze replied with a smile, shaking his head. I can manage on my own. That cannot be. You were helping me, Ailios insisted, aware of the pain he must be enduring, as she could clearly see the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes. Another group of pesky pixies buzzed over, chattering incessantly as Plofer's wand emitted a red beam, sending them crashing against the wall, where they slumped down unconscious. Plofer turned back to Ailios. Perhaps you should temper your sympathy, Zabini himself said he's fine. However, Ailios paid no heed to Plofer's words, grasping Blaze's wrist and leading him toward the exit, mimicking Lockhart's earlier actions by shutting Plofer and Theodore inside. Is this really appropriate? Blaze queried anxiously, following her. Rest assured they will manage just fine. Did you not see their spells flying about? She reassured him. Moreover, given your condition, the priority is to get Madame Pomfrey to tend to your wound. Upon reaching the nurse's office, Madame Pomfrey inquired in detail about the origin of his injury, and Ailios recounted their harrowing experience during defense against the dark arts class. Madame Pomfrey appeared utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Lockhart genuinely intended to provide students with a practical opportunity, only to create a mess he could not rectify. Furthermore, she expressed her intention to report this concerning standard of teaching to Dumbledore. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were beyond reproach. She cleaned and disinfected Blaze's bite wound, bandaging it with a healing ointment, assuring him it was nothing serious and he would be healed within 3 days. Upon receiving this confirmation, Ailios breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not too bad. If it prevented you from painting, that would indeed be a grave misfortune. Not at all. It should not be blamed on you. It was my own decision. Blaze concealed his injured hand behind his back, wishing to spare Ailios from feeling guilty. Regardless, I ought to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Thank you for creating such a beautiful painting for me, and for capturing that mischievous little sprite. Ailios retrieved a few chocolate eggs from the pocket of her robe, their wrappers glimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, softly radiating under the sunlight. She spread her hand before him, cheerfully announcing, "Fortunately, I brought some chocolates with me today. I find them quite delightful. I wonder if you would enjoy them." "Of course," Blaise replied, reaching for the candies nestled in her palm. His fingertips gently brushed against her skin, provoking a tingling sensation that coursed through her nerves like a fleeting current, causing her to tremble subtly, though hardly noticeable. Ailios bit her lip, instinctively tightening her grip on the hem of her robe as she pondered. "If you were to find a purple toy rabbit instead of chocolate within the egg, might you consider giving it to me? For collecting 7 rabbits of different colors would enable one to exchange them at the candy store for a talking giant rabbit plushie. However, it is exceedingly difficult to obtain. I continually draw the green and red ones." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ailios recognized that asking someone to return a gift is generally impolite. Yet she hoped Blaise, being so kind-hearted, would not mind. "Not a problem," Blaise said amiably. "Shall I open it now?" No need." Ailios quickly interjected. "You can wait until you wish to indulge. There is plenty of time for claiming your prize, and I won't be able to return home until the winter holidays at the earliest." "Very well. I shall savor your chocolates at my leisure," he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as it blossomed into a dazzling grin. Chapter 40. The Halloween Gala. As September drew to a close, the air turned crisp and cool. Typically, after the initial excitement of the new school year faded, most students would succumb to a state of lethargy, but Draco was not among them. Ever since he joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, he seemed invigorated. Brimming with enthusiasm each day, regardless of rain or wind, he would always dash to the pitch, broom in hand, which was taller than he was. And let us not forget, he bore the weighty responsibility of securing victories for Slytherin in Quidditch matches. Ailios, who had failed her first-year transfiguration class, found herself under the keen scrutiny of Professor McGonagall. This was hardly a favorable situation, as one could not afford to doze off beneath the professor's watchful gaze. She forced herself to dutifully jot down every word the professor uttered, hoping it might aid her in the upcoming exams. Yet it wasn't entirely dreadful. Theodore was more than willing to sit beside her in the front row, alleviating her sense of awkwardness. And his mere presence served as her most reliable answer whenever the professor posed a question. After the chaotic defense against the dark arts class, marred by the antics of the Cornish pixies, Ailios' admiration for Lockhart dwindled significantly. She was resolute in her understanding that she should harbor no unrealistic fantasies regarding the blonde man. At the end of October, the much-anticipated Halloween approached, a time when the school traditionally hosted a delightful feast. Last year, Ailios had been unable to attend due to the full moon, but this time she planned to secure a front-row seat to enjoy the performances. The hall's ceiling transformed into a dazzling nebula of ever-changing colors, the pale lavender light spreading like butterfly wings. 1,000 live bats flitted about, causing the flickering candle flames within the carved pumpkins to dance wildly. The benches were adorned with plush cushions patterned like pumpkins, making one feel as if they had sunk into a warm cloud upon sitting down. "Trick or treat?" Ailios exclaimed as she approached Theodore, who had already saved her a spot. He gazed up at her, blinking, and rested his chin in her palm. "I am quite sweet myself, Ailios." Ailios chuckled, scratching his chin as one might a puppy. "If only one could eat you." She then shifted her gaze to the long table laden with spaghetti in a meat sauce, served within hollowed-out peppers carved to resemble skulls. Even the spoons for the creamy pumpkin soup were fashioned into finger-like shapes, complete with realistic knuckles. The sausages were wrapped in crispy pastry, resembling mummies, and generously drizzled with rich red tomato sauce, a veritable feast of frightful delights. Ailios' eyes widened in awe. "Wow, how I wish we could eat such whimsical food every day. You ran so fast, I almost lost sight of you," Plofer huffed as he approached, hands on his hips and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "There's no need to rush. One cannot get lost within the confines of the school," Ailios replied with a smile, patting the seat beside her. "Come sit down." Once everyone had gathered, Professor Dumbledore opened his arms, encouraging all to partake in the festivities. Shortly thereafter, the scheduled skeleton dance troupe wobbled onto the stage, their fragile forms clattering in a comical display under the brilliant starlight, evoking more laughter than fear with their disjointed movements. When they bowed to take their leave, one skeleton, donning a lace-trimmed straw hat, nearly lost its head. Thankfully, a Hufflepuff student swiftly retrieved the rolling skull, preventing it from lying abandoned on the floor. "Ha ha! What a delightfully haphazard performance." Ailios laughed, nearly brought to tears by her amusement. "But is that truly the end? I wish there could be more acts." "What other performances would you like to see?" Theodore inquired, setting aside his knife and fork as he turned to face her. Ailios playfully poked his arm with her finger. "Jesting, how about you sing me a song?" She knew full well that Theodore would never agree, being the shy boy he was. He bit his lip gently. appearing quite flustered, and in that moment of hesitation, he was utterly adorable. "All right, you silly goose, I was only teasing," she laughed, her expression devoid of any displeasure. "Now, eat your beef before it jumps into your mouth." Watching her animated gestures, Theodore couldn't help but smile. After the banquet concluded, everyone returned to the common room. But Draco was nowhere to be found, and Plofer had not seen him either. As they entered the stone door, a chilling rumor swept through the air. An attack had occurred at the school, and the caretaker, Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, had been transformed into an immobile statue. I distinctly saw the words scrawled in blood upon the wall. "Enemies of the heir." Draco sat at the center of a round table, surrounded by a throng of students, animatedly recounting everything he had witnessed on the third floor, declaring that this was a warning against mudbloods. Someone asked, "How can you be so certain this relates to mudbloods when it was a cat that was attacked?" With a shrug and a scoff, Draco replied, "If you don't believe me, then we shall see." Ailios quietly slipped away from the crowd. She felt certain that Draco was no different from Lockhart, indulging in theatrics. All blonde men seemed to share the same disposition. Meanwhile, Pansy remained engrossed in Draco's earnest fabrications, leaving Ailios to return to the dormitory alone. She waved her wand, and her pajamas floated out from the automatically sliding wardrobe door. Just as she was about to remove her school robe, she caught a glimpse of something floating in the lake beyond the transparent window. It was that accursed werewolf. He stood there with his hands clasped, appearing both ethereal and grounded, his silver hair swaying like the tide, while the coldness emanating from his eyes seemed poised to freeze the surrounding lake into solid ice. "It's you again. Why have you returned?" Ailios raised her wand towards him from beneath the sheets. The werewolf, with a casual gesture of his index finger to his ear, indicated his inability to hear, then pointed upward, beckoning her to meet him at their usual spot. He tugged at his collar, revealing skin that appeared particularly pallid against the pale green waters, and informed her that to obtain the cure for lycanthropy, she must comply with his instructions. "Does he truly believe I am so easily deceived?" she thought. "So, what information have you gleaned from your kin?" Ailios advanced with menacing determination, but upon noticing his drenched shirt, which rendered his upper body almost transparent, she discreetly averted her gaze. He flicked his wet hair, deftly pushing aside the unruly strands that fell over his eyes, his movements fluid and seamless. "Indeed, I have acquired some intelligence." The werewolf scrutinized her with suspicion. "Your identity is highly dubious. I suspect you are far from a pure wizard. Is it amusing to you? First, you deceive me with tales of a cure for lycanthropy, and now you dare to impugn my lineage? I cannot help but wonder if you are behind today's attack at the school." "Attack?" The werewolf's attention wavered, and he hastily defended himself. "It was not me. There is only one anomaly at the school, and how coincidental that it occurs tonight." Ailios retreated step by step, seeking refuge beneath the safety of the ivy-covered canopy. "I must be mad to have believed you again. Where are you going?" "To find someone to capture you." Ailios suddenly turned and dashed towards the tunnel. The werewolf, seeing her flee, leaped into action, pouncing towards her from a mere 4 feet away. Just as Ailios braced for an impact with the cobblestone path, he landed softly, enveloping her face with his gentle paw. "I told you it wasn't me. And I have no intention of harming you." His reasoning was sound. If he desired to kill her, he would need not to explain himself, as his position afforded him the perfect opportunity to strike. In the darkness, Ailios, her eyes covered, could only feel the rise and fall of his chest against her back. The chilling stones beneath her were unyielding, yet the warmth of the wolf only intensified her fear. She strained against him, attempting to rise, but his weight rendered her completely immobile. Ailios abandoned her struggle, choosing instead to conserve her energy. "Let me get up." "No." The werewolf withdrew her wand with a free hand. "You would run." "I won't," she retorted, filled with indignation. "Deceiving me? I am not so foolish." Unable to counter his logic, Ailios sighed. "Let us change positions. This is quite uncomfortable." The werewolf lifted himself slightly, allowing her the freedom to adjust. With her eyes closed, she turned over. "Ah, this is much more comfortable. I can breathe much easier now." However, when she opened her eyes, she was startled to find his cold, captivating face magnified before her. The moonlight cast an ethereal glow on his features, and she could see the shock reflected in his lavender pupils. Ailios instinctively held her breath. He was a bloodthirsty werewolf, after all. "I think I shall revert to my previous position." The werewolf removed his paw from her head, pressing down on her shoulders instead, whispering, "No, what trickery are you up to now?" Ailios turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. She felt that to maintain eye contact would risk her very soul, even though she was uncertain if this werewolf possessed such magic. "Speak." What brought you back to cause such a commotion? I have stated already, it was not me. The werewolf replied, I returned because of you. Me? You neither intend to bite me nor consume me. For what purpose? My kin informed me that humans infected with lycanthropy can transform only during a full moon. Yet, on that day in the Forbidden Forest, how did you manage it? Excluding your special situation as an animagus, it implies you are indeed a werewolf. Ailios glared at him, anger flaring as she shouted, You were the one who harmed me, and now you dare to besmirch my heritage? Besmirch? He chuckled lightly, brushing back her hair from her temple, his fingertip trailing down her ear, leaving it flushed with embarrassment. Is this how werewolves greet one another, with such rudeness? In our pack, akin to your wizarding society, there are distinctions in rank. Purebloods are esteemed, hybrids are lesser. And those afflicted with lycanthropy find no acceptance among either wizards or werewolves. He spoke languidly. The simplest way to discern a werewolf's lineage is by observing the hair on their ears, and our white wolf descendants typically possess silver or gray fur. How disappointing for you. Perhaps my parents' hair color genes are too dominant, for even in wolf form, my fur remains intermingled with black. He grasped her heated ear, saying, Let me see. How can I show you? I told you. I can only transform on the night of the full moon. That was merely an accident. Ailios instinctively pressed her hand against his chest. I said, I am not a pureblood werewolf. Oh, he narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. I will wait for you to reveal your weakness. Why are you so fixated on whether or not I am a pureblood werewolf? Until I ascertain your identity, I cannot divulge mine. So you intend to keep me confined here until the day I transform into a werewolf? Certainly not. If you were to mysteriously vanish from the school, it would surely incite panic, and many would investigate. Why should I invite trouble upon myself? It is far more prudent to release you, and in the days to come, I shall observe you from the shadows until I procure the answers I seek. Ailios's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Regardless of his motives, what mattered most was escaping this place. Once free, she would seek out the professors to apprehend this rogue werewolf. Oh, by the way, he chuckled threateningly, if I happen to be revealed by someone with ulterior motives, then your secret of becoming a werewolf will be made public. You are indeed a cunning and treacherous wolf. Rest assured I will not disclose it. Ailios seethed through gritted teeth. He finally relinquished his grip, standing before her once more. Ailios, who had been nearly suffocated, sat up, inhaling deeply, savoring the fresh air. Return my wand. Only then did he remember that he still held it. To him, it was a novel toy, and he twirled it around his fingers with amusement. Just as he was about to continue his playful manipulation, Ailios called out in distress, Hey! Stop that. It might break, and I need it to pass my charm class. He cast her a sidelong glance, tossing the wand back into her hands, dismissively stating, Not that it matters. It is of no use to me. Yes, you have your own unique methods of attack. Ailios completely disregarded his disdain, focusing solely on rising to brush off the dirt clinging to her robes. Chapter 42. The Disheartened Draco. In the ensuing days, the werewolf indeed made no further appearances. Yet Ailios often found herself haunted by the illusion of a pair of piercing violet eyes scrutinizing her from behind. Even with Proffer and Theodore by her side, her unease showed no signs of abating. Undoubtedly, the werewolf's provocation made Ailios acutely aware of the significance of mastering magic. In Flitwick's charms class, she no longer allowed herself to be distracted. While she had yet to reach the level of effortlessly wielding every new spell, she had indeed made considerable progress. Especially when compared to Ron Weasley, who had famously broken his wand. She, by contrast, appeared almost like a model student. The lessons in defense against the dark arts were ostensibly intended to prepare students for confronting foes. Yet Lockhart never engaged in practical training, instead opting to recite passages from his published works with exaggerated flair, often accompanied by Potter playing roles ranging from a reformed vampire to a mermaid with legs. Such concepts felt exceedingly abstract to Ailios, particularly when Lockhart summoned Potter to the front to portray a werewolf he had supposedly subdued. Ailios could only manage an awkward smile. How could a creature as imposing as a werewolf be so easily subdued by mere hands around its neck? If that so-called transformation spell were genuinely effective, why would the price of wolfsbane be so exorbitant? However, there was a silver lining. The exams for defense against the dark arts would likely not prove too arduous. Saturday marked the day of the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Draco had eagerly anticipated this day for quite some time, insisting that Proffer, Goyle, and Crabbe occupy the front row to cheer him on, even personally crafting a few green flags to distribute among them, with Ailios and Theodore receiving their share as well. The flags were inscribed with bold proclamations of Draco is mighty and Draco will prevail, the handwriting as flamboyant as his personality. with his inflated confidence practically radiating from the green fabric. Despite the heavy rain that day, Draco's spirits remained unscathed. The stronger the wind blew, the brighter his smile shone, reflecting the pristine, gelled brilliance of his golden hair. Once on the field, Ailios, along with Goyle and Crabbe, waved their small flags with a casualness that felt peculiar, as if she were a cheerleader for Draco, with the two enthusiastic chubby boys serving as her captains. She would wager that apart from Pansy, who envied her possession of the green flag, everyone else was internally mocking her. It was said that Draco's Nimbus 2001 was the pinnacle of broomstick technology, giving him a significant advantage in the match. Interestingly, the bludger targeting Gryffindor seemed particularly uncontrollable, careening through the air with the intent of knocking Potter off his broom, presenting Draco with a prime opportunity for a snatch. Perhaps in his overconfidence, he failed to notice the golden snitch fluttering near his ear, instead foolishly engaging Potter in conversation while on his broom. In that moment, Ailios genuinely wished she could project her voice to the heavens, shouting for him to cease his idle chatter, for victory was practically within his grasp. Yet, she had not mastered the amplification spell, and her voice could not reach such lofty heights. Potter seized the moment. Despite being struck by the wild bludger, he disregarded the pain and surged toward the golden snitch behind Draco's head. At the critical juncture, the golden glimmer vanished between Potter's fingers, and he plummeted from the sky into the muddy ground, eliciting a tumultuous cheer from Gryffindor as they rushed to surround him, until Ailios could no longer discern his figure. "Come on, let us find Draco, it's time for lunch, and Quidditch is quite exhausting," Proffer remarked, seemingly unconcerned about the match's outcome. Ailios nodded, eagerly following in Proffer's wake. As they reached the center of the pitch, they overheard team captain Marcus Flint berating Draco. "The golden snitch was right above your head. How could you not see it? With your performance, how can I trust you to be a seeker?" The other players chimed in agreement. "Yes, Draco. Even though your broom was sponsored by your father, still have you said enough?" Draco coldly interjected, his damp hair no longer gleaming, mirroring the dullness in his eyes. Flint stifled his anger, inhaling deeply before responding indifferently. "You should reflect on this, Draco. Do not forget how adamantly you assured me you'd win the Quidditch match." With that, he waved his hand and led the other players towards the changing rooms. Proffer stepped forward and patted Draco's shoulder, offering Draco, "It's just a game. The outcome isn't that crucial." But such words likely offered him little consolation. "Indeed, it's unimportant. The countless hours of training I endure, the challenges I face against the tempestuous weather, the unique cheer flags I crafted, none of it matters in the eyes of others." Noticing Draco's bowed head, Proffer asked, "Shall we go eat?" Draco shook his head without lifting it. "You all go on. I have no appetite." Proffer inquired, "Would you like me to stay with you?" He curtly replied no. Understanding, Proffer nodded, and he and Ailios quietly departed the pitch. Upon returning to the common room, Draco remained absent from view until lunch break. Proffer remarked that boys did not require overly complex forms of consolation, and simply needed time to gather their thoughts before he followed Goyle and Crabbe back to the boys' dormitory. After much contemplation, Ailios, accustomed to Draco's arrogant demeanor, could not bear the thought of his dejected state, and resolved to check the pitch for him. Initially, she intended to fetch Pansy to accompany her, but seeing her deep in slumber, she opted not to disturb her. Instead, she pocketed a few marshmallow-filled cookies from her desk and gently closed the door behind her as she left the room. The air after the rain was infused with the scent of earth and grass, and the sky remained shrouded in gray. Draco sat despondently beside the flower bed on the pitch, his appearance scarcely more appealing than the wilting petals surrounding him. "Hey Draco." Ailios, unbothered by the mud, plopped down beside him on the sodden white stone bricks. "What are you doing here?" Draco replied in a dejected tone. "Come to revel in my misfortune? Do you think so poorly of me?" Ailios lowered her head to look at him. "Are you hurt? I noticed that Bludger seemed rather strange today. Didn't he, that Gryffindor fellow, end up in the infirmary? If you're feeling unwell, I can take you there." He paused in silence, then remarked, "I'm not as fragile as he is." Ailios responded, "Well, that's still impressive. Physically, you surpass him." Although he remained aloof, through the strands of his golden hair, she could faintly discern a slight upward curl at the corners of his mouth, quickly suppressed. Chapter 43. The Slytherin Changing Room. "Are you tired?" Ailios suddenly clapped her hand over her mouth, realizing the redundancy of her question. "You've been flying on your broom all morning. You must be exhausted. Did you really need to ask?" He retorted sarcastically. "How about a cookie to replenish your energy?" Ailios, with a gentle demeanor, extracted a few cookies from her pocket and waved them beside him, uncertain if he could even see them. "Not interested, but they're delightful," she urged, Convincing a stubborn soul is no trifling matter. Then I shall partake first, as a gesture of respect. Ailios tore open a cookie's wrapper and savored it with evident pleasure. At that moment, a sweet treat after a meal was indeed appropriate. The crisp sound of the cookie cracking resonated in Draco's ears, prompting him to glance at the treat in her hand. The 2 chocolate-covered cookies enveloping a layer of stretchy, creamy marshmallow looked utterly delectable. Oddly enough, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the things she consumed, or perhaps more accurately, to the way she indulged in them. His gaze lingered on her rosy lips, which Ailios happened to notice. She licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth and smiled. Would you care for a bite? Before he could respond, she tore open the packaging and offered the cookie to him. Whether he accepted or declined, he knew she would harbor no ill feelings. Ailios never truly got angry, even when he had teased her. Yet this time, he found himself reluctant to refuse. Thank you, Draco said, reaching for the cookie. The moist haze mingling with the sweet scent of chocolate. Her radiant smile swept into his gaze like an elusive breeze. He suddenly realized that being insincere could strip away dignity and lead him to forfeit much joy. Draco swallowed hard and casually initiated conversation. What brings you here? I noticed you hadn't returned for a while, so I thought you might be at the pitch. She took a small bite of the cookie and half-jokingly tilted her head. I didn't expect you to care. Ailios rested her chin in her hand, looking at him with a sense of pride. When Proffer was upset, I was always the one to console him. Despite his claims of needing no comfort, it was all a facade. I like to think I understand that boys and girls are not so different. No one is devoid of the need for care. Draco shifted his gaze elsewhere and murmured, I actually envy you all. Envy us for what? He hastily swallowed the last morsel and replied, nothing, you misheard. At least now he was sharing the same sweet cookie with her, no longer needing to feel envy. The sky began to drizzle again, and Ailios instinctively pulled her hood over her head. Where's your wand? Draco inquired. Right here. She obediently revealed her wand from within her robes. Transfigure it into an umbrella, you fool. At that moment, Draco felt a strong urge to thump her on the head with the wand she held. I can't do that, Ailios said helplessly, furrowing her brow at her wand. Draco scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. Your transfiguration grades make it hard to believe you're a near-successful animagus. Aware of her shortcomings, Ailios buried her head, tightening the corners of her hood. Draco relinquished the chance to continue his teasing and grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward the southwest corner of the pitch. A contrary wind blew Ailios' hood off, and she asked in confusion, where are you taking me? To the changing room to avoid the rain. Can I come too? I remember the sign said no unauthorized personnel allowed. Why not? Draco interrupted her. You're hardly unauthorized. Oh, it seems your warning signs are rather flimsy. Upon pushing open the cream-colored wooden door, they entered a communal lounge connecting the 4 houses. Draco led Ailios to a door adorned with a green banner featuring a silver serpent, a quintessential emblem of Slytherin. Crown. Upon his utterance, the door swung open for them. Isn't that the same as the password for the lounge? Ailios asked. Indeed, it's easier to remember. Aren't you worried about others coming in? To be frank, apart from you, there's no one else. Draco shrugged, casually shedding his damp outer robes and draping them over his arm. You can sit here. He gestured to the green velvet couch in front of a resin table. I need to change. Ailios nodded and settled onto the couch, covering her eyes with her hands. After a moment, she slowly asked, Are you done? No response came. She squinted through her fingers and saw Draco staring at her with a perplexed expression. What do you wish to see? He tilted his head in inquiry. Nothing. Ailios exclaimed, lowering her hands in surprise. You haven't changed yet. Of course. I'm going to the changing room inside. Draco sighed in exasperation and walked toward the room separated by a long row of wardrobes. Before long, he emerged wearing dry clothes. Why didn't he use a drying charm? He pondered aloud before answering himself. Oh, probably for the same reason. Before she could react, he pointed his wand at Ailios, casting a spell. Suddenly, she felt warm all over, her clothes no longer damp, save for her hair. Take this to dry off, Draco said, tossing a towel from the wardrobe onto her lap. Won't they mind? Ailios asked cautiously. It's mine. Oh. She grabbed the towel and roughly rubbed it over her head. The splattering droplets, illuminated by the candlelight, cast a mesmerizing sheen on her dark hair. The water trailing from her strands to her chin had an inexplicable charm until it fell and shattered on the frozen lake, sending ripples resonating in Draco's heart. Noticing his unusual gaze, Ailios paused her actions and asked, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, Draco firmly denied. Then why are you staring off into space? Ailios questioned, finding his expression quite suspicious. You're not secretly cursing me in your mind, are you? He smirked. Oh yes. If I hadn't seen you transform into a wolf, I'd have ample reason to suspect you're a mute. It was clear he was incapable of saying anything kind. Then I would advise you to be discerning. Ailios smiled. After all, in the changing room, it's just the two of us now. If I wished to do something else, your proud pureblood would be at stake. This feeble threat seemed to have an effect on Draco, for he turned away, choosing not to say more. Chapter 44. Do werewolves feel guilt? On Monday, first-year Colin Creevey was attacked. He was petrified like Mrs. Norris, lying in the hospital wing like a living corpse. Suddenly, everyone's vigilance underwent a qualitative leap. It became rare to see anyone alone in the school, except for the grief-stricken caretaker, Filch, who roamed the scene, searching for suspicious individuals or lurking in some corridor corner to catch students in their misdeeds, determined to impose confinement upon them. Proffer stayed close to Ailios, for if his mischievous sister were to get hurt, he could not return home to explain it to their parents. Ailios initially harbored some doubts about that cunning werewolf. Upon careful reflection, he could have easily devoured Creve after the assault, had it not been for his desire to satiate his hunger. Why then would he go to such lengths to harm others at school? Thus, she gradually dispelled her doubts. Thursday night marked the monthly full moon, and Ailios feigned illness to skip an evening astronomy class. After consuming the wolfsbane potion, she lay on the unstable little boat, the stars above flickering intermittently. Yet she lacked the energy to appreciate the mysteries of the celestial sphere, as this transformation was draining her strength. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before her. It was him. Damn it. Why must he appear when she was so vulnerable? Ailios reached for her wand, but it slipped from her trembling grip and fell onto the boat's deck. She could only grit her teeth tightly and gaze upon him. That silver glimmer in the darkness, that silver stirred by the gentle breeze, harboring enigmatic secrets. Under the radiant moonlight, her black hair gradually transformed into delicate silver strands, her slender hands morphing into furry wolf paws, and her curled body was unmistakably shifting into that of a small wolf before his very eyes. The werewolf slowly crouched down, one hand lifting her nape, the other teasing her ears, leaning in to seek the answer he had longed for. Pain coursed through her limbs, and she lacked the strength to demand he cease. Her eyelids grew heavier, and the silver before her became increasingly blurred. It felt as if she were plunging into an abyss, surrounded only by endless darkness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until Ailios finally opened her eyes. The discomfort in her body had eased considerably, yet fatigue still enveloped her senses. You appear to be in distress, the werewolf remarked. Indeed, thanks to you, Ailios retorted weakly, her voice barely a whisper. Lycanthropy was the cruelest punishment for humanity, while purebred werewolves were spared such agony. I never anticipated this outcome, he confessed, a hint of incredulous regret flickering in his eyes. Could a werewolf truly feel remorse? If this were a performance, his acting surpassed even Potter's in class. Have you obtained the answer you sought? Ailios asked with a wry smile. The werewolf shook his head. I cannot confirm. I am not the wolf you seek. Ailios lowered her eyelids, her voice frail. Perhaps she is significant to you, but not to me. Abandon your quest for clues regarding me. I am the youngest daughter of the Wendell family. Our lineage has been steeped in wizardry for generations, and our bloodline has never wavered. She is indeed important, which is why I will not relent, the werewolf insisted. As for you, I regret to inform you that no cure exists for lycanthropy. I am well aware, she replied. However, your promise to refrain from harming others may be the only hope I, as a half-breed werewolf, can extend to my kind seeking redemption. I have harbored a naive dream of coexistence between werewolves and humans. Perhaps then, I would no longer be a burden to my parents, and my plight might improve, along with those of other afflicted individuals who share my sentiments. The werewolf's expression turned vacant at her words, and his pale purple eyes narrowed. To hear a witch speak without prejudice towards werewolves was a rarity, perhaps more challenging than the emergence of Merlin himself. For a fleeting moment, he doubted whether he was merely hearing the whispers of the wind. Yet Ailios continued to hold herself, murmuring drunkenly, but I am too feeble as a witch. My magic is a mess, and as a werewolf, my strength is beyond my control. The werewolf gazed at the full moon, contemplating. As for magic, I am indeed powerless. However, I can teach you some werewolf skills. Ailios remained silent as her gentle breaths filled the boat. The werewolf quietly watched over her, pondering that she might be the first witch companion in his lycanthropic existence. He chased away the glowing gnats and plucked off the flobberworm, until he heard Prover's footsteps approaching from behind the canopy, at which point he departed the boathouse with a sense of relief. The following evening, Ailios spied the werewolf outside her dormitory window. How audacious of him to appear while others were present. Fortunately, Pansy was busy applying cucumber slices to her eyes before being discovered. Ailios hastily drew the curtains to confine herself within. The commotion caused by pulling the curtains prompted Pansy to inquire, "What are you doing?" I wanted to feel the lake's currents up close. Though Pansy could not see her, Ailios instinctively mimicked swimming movements with her arms. "All right, just remember to open it later. I dislike overly dark environments." "I will," Ailios solemnly promised. With Pansy's concerns addressed, she now needed to focus on the werewolf in the lake. "What do you want from me?" Ailios exaggeratedly mouthed to him, fearing he might not grasp her intent. "I've made myself quite clear. Come up, the usual spot." He smiled, gesturing upwards. Through the forest green waters, his gaze appeared inexplicably cold. "No," Ailios signaled with an X gesture. Frankly, she recalled their conversation from the previous day, but she could not bring herself to believe that she would learn anything particularly useful from a werewolf. If she did, would that not mean her complete descent into lycanthropy? "I will wait for you," the werewolf declared before swiftly departing the lake's depths. Watching his adept swimming strokes, Ailios couldn't help but wonder if he was truly a werewolf or a mermaid. But what did it matter? She had no desire to court trouble. Let him wait. A brisk breeze would do him well for clarity. Chapter 45. The Tactic of Retreating to Advance. Ailios drew back the curtains and returned to her bed. Yet she tossed and turned, pondering whether the werewolf would truly wait patiently in the boathouse for an entire night. He could very well reappear at her window, potentially causing a commotion that would expose her identity as a werewolf. The mere thought of it prompted Ailios to fling off the covers and hastily step outside. The lake's surface shimmered with a clear, glowing green, and the stars above scattered dapples of light that danced upon the cold night's ripples. The werewolf stood at the boat's edge, gazing up at the partially hidden moon, a soft reed held delicately between his lips. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned his head. The moment he spotted Ailios, a smile broke upon his face, causing the reed to fall. His smile bore a hint of mischief, with a touch of enchantment, as his long lashes cast mysterious shadows across his pale eyes. "I thought we were quite familiar by now, Ailios," he said, stepping over the reeds beneath his feet, almost crushing them as he approached her. "Do you still not trust me? Stay right there, don't move," she warned, gripping her wand. "We are not yet on such familiar terms that you may address me so." He complied, standing still, and raised his hands to indicate his lack of hostility. "You can call me Lycia." "Is this the legendary tactic of retreating to advance?" Ailios inquired. "What do you truly desire?" He gazed at her intently. "Attack me now." "What?" She had never encountered such an unreasonable demand. He repeated, dragging out each word. "I said, use your wand, attack me, right now. Even if it is not a full moon. Do your werewolves lose their sanity?" "I do not wish to repeat myself," he said, his impatience evident as his gaze fell, and his fingers, once distinctly human, swiftly transformed into wolf claws the same silver gray as his hair. "Is this a blatant threat? Must we engage in a life-and-death struggle today?" Collapsing in a daze, a brilliant red beam shot directly towards Lycia, yet he merely shifted his body slightly, allowing the red light to graze past him and crash into a nearby rock wall. Undaunted, he instead mockingly encouraged her, "Continue. Let it all be petrified." This beam of light was aimed squarely at Wolfheart, and Ailios was exceedingly pleased with her performance. But just as it was about to strike, his massive wolf tail suddenly appeared from behind, and with a swift flick, the red light vanished into the silvery gray fur. Lycia repressed his smile, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he leisurely stepped forward. The tail raised behind him was a good half a head taller than him, its clean and beautiful fur swaying gently in the evening breeze. As you can see, magical incantations may be thwarted or evaded. They are not infallible. The strength and swiftness of the werewolf far surpasses that of you wizards, and such physical capabilities are reflected in the wolf-like humans, though they typically do not excel in or disdain to utilize them. But I shall instruct you, and from now on, you will be able to harness the abilities of a werewolf to evade attacks from other wizards, and seize the initiative before they launch their assault. What does that mean? A fleeting afterimage flashed before her eyes as Lycia darted behind her with the speed of lightning. By the time she comprehended the situation, the wolf claw was already firmly gripping her neck. A mere fraction of a millimeter away, his razor-sharp claws were poised to slice through her throat. "Just like this," Lycia whispered into her ear with a breathy voice. Ailios struggled valiantly, but Lycia's other hand clutched her waist tightly. Under the absolute pressure of his strength, she found herself utterly helpless. "This is the only way you can deal with me," Ailios exclaimed in frustration. "I will also teach you how to deal with others," he replied, his low brow casting a shadow over his face, each word that escaped his lips brushing against her earlobe like a reed, igniting a tingling sensation. "Let me go first." Ailios attempted to pry his wrist apart, but it was undeniably futile. Lycia held her even tighter, drawing her closer as he murmured, "First, answer me. Do you wish to learn? Who is so eager to be a teacher? Oh, he is a werewolf. It's only natural that his thought processes differ." Ailios found herself reasoning with resignation, nodding in acquiescence. "Fine, I want to." Lycia released his grip with satisfaction, slowly walking in front of her. Unconsciously, he swayed his fluffy wolf tail, momentarily appearing adorned with countless stars, shimmering with a delicate and ethereal silver light. "Why can your tail block my attacks?" Ailios inquired, perplexed. "In most cases, it can," he said nonchalantly, stroking his wolf tail before lifting his gaze wearily to explain. "Except for lethal magic. Therefore, you must first discern your enemy's intentions. Every action in battle needs to be contemplated with the mind. But that is of no use to me. I cannot attack them with a wolf's body, and as you can see, I do not possess a physique as tall as yours. Agility is your advantage," Lycia remarked. "Spells do not curve, allowing you to evade easily. So, I shall commence training your skills starting today." Lycia gestured towards a nearby rock, tilting his chin towards it as he said, "Do you need me to show you the speed of a werewolf?" Ah. No sooner had he spoken than Ailios found herself lifted into the air by Lycia's embrace, her toes barely grazing the ground, and in that moment, she nearly believed she was being thrown. She felt as if she were no longer a living being, but rather an exceedingly frail piece of paper. The wind howled past her ears, and before her senses could fully register, her heels had already landed on the ground. Ailios's heart raced. This was far more terrifying than riding a flying broom. Lycia leaned against the rock wall, his body angled in a self-satisfied manner as he looked at her. How was that? Utterly childish. Ailios sighed exasperatedly, her brows knitted as she gazed skyward. "I truly do not understand why I am sacrificing my precious sleeping time to indulge you in this tedious werewolf game." "Tedious?" Lycia's drifting gaze clearly expressed doubt about his own words. "I merely feared you would not adapt, so I did not exert my full strength. Would you like something more thrilling?" "No." Ailios, having learned her lesson, hurriedly stepped back. "That was already quite thrilling." "Very well." Lycia stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe that after training, you should at least reach the speed I just demonstrated. A month should suffice for you. You are my first student. I hope you will not disappoint me." Ailios, astonished, asked, "What? I never said I would train with you for a month." After a brief pause, a smile crept onto Lycia's brow, and his powerful wolf tail wrapped around Ailios's back, drawing her into his embrace. He whispered, "But you did express your desire to learn." It seemed there was no room for resistance or refusal. She straightened her back, tilting her head in concession. "Fine, you say, how should I learn? Every night at 9 o'clock, come here, and I will teach you how to run faster. Once you have qualified in training, I will instruct you on how to use your agility to gain the upper hand over your enemies." He spoke smoothly, as if he had already meticulously arranged the training plan. "Don't you take weekends off?" Lycia chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Werewolves do not have weekends." Chapter 46. The Bloodstained Ring. In the blink of an eye, the days leading up to the Christmas holidays arrived, and many events had transpired during this period. At the dueling club held in Lockhart, Potter attempted to incite a snake to attack Justin Finch-Fletchley, but fortunately, Professor Snape intervened in time. Otherwise, who knows what calamity would have ensued. Rumors spread throughout the school that Harry Potter, speaking Parseltongue, was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Yet he firmly asserted that it was not as everyone imagined, including the attack on Finch-Fletchley, which was never his intention. He merely wished for the snake to cease its assault. Additionally, there had been another attack incident at the school. This time, the victims were Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly Headless Nick. This alarming news spread through the school at an astonishing pace, with everyone speculating who could be so cruel as to attack even a deceased ghost. Oh no, it should be said, what terrifying force could harm someone who was already dead? Ailios silently sighed within her heart, uncertain if the technique she had learned from Lycia over the past month would be useful against the wicked. However, today was the last day. Amidst such a fearful atmosphere, she and Prover had reserved seats on the Hogwarts Express early to return home for a peaceful Christmas. Yet for some reason, Theodore and Draco had chosen to remain at school. That night, Ailios arrived at the boathouse to meet Lycia as promised, and as soon as she spotted him, she eagerly exclaimed, "We're about to go on holiday, so our training should come to an end." "I know," Lycia replied with an unchanging smile. "I have a gift for you." "A gift? Extend your hand." Lycia stepped forward, lowering his gaze to her hand. Ailios hesitated, extending her hand towards him, uncertain of his intentions. However, after spending a month together, she had enough trust in him not to harm her. After all, Lycia was still a thoughtful werewolf, wasn't he? He gently clasped her hand and slipped a ring made of a slender twig onto her index finger. A ring? Ailios raised her head in confusion. Werewolves were notoriously brutish. This could hardly be an expression of courtship. Weapons. Lycia met her gaze with unwavering calm and elucidated. With a single drop of your blood, awaken it. Blood? Allow me to assist you. The impetuous Lycia raised an eyebrow in a playful grin, grasping her finger and drawing it into his mouth. His sharp teeth unexpectedly pierced her fingertip, enveloped by warm, moist lips and tongue. Combined with his gentle licking and sucking, the sensation of pain was swiftly eclipsed, replaced by an overwhelming tingling coursing through every vein and sinew. Embarrassed, she withdrew her finger, which was now entwined with delicate strands of blood and moisture. Still the same irresistible flavor, he remarked with a hint of levity, as he pressed her hand towards the ring. Ailios shot him a glare. But her attention was soon captivated by the sight on the ring. The blood stained the deep brown branches with a vivid crimson hue, and suddenly, that drop of blood seemed to evaporate as if consumed by a raging fire, dissipating into the vast moonlit night like a wisp of white smoke. Lycia released her hand and instructed, try to control it with your thoughts. Command it to open. Akin to the silent spells your kind of sorcerers speak of. Although perplexed by his meaning, Ailios complied. The ring responded to her summons, protruding with razor-sharp spikes, resembling the teeth of a wolf more than thorns, encircling the surface in a semicircle of formidable points, capable of inflicting deadly wounds or piercing an adversary's vital essence. I understand that as sorcerers, you prefer to engage from a distance. However, in dire situations, a modicum of physical offense is essential. This is far more direct than elusive spells. He lifted her palm earnestly and added, therefore, when danger arises, let it serve as a substitute for the claws and fangs of a werewolf to protect you. Ailios paused, bewildered, and replied, I recall you once despised humans. I still do, he responded bluntly. Then why instruct me in self-defense and give me protection? Without a moment's hesitation, Lycia declared, because I do not regard you as human. You are a werewolf, and so am I. Thus mutual assistance is entirely natural, is it not? We are different. Lycia, I am a sorcerer transformed by the wolf, while you are, he interrupted, his tone resolute. There is no difference. We are undoubtedly the same. Such a debate was futile. Ailios sighed and said, well then regardless, thank you for your gift. Upon hearing this, Lycia's furrowed brow relaxed, and a charming smile returned to his lips. In a feigned casual tone he remarked, you're welcome, Ailios. I shall be departing tonight. To be candid, my visits to England have been driven by a mission to revive our White Wolf clan. This month of uncertainty has left me anxious, yet it has proven worthwhile, as it has filled the chasm of debt within my soul. As for this gift, I hope it proves useful, though I wish it never has to be. Quite contradictory, is it not? But so be it, Ailios. Farewell, until we meet again. The moonlight purified him of all malice. At that moment, he appeared merely as a clear and spirited youth standing beneath the starry sky. Inside the winter boathouse, the luminous mushroom mosquitoes no longer flickered. Yet his silver presence was sufficient to illuminate the night. It was unclear when it began, but a layer of clear, warm light always seemed to shimmer in his pupils. Just as now, his mischievous grin nearly melted the snow beneath him. Then he turned, leaping into the dark lake, scattered with broken ice, without a trace of lingering affection. Would he feel cold? Perhaps not. His fur was quite thick. Ailios pondered this as she made her solitary way back to the castle. Chapter 47. Why is brother like that? After returning home for the holidays, Ailios took the opportunity to visit Mr. Ollivander in Diagon Alley. In this wand shop, there were things far more alluring than learning about wands, namely Choo-Choo. She brought Choo-Choo delightful morsels from the globally renowned Meunier bakery, bits of raisin bread, pecan cookie crumbs, and fig cheese pastries, and Choo-Choo flapped its wings excitedly, chattering away with a series of sweet sounds, utterly adorable. Ollivander mentioned that the wand-making course during the holiday would see new developments, as he intended to teach her about wand cores. Typically, wand cores are composed of hair or body parts from magical creatures. Only when the wood, core, and wizard's characteristics align will the wand unleash its true potential. Ailios had learned about the properties of different wand cores in the mystery of ancient wands. Unicorn hair is resistant to dark magic and often prefers to bond with inherently kind wizards. Thunderbird tail feathers are exceptionally suitable for animagi and harmonize beautifully with mahogany. Even the hair of a vila can be used as a wand core, though such hair is sensitive and capricious, only wielded by wizards who have established a close relationship with the vila. But why, she wondered. Had she not found any information about the North American white wolves in her readings? Ailios inquired curiously. Because very few can use their hair as wand cores, Ollivander lamented. setting down the cloth he had been using to polish a box. Even among those who have truly seen a white wolf, there are hardly any. They are powerful and pure, leading a pack of wolves in North America, living harmoniously alongside the biotic people on Newfoundland Island, earning the title of Dream Wolves. However, when war erupted, news of the North American white wolves being werewolves spread rapidly, uniting the nation. Muggles slaughtered the biotic people, while wizards exterminated the white wolves. Ailios clenched her fists anxiously and asked, what became of them afterward? After Newfoundland Island was occupied, the biotic people faced only doom. As for the white wolves, there may still be survivors from that war. However, through interbreeding and mutations, they surely lost the original bloodline of the white wolves. Of course, some white wolves may resort to inbreeding to preserve their lineage. Yet such a course would only weaken their powers further. Their lifespans are already short. And after so many years, no one knows if true traditional white wolves still exist. It was no wonder that Lycia, as a white wolf werewolf, harbored such animosity towards British wizards. It was nothing short of a genocide. Yet, what precisely did he mean by bearing the mission of reviving the White Wolf clan? Who was the werewolf he sought during his repeated visits to England? Ailios sighed silently, swallowing her secrets. Sir, may I be so bold as to ask? Ailios drew forth her wand and inquired, given the rarity of the North American white wolves, where did you acquire the core for it? Ollivander's gaze drifted to the window, as if recalling an unforgettable memory. It was from one of my students. At that time, he was destitute and offered me a white wolf's tail hair as tuition. Naturally, I accepted it. After all, it was indeed a rare item. A student? Ailios scratched her head in surprise. So, Mr. Ollivander, you have more than just me as a pupil? Haha, indeed. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, smiling warmly. At that time, there was also a delightful and quirky girl. Her presence brought much liveliness to this place. Who would have thought that after they left, this solitary old man would suddenly find himself unaccustomed to loneliness? Thus, I acquired a parrot for companionship. So that is how it was. Ailios smiled sweetly and reassured. There is no need for you to be sorrowful, sir, for I am here to keep you company. Very well, Ollivander said, comforted as he gently patted her head, his tender gaze shimmering with affection. Upon learning that Theodore would remain at school for Christmas, Daisy specifically reminded Ailios not to forget to include her homemade gingerbread men when sending gifts via owl. While every mother may hold a special fondness for such treats, the true allure of gingerbread men for children lies in the joy of adorning them with colorful icing. Daisy mentioned that Theodore had no mother, and as neighbors, they ought to extend him a modicum of care. However, Proffer astutely recognized that while mothers generously send gingerbread men, in the future, they would be sending them to their daughters. With Theodore absent during Christmas, Ailios found little reason to venture outside, resulting in her infrequent visits to Diagon Alley to see Ollivander. The gentleman never suspected her of being idle, and always presented her with delightful confections, such as lemon drops and coconut cream balls, rumored to be muggle treats acquired from the leaky cauldron. Ailios shared some with Proffer and reserved a few for Theodore upon their return to school, which made Proffer exceedingly envious. Seizing a moment when she was distracted, he devoured the remaining sweets. Ailios, holding the empty candy jar, stormed into her brother's room, exclaiming, Proffer, when did you become so fond of sweets that I was unaware? Caught in the act, Proffer nonchalantly dismissed her inquiry, scoffing, what do you mean? Should I report to you every time I develop a new fondness? But you ate my candy, she retorted. He countered defiantly, do we really need to delineate so clearly between us? His words left Ailios momentarily speechless. They often bickered yet shared an unbreakable bond, never distinguishing between one another. She felt her anger dissipate, though she remained slightly displeased, saying, you ought to know that was meant for Theodore. And what of it? Proffer lowered his brows, his tone restrained, yet underlying dissatisfaction and jealousy seeped through. Ailios swallowed hard, her frustration deflating as she murmured, there is no and what of it? I cannot simply cut open your stomach to retrieve it. Proffer slowly approached, grasping her hand and pressing it against his abdomen. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, her palm met the long-forgotten warmth of her brother's body. He slightly bowed his head, his reddened eyes locking onto her bewildered green ones, as the frigid air outside seemed to crystallize the very atmosphere within. My dear Ailios, do you intend to dissect your beloved brother for Theodore's sake? His voice was deep and hoarse, devoid of any quarrelsome tone. Yet, why did such a brother exhibit this peculiar obsession? Distracted, Ailios inadvertently dropped the candy jar, and as she quickly withdrew her hand to crouch and retrieve it, Proffer knelt beside her, grasping the hands that held the jar. What are you doing? Ailios inquired, puzzled. Who is more important to you, Nott? In the 12 years they had spent together, even during their fervent disputes over toys they both cherished, Proffer had never been so serious or calculative, and now, over a few pieces of candy, his fixation seemed utterly strange and uncharacteristic. Why the need for comparison? He is our friend, isn't he? Or rather, I have always regarded him as a brother. Friend? Brother? I'm sorry, but I have never perceived it that way. I believe my relationship with him should be. The remainder of his words lodged in his throat as he inhaled sharply, releasing Ailios' hand. His irritation gradually faded from his green irises. His brow returning to its usual tranquility. Everything felt akin to the ephemeral light breaking through the clouds on a winter's day, only to be cloaked once more by the encroaching dusk before the next snowfall arrived. Chapter 48. Do muscular men use strawberry hair clips? Ailios felt Proffer was being excessively petty, quibbling over a few candies, so she deliberately ignored him for several days. Proffer, not one to initiate the thawing of their frigid relationship, allowed her to overlook him throughout the day. However, he could not endure it for long, and soon resorted to subtle ploys to capture Ailios' attention. He would intentionally use her toothbrush, and let her discover it, pour out her shampoo so that she had no choice but to use his, or snatch her pillowcase, leaving her to gaze at the stars in sleepless solitude. Sharing the same blood and flesh, Ailios certainly discerned the childish intent behind these antics. Nonetheless, she did not give it much thought, allowing him to engage in his unreasonable mischief. To be candid, she had never truly been angry with her brother. She merely wished he would value her feelings. What puzzled her was why her good brother consistently sowed discord between her and her friends. She had previously thought it was due to the unruly nature of those children that he disliked. Yet she never anticipated he would harbor disdain for even the amiable Theodore. On the day of their return to school, her long-simmering frustration finally erupted. Damn it, Proffer. Why did you take my strawberry hair clip again? I need it for my cleanser. Ailios burst through the door, finding Proffer at the mirror, lathering his face. The rich foam adorned his handsome visage, yet it could not conceal the elegant contours of his prominent nose and refined brow. He met Ailios' gaze in the mirror, his eyes betraying no surprise. As if everything had unfolded exactly as anticipated. What? You're even using my cleanser? She exclaimed. I wondered why my shampoo ran out so quickly. It was you, Proffer. Frustrated from an early morning rush to the station, Proffer found himself at the wrong end of her ire. Help yourself, he replied, unperturbed. Leaning down to bring his head closer to hers, Ailios roughly yanked off the hair clip, her dark locks cascading messily over the foam, obscuring the dimness in his eyes that was nearly enveloped by strands. Fine. Proffer's acquiescence did not alleviate Ailios' mood. Rather, it prompted her to recall all the times he had cared for her. She suddenly questioned why she had taken her anger out on him. Consequently, she helped him sweep his hair back, reattaching the strawberry red clip. After surveying her handiwork, she nodded in satisfaction. It suits you quite well. After all, I've been using your shampoo when mine runs low. No, it's not yours. In this house, aside from mother and father's belongings, everything else is mine. Despite the foam clinging to his damp hair, a gentle smile that had been absent for days broke across Proffer's face as he subtly inquired, What about mine? Yours is certainly mine as well, Ailios retorted, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow as she strode out of the bathroom. Upon returning to school, rumors about Granger circulated anew. The heir of Slytherin had attacked her, the representative of Muggleborns, which undoubtedly served as a stark warning to all students hailing from Muggle families. Many curious classmates intentionally queued to pass by the hospital wing, eager for a glimpse of her condition, only to be halted by Madame Pomfrey. No one knew just how dire her situation was. Perhaps it was worse than Justin's or nearly headless Nick's. Ailios could only lament in her heart that fate seemed to conspire against the talented. Yet, in a way, this was beneficial. No one would compete with Theodore for the top of their year. Do you truly wish for me to be the top of our year, Ellie? Theodore paused, halting the swift motion of his quill, lifting his gaze to meet hers. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of a clear spring sky, reflecting the pristine waters of a thawed lake, unmarred by any impurities. Indeed, having a friend who ranks first in our year is quite prestigious. Ailios rested her chin on her hands, gazing despondently at the meager 2 inches of parchment she had written for her potions essay. As for me, you know I am not cut out for this. How would you know without trying? I can assist you, Ellie. He offered a sincere smile, his tone unwavering. Please don't, Theo, I'm afraid. Ailios held up Theodore's exemplary essay, saying, if you truly wish to help me, why not complete Professor Snape's assignment for me? To be honest, I can't even decipher your work. I completely fail to grasp the principles behind the swelling solution. One must complete their own assignments. Proffer seized the paper from her grasp, tossing it back towards Theodore. Do you think this is beneficial to her? Ailios is here to acquire knowledge, Not to learn how to cut corners under your influence. I merely wish to assist Ellie, Theodore replied, setting down his quill. Fingers interlaced as he calmly defended his stance. If a simple assignment can bring her joy, I see no harm in that. Moreover, I trust you do not wish to see her distressed, correct? I believe the matters between Ellie and me should not concern you. Proffer emphasized the word matters. Theodore, however, slowly shifted his gaze back to Ailios, cautiously saying, I spoke out of turn. I sincerely apologize. Proffer clenched his fists in frustration. All right, let us not argue. I shall retreat to the library to study. Goodbye. Ailios hastily stuffed her parchment and quill into her bag, making a swift exit from the scene of the altercation. Upon escaping the common room, she exhaled a long sigh, nearly extinguishing the candles flickering against the stone walls. She surmised that perhaps, without her presence, the two boys could enjoy each other's company more fully. Chapter 49. The significance of our gathering. The stained glass windows cast dappled floral shadows across the ancient plaster walls adorned with bookshelves, illuminating the intricate reliefs with a dreamlike, rainbow-hued glow. Ailios navigated around a cluster of industrious ravenclaws, and found an unoccupied seat at the corner of a wooden long table. Truth be told, she had never visited the library alone before. Had it not been for Theodore, she might not even know its precise location. After a prolonged absence, the sun finally broke through the clouds, yet its feeble rays only lulled Ailios into a state of drowsiness. Had she known, she would have returned to her dormitory for a nap. She thought this as she compelled herself to scrawl a few letters with ink upon the parchment. Ellie, are you alone? Blaise inquired, passing by with a copy of The Eye of the Artist, the hem of his robe stirring a cool breeze scented with herbs, instantly reviving Ailios. She rubbed her eyes and nodded yes. Blaise smiled and asked, may I sit here? Of course. Ailios readily shifted her inkpot to make room for him. Blaise pulled out a chair and noticed the potions textbook sprawled open on the desk, interspersed with her crooked dark blue notes. The illustration of a nearly lifeless bat head was adorned with two floppy dog ears, while the gory eyes of a pufferfish had been transformed into a vivid red flower by her hand. Are you working on Professor Snape's assignment? He asked. Yes. It's quite perplexing, Ailios sighed. I followed every step as outlined in the book, yet I cannot fathom why my swelling solution turned out so thin. Despite having reviewed Theodore's essay, I still cannot find a definitive answer. Have you consulted him? Not yet. Ailios involuntarily recalled Proffer's indiscriminate reprimand, now feeling overwhelmed. What color is your swelling solution? Blaise queried. Deep purple, with occasional purplish red bubbles. I noticed others don't have those. I suspect it's too diluted. Did you clean the spleens of the bats after dissecting them? Clean? You mean rinsing them with water? Yes, it is necessary to wash them thoroughly, but more importantly, you must clear the viscous capillaries on the surface of their spleens. Ah, I can't believe I overlooked that. Ailios widened her eyes and slapped her forehead, realizing. No wonder Theodore didn't include it in his essay. Such a simple step. I must be the only one in the entire year who has been racking my brain without realizing it. Blaise shook his head gently, replying, you are not alone. I too pondered for quite some time before arriving at that conclusion. Ailios understood this was Blaise's attempt at consolation. She smiled and said, I never expected we would serendipitously align in certain aspects. Indeed, that is the significance of our gathering. His response was immediate, flowing as naturally as if it were a reflexive phrase he had memorized. He then gradually retracted his smile and turned back, gently flipping open the cover of his book. Ailios glanced over and asked, is that a book by Zolan Campbell? Blaise looked at her with interest, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed you know him? Yes. I have read this book. His discourse challenges the Muggle artist's relentless pursuit of beauty through sight and heart, emphasizing instead the connection between the artist's brushstrokes and the viewer's senses, a feat achievable solely through magic to create such perfect works of art. Specifically, it manifests as the ability to feel the weight of fruit pressing down when you touch a hawthorn blossom on the canvas, or to sense the warmth of a roaring fire when you come close to a bundle of cedar wood. Seeing Ailios speak so passionately, Blaise rested his clasped hands under his chin, listening intently. However, just as he was becoming engrossed, her voice abruptly ceased. Why did you stop? Blaise asked, clearly intrigued. Ailios touched her nose, feeling shy as she admitted, the truth is, my artwork is hardly impressive. Discussing this with you might be a bit presumptuous. But your ability to articulate these thoughts demonstrates your extraordinary insight. I suppose it might be influenced by my mother. Ailios accepted his appreciative gaze, confidently stating, the daughters of the Vistas are always endowed with a talent for painting. Vista? Your mother is a Vista? Blaise asked, astonished. Yes. Anyone who has dabbled in painting would likely be familiar with that surname. Indeed, the realist style of the Vistas has carved its own niche, leading the artistic trends of the wizarding world in the last century. Blaise, with a tinge of regret, inquired, "Forgive my curiosity, but I am quite fascinated as to why Mrs. Windle did not pursue further studies in this path. I imagine the artistic atmosphere in the Vista household must be quite rich. My mother merely regards painting as a leisurely pastime. In truth, she is not the most talented artist in the family. I have heard of an aunt who was likely nurtured as the heir. My mother mentioned that my aunt has an exceptional memory for the sights she encounters, creating art imbued with a certain spirit, yet she has never showcased her works. Rather than seeking superficial fame, she values the emotions captured in her creative process." Blaise nodded thoughtfully. No wonder there has been no news regarding the Vistas for many years. However, there is no cause for lamentation. The era of Vista has inevitably drawn to a close, and now a plethora of innovative artistic movements has emerged. The foundational contributions of Vista to the realm of realism remain irreplaceable. He earnestly expressed, "If the opportunity arises, I would genuinely wish to seek counsel from your mother." "Not a problem. I shall convey your message," came the reply. Ailios blinked, giving him an affirmative gesture. Bress chuckled heartily, his dark eyes shimmering brightly, and humbly inquired, "Before that, might I ask if you would be willing to select a few exhibited works for me, using the discerning eyes of the Vista family?" "Exhibition?" "Indeed. This year's Wizarding International Art Exhibition has no age restrictions, and selected artworks will be promoted in the Daily Prophet and the Magical Art Weekly. This is a rare opportunity, and I am eager to give it a try." "Wow, that sounds splendid. I would be delighted. I shall be the first to witness your masterpiece, correct?" "Indeed, Ailios. I shall endeavor to refine the painting this month, and I believe it will be completed by the second Wednesday of next month." He paused for a moment in contemplation, then confidently asserted, "Yes, it should be finished around that time. Let us meet in the studio on the left side of the 7th floor after the herbalism class on Wednesday afternoon. Does that work for you?" "Absolutely," Ailios replied without hesitation. Chapter 50, Strategy Plan ABC. At the onset of February, Hermione Granger appeared to have recovered from her illness, returning to classes after leaving the infirmary. Her presence, unharmed, dispelled the rumors surrounding her, undoubtedly providing good news to her panicked classmates. As the sun illuminated the earth, the treetops, which had endured a winter's weight of frost, finally straightened their backs, and the thawing lake began to shimmer once again. The early spring brought not only rippling waters, but also the innocent stirrings of affection among the youth. Pansy entrusted Ailios with a crucial task, to ascertain Draco's desired Valentine's Day gift. This was indeed a formidable challenge, for Draco's parents indulged him greatly, even providing him with the latest and most expensive broomsticks, and to foster team camaraderie, they gifted each team member the same model. What he lacked, of course, was a sense of subtlety. However, Ailios found it impossible to refuse Pansy's persistent entreaties and reluctantly agreed. The question remained, how could she casually elicit Draco's thoughts? After an entire night of deep contemplation, she finally devised 3 viable strategies. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Ailios flatteringly offered Plofer a piece of buttered toast. Holding it to his lips, Plofer, feeling entitled, took a bite and asked leisurely, "What trouble have you stirred up?" "Oh, it's not that. I merely wish to inquire if you could ask Draco what gift he hopes to receive for Valentine's Day." His chewing came to an abrupt halt, and he asked warily, "Why do you want to know this?" Ailios quickly waved her hands, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm simply inquiring for someone else." Plofer withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, snatched the toast from her hand, and coldly remarked, "Oh, then let her ask him herself." "All right, plan A has failed." In the library, Ailios remained motionless, fixated on Theodore, her green eyes sparkling with mirth. Theodore noticed her gaze, and a blush unexpectedly crept across his face. He even questioned himself by touching his cheek, ensuring there was no ink smudge before slowly asking, "What's up, Ailios?" She smiled sweetly. "So your relationship with Draco should be decent, right? I mean, compared to other classmates, you interact with him more. Indeed, aside from you and Plofer, he is the one I converse with most. I was wondering if you could help me by asking Draco if he has any wishes for a Valentine's Day gift?" Theodore frowned, the flush beneath his eyes vanishing abruptly. "Why, you and him?" Not me." Ailios hastily lowered her voice, wary of Mrs. Pants overhearing her. "I'm inquiring for someone else. I can't divulge who." Although Theodore remained skeptical, he nodded nonetheless. "So you agree?" He shook his head again, his azure eyes fixed intently on her, a gaze more serious than when he studied the gobbledygook potion laws. "I want to know, what would a girl hope to receive for Valentine's Day?" Ailios's target of conversation immediately shifted, her eyes widening in excitement as she asked, Do you have a girl you like? I'm asking for a friend. Friend. Besides me and Plofer, do you have other friends? I've never heard you mention anyone else. Theodore raised a finger conspiratorially, a smile playing on his lips as he said, it's a secret. Ailios gnawed on her finger, feeling a pang of discomfort, ruminating throughout the afternoon whether Theodore's words were truthful. Well, plan B has failed. In the evening common room, Ailios focused her attention on Crabbe, who sat next to Draco. Though he was large in stature, he appeared rather simple and amiable, more approachable than Goyle. Hi, Crabbe. Ailios stealthily approached the sofa and whispered in his ear. The sudden utterance startled Crabbe, his warm brown eyes wide with confusion. Is there something you need? Yes. I have a matter to discuss with you. Please come with me, Ailios said earnestly, flashing an innocent smile to calm him. Ahem. Draco pretended to cough twice. Is there really a need to whisper right in front of me? Indeed there is. Ailios replied, such matters should not be known by the parties involved. I want to ask Crabbe something. She tugged at Crabbe's school robe and whispered, 2 packages of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans in exchange for you to step outside with me. What do you say? Crabbe hesitated, casting a wary glance at Draco, who was now sitting upright, his previously relaxed posture replaced by a vigilant demeanor, narrowing his eyes with a complicated expression directed at Ailios. No. Draco uncrossed his legs and demanded, what is it that Vincent knows that I do not? Ailios nervously rubbed her palms together, uncertain how to proceed. Speak quickly. Seeing her hesitation, Draco threatened impatiently, otherwise, I shall reveal all your little secrets. You. Ailios clenched her fists but realized it was not the time to lose her temper. Releasing her frustration with a deep breath, she smiled and said, Isn't Valentine's Day approaching? I wanted to ask if you have any expectations for gifts? Expectations? Draco scoffed, raising an eyebrow disdainfully. What is there to anticipate? Rather than perusing those corny love letters, one might as well spend the time practicing Quidditch. To disguise her inquiry's intent, Ailios turned to Crabbe and asked, what about you? He hesitated, muttering, I'm fine. What? Are you considering celebrating Valentine's Day this year? Draco teased. No, I'm just asking. Draco tilted his head, his gray-blue eyes piercingly scrutinizing her, causing Ailios to shiver involuntarily. Honestly, I think you need not rush. He leaned back against the sofa, crossing his arms nonchalantly. Such declarations should be made by the boys. I'm not in a hurry. Oh, you would probably say he is your friend, right? How do you know? Draco shrugged ambiguously, replying, because Vincent once said the same to me. Ailios, standing behind Crabbe, noticed his ears turning a deep shade of crimson. Had he not been devoid of magic, she would have suspected he had mistaken some invigorating potion for pumpkin juice. I'm heading back to the dormitory, Crabbe mumbled, rising with his head down, quickly brushing past Ailios, nearly toppling the wizard chess pieces on the table. What's going on? You didn't leverage some sort of secret to make him obey you, did you? Ailios inquired skeptically. Who knows? He spread his hand over the armrest, shaking his head with an insufferable smirk, appearing quite insincere. Are you certain you don't desire a gift? Ailios pressed on. Honestly, I lack nothing, he replied after stroking his chin, albeit reluctantly adding, but if you insist on gifting me something, I would begrudgingly accept. Less narcissism. Please. Plan C successful? Chapter 51, Valentine's Day Gifts 1. Today is February 14th, the eagerly anticipated Valentine's Day. Professor Lockhart, in a surprising turn, led the effort to transform the school into a romantic haven. The hall was adorned with abundant pink roses, colorful confetti cascading from the light blue ceiling, and the food on the long tables arranged in heart shapes. Ailios gazed incredulously at Lockhart, clad in a pink robe by the faculty table, as he raised a goblet and boisterously wished everyone a happy Valentine's Day. He then clapped his hands, summoning 12 diminutive cherubs with golden wings, each bearing a harp, whom Lockhart referred to as little cupids, tasked with delivering Valentine's cards to everyone. How amusing. Do you think I will receive a card? Ailios asked. No. Proffer replied without a moment's hesitation, setting his silver spoon down and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Why not? I consider myself quite charming. I'll keep an eye on you for your parents. You're too young for romance. You know I wouldn't. I merely look forward to receiving chocolate. He continued, so suspend your unrealistic fantasies. Despite numerous objections, it proved that Proffer was correct. As the morning passed, Ailios had not received a single card, let alone chocolate. In contrast, Proffer returned to the boys' dormitory clutching a stack of love letters and cards. Pansy, Daphne, and Millicent each received gifts from admirers, though Pansy appeared distinctly displeased. Did Draco not reciprocate? Ailios inquired. How could he? I didn't send him anything, Pansy sighed. I wouldn't do that. As I've come to realize that receiving inexplicable confessions is quite distressing. Oh, but having a large box of chocolates is still wonderful. Ailios averted her envious gaze, lamenting. The only blessing I've received since this morning is Lockhart's toast in the hall. Millicent placed a piece of hazelnut chocolate in Ailios's palm. Puzzled, she asked. How could you not have received any? I distinctly heard the little cherubs calling your name while passing through the foyer. Calling me? Are you sure they weren't calling Prof. Wendell? Well, perhaps I misheard. It's odd, but you could ask your brother if he mistakenly took something meant for you. Ailios popped the chocolate into her mouth, dismissively waving her hand. Forget it, he would be delighted if I received nothing. Just then Daphne, unwrapping a gift, chuckled. It seems having a brother who cares is a rather sweet burden. Sweet? Ailios exclaimed dramatically. No, it's merely a burden. As his sister, I must always be on guard lest he report me to our parents. But isn't it also enjoyable? If my sister weren't unwell, I would love for her to accompany me at school. That is true, Ailios reluctantly conceded. Then propping herself up on the sofa cushion, she declared, I think I'll take a walk. Who knows, I might just stumble upon some chocolate meant for me. Pansy slipped a few strawberry chocolates into her hand, smiling, good luck. Outside the castle, the weather was splendid, with upperclassmen couples unabashedly entwined in public displays of affection, while younger students shyly strolled hand in hand. Ailios wandered aimlessly across the courtyard, arriving at the edge of the Black Lake. In the distance, she spotted a familiar shadow curled up in the corner of a bench, starkly contrasting with the bustling crowds. What's wrong, Crab? Ailios approached him with concern. Oh, nothing, he replied, not lifting his gaze, but wiping his eyes with his sleeve. You seem rather downcast, Ailios said, waving the strawberry chocolate beneath his eyes. Have something sweet. It might lift your spirits. Is this chocolate yours? He slowly raised his head. The corners of his eyes tinted red. No, Ailios replied self-deprecatingly. I'm not that charming, it's from Pansy. Suddenly, Crab's lips quivered as he pouted, his round chin trembling involuntarily. Ailios awkwardly asked, What's the matter? You didn't give it to her, did you? Crab nodded sadly, his fingers fidgeting nervously. Oh, don't be upset. Ailios hurriedly patted his back, gently saying, the fact that she accepted your gift is already quite commendable, isn't it? That doesn't prove anything. She rejected my confession, Crab lamented. I'm too fat. She said she is very loyal and can't handle dating two people at once. Ailios's mouth fell open, momentarily rendered speechless. What counterargument could she possibly present? Do you think I'm fat too? Crab asked tentatively. Ah well. Ailios bit her lip, hesitating. I can't deceive you. You are indeed a bit too robust. I mean, it's not the kind of robustness typical for someone your age. She paused, deciding to be more direct. Oh, alright, I must tell you the truth. Being overweight is unhealthy. Even if not for aesthetics, you should consider your health. Overweight? He reacted sensitively to the term, his gaze turning forlorn. So you think so too? I can help you lose weight. Ailios encouraged him, try exercising. I'll run with you. I'm trained in that area. She hadn't anticipated that the running techniques taught to her by Lycia would come in handy for Crab. Will Pansy like me after I lose weight? Not necessarily. I merely hope you become a better version of yourself rather than wallowing in the sorrow of rejection. Crab pondered Ailios's chocolate for a moment, then resolutely declared, all right, I will strive for it. Thank you. I hereby announce that from now on, you are my second Draco. Ha. Ailios completely misunderstood the meaning of this statement. I will listen to you and won't demand any candy in return. It should have been a good thing to have a little follower, yet the word sounded so awkward. Can I not be Draco? I'll be myself. And you can be yourself, Ailios said earnestly. You don't need to obey me. If I need your assistance, I will let you know. Just do what you can. Okay, I will, Crab replied. The final lesson of the day was herbology, and within a mere half hour, the diminutive gnomes had disrupted the class thrice, each interruption accompanied by a Valentine's card addressed to Blaze. Although the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, he maintained the most impeccable smile, nodding in gratitude to the industrious gnomes, and bowing apologetically to Professor Sprout, who had been left in the lurch. His unwavering gentlemanly demeanor elicited no complaints from the professor. Rather, she marveled at his remarkable charm, convinced he was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, several girls whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances to gauge his reaction to the cards. Oh, your dark skin is like a radiant black pearl. Draco mockingly recited the contents of the letter aloud. For reasons unknown, Plofer had positioned herself squarely between Theodore and Ailios, making her other side the domain of the loquacious Draco. It was only now that she comprehended the torment of sitting beside him daily, as he could easily monologue throughout an entire class if left unchecked. What are you doing? Ailios asked disdainfully. Are you feeling envious? Me? Draco scoffed. I couldn't care less. She smirked mischievously. So that means you didn't receive any, right? Draco, irked, yanked a weed from a pot of daffodils. You didn't receive any either. Who would like you? Hey Plofer, look at him. Ailios exclaimed, turning her head towards Plofer. How can he say that? Don't mind his words, Plofer replied, thoroughly pleased with his sister's instinct to seek him out for support. He subtly curved his lips into a smile, placing the already watered potted plant before her. Isn't my affection for you enough? See, my brother likes me. Ailios teased, sticking her tongue out at Draco. The corners of Draco's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned away in annoyance. For the remainder of the lesson, he spoke not a word. After class, Blaise was the first to depart the greenhouse. They exchanged no glances, but Ailios was acutely aware that she had an engagement with Blaise, arranged in advance. She quickly removed the sleeves from her arms and declared, I must attend to other matters. You all may return to the common room. Where are you off to? Plofer, noting her flustered demeanor, kindly unfastened her coarse apron. I'm handling something important. Mother will surely be pleased. Theodore inquired with concern. Do you need my assistance, Ailios? I can accompany you. No. Just take my book back for me, please. Thank you. She tossed her sleeves into the recycling bin and smiled brightly at him. I'll wait for you in the common room. Before he could finish his sentence, Ailios had already dashed out. She knocked gently on the ajar wooden door of the art studio and peeked inside. The room was not spacious but was bathed in sunlight. The cerulean sky, reminiscent of cornflower petals, was illuminated by peach-orange rays filtering through the fan-shaped glass, perfectly enhancing his already exquisite painting, reflecting the enchanting colors of spring. A boy clad in a black robe stood tall beside an oil painting adorned with wisteria, his features so exquisitely sculpted by the hands of God that for a fleeting moment, Ailios thought he had stepped out of the canvas. Upon hearing her knock, Blaise turned. Smiling, come in. I apologize for my tardiness, Ailios said, cautiously shutting the door behind her. The silence within was so profound that each movement, each sound, seemed to reverberate infinitely. Not at all, I have just finished organizing them. After inviting her to sit, Blaise patiently elucidated the inspiration behind each piece. In a meadow blanketed with daisies stood a humble abode, its thatched roof resembling strands of golden silk interwoven with the shimmering reflections on the lake's surface. Though the colors were warm, Ailios felt a twinge of melancholy. He recounted how he longed to reside in such a house during his childhood, where family members would huddle together in the cozy living room, sipping warm honey mead. What a heartwarming experience that would be. I recognize this painting, Ailios remarked, pointing to the wisteria painting before her. I believe I've seen it in your home. There was a wooden swing beneath the wisteria trellis. Indeed, Blaise replied calmly. It was made by my father, before I had any memories. Oh, I'm sorry. His father's passing had occurred many years prior, a well-known fact. Realizing this was an inappropriate topic, Ailios quickly added, but the wisteria is beautiful, it looks so lifelike. He gently brushed his fingers across a cascade of wisteria and suggested, you could try it as I do. Confused, Ailios complied, and upon touching the blossoms she truly felt their softness. How marvelous. You can indeed achieve what Campbell spoke of, connecting the senses through brush and magic. She gazed at him in awe, her eyes brimming with reverence. His smile remained unembellished by her praise. You can smell your fingertip. Upon hearing those words, Ailios guessed she would catch a whiff of wisteria's fragrance. Yet, when she truly experienced it, her heart surged with excitement. It's the scent of wisteria, she exclaimed, raising her finger, her two pearly canines glinting sharply with her smile. Indeed, he remarked, his eyes crinkling with delight at her joy. But such magic can only last for 2 or 3 days at most. I need more practice to better control its texture and fragrance. I adore it and the little grass house. For the exhibition, 3 days should suffice. I eagerly anticipate seeing your name in the Magical Art Weekly. I shall be among the first to purchase a copy. Thank you for your well wishes and your companionship. I have prepared a gift for you. Blaise retrieved a palm-sized red rectangular gift box from the pocket of his robe. Mindful of Ailios's potential embarrassment, he kindly explained, it is merely a token of gratitude. Oh, thank you. Ailios accepted the box, feeling pleasantly flabbergasted by Blaise's customary politeness. Shall I open it? I hope you like it. Ailios nodded and untied the pure white ribbon, revealing a slender red tubular object within. Could it be lipstick? Is it lipstick? She inquired. Yes. A shade of red that is not too flamboyant. Thank you. I have great faith in your color intuition as an artist. She twisted the cap off the lipstick, revealing a vibrant red, fiery like the hue he had applied to her lips amidst the sea of tulips that day. The thought caused her hands to tremble, prompting her to change the subject. But if only there were a mirror at this moment, I would love to see the effect. Is that so? He gently asked as he pulled her chair closer. Ailios found herself leaning forward, captivated by the proximity of his gaze. Her breath momentarily suspended. The girl who had delivered the love letter had been correct. He was like a black pearl, his skin, cheekbones, and eyes radiating an alluring luster. Allow me to apply the lipstick for you, Ailios. Let me be your mirror. He seemed to possess a mature allure, able to ensnare his quarry simply by gazing into their eyes. Ailios convinced herself to become a lifeless canvas, her half-parted lips yielding a vague all right. Blaze withdrew the lipstick from her rigid palm, gently cradling her cheek with his other hand. The soft, velvety brush delicately caressed her lips, his tender artistry teasing the curves of her mouth, as his strokes transformed into a blooming crimson rose that flourished from the center of her lips to the corners. A splendid fusion of vibrancy and elegance. Green adorned her eyes, while red graced her lips. She was the most exquisite clash of colors in the painter's vision. Chapter 52, Valentine's Gift 2. As Ailios emerged from the studio, she felt as if her feet were treading on a cloud, an uncontrollable sense of weakness enveloping her. No. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a sugar addiction, a perilous descent into indulgence. It was supposed to be dinner time, yet she had declined Blaze's invitation to dine together, hurriedly fleeing down the marble staircase of the hall with her soft, unsteady legs. Phew. It was only when she navigated the labyrinthine corridors below that she felt a semblance of relaxation. Was it merely a gesture of gratitude? Surely. She nodded to herself, clutching the lipstick. Before returning, she wiped the lipstick away with a handkerchief, hoping that Pansy and the others would not overthink it. Girls have an endless propensity for gossip. She then opened the stone door, and entered the Slytherin common room. Ailios's gaze drifted past several individuals gathered around the round table engrossed in discussion, landing on Theodore. He lounged casually against the back of his chair, his pale fingers lightly tapping a circular gift box. His clear blue eyes fixed immovably on the flickering flames in the fireplace. Rarely did he daydream. He typically utilized his spare moments to recite the tedious and verbose texts of history of magic, disliking any waste of time. Hey Theo. Ailios approached and poked his shoulder. Were you waiting for me? I thought you would leave the book on the shelf outside the girls' dormitory, thus saving your time. I was waiting for you. But not wasting time, he replied gently. I wanted to hand it to you personally. How thoughtful of you, unlike Plofer, who always tosses things at me. Ailios reached out to take the compendium of toxins, but he presented her with the exquisite circular gift box instead. This is for me? She asked, astonished. Yes. It's chocolate, Theodore said. I heard you envied Parkinson and the others. I apologize for the delay in delivering this gift. Why would you need to apologize? I should be thanking you. Ailios joyfully leaned down to embrace him. Thank you, Theo. You are so kind. I will devour every last piece. She giggled, causing his body to tremble slightly. Theodore felt the warmth of her chin brushing against his hair, the gentle pressure of her arms around his neck, and the sweet fragrance of peaches enveloping him. These ordinary yet extraordinary sensations momentarily left him in a daze. Ailios did not linger in the embrace for long. After expressing her gratitude, she quickly released him. She noticed a faint blush spreading across Theodore's usually impassive face. Did she perhaps leave him breathless with her embrace? Savi, Teo. I was just too happy, she said apologetically. He lowered his gaze, obscuring his embarrassment, and softly replied, That's wonderful, Ailios. She inquired, Theo, is there anything you desire? I would like to prepare a gift for you too. He slowly lifted his head, gazing up at her from a subordinate position, as if she were looking down into a clear lake, its surface rippling with gentle waves and misty haze. Such was the essence of Theodore's gaze. I wish for your blessing. My blessing? Please wish me a happy Valentine's Day, he said languidly. He now resembled a cherry blossoming in spring. Happy Valentine's Day, Theo. Ailios beamed. I also wish you eternal happiness, not just today. His eyes, gentle from the beginning, now sparkled with a subtle joy. You too, Ailios. Ailios cradled the chocolate box, humming a tune as she returned to the dormitory. Just as she opened the door, she was met with the inquisitive gazes of the three girls inside. A gift? Pansy exclaimed, feigning exaggeration. Merlin has finally rewarded you for your anticipation all day. Millicent appeared even more excited than Ailios herself. Hurry, unwrap it. What is it? It's chocolate, Ailios said nonchalantly. Why did it arrive so late? Could it be someone else's chocolate that was passed on to you? Millicent questioned. Daphne nudged Millicent with her elbow. Don't say that. Perhaps he only had time to bring it this evening. Ailios calmly replied, No, I suspect he noticed I was empty-handed and feared I would be disappointed, prompting him to think of sending it. Pansy scrutinized the gift box in her hands, pondering, isn't this a custom box from the Meniere Bakery? I saw it in a magazine. They say this chocolate is crafted from limited edition Criollo cocoa beans, and must be ordered in advance. Really? Ailios, half convinced, opened the box, and a rich cocoa aroma wafted out. The peach-shaped chocolates were neatly arranged on a brown paper tray, each resembling a delicate heart with a hint of pink. Wow. I want to try some too, Millicent said longingly. But I've already eaten so much chocolate today. If I eat more, I'll gain weight. Just have one. It won't make you too heavy. Ailios generously offered a piece to her lips. Oh, you are so tempting. Millicent reluctantly bit into the chocolate Ailios presented. Try some too, Ailios encouraged. After Pansy and Daphne each took one, she placed the box on the table and indulged herself, savoring the smooth vanilla rum filling melting on her tongue. Millicent curiously asked, did your brother send this? It's absolutely delicious. It's from my good friend, Theodore Nott. Pansy suddenly realized, oh, I remember him. He seems even less talkative than your brother, but the professors adore his excellent grades. However, I never imagined he would pay attention to gourmet magazines. Daphne concurred, he truly puts in effort and is quite generous. I envy you for having such a good friend. Ailios felt delight bubbling within her, suppressing a smile to avoid becoming the center of attention. As she removed her school robe to retrieve her wand, she unexpectedly discovered a Klein blue greeting card in her pocket, embossed with a golden constellation of the Big Dipper, handwritten cursive shimmering like stars in golden light. Ailios, you are the brightest star in the plow. You are the most radiant girl in my heart. Your starlight is forever. My love is forever. Ailios, what are you daydreaming about? We are preparing to return to the dormitory, Millicent said as she approached and gently patted her back. Nothing, she concealed the card beneath her robe, but the gleam of joy in her eyes could not be hidden. She then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, attempting to mask her emotions. Then we shall take our leave. Good night, Ellie. Daphne elegantly waved her hand as she stood at the door. Good night, Daphne. Good night, Millicent. Good night, Plofer. Chapter 53. The war provoked by Crabbe. Despite the absence of morning classes, Lycia rose early from her bed. She deeply regretted her decision to take on the responsibility of helping Crabbe lose weight. It was akin to the difficulty of striving for the top grade in her year. As she trudged wearily toward the sports field, Crabbe was already present, seated in the stands, munching on a baguette. Already indulging in hearty fare at such an early hour? Good morning, Crabbe. Lycia, still bleary-eyed, managed to offer a faint smile. Good morning, Lycia. He enthusiastically revealed the other end of the baguette, asking, would you like some? Oh. No thank you. Lycia waved her hand in refusal. Let us start with a run. After that, I'll grab breakfast in the hall. Oh, all right. He readily agreed, wrapping the remaining baguette in brown paper. Leading Crabbe to the track, she remarked, you probably don't exercise much, do you? So let us begin with a light jog. At a comfortable pace. Despite having done nothing yet, Crabbe was already taking deep breaths in a state of nervousness. Relax, Crabbe. This is merely a simple exercise. Lycia gestured through the air to help him calm down. No one is racing against you. Your only competition is yourself. Crabbe nodded, his chubby fingers forming an OK sign. He spread his legs apart, leaning forward slightly, readying himself to run. Under Lycia's guidance, they began to jog leisurely, but it wasn't long before Crabbe was panting heavily. Lycia encouraged him patiently, urging him not to give up. When they finally completed 2 laps around the field, Crabbe suddenly became exhilarated. He felt he had accomplished something he had never dared to challenge before. It was both arduous and novel. With the morning breeze invigorating her, Lycia felt more awake. Crabbe, munching on his baguette, accompanied her back to the hall, where the pendulum of the grand clock swayed rhythmically, the hands producing a melodious ticking sound. It was precisely 8 o'clock in London, and students were gathering in small groups, heading towards the long table to enjoy their first meal of the day. Good morning, Lycia. The Slytherin long table was closest to the hall's entrance, and Theodore always spotted her first amidst the crowd. Hi, Theo. Lycia waved excitedly, then turned to Crabbe saying, come on, let us sit together. Crabbe followed Lycia to sit beside Theodore, and upon seeing a plate piled high with potato scones and cheese bagels, he instinctively reached for them. Crabbe, you've already had a baguette. Lycia firmly held his hand down, her strength surprising. Crabbe attempted to resist, but soon realized it was futile. His warm brown eyes conveyed a mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of grievance. Realizing she had been too forceful, Lycia loosened her grip slightly, offering him a gentle smile to appear more amiable. Didn't we agree on losing weight? You can't just eat back the teaspoon of fat you burned this morning. Crabbe found her reasoning sound and retracted his hand in silence. Lycia sighed in relief and resumed eating her soft scrambled eggs. Meanwhile, Theodore leaned in closer, resting his chin on the table just inches from her, peering through her dark hair into her eyes. What's wrong? Do you want some scrambled eggs too? Lycia inquired, turning to him. He blinked and tilted his head, stray strands of hair brushing against the corners of his slightly drooping eyes. If I ate as much as him, would you care for me like this? I've always cared for you, Theo. I'm doing so right now, aren't I? She smiled, tousling his honey-colored hair, which had been neatly styled, now rendered tousled. He didn't shy away from her affectionate gesture but murmured softly, I thought you'd sleepin' since there are no morning classes. Lycia took a sip of her glass of milk and replied, because I promised Crabbe I would run with him. In other words, it's about weight loss. Just for today? He asked tentatively. This is definitely a long-term endeavor. After all, he isn't a balloon that can inflate and deflate at will. He slightly furrowed his brow, but quickly masked his displeasure with a genuine smile. Seeing you both so happy today, it must be quite an enjoyable activity, right? Enjoyable? Lycia paused, her hand halting midair with the glass. She swallowed the milk and shook her head. Not really, but it is beneficial for the body. If you're interested. Would you like to join us tomorrow morning? He straightened up, casting a gentle glance at Crabbe seated on her other side. Is that all right? I'm just worried Crabbe might mind. Why would he mind? Lycia asserted confidently. He would be absolutely delighted. At that moment, Draco's mocking voice rang out from behind them. Well, if it isn't Lycia. Let me guess. The reason you woke up early today is that you dreamt of receiving AT in Transfiguration, and woke up in fright? Wow, what a stench. Lycia feigned fanning the air before her nose. Draco, why are you here in the hall if you've already dined in the lavatory? Draco glared at her, clearly frustrated, but was promptly silenced by Plofer, who diverted the tension elsewhere. Crabbe is here too? Plofer remarked, forcing a somewhat awkward smile and waving a hand. Vincent. Why are you sitting with her? Draco turned his gaze toward Crabbe, his eyes filled with warning. Lycia is helping me lose weight, Crabbe candidly replied. She's teaching me how to be a better version of myself. Haha, that's the best joke I've heard all year. Draco scoffed. I find you quite amusing too, Draco, Lycia calmly replied with a smile before turning to Theodore. Shall we go, Theo? Chapter 54. The Delicate Flower Theodore. The following day, Theodore was thrilled to join the running group. Lycia, having raised her expectations for Crabbe, set the task of 3 laps of speed running. Make sure not to land on your heels, it will tire you out. Lycia reminded him. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Crabbe obediently nodded. To accommodate the novice Theodore, Lycia maintained a leisurely pace. However, he appeared to be in good condition. After completing a lap, he was still breathing evenly, unlike Crabbe, whose heavy panting could be considered noisy. But midway through the second lap, Theodore suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. Oh! Lycia exclaimed in panic, sliding to his side to support his limp head. In the dim morning light, his face appeared exceptionally pale. No flower could appear more fragile than he did at that moment. I need to get him to the infirmary. Lycia lifted his arm, and his feeble body leaned against her shoulder. I'll help. Crabbe stammered, standing helplessly before her, his chest heaving as he spoke in halting breaths. No, you keep running. Don't be lazy, Ailios said. Help me get him on my back. Can you do that? Crabbe asked incredulously. I can, please hurry, Ailios replied, her patience waning with urgency. Once Crabbe had secured Theodore's arm, she crouched slightly until she was assured that Theodore had been safely placed onto her back. She wrapped her arms around his thighs and straightened up. He's so light, no wonder he fainted. Ailios panted as she carried Theodore for a few steps before turning back with a stern expression, admonishing, oh, and don't overeat at breakfast. If Theodore is all right, I will supervise you in the Great Hall. With that, Ailios dashed across the lawn like a streak of fire, even stirring the fallen petals in her wake. What was that just zipped by? A student heading to herbology in the greenhouse rubbed their eyes at the fleeting apparition. Another student, glancing around, tugged at his sleeve and urged, you must still be half asleep. Come on, let us get to class. Hood. She hurried up the stone steps leading into the castle, the sound reminding her of last year when she and Pansy practiced tap dancing together to prepare for their charms exam. Only now, the tension was far greater, and she dared not pause for a moment. Make way, everyone. This is a matter of life and death, Ailios shouted with wild abandon. She longed to transform into the cephalopod that aimlessly drifted outside the Slytherin common room's glass window, wishing to use its 10 dark, sticky tentacles to clear the obstructive students from her path. Despite the clamor in the entrance hall, her voice commanded attention, halting conversations and drawing the gazes of those around towards Ailios and the unconscious Theodore she bore. Thank you, everyone. Ailios hurriedly navigated through the crowd. her shoes sparking against the marble steps. Just hold on a little longer, Theo, we're almost there. Although she knew Theodore had lost consciousness, she couldn't help but converse with him. His head drooped beside her ear, his cheeks cool against her skin, exhaling minty breaths. Moments later, she darted into the infirmary on the 3rd floor, the medical records on the desk fluttering in the wind. Oh dear, Madame Pomfrey gasped, smoothing her chest in surprise. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a frail little girl could carry a fully grown person so swiftly without magic. Regaining her composure, she inquired, Miss Wendell, what has happened? He fainted during our morning run, Ailios explained. Get him onto the bed. Madame Pomfrey led Ailios to a neatly made bed, gently placing Theodore down and removing his shoes. She instructed Ailios to step outside the bed curtains for a moment, and she complied without hesitation. Minutes later, the curtains were drawn back. It's nothing serious, Madame Pomfrey stated while jotting notes with a quill. It's hypoglycemia. He exercised strenuously without having breakfast, which inevitably affected his body. When will he wake up? Ailios asked anxiously, glancing at Theodore, whose complexion was as pale as the sheet covering him. Don't worry, a dose of syrup will remedy him, Madame Pomfrey said, beckoning. And a honey-colored potion floated down from the medicine shelf. She administered the potion to Theodore, the liquid trickling gently into his pale lips. The potion will take effect immediately. He can leave once he awakens. Ailios nodded obediently, and settled into a chair by the bedside. With a handkerchief, she delicately wiped the remnants of the potion from Theodore's mouth, and at that moment, his lips regained their usual faint pink hue, and his closed lashes fluttered lightly, resembling a black butterfly resting upon a pure white petal. Theo, are you awake? Ailios inquired joyfully. Ailios, he murmured, struggling to open his eyes, where am I? You're in the infirmary. You fainted, Theo, Ailios replied gently. It's my fault. I was so eager to finish running that I forgot to take you to the Great Hall for breakfast. It's all right, Iel. Just a bit of a headache. He managed a faint smile. Thank you for bringing me here. No need for thanks, she sighed in relief upon seeing his smile. Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey said it's not serious. You can leave once you wake up. Let us go to the Great Hall for breakfast together. You need to eat well to recover. Oh right. Crab. I must supervise him in the Great Hall. He lowered his gaze, his eyelids barely concealing any hint of blue. I still feel a bit unwell. Don't worry, Theo, I'll fetch Madame Pomfrey right away. As Ailios stood, a cool hand grasped her wrist. His grip was light. Yet she could not break free. I'm fine. I just need to lie here for a while, he blinked, his expression sincere and innocent, like a clear spring. And he cautiously asked, could you stay, El? Of course, she replied, residing and tucking his hand beneath the covers. How could she bear to deny such a pure-hearted Theodore? I'll go once you're better. If Crab is still overindulging in the Great Hall by then, I won't let him off easily. Do you really need to see him? Not particularly, I just worry he might lose control. His eyes were a melancholic blue, fragile and vulnerable. As he gazed at her and said slowly, Aiel, I envy Crab. He is so strong and can run with you unlike me. Don't think like that, Theo. You are clever and talented, truly exceptional. Ailios pondered for a moment and added, never mind, I won't concern myself with him today. That asut, Theo. I will take good care of you. He nodded wearily, resembling a bud waiting to bloom. Chapter 55. Nat and you are in my hands. When Ailios encountered Crab at the lunch table, she purposefully inquired about his eating habits. How did you manage to consume 2 whole pickled fish by yourself? It's easy when you mix it with porridge, Crab replied innocently, lowering his head and fidgeting with his fingers. What I mean is, how could you drink an entire basin of porridge and eat 2 pickled fish in one morning? That defies logic. Actually, I don't eat like that every day. I barely ate yesterday, and this morning in the Great Hall, Draco said I could eat more. I need to be full to have the energy to lose weight. Ailios clenched her fists in frustration. Damn Draco. She began to regret comforting him after his loss on the Quidditch pitch. Fuming, Ailios approached Draco to confront him. Draco Malfoy. You know I'm helping Crab lose weight. Why do you have to meddle? He shrugged nonchalantly. Is it wrong to show a little concern for my friend? This isn't concern at all. If you truly cared, you would advise him to stick with it. Oh, very well argued, he smirked mischievously, adding in a teasing tone. But I just want to prove that you can't. Ailios seethed at his words, retorting, just wait and see. Then she returned to Crab's side, replacing all the tender pan-seared beef on his plate with boiled broccoli, declaring that this would be his lunch for the day. Crab, feeling both aggrieved and astonished, asked, what about my dinner? Dinner? You still wish to have dinner? Ailios realized she had been somewhat too harsh, so she softened her tone, stating, once you demonstrate improvement, I shall restore your dinner privileges. During the subsequent training sessions, Ailios declined Theodore's application to join, citing his frail physique as the reason, thus allowing her to devote her full attention to Crabbe's exercise regimen. However, Draco constantly disrupted their efforts, declaring his intention to practice Quidditch. As he circled above them on his broomstick each morning, even using a sonorous charm to shout down at them, "Stop running. A wizard's legs are not meant for running. You truly resemble a pair of groundhogs fleeing from a beast. Ailios, are you worried that your intellect won't suffice to learn apparition? Hence your need to practice running?" His remarks were always original, and he relished them. In addition, Draco often tempted Crabbe with succulent chicken legs and greasy steaks during meals. Ailios could not bear to let Crabbe face such unbearable temptations alone, so she positioned herself between Crabbe and Draco at every meal, effectively severing their communication. "Ailios, do you realize how conspicuous you are right now?" Draco said leisurely as he sliced into a kidney pie, his demeanor reminiscent of a prince savoring a feast amidst a gathering. The ordinary school robes he wore somehow elevated to the elegance of a black tailcoat by his presence. Without lifting his gaze, he continued, "I know you wish to sit with me. You've finally found your opportunity, haven't you?" "Ah." After a few awkward chuckles, Ailios's expression fell. "Did I miss the memo that April Fool's Day has arrived early?" He pursed his lips in frustration, continuing to chop his food with a slightly violent fervor, as if the knife were a means of venting his discontent toward Ailios. "It's utterly annoying. Do you know how bothersome Draco is?" Ailios lamented to Theodore. "He always weaves in and out, conveniently appearing to undermine Crabbe's morale and assault my ears. Don't worry, Ail. I'll craft you some soundproof earplugs that will completely drown out his voice." He gently patted his chest, a small gesture that revealed the youthful exuberance within him. "Really? That would be absolutely marvelous. Theodore, you are incredible." He smiled slightly, shaking his head in resignation. "I always wished to do something for you, but my capabilities are so limited. I can only manage these trifling tasks. You've truly alleviated a significant burden for me," Ailios replied. "He merely seeks to see me fail, to undermine my plans, and to make Crabbe distrust me, which is why he constantly hinders my efforts to help Crabbe lose weight. Sigh. Why isn't there a potion in this world that allows one to lose weight simply by eating?" He hesitated before responding, taking a moment to say, "Ail, you are truly special." "Me? Special? Indeed, Ail, you conceive ideas that others would never even consider." Ailios laughed in astonishment. She hadn't expected that a whimsical thought of hers would earn Theodore's praise. However, after conversing with Theodore, her spirits noticeably lifted. He resembled a serene freshwater lake, shimmering with azure waves, into which she could freely immerse herself. Before long, Theodore indeed crafted 2 pairs of soundproof earplugs for Ailios and Crabbe, effectively blocking out all magical disturbances. Armed with this defensive tool, when Draco circled above the field, she could ignore him and run alongside Crabbe without a care in the world. Gradually, as Draco noticed that Ailios and Crabbe were unresponsive, he lost interest and ceased his antics. By the time Easter arrived, Crabbe's weight loss efforts had yielded some results. His nose appeared more prominent, and his jawline seemed to have developed a hint of definition. Ailios was certain it was not merely a double chin. She informed him that during the Easter break, he could indulge in his favorite foods, but must not forget to maintain control. Crabbe eagerly agreed, vowing not to squander his hard work over the course of a few days. During the holiday, second-year students, in addition to accumulating a mountain of homework, received a list of elective courses. "Plofer, please ensure you select the same courses as I do." The moment Ailios received the list, she sought out her brother. "You still remember me?" Plofer's tone and expression were unfriendly, as he had been brooding over Ailios's choice of seating at meals, which he felt was too distant from him. "Of course I remember you. You are my dear brother." Ailios understood his temperament. A slight display of vulnerability would easily placate him. She beamed as she clutched Plofer's hand, shaking it animatedly while occasionally nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder, reminiscent of her transformations into a little wolf. "Enough of that." Plofer turned his head away, crossing his arms, though inwardly he relished the attention. "All right, then I shall take it upon myself to fill it out for you." Ailios snatched the list from him and promptly marked him down for divination and care of magical creatures with a pen she had already prepared. Plofer did not intervene in time, and only after confirming that she had finished did he feign anger and reclaim his list. "Don't forget I have a disarming charm." "You wouldn't dare," she countered, wagering a canute. Producing a copper canute from seemingly nowhere, she placed it in his palm and pressed her hand against his, sealing their palms together. She looked up into his bright green eyes, cheerfully declaring, "All right, I win the bet. Both the canute and you are now in my possession." Chapter 56. With brother present, you need not fear. Were it not for time constraints, Theodore would likely wish to enroll in every course, but after careful consideration, he chose 2 subjects entirely opposite to Ailios's, arithmancy and ancient runes. Ailios found this unremarkable, as he had always been a person of strong opinions. Once the elective courses were confirmed, Theodore began visiting the library daily to borrow an easy introduction to ancient runes and a detailed explanation of goblin law, with Ailios often accompanying him. As the end of their second-year exams approached, she hoped for even a slight improvement in her grades. Achieving a passing mark in Transfiguration would be a commendable feat. Theodore, you are so focused. Why does it seem like you find everything so effortless? After a morning of studying, Ailios was exhausted, resting her head on the table as her weary eyes landed on the odd patterns in the book before Theodore. The bizarre shapes made her dizzy, far more complex than the notes she had encountered in Ollivander's wand shop. She was immensely grateful for her foresight in excluding ancient runes from her course choices. He turned his head to her, gently explaining, "Not at all, Al. I also need to take the time to calm my mind to absorb the material." "Calm your mind?" Ailios rubbed her forehead, perplexed. "How does one achieve that?" "When you have a goal and sufficient desire, it becomes attainable." Theodore remarked that, much like one's desire to excel in Transfiguration, it served as a motivation for him to study in the library. Ailios nodded, somewhat understanding, and inquired, "What about you? What is your goal?" He fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Mastering runes and arithmancy, as well as obtaining an outstanding Newt certificate, are essential prerequisites for becoming a cursebreaker." "Merlin, your ambitions are quite grand," Ailios exclaimed, "but why not work at the Ministry of Magic? After all, your father is a high-ranking official there. I refuse to let him confine me for the rest of my life." His eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean, revealing his own turbulent depths. This was a far cry from the Theodore who had stuttered in conversation at Nott Manor. "I understand," Ailios smiled. "I believe you can achieve it, Theodore." After Easter, a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was scheduled, but just as the match was about to commence, Professor McGonagall abruptly announced its cancellation. The Slytherin students, led by Professor Snape, returned to the common room, and after confirming that all students were present, he informed them that from now on, everyone must return to the common room by 6 o'clock in the evening, and teachers would escort them to every class. What on earth happened? Why did the professor leave without explaining anything? Ailios sat beside Proffer, her emotions in turmoil, while Draco lounged across from them, seemingly unfazed. He reclined on the sofa, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding a calmness that starkly contrasted with the surrounding anxiety. Was this the demeanor of a normal person? "Why are you so calm?" Ailios asked, perplexed. He casually interlaced his fingers, proudly lifting his chin. "I already inquired with the professor. The ones who were attacked this time were Ravenclaw's Penelope Clearwater, and that mudblood, Hermione Granger from Gryffindor." "How terrifying. 2 people were attacked simultaneously." Ailios gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Proffer, seeking comfort. "Don't you understand?" Draco responded enigmatically. "Understand what?" Ailios asked, her expression bewildered. Theodore, who had been silently perusing the detailed explanation of gobbledygook laws, suddenly interjected. "What Draco means is that the heir of Slytherin will not harm pureblood students. Today, the victims were from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and previously, it was Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley. Thus, it seems that Slytherin has been spared." Draco nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Theodore's elaboration. "Are you certain?" Ailios cast a doubtful glance between Theodore and Draco. Yet in truth, no one could guarantee that the next victim would not be a Slytherin student. Proffer's indifferent voice suddenly pierced through Ailios's thoughts, ghostly and ethereal, causing her to shiver. "Could you speak properly, Proffer?" Ailios shot him a glare. Draco was amused by her timid reaction, his cunning delight transforming into genuine mirth. "Are you afraid, Ailios?" he asked. "How could I be? Who would dare harm me? I'd bite them to death," she retorted fiercely, brandishing her claws and glaring at him. Draco suppressed his laughter, turning to engage in casual conversation with Goyle. Proffer gently nudged her shoulder, whispering, "Aren't you afraid?" In a moment of bravado, Ailios blurted, "Of course not." Proffer squinted at her, filled with skepticism. "You don't believe me?" she challenged. He leaned closer, softly murmuring, "With your brother around, you can afford to be afraid." Ailios's demeanor softened instantly as memories flooded back to when she was 8, and he had said the same. At that time, having just transformed into a werewolf and still so young, she found herself unable to control her actions or thoughts, even after consuming wolfsbane. Her parents, at a loss regarding her lycanthropy, could only advise her not to fear and to endure. But Proffer held her tightly, reassuring her, "With your brother here, You can be afraid. Your brother is here to protect you. Even as his arms bled from her bites, he repeated those words, gently patting her back. Henceforth, she donned her brother's guise, believing that wherever she went, he would always be there to safeguard her. Yet, life had become so blissful that she had nearly forgotten those times. I know, so you must always be there, Ailios declared. It's you who is not here. You've left me, Proffer said, frowning slightly in displeasure. You've devoted all your time to Crabbe. Not at all. Ailios instinctively countered, but upon seeing Proffer's forlorn expression, she added, Professor Snape mentioned that we can only engage in group activities from now on. I promise I will stick to you like glue. He nonchalantly relaxed his brow, feigning indifference as he shrugged, suit yourself. Chapter 57. Crabbe's round belly. In the harsh environment of survival, Crabbe's weight loss regimen was naturally cast aside. Without Ailios's supervision and practice, his face appeared to have rounded even more. Draco was largely to blame for this. For over a month, he had been shoving all the candies and cakes sent by his mother into Crabbe's hands. Draco was acutely aware that while Ailios could oversee him in the Great Hall, she could not monitor him in the boys' dormitory indefinitely. However, Ailios could not reprimand him. Following the attack incident, Dumbledore had been voted out of his position as headmaster of Hogwarts by 13 governors, led by none other than Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Indeed, you read that correctly. It was a ludicrous affair. The departure of the headmaster only served to amplify the anxiety among the students, and this early summer seemed devoid of radiance. As everyone was shrouded in a heavy, eerie gloom, only Draco's demeanor grew increasingly audacious. He embodied a walking embodiment of Slytherin, radiating a golden glow like an Australian dragon, exuding an air that dared anyone to provoke him, unleashing fire upon those who did. Ailios, you seem a bit off lately, Theodore noted during breakfast, observing her distraction as she couldn't even enjoy her favorite eggy toast. Crabbe's double chin had returned. She set down her fork, anxiously tousling her hair, resembling a tangled seaweed. You know, Draco's arrogance isn't new. I used to be able to spar with him verbally, because Proffer was there to mediate. But that's no longer the case. If he can oust the headmaster, what hope do I have? Is that so? Theodore pondered. Actually, I've been researching a weight loss potion for over 2 months. But I've been hampered by the lack of small animals for testing, like little piglets, so I haven't mentioned it to you. Are you serious? Ailios's eyes widened with excitement. Could we try it on my owl Morny? Proffer said its feed is about to expire, so it has to eat it all before then. Naturally. It has gained quite a bit of weight. It's not impossible, Theodore replied slowly, though I'm not entirely sure about its efficacy. But I can assure you it won't pose any danger to life. I trust you, Theo. They instantly reached an agreement. As the second-grade students collectively ventured to the Ollery to deliver letters and feed the owls, Ailios discreetly administered a weight loss potion to Moony. She positioned herself in front of Moony's perch, silently praying for Merlin's blessing, hoping for a successful outcome. Whether it was an illusion or not, the owl appeared to gradually narrow, until moments later, it seemed genuinely less corpulent, its gaze returning to the keen sharpness typical of owls. It flapped its wings a few times, appearing quite graceful. Upon returning to the common room, she promptly reported the successful experiment to Theodore. It was indeed splendid news. Theodore, too, expressed satisfaction with the result. After cautiously surveying their surroundings, he retrieved a small vial of potion from his pocket and handed it to her with care. To avoid raising suspicion, you may add a small amount of the weight loss potion to his diet daily, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He will reach a normal weight before the holidays. Unaccountably, Ailios found it somewhat amusing when Theodore, with his innocuous demeanor, engaged in such conspiratorial behavior. It was so incongruous with his character. Suppressing her laughter, she feigned seriousness and replied, "Very well, sir." From that day forth, Crabbe began to lose weight at an imperceptible pace. Even one day, he marveled at why the meals prepared by the house elf seemed to have thinned his fingers significantly. "It's because our running sessions have built muscle and boosted your metabolism," Ailios explained. He did not comprehend, but it did not diminish his happiness. "Do you truly believe what she says?" Draco questioned skeptically. He chose to remain deaf to the response. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the end of May, when Crabbe suddenly began to gain weight. That day in the Great Hall, he wore a woeful expression, patting his round belly, and astonishingly, he seemed oblivious to the food on the long table. "Can anyone tell me why my muscles have gone soft?" he lamented, even poking his belly through his robes, as if it contained a jelly-like substance, looking quite elastic. "Oh, Merlin, how could this happen?" Ailios exclaimed, taken aback. "Ah. It appears that someone's claims about metabolism were nothing but a ruse," Draco chuckled, casting a glance at her. What have you been eating lately? Ailios inquired anxiously. Aside from the 3 meals in the Great Hall and the milk you brought me, I've only eaten the candies Draco gave me, Crabbe replied, sounding rather aggrieved. Alas. It seems he has simply overeaten. Ailios resolved to increase his potion dosage. Thus a more dire situation unfolded. Professor Snape had just informed the class of the upcoming end-of-year examinations on June 1st, when Crabbe suddenly began to contort in a grotesque manner. His face and body expanded and contracted erratically, and when his face slimmed down, his body swelled. It's over, he's truly become a balloon. Who is causing a disturbance in my class? Snape's already stern visage darkened further, his cold eyes sweeping over the silence, where everyone stood frozen before their cauldrons. Help me. Professor, Crabbe whimpered, shattering the stillness. Snape's gaze eventually settled on Ailios, whose face betrayed her guilt. He pointed at her and commanded, "You take him to the hospital wing." "Yes, Professor," Ailios replied hastily, leading Crabbe out of the oppressive underground classroom. When Madame Pomfrey first laid eyes on Crabbe, her expression revealed an uncontrollable astonishment. Yet, as a highly professional healer, she would never lose her composure in front of children. "Come to the diagnostic station. Don't worry, it's not a rare ailment." "I've seen far worse," Madame Pomfrey reassured him tenderly, guiding him behind the curtain. Before long, Crabbe ceased his anxious sobbing, and Ailios breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful it was not a significant issue. Madame Pomfrey emerged from behind the curtain, and Ailios asked, "Madame, is he all right?" "The constant changes in his physique require a substantial amount of energy, so I administered a sleeping potion. He has now drifted off," she replied. "May I inquire about the cause?" Ailios worried it was due to the weight loss potion she had given him, yet Moony showed no signs of distress. There are 2 entirely opposing potions interacting within him. If it wasn't an accidental ingestion, then it was an act of malice. How could that be? Ailios felt a surge of agitation, but she quickly quelled her emotions and calmly asked, "I mean, perhaps it's not as severe as malice, but merely a prank?" "The cost of this prank is rather exorbitant," Madame Pomfrey replied. "The conflicting moonstone and hydrangea are exceedingly rare, at least 100 galleons per plant. In my experience, no one would use such precious ingredients merely for a prank." Ailios bit her lip uneasily. She had not anticipated that such items would cost Theodore a considerable sum. How would she repay him? Chapter 58. Equally Matched Potion Masters. Half an hour later, Crabbe's form finally stabilized. He remained the same plump Crabbe. Madame Pomfrey stated that he must stay in the hospital wing for observation and treatment until the end-of-year exams, as the 2 potions still lingered in his system, and his weight might fluctuate unpredictably again. As Ailios exited the hospital wing, she discovered Plover and Theodore awaiting her outside. "Plover, Theo, what brings you here?" Ailios inquired, surprised. "Are you both unwell?" "The sole reason is you," Plover replied, straightening his back against the wall. His hands that had been fiddling with his wand now casually tucked into his pockets. Without further explanation, he sauntered forward. "But professors do not permit students to roam freely now." Ailios directed her puzzled gaze towards Theodore, wondering why he was following Plover's lead when he typically adhered to the professor's rules. Yet, she quickly realized that Theodore was not one to conform blindly. His usual obedience was merely deceiving. Given the unusual circumstances, he deserved special consideration. He smiled brightly, his blue eyes glinting like glass beads in the sunlight. Despite being enveloped in guilt and worry, Ailios forced herself to return his smile. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, they unexpectedly found Draco slumped over, sitting alone on the edge of the sofa. "Draco, why aren't you in the dormitory?" Plover approached and patted his shoulder. He suddenly snapped back to reality and asked, "Is Vincent all right?" Plover could certainly not answer this question, so he stepped aside, allowing Draco and Ailios to exchange glances. "For now, nothing serious," she replied succinctly. Draco averted his gaze, focusing on the tips of his shoes, which were just inches from the floor. "I never expected you to care about anyone." Theodore smiled faintly at him. Even the most insincere expression on his face appeared sincere. "There's nothing strange about it. He is my friend." Draco lifted his eyes and questioned leisurely, "I am merely curious. Crabbe usually has no connection with you, so why would you choose to break the rules to see him today?" "I do not intend to conceal the truth." Theodore candidly expressed that on one hand, he felt uneasy about allowing Ellie to return alone, and on the other hand, he harbored concerns regarding his own actions. He had infused Crabbe's diet with a homemade weight loss potion, and should his life be endangered as a result, he would be prepared to accept the penalties of the wizarding laws. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively clenched her fists, taken aback by Theodore's forthrightness. Draco's expression remained unchanged, as if he had been aware all along, yet he feigned curiosity and asked, "You? Why would you do such a thing? I wish to help Ellie achieve her goals, Theodore replied. Draco scoffed. I had suspected you both were in cahoots. Theodore, with remarkable composure and tranquility, responded. But she is not involved. From the planning to the concoction and execution, it was all me. Draco nodded, seemingly persuaded by this deceptive statement. This understated lie infused Ellie with a twinge of emotion, knowing Draco would undoubtedly question it, so she awaited his inquiries, ready to shoulder the blame. However, Draco did not press further. Instead he asked, Aren't you afraid I will inform Professor Snape about this? Why not play by the rules? This left Ellie momentarily at a loss for words. I'm not afraid, Theodore stated calmly, because I know who holds the hydrangea. Draco's smile faded. His heels, which had been suspended in midair, finally found solid ground as he feigned nonchalance, lifting his chin to glance at Ellie, but then leaned toward Theodore in an unusually intimate manner and whispered, I must admit your cleverness. Theodore chuckled lightly, You are not so bad yourself. My evenly matched potion genius. Draco brushed past Theodore, his leisurely demeanor a testament to his cultivated pride. Ellie and Plofer were momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the deeper implications. So Theodore, are you implying that Crabbe consumed not only our weight loss potion? That the other concoction laced with hydrangea was Draco's creation? Once Draco departed, Ellie couldn't contain her curiosity. Indeed, Theodore explained patiently, he had ample motive, so while Crabbe's weight was fluctuating, I requested a piece of candy that Malfoy had given him. And it was only yesterday that I analyzed the specific ingredients within it. I had yet to inform you of the truth when Crabbe encountered trouble. Wait, Plofer interjected, rubbing his chin in thought, just how much have you three concealed from me? That is not the crux of the matter. Ellie shot him a glare before turning her gaze softly to Theodore. I genuinely appreciate your discretion on my behalf, but if anything were to happen to Crabbe, I would not let you bear the brunt of it. You should not have to shoulder this burden. Frankly, I do not believe Draco would keep our secret. He has not only Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, backing him, but also a father who wields considerable influence in the board of directors. I doubt I understand this better than you do. Power can certainly supersede the law. Draco has his vulnerabilities as well, Plofer interjected during their conversation. The rebelliousness and glamour you see on the surface do not reflect his true essence. Before Ellie could voice her confusion, Theodore provided her with the answer. He too would be afraid. Afraid of his father reproaching him for causing trouble. Afraid that Crabbe might perish due to his impulsive actions. They may not be true friends. But both Crabbe and Goyle's fathers are loyal supporters of Lucius Malfoy. Losing that loyalty could have dire consequences. Not to mention the intricate web of pureblood family relations, where interests are deeply intertwined. Ellie nodded in sudden understanding. How could Theodore be a gambler? He was cautious and meticulous, allowing no room for error. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that she was the only variable in his intricate plans. When had he begun to willingly venture into the unknown? Perhaps it was years spent within the confines of the manor, only to stand at her doorstep on that summer's day shrouded in a haze of humidity. Perhaps it was the many years without celebrating Christmas, yet he stood amidst the falling snow on that winter's day to wish her a Merry Christmas. Perhaps it was his humility in seeking advice from those he despised about the flames of the potion, or his willingness to invest significant effort into concocting a weight loss potion for Crabbe, whom he had no prior connection with. It could even be the choices he would make in the future, choices he himself could not foresee, all in the name of her. Chapter 59. This Damn Sweetness. With just 2 days remaining until the end-of-year exams, Dumbledore returned. At 3:30 in the morning, the slumbering students were abruptly awakened by their respective house prefects, calling them to join a feast. The crisis at the school had been averted, and the unfortunate petrified students reappeared unharmed before everyone. Potter and Weasley had defeated the Basilisk, earning Gryffindor 400 points, thus securing their victory in the House Cup. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet Slytherin's head and students maintained a consistent silence and gloom, not least because they were still groggy from sleep. It was only when Professor McGonagall solemnly announced the cancellation of this year's exams that Ellie's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, she lamented that Theodore could no longer be the top of their year. The next day, Ellie received word from Plofer that Draco's father had been dismissed by the board. His mood was abysmal. He had not slept a wink since returning from the Great Hall the previous night, and left without uttering a word that morning. Ellie sighed helplessly, realizing that this was no one's fault but his own, for he had been arrogant and domineering, likely a reflection of his father's character. During breakfast, she meticulously prepared a plate of fresh fruit to deliver to Crabbe, believing that a suitable intake of vitamins would benefit his health. She felt guilty, hoping to see Crabbe recover swiftly. Ascending a long marble staircase, she traversed the empty corridor on the second floor. At the corner of the hallway, she spotted a solitary Draco, perched on the windowsill with one leg bent, and the other lazily swinging in midair. The summer sun bathed the earth in warmth, casting him as a mottled shadow beneath the wall. He gathered his gaze, illuminated by the morning light, and turned to look at Ellie. Noticing the fruit platter in her hands, he deliberately smirked, mocking, "Oh, so you still have the leisure to eat fruit? Don't think that just because the exams are cancelled, you can neglect your laughable transfiguration skills. Don't say I didn't warn you. Next year's transfiguration class will be a trial for you." Ellie did not feel angered. She approached his windowsill and leaned down to him with a gentle smile. Her lips parted and closed as she whispered to him, her two pronounced canines briefly flashing. Draco found himself momentarily breathless, the scent of peach candies from her mouth nearly overwhelming his senses. After she departed, Draco pondered for quite some time, wondering how to encapsulate this experience in words. Sweetness. Indeed, it was damn sweet. In the infirmary, Crabbe appeared to be in much better condition. "Get well soon, Crabbe." Ellie placed the fruit on the bedside table and sat beside him. "Draco is quite concerned about you." "Draco is worried about me?" Crabbe exclaimed in surprise, pointing at himself, his golden brown eyes shimmering like rippling sunlight. "Yes, you are his good friend." "Friend? Did he say that himself?" Crabbe blinked in astonishment. Ellie was amused by his reaction, smiling as she replied, "Of course. Isn't that so?" "Oh, he has never confessed. At least neither Goyle nor I have ever heard him do so." Crabbe involuntarily revealed a broad grin, showcasing his perfectly aligned white teeth. "Nothing could bring him more joy than today. I shall be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. And I am exempt from the final exams. I even overheard Draco proclaiming that I am his friend." He animatedly swayed his upper body, yet in an instant, his arms began to swell again. "Oh no. I must fetch Madame Pomfrey." "It's nothing," Crabbe maintained his cheerful demeanor, casually asserting that it would soon pass. Ailios cast a look of concern at him, yet the oblivious Crabbe could not decipher the meaning behind her gaze. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Though I am somewhat tormented, I find the feeling of losing weight quite delightful. Thus, I intend to continue my weight loss journey over the summer." "How could that not be deemed a good thing?" Ailios encouraged him, her brows arched. "As long as you wish to pursue it, you shall surely achieve it." After Crabbe's discharge, news of Draco's father's expulsion from the school board spread throughout the entire school. He no longer paraded his power. Yet, contrary to expectations, Crabbe clung to him more tightly than ever. "Hey, I said, stop following me," Draco lamented, brushing Crabbe's hand off his shoulder. "But we are good friends." "Damn it. I never said that." Crabbe cheerfully matched his pace, chattering incessantly. Ailios heard it directly from him. "Oh no, he told me personally." Furthermore, Theodore's romantic endeavors also progressed. "Let us head to the potions classroom for our experiment." Draco tossed a gleaming golden key into the air, its golden thread gracefully tracing through the air before landing securely in Theodore's palm. Theodore responded with a knowing smile. The key unlocked the camaraderie of their equitable friendship. Just before stepping out of the lounge's stone door, Draco halted, turning to gaze at Ailios, who was fervently studying transfiguration, her hair in disarray as she tugged at it in frustration, and he couldn't help but laugh. He thought he would never forget Ailios's profound interpretation of him in the corridor that day. "The glaring gold is your protective color. In truth, you long for friends. Do you not? There is no need to hide. If you wish, we shall all be your companions." Pansy cheerfully hummed a tune as she entered the dormitory, spotting Ailios, who was busy scribbling with a quill in her notebook. "Still studying?" she casually inquired. "Indeed, although there are no exams, I must prepare for next semester's studies." She scratched her itchy nose with the quill's feathered tip and turned to ask, "What's up? What delightful news has you so elated today?" "Blaise just mentioned that his mother wishes to host a ball at the end of August. I will have the opportunity to don a beautiful dress once again. I plan to style my hair in the most fashionable way, ensuring I dazzle everyone." She spun around, holding the edge of her school robe in excitement. "That sounds marvelous. I too wish to witness such a beautiful version of you." Ailios clapped her hands in delight. Pansy came to a halt, asking, "And what about you? Will you wear a dress? Will you grow your hair long?" "But he hasn't invited me." "He will. Madame Zabini would not overlook a single young girl." "Ah. Is she a fairy godmother, dedicated to fulfilling all girls' dreams?" Ailios jested, but Pansy replied earnestly, "Certainly not. Their family is affluent. Thus they require a powerful family alliance to uphold that wealth. Of course, it all depends on Blaise's preferences, doesn't it? After all, he is quite popular." Ailios nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment of silence, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The person before her bore a head of hair that had grown somewhat long over the months without a trim. The unkempt bangs, due to neglect, obscured her vibrant green eyes, making it difficult for anyone to discern her gender at a glance. Yet Blaze was an exception. He did not define her identity as a girl by her appearance. He called her Miss Wendell and taught her how to apply bright lipstick. Thus, she absent-mindedly touched her lips, silently questioning herself. Do I have someone for whom I wish to grow my hair long? Chapter 60. I need you to feel complete. A few days after returning home for the summer, Ailios found herself frequently visiting the wand shop. She genuinely adored the old gentleman. He always had a plethora of enchanting stories to share, even vividly recounting the convoluted fairy rebellion of the 18th century. She sincerely wished Professor Binns could learn a thing or two from Ollivander's charm and humor, as this would surely elevate her grades in history of magic. Moreover, Mr. Ollivander had guided Ailios in successfully crafting a simple wand. This represented the culmination of her efforts over the past 2 years, having carved thousands of twigs. Although it could not perform magic, it felt perfectly balanced in her hand. The gentleman asked if he might keep the wand. He was nostalgic and sentimental. He collected each student's first wand, allowing them to cherish their memories as they ventured into their futures, and through those withered pieces of wood he could relive the past. Upon opening the mahogany box, Ailios noticed there were not many wands inside, only 4. This is what I made. He withdrew a finely carved cedar wand and calmly stated, at that time, I believed the more beautiful the wand the better. I proudly showcased it to my teacher, yet he scolded me. Ailios, perplexed, inquired, why so? Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. He smiled gently, his moonlit eyes brimming with nostalgia for the past. My teacher told me that just like pouring water into a vessel, when I filled it too much, it would overflow. Therefore, it is not about abundance but finding the most suitable container for each scoop of water, correct? You are quite astute, Ailios. He ruffled Ailios's hair, regarding her with pride and approval. I knew I wouldn't make a wrong choice. Ailios beamed sweetly, thinking she too must not disappoint the gentleman. And what of this blackthorn wand? If I recall correctly, you mentioned that beginners should not craft such wands. Ailios pointed to the wand adorned with a purple topaz within the box. It appeared formidable, though its quality was average, its craftsmanship incomparable to the other 3. It belonged to my teacher. Ollivander sighed wistfully. Ideally, a wand should accompany its master to rest in the earth upon their passing. Yet he did not wish for his spirit to be confined to a mere grave. His ashes were scattered into the sea, and this wand has remained with me. Ailios nodded, perhaps realizing that there was no one left in this world whom that old gentleman cherished. Ollivander then picked up the remaining 2 wands, introducing them to her. These 2 children, one is lively, the other is more subdued. You can tell by their wands. This birch wand is riddled with scratches, while this maple wand is in much better condition, carved with greater finesse. Is this birch wand crafted by that quirky girl you once spoke of? Indeed. Her name is Rose. He sighed. May is truly the season when flowers bloom. Is the other one also a girl? Ollivander shook his head and replied. He is a boy named Sela, meticulous and patient. It is unfortunate that he is mute. Yet he never wallows in self-pity. Compared to Rose, he displays an industriousness that makes them seem as if they hail from entirely different worlds. He then retrieved a chestnut-colored notebook from his drawer and spoke slowly. This is something he left behind. I bore witness to the countless nights he toiled over its pages, though I cannot fathom why he chose not to take it with him. Ailios recalled having perused this very notebook before, and she inquired, I have seen the characters within, yet I cannot comprehend them at all. Is Sela not British? Sela hails from North America, he replied, where the glaciers are breathtaking. I do hope to see them one day. Ailios gazed dreamily. Why not embark on a wondrous journey? Ollivander asked with a twinkle in his eye. I think that would be delightful, she readily agreed. On that very day, Chirpy stealthily nestled into Ailios's pocket, only to be discovered by Daisy. Under stern questioning, Ailios recounted her entire experience at the wand shop. Daisy was furious and unleashed an unprecedented tirade, stripping Ailios of her entire summer's indulgence in snacks. Your present duty is to study, not to engage in frivolous pursuits. Ailios, clutching the trembling Chirpy, softly countered, Mr. Ollivander has taught me so much. It is because of him that I managed to secure an E in my herbology course. So you have abandoned the course that hovers on the brink of passing? I have not given up. I will strive, Ailios asserted with conviction. Daisy, irritated, rubbed her temples and commanded, Ellie, return this parrot and bid farewell to Mr. Ollivander. Do not return there again. But Daisy interjected firmly, no buts, Ellie. Did we not come all the way to England to pursue our studies? As Ailios appeared poised to argue further, Profer interjected, Mother, let me accompany Ellie. Daisy glanced at him, sighed in resignation, and returned to her seat on the sofa. Come on, Ellie, Profer said, tugging gently at her sleeve. Ailios sulkily averted her gaze, remaining motionless. He leaned closer and whispered, "Let us just take a stroll through Diagon Alley. You haven't seen the streets at night, have you?" Slowly, she lifted her head and acquiesced to his suggestion. The nighttime atmosphere of Diagon Alley was not overly bustling, yet it was adorned with radiant, multicolored lights that shimmered beneath the night sky like a constellation of stars, creating a dreamlike ambience. A few mischievous children frolicked on the cobblestones, igniting magical fireworks purchased from the joke shop, which erupted into small luminous orbs that floated delicately like bubbles. "Would you like to play?" Profer observed Ailios's gaze trailing after the dazzling, ephemeral lights. He produced a few golden galleons from his pocket and spread them before her cheerfully. "Would you care to see inside?" "Thank you, but I'm not really interested," Ailios replied glumly, absent-mindedly stroking Chirpy's feathers. "What about Frosco's ice cream? Surely you wouldn't decline that?" "I'm sorry, but I don't feel like eating anything right now." After being met with repeated refusals, Profer feigned nonchalance, unsure how to enliven the atmosphere. As they aimlessly wandered past the shuttered magical creature shop, the surroundings dimmed. In the ensuing silence, Ailios lamented, "I dislike farewells." Profer gently reassured her, "No one enjoys farewells. But we must face them when they come." Hearing his comfort, Ailios found herself unable to hold back her tears. "I don't know how to cope. Just like with our teddy bear that has been with us for a year. I will never see it again. Eventually Mom and Dad will leave too. Nothing can stay with me forever," Profer solemnly declared. "I will always be by your side, Ellie. The Big Dipper cannot be complete without its pointer star. I need you to feel whole." With red-rimmed eyes, Ailios looked up at him and tremulously asked, "Brother, will you truly be with me forever?" Indeed, he stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace and gently patting her back, much like he did when lulling her to sleep. There, my Ellie. Did you not promise me that you would not cry, even in loss? Besides, you are not truly bidding farewell to Mr. Ollivander. Once you achieve commendable grades, we shall return to visit him, and I am certain he will be proud of you." Ailios nodded under his comforting touch, and when her emotions had settled, she withdrew from Profer's embrace. Upon noticing the dampened fabric over his left breast, stained by her tears and runny nose, she could not help but chuckle. "Very well," Profer replied with a resigned shrug. "It seems I can only make you happy when I am the one enduring misfortune." Chapter 61. The Summer Ball 1. Garin arrived in England at the end of July. After a few days of rest, he took his wife and their 2 children to France for a romantic holiday. Upon returning to Windell Cottage in mid-August, they coincidentally received an invitation to the ball at Zabini Manor. Remarkably, Ailios took the initiative to express her desire to select a gown from the dress shop. "My daughter has indeed grown up. She finally wishes to wear a dress," Daisy remarked with satisfaction to Garin, her high heels clicking briskly against the cobblestones, causing Garin, who held her arm, to struggle to keep pace. "My dear, are you not concerned she has developed a fancy for some young lad?" Garin inquired. "Oh, that would be splendid. I would no longer need to worry about Ellie's future marriage," she replied cheerfully, as if the summer sun itself had been infused into her emerald green eyes. Hearing this, Profer was not particularly pleased. He slowed his steps to match Ailios, who was captivated by the cream pastries displayed in the shop windows, until they entered the dress shop where they parted ways. While their father assisted their mother in selecting jewelry, Ailios chose a fluffy gown adorned with white tulle and approached Profer, asking, "Does this look nice?" "Not bad," he replied absent-mindedly, running his fingers along a rose-gold hanger, scrutinizing a row of gowns, though it seemed there was nothing in the men's section to catch his eye. Receiving a positive affirmation, Ailios eagerly dashed to the fitting room to try on the dress. Soon emerging, she examined herself in the mirror. She seemed to have grown considerably taller over the year. The gown, which fit her snugly, revealed more skin than she had anticipated. The white feather trim highlighted her fair décolletage, and the pure white tulle accentuated the graceful curves of her legs. She was nearly a young lady now, and Profer observed it all. "Is it pretty?" Ailios asked Profer, who was reflected in the mirror. "Not pretty, it's too short," Profer replied disapprovingly. "It's your taste that's the issue. Let me choose for you." Since when did Profer become as cantankerous as Drac? After Profer haphazardly gauged her size, Ailios was presented with a long, floor-length deep blue gown. "Are you sure this really suits me?" she asked skeptically. "Only one way to find out," he replied. "All right," Ailios thought to herself as she entered the fitting room, convinced it would look dreadful, while Profer, during this time, acquired a set of black formal wear with blue lapels. He swiftly donned his attire and emerged. Just as Ailios opened the fitting room door, she glided towards the dressing mirror. the floor-length deep blue mermaid gown trailing behind her like a cascade of ripples on pristine white marble tiles. The blue chiffon adorned with scattered diamonds shimmered with ethereal sparkles, as if she were enveloped in a mesmerizing starry night. In truth, it was quite splendid. Ailios discovered that the gown suited her unexpectedly well. And what of me? Prover stood before her with an erect posture, as if the praise for her was already inscribed upon his countenance. Ailios stroked her chin and remarked, "It is indeed quite nice." Prover's expression promptly soured. "Could you not offer more original compliments? Perhaps something like, 'I look handsome?'" "Ha, what?" Ailios feigned deafness, asking, "Could you speak a bit louder?" As she spoke, she spun around, lifting her gown and retreating back into the fitting room. On the day of the ball, while Ailios was still at home preparing, she pointed to a fashionable lady's hairstyle in a magazine and said to Daisy, "Mother, I find this truly beautiful." As a mother, Daisy understood immediately. Without hesitation, she waved her wand, extending Ailios's silky hair down to her waist, the strands cascading like satin over the elegant deep blue gown, subtly accentuating her slender waist. Ailios gazed at her reflection in the mirror with great satisfaction. After awkwardly applying lipstick, she spritzed herself with several pumps of the perfume Daphne had gifted her. As Ailios stepped out of her room, even Prover was momentarily taken aback. She had not worn long hair in ages. If her short hair was handsome, then her long hair could only be described as stunning. Her features were sharp and slightly fierce, yet without bangs to obscure them. Her eyes, resembling bamboo leaves, along with her slender brows, radiated a touch of allure, beautifully softening the intensity of her gaze. Upon entering the Zabini estate with her family, Ailios, with her flowing waist-length hair, quickly captivated everyone's attention. She exchanged warm pleasantries with her parents and the surrounding guests, while Mrs. Zabini lavished compliments upon her striking appearance. As she walked, she encountered many familiar faces: Pansy, Daphne, Millicent and Goyle. They stood in traditional British gentleman and lady fashion beside their parents, reserved and humble. Pansy and Daphne offered her a subtle smile. Though their expressions hinted at many questions, they too remained dutifully engaged with their respective families. The Wendell couple, however, were not bound by rigid traditionalism. They encouraged Prover and Ailios to move about freely, with the only caveat being to treat others with kindness and courtesy. The siblings decided to head indoors for some tea, as Ailios had not eaten all day in preparation for her corset. On the pathway leading into the residence, a boy with chestnut hair approached them with a smile. "Good afternoon, Prover." He appeared slightly taller than Prover, his fitted light gray suit perfectly accentuating his muscular frame. He seemed vaguely familiar to Ailios, who thought she might have encountered him somewhere at school. "Good afternoon," Prover replied politely, though his inability to recall the boy's name rendered his response somewhat stiff and aloof. "And this beautiful young lady is?" He glanced down at Ailios, and through his warm brown eyes, she recognized him. "Vincent Crabbe?" Ailios exclaimed with delight, teasingly adding, "I'm Ailios. You wouldn't he have forgotten me after just one holiday? Would you?" "Of course not," Crabbe replied with a charming smile, reminiscent of his former chubby self. Yet, aside from his sharply defined chin and clearer contours, there was also a newfound confidence radiating from his gaze. "I specifically came to find you. I wanted you to know that I have succeeded. Indeed, the transformation is remarkable. I almost did not recognize you, and I suspect Prover feels the same way." Ailios glanced at Prover, who was squinting at Crabbe with a mixture of disbelief and displeasure. "Indeed," Prover replied coolly, "there was no need for you to seek Ailios out to announce it. She would naturally see it once we are in the ballroom or back at school." He offered no pause for Crabbe's response and continued, "Let us head inside. You should introduce yourself to others. Many girls might be eager to dance with you." With that, Prover pulled Ailios away from the verdant lawn. "Oh, Prover. That was quite rude," Ailios whispered in reproach. Yet as she passed by others, she was compelled to muster a standard smile, making her words come out through gritted teeth. "Do you not think he resembles a peacock?" Prover inquired. "Are you envious of his looks? I mean, he displays himself to everyone." "What?" Just as Ailios was about to ask for clarification, Pansy's voice chimed in her ear. "Ailios, if I hadn't seen you standing beside Prover, I truly wouldn't have believed it was you." Pansy was clad in a pink satin gown, wearing a cream-colored netted hat adorned with roses, her dark eyes wide and bright. She leaned close to Ailios and exclaimed softly, "They say Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw is beautiful, but I believe you far surpass her. Doesn't her sallow complexion appear rather sickly?" "Who is Autumn Zhang?" "She is an Asian girl, a year above us," Pansy remarked nonchalantly, "but she isn't particularly tall. Perhaps it's a common trait among East Asian girls." Prover, uninterested in Pansy's conversation, excused himself under the pretense of searching for Draco. Ailios nodded and said, I suppose I will notice her next time. Yellow-skinned girls aren't common at Hogwarts. There's nothing worth noting, Ailios. You outshine her by a mile. Pansy gently waved her gloved hand to fan the air before her nose and inquired, "Did you wear perfume today?" "Yes. Prover said it didn't suit me and advised me not to use it again, but I genuinely like it." Ailios shot a displeased glance at his retreating figure. I refused to believe his nonsense. His sense of smell can't be that discerning. "Oh, perhaps you simply applied too much and too heavily. When we return to school, I will teach you how to cultivate your full charm." Pansy appeared delighted, as she had long hoped Ailios would embrace a more feminine appearance, especially since she spent every day in close quarters with a handsome boy, making her shy. They chatted leisurely about vacation travels as they strolled into the drawing room. Ailios's gaze was easily drawn to Blaise, who approached with an air of sophistication. He was clad in a tailored black wool suit, his polished derby shoes gleaming, his hair slicked back smoothly, and his elongated eyes slightly upturned, graced by a subtle smile as he conversed with a girl with brown curly hair. Blaise encountered Ailios just before the third floor-to-ceiling window, which radiated an orange-pink glow. He halted, but Ailios called out to him first. "Blaise," she said softly, her voice reminiscent of mint honey, as if it had been infused with sweetness overnight. Yet this was an involuntary action, one she could not control. Blaise first gazed at her in astonishment, and as his eyes fell upon her pale green irises, the frozen smile upon his cheeks transformed into a vivid expression. "Miss Ellie, welcome to Zabini Manor." It was a mere platitude, perhaps something he uttered to everyone, yet Ellie perceived that his ability to extend sincere and unpretentious warmth to all was indeed his most admirable quality. She offered him a faint smile, the baroque pearl adornments in her hair shimmering with a splendor akin to that of her eyes. "Who is this young lady?" Pansy inquired, glancing at the brown-haired girl, and extending her hand in introduction. "I am Pansy Parkinson." The girl, half hidden behind Blaise, remained silent, appearing to be as shy as Theodore. Blaise replied, "She is my cousin, Carola Bushman, from Germany." Pansy withdrew her hand awkwardly, feigning nonchalance as she tucked a few strands of hair, dislodged from her veil, behind her ear. "I see," she said dismissively. "Then you two carry on. Ellie and I will entertain ourselves." Pansy took Ellie by the hand and led her to the dessert table, whispering, "The Bushman family is a once noble, now declining mixed-blood lineage from Germany. I suspect her long journey to England must hold a singular purpose. To seek refuge with the Zabinis?" Ellie mused. Though aware that gossiping about others was unseemly, the thought slipped from her lips with ease. No longer a child, she had gleaned enough about the intricacies of wizarding family dynamics over the years. Prosperous families tread carefully, while those that are waning and marginalized exist precariously, where every person and every sentiment could be bartered for equivalent gain. She despised hypocrisy and materialism, yet curiously, she believed that if Blaise were in need, she would feel a flicker of joy. It would at least signify that she possessed sufficient worth to capture his attention, and his gaze was precisely what she desired. Was that not a form of exchange as well? Indeed, such a possibility seemed rather remote. Pansy derided the prospects of the Bushman family with disdain. As the sun began to set, signaling the imminent start of the ball, the throngs entering the banquet hall multiplied. After parting ways with Pansy, Ellie returned to Profer's side. In the past, her hairstyle, resembling Profer's, had rendered her unremarkable among the boys, but now she was undeniably captivating. Her lustrous ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, the pearl adornments accentuating the perfection of her rounded crown. The elegant line from her cheekbone to jaw created a harmonious silhouette, with her pointed chin enhancing the delicacy of her features. No one could avert their gaze from her. "Ellie?" Draco inquired uncertainly as she approached. "Your eyes look splendid today." Ellie bestowed upon him a genuine compliment with her gaze. She could not deny the allure of his golden locks. The bright lights danced upon his hair, resembling a silvery top hat that harmonized beautifully with his platinum suit. His slender, pallid face was far from sickly. Rather, it radiated vitality, adorned with an unprecedented smile. Merlin only knew what thoughts occupied his mind. "Why are you sniffling?" Ellie remarked distastefully, stepping back slightly. "I believe you ought to know that sneezing at a girl is rather impolite." "It is your perfume that is overwhelmingly potent," Draco retorted, an inexplicable blush creeping across his cheeks. "I like it," Ellie insisted defiantly. Draco pursed his lips, choosing not to continue the debate. As melodious music filled the air, people gradually congregated at the center of the dance floor. Profer, eager to partake, extended his hand to Ellie, asking Ellie, "Would you care to dance with me?" Ellie felt her gown was excessively long, fearing she might trip, yet she did not wish to appear inept to Draco and the others. Thus, she conjured a feeble excuse to decline. "I am your sister. What joy is there in dancing with me?" There are many lovely girls here. You should attempt to invite one of them. I think Daphne is quite delightful, gentle and charming, a truly good girl. Proffer's enthusiasm waned, his expression turning stoic as he replied. I do not appreciate such reasons for refusal. Perhaps she fears tripping. That gown is far too lengthy, Crabbe interjected hurriedly to diffuse the tension. Could it not also be that her dancing skills are dreadfully lacking, and she fears becoming the laughingstock? Draco crossed his arms, his tone haughty. Then why do you not dance? Ellie pressed him. Is it out of fear of rejection from the girls? His spirit soared. As if he were about to dance. Certainly not. My choices are plentiful. You cannot fathom such joy. Suddenly, a snake-shaped wooden cane appeared on Draco's shoulder. Draco. Come with me, Lucius murmured, lowering his gaze to Draco, then casting a mild smile at the onlookers. Draco's face instantly tightened, and he turned to respond, yes, father. He departed, his silhouette gradually fading into the jubilant crowd, appearing devoid of any joy. I shall fetch a glass of eggnog, Ellie nudged Proffer's shoulder. He nodded slightly, his expression neutral, offering no suggestion to accompany her. As she made her way toward the ivory circular table at the other end of the banquet hall, laden with various beverages, she discovered Blaise standing there alone. Blaise. Her lips instinctively called out his name before her reason could intervene. Ellie. He met her gaze, and his previously indifferent expression brightened again, albeit for a fleeting moment, revealing a hint of fatigue he had not yet concealed. Ellie noticed this and chose silence, merely nodding with a smile. He was far too popular, unable to cater to all the young ladies, and the arduous socializing of the afternoon had drained his energy. He had opted to risk the ire of Mrs. Zabini by declining every invitation. She delicately lifted a glass of eggnog to her lips, casting her gaze toward the dancing throng. Draco was among them, dancing with a blonde girl, seemingly reluctant, as his forced smile was quite lackluster. As time passed and the music shifted to another tune, just as Ellie finished her glass of eggnog, Blaise suddenly spoke. Thank you for not asking me why. She curved her lips in a playful manner, feigning ignorance. I do not quite understand. Merely a few minutes of brief respite, and Blaise returned to his former self. He approached her, his gaze softening as he said, now is the final dance, and if it pleases you, I hope to share it with you before the final bell tolls. Ellie felt a rush of astonishment. She dared say that since encountering her cousin Corolla, she had ceased to fantasize about dancing with Blaise, until that poppy-like hand, radiant and inviting, was extended toward her, and she realized her heart still beat with fervor. Did she possess any other choices at that moment? I would be honored, she replied. Ellie's slender hand naturally found its place in Blaise's palm, and she followed his lead as they glided onto the dance floor. He placed one hand over his left breast, bowing gracefully, while she lifted her gown and performed a curtsy. She flowed like a ripple in water, while his steps were those of an enigmatic whirlpool, and they danced together, merging into the music. She concealed the tumult within her heart, ensuring that when he gazed into her eyes, he beheld only a tranquil green lake. Yet time flows against the current. Amidst the immeasurable moments, the bell tolled inopportunely. Until school, Ellie. Blaise's hand slipped from her waist, yet his smile remained. Until school, Blaise. Ellie waved as she made her way through the crowd, returning to her family's side. Chapter 63. The illness known as love. It was only upon returning home that Ailios recognized the grave error in abandoning Prover. He began to engage in a one-sided cold war against her, and Ailios, fully aware of her culpability, endeavored tirelessly to appease him. For instance, she would appear in the bathroom during his designated grooming time. Prover, look. I have squeezed the toothpaste for you. Ailios cheerfully presented the toothbrush to him, but he accepted it with an expression of indifference. Thank you for turning the toothpaste into a pile resembling excrement, he retorted. Ailios meekly countered. How can that be excrement? I distinctly shaped it like ice cream. If there's nothing more, you may leave, Prover declared, abruptly pulling the frosted sliding door shut before Ailios could utter another word. On another occasion, while he took his afternoon nap, she would prepare a plate of fresh fruit and wait patiently until he awoke. The afternoon sun often lulled one into slumber, and Ailios, initially seated on a small mat to review her lessons, found herself dozing beside Prover's bed. It was not until an inexplicable itch emerged at her temple that she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Prover hastily retracting a hand. At last, you've awakened, Ailios exclaimed, straightening her back and ceremoniously presenting the fruit platter to him. She blinked innocently, eager for praise, knowing your penchant for cleanliness. I've nearly obliterated the seeds on the strawberries. Prover remained silent, casting a furtive glance at the spot the fruit had occupied. Ailios quickly added, oh, I shall also tidy up the water stains on your bedside table. Prover propped himself on one elbow, casting a languid gaze upon her seated form. his tone laced with lethargy. Do not intrude upon my room without invitation. Ah. Ailios was taken aback by his words, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why? We are both adults now. We ought to have our own private spaces. He paused, his voice tinged with the huskiness of recent slumber, especially when he added, You are my sister. Are you still holding a grudge over my rejection of you at the ball? He reclined back against the pillow, nonchalantly stating no. I am merely stating a fact. In that moment, Ailios felt a disconcerting distance between herself and Prover. He had been deliberately avoiding her, consciously drawing boundaries between them. Yet, he had never behaved this way before, regardless of how angry he might have been. Very well, Prover, Ailios sighed. I hope you do not misconstrue my words from that day. I simply wish to convey that you will always be my favorite brother. She placed the fruit platter back on the bedside table, then picked up her thick textbook and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Prover peered through the slight gap before it shut completely, observing her emerald green eyes, her long hair, dark as tea, and the silhouette obscured by the door. As the door clicked shut, he lowered his gaze to his hand, tightly clutching a slender strand of her hair. It lay within his palm, intertwined with the lines of his palm. Yet, he understood that no matter how tightly he grasped it, the hair could never meld with the patterns of his hand. The lines defined by their blood connection were destined never to converge into a singular path. Chapter 64. An Inescapable Sister. On the day of their journey to Diagon Alley, Prover declined to accompany Ailios, citing ill health as his excuse. She resignedly expressed her understanding, grateful that Theodore had not cancelled. Arriving punctually outside Wendell Cottage, Ailios' transformation was so significant that he initially failed to recognize her. The perfect smile he had rehearsed outside the door instantly faltered. It was only when she greeted him first that he recognized her voice, hurriedly returning a smile. Uncertain whether his lips had formed an appealing arc in reflection to the glass window. In the brief span of 2 months, he had gained a head's height over Ailios, while Prover and his peers were also growing, witnessing a younger brother, once shorter than himself, suddenly towering above him was quite a peculiar sensation. Perhaps it was due to having not seen sunlight for many days, but his complexion had become markedly paler. Even the short walk to Wendell Cottage left his cheeks flushed a vivid red, a striking contrast against his translucent skin. When he directed his sparkling blue eyes toward Ailios, her resentment toward Prover dissipated instantaneously. Very well, let him sulk a little longer. She still had Theodore by her side. They arrived early, and as the streets of Diagon Alley were sparsely populated, Ailios leisurely led Theodore to Dorothy's cafe. A lazy morning was indeed perfect for a cup of coffee. Was it not? They ordered 2 servings of toasted tea cakes and cappuccinos, settling beneath a colorful sunshade surrounded by hanging silver bells. The sky was a gentle blue, with clouds flowing like milk. The air was thick with the rich aromas of sunlight, blooming flowers, and coffee. Ailios casually pulled a newspaper from the nearby rack, munching on her food while reading. How is your brother? Theodore inquired with concern. School is approaching. If he truly feels unwell, he ought to see a doctor. I don't think he is genuinely unwell. He simply doesn't want to come out with me, Ailios replied with a pout. Ah, have you had an argument? Sort of. In any case, he seems averse to acknowledging my presence right now, Ailios shrugged, returning to her tea cakes. Unaccustomed to her flowing hair, she nearly let a strand fall into her coffee cup, prompting Theodore to spring up and catch the rebellious lock. Here, let me help with that. Thank you. She instinctively tucked her hair behind her ear, accidentally brushing against his fingers. Theodore's pupils widened slightly, and he quickly retracted his hand, returning to his seat with a semblance of propriety. No need for thanks. His ears, connecting to his cheeks, began to blush once more. He seemed to become tipsy merely from the coffee. You have a wonderful temperament. He shouldn't treat you this way. I mean, he should reconcile with you soon. Theodore stammered. Let us hope so. After a while, Ailios handed the newspaper, which had been resting on the white porcelain plate, to Theodore, exclaiming in surprise. A prisoner has escaped from Azkaban. It is said he is exceedingly malevolent, having killed 13 innocent souls. Theodore took the paper and glanced at it thoughtfully. Sirius Black? Speaking of which, Draco's mother is also from the Black family. However, Sirius was disowned for his unconventional ways. Back at Hogwarts, he was the only Black sorted into Gryffindor. What transpired afterward is somewhat unclear to me. As for this tale, it was one my father used to warn me. I must live according to his wishes, or I may end up like Sirius Black. The Sorting Hat did not err in placing him. He is indeed courageous, enduring 12 years of torment, yet managing to escape from Azkaban. Ailios stirred her warm coffee slowly with a silver spoon. Speaking dreamily, he must be extraordinary. If he no longer harms others, I would gladly pay handsomely to hire him as my charms professor. After all, Professor Flitwick has too many students to attend to each one adequately. Why not consider me? Theodore, seldom one to self-promote, unexpectedly began to assertively report his academic progress. I have already self-studied many Newt-level spells, and my father occasionally teaches me additional ones. I believe, given your intellect, achieving an O in charms would be no trouble at all. Certainly, this is indeed a commendable matter. However, I wonder whether your academic burdens might impede your well-being. Not at all, he replied with unwavering confidence. In fact, it presents an excellent opportunity for me to revise. Well then, I must express my gratitude in advance. Ailios set down her silver spoon and extended her fist toward him. Theodore, bemused, raised an eyebrow as she nonchalantly urged, a fist bump. He nodded and gently tapped his fingers against hers. Ailios was charmed by his tender gesture, finding it irresistibly endearing. After a delightful breakfast, they resolved to visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to procure new school robes. Given that Theodore and Plofer shared similar heights and builds, Ailios selected 3 identical garments to take back for Plofer. Additionally, she bought herself a plaid school skirt. Her simple attire of a white shirt tucked beneath it suited her exquisitely. When she stepped out of the fitting room, Theodore offered no grand declarations, merely gazing at her with an intensity that rendered him speechless. They also visited Flourish and Blots to acquire various elective textbooks. To her astonishment, the new textbook for care of magical creatures was prone to biting. She had to stow it away in separate bags to prevent them from tearing each other apart. The prospect of returning home with nothing but a bag of shredded paper would be quite unfortunate, as Plofer would undoubtedly tease her. Be a good boy, Daisy admonished Plofer as she embraced her 2 children before they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Do not hold any grudges against Ailios. Make sure to look after her at school. Understood? Plofer nodded absent-mindedly. Did she still require his care? He pondered, for Ailios had an abundance of individuals looking out for her. She no longer needed him. Nevertheless, he assisted Ailios with her luggage onto the train. She and Theodore entered a compartment, their laughter echoing as they settled together. This time, Plofer did not intervene. He took a seat across from them, gazing out at the fleeting greenery outside the window. However, he soon realized that this was not an advantageous position. The transparent window reflected her silhouette, and the more indistinct it became, the stronger his desire to discern why her black hair emanated such an alluring radiance. Why did her perpetually blinking eyes refuse to meet his gaze? What secrets lay behind her cherry-like lips? Cursed be it. He finally comprehended that the most formidable subject to study was not the history of medieval magic, but rather the art of ignoring his beloved sister. Chapter 65. The Most Beautiful Blessing. As the train journeyed northward, the daylight gradually dimmed, soon followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded down, distorting the view through the misted windows. Plofer could no longer compel himself to admire the scenery, which had become as gray and forlorn as his heart. The rain intensified, and the train began to decelerate, the wind and rain battering against the windows with increasing ferocity. Plofer, would you like to join us? The atmosphere grew somewhat eerie, causing Ailios to feel anxious. Although she sat beside Theodore, her sense of security would be heightened if Plofer could join them. No, it's too cramped. Plofer dismissed without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Ailios replied, having anticipated his response and thus feeling no particular disappointment. Moments later, the train jolted to a halt. As if it had encountered a malfunction, all the lights extinguished. This did not impair Ailios' vision, yet she had always harbored a fear of darkness, a fact Plofer was well aware of. Plofer, she whispered his name. Plofer, feeling a pang of sympathy, nearly stood to respond, but Theodore preempted him, addressing her first. Glow. Theodore's wand tip immediately burst forth with light, illuminating the small compartment. He raised his wand before Ailios, assuring her, it's all right, there's light. Thank you, Theodore. Ailios smiled faintly, but when she glanced back at Plofer, he had turned his head away, concealing his own disappointment. A piercing screech echoed through the darkness, and they glimpsed a shadowy figure passing by the upper half of the compartment door. Who goes there? Plofer quietly drew his wand, cautiously inquiring. Silence enveloped them, their hearts thumping audibly. The shadow seemed to have shifted its focus, moving toward the front of the train. Could it be someone who has mistakenly entered the wrong compartment? Ailios suggested. Perhaps, Theodore replied. Plofer clutched his wand tightly, vigilantly watching the door. Before long, the lights flickered back to life, the floor trembled once more, and the train resumed its swift journey. For the remainder of the trip, Ailios refrained from conversing with Theodore, pretending to arrange her books on the small table, while she covertly observed Plofer's expression, feeling disheartened. It seemed he truly no longer cared for her. He was nothing but a complete deceiver. Having professed in Diagon Alley that he would always be by her side. Who could have foreseen that his notion of always would last shorter than a summer? Ailios, Plofer, and Theodore arrived back at Hogwarts via carriage, during which they overheard their classmates fervently discussing the train's malfunctions. Whispers suggested that the shadowy figure was a Dementor, known for its ability to devour happiness, rendering it a fearsome guardian of Azkaban. Upon seating themselves, the Gryffindor table was devoid of the illustrious Harry Potter. Rumors circulated that he had fainted on the train due to a Dementor's presence, and was currently receiving treatment from Madame Pomfrey. Plofer did not sit with Ailios. Without a word, he hastily joined Draco instead. Draco, with his chin cradled in his hands, animatedly recounted the tale of Harry Potter's fainting, a story he surely had not witnessed firsthand, yet he mimicked the Dementor's hood with remarkable accuracy. Plofer offered a polite smile, albeit one that lacked enthusiasm, clearly disinterested. However, Draco was oblivious, engrossed in his own amusement, unconcerned with others' opinions. Ailios found herself perplexed. Why would one mar a beautifully delicate face with such an unsightly expression? What are you thinking, Ellie? Theodore observed her stupor. Oh, nothing. I was just feeling a bit hungry, Ailios replied, patting her stomach with a smile. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, with only 2 first-year students remaining uncalled. It will be over soon, Theodore assured her gently. Indeed, Ailios nodded. And then she recognized that the girl approaching the sorting hat was Corolla Bushman, the cousin she had seen at the ball that evening. Finding her delicate and kind-hearted, Ailios assumed she would be sorted into Hufflepuff. However, to her astonishment, the sorting hat declared her to be a Slytherin without a moment's hesitation. What on earth? Ailios internally screamed in outrage. After all, she had debated with the sorting hat for a full 4 to 5 minutes before securing her own house. Well, it's all right. What harm is there in having one more adorable younger student? Following the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore succinctly introduced the new developments for the semester. Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic would guard every entrance to the school, and during this period, no one was permitted to leave Hogwarts unaccompanied. Additionally, the school had appointed 2 new professors. One was Professor Lupin, who taught defense against the dark arts, seated in a corner of the staff table, his tattered attire starkly contrasting with the resplendent robes of his fellow educators. The other was Professor Hagrid, the giant guardian of the Forbidden Forest, whose whimsical suggestion to have students purchase a book that bites was unsurprising. Once the instructions were thoroughly conveyed, the long table was adorned with an abundance of food and drink, golden plates and goblets overflowing. Ailios, somewhat distracted, sampled a bit of cream mushroom soup, her focus unwaveringly locked on Professor Plough, who appeared to be enjoying his meal leisurely, almost single-handedly depleting the pot of stew before him. Annoyed, she shifted her gaze and inadvertently locked eyes with Draco, who deliberately averted her stare. How peculiar. Could he be speaking ill of her to Plough? What a coward. How irritating. None of them were particularly admirable, save for Theodore. Cheers, Theo, Ailios said, raising her goblet filled with chilled watermelon juice. Is there a celebration of some sort? Theodore asked, bemused, yet he raised his cup in compliance with her gesture. No, I wish to offer you a blessing, Ailios declared, taking her wand and sprinkling a few glittering particles atop their goblets. A blessing for me? Indeed, I wish you longevity and eternal youth, Ailios replied, clinking her cup against his with a smile. I aim to bestow upon you all the finest blessings this world has to offer. Thank you, Theodore murmured, his eyelashes fluttering. And you as well. I believe we can achieve this together. Certainly, Ailios said, lifting her cup and downing the watermelon juice in one go. Chapter 66, Flirtation in the Great Hall. The following day, Ailios, in a fit of pique, invited Pansy to breakfast. Yet she found no sign of Professor Plough waiting for her in the common room. How resolute he was. In the Great Hall, Draco was surrounded by a throng of Slytherin classmates, likely regaling them with that ludicrous tale of Potter being fainted by a Dementor. Ailios had little interest, but she wanted to see if Plough was near him, so she lingered at the edge of the crowd for half a minute, gazing inward. She did not spot Plough, but she did catch Draco stealing a glance at her. Immediately, he amplified his imitation of the Dementor. Whoa, how juvenile. Ailios turned her head away, unable to suppress a mutter. Are you referring to Draco? Pansy inquired. Ailios pulled Pansy into a seat at the table, sighing lightly. I mentioned it. Do not hit me. Pansy waved her hand dismissively, her tone light-hearted. Not at all, for I share the same sentiment now. Did you not fancy him? Ailios asked, surprised. I'm uncertain. Perhaps it is not so much fancy, Pansy replied, slowly eating some scrambled eggs, her golden hair gleaming, her demeanor flamboyant. Amidst a sea of courteous boys he stood out. and she found herself inexplicably drawn to those who were harder to approach. Fair enough, Ailios conceded. Pansy's reasoning was indeed sound. Just like the elusive Professor Plow now. He truly stirred something within her. Pansy continued calmly, but upon reflection, aside from his illustrious lineage, there is little else worthy of pursuit. My mother once confided in me, stating that being loved is far easier and more liberating than chasing after love, and I find merit in her words. I hope to entrust my future to a pureblood wizard who loves me, for I cannot escape the fate of a family union. Ailios pondered this thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. She did not perceive anything wrong with pursuing love. Chasing the wind brings the scent of flowers. Pursuing clouds allows one to behold the evening glow, and Pansy had yet to make a single move before giving up. That was not true pursuit. At that moment, a boy ambled over from the other end of the long table, standing beside Ailios under the watchful eyes of several chuckling boys, and gently poked her shoulder with his finger, greeting her with a smile. Hello, is there anything you need assistance with? Ailios turned her head, puzzled. No, he replied, shyly biting his lip, his cheeks flushed. Are you new here? I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I mean, may I get to know you? Ailios distinctly heard Pansy stifling a giggle beside her, while the group across the table began to murmur in amusement. She nervously forced a smile, an inherited standard expression, and feigned calmness, responding, of course, I'm Ailios Wendell. He cheerfully extended his right hand, his trembling voice hinting at a burgeoning sense of triumph. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just as Ailios prepared to shake his hand, a tall shadow interjected between them. She looked up through the partially open robes to see a cold, slightly displeased face. It was Theodore. Excuse me, this is my spot. I believe you should go elsewhere. Walker, somewhat indignant, was at a disadvantage, as Theodore towered over him, his presence asserting dominance. Without waiting for a response, Theodore brusquely pushed past him, and sat down beside Ailios. He feigned nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at the group across the table, who promptly fell silent, awkwardly grabbing spoons to poke at the toast on their plates. Then, with a touch of feigned grievance, he turned to her and asked, Ailios, don't we have breakfast together every day? Why didn't you wait for me today? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for anyone within 3 feet to hear. Pansy, unaccustomed to such a scene, discreetly covered her mouth, peeking curiously. Ailios had never witnessed this side of Theodore. If he once resembled a soft, delicate cream, imbued with an unwavering gentleness, now he could only be described as frozen blocks of cream. Yet why did he still appear sweet to her? Because in that moment, he looked back at her with the same obedient demeanor as ever. The standing boy's mouth twitched, withdrawing his hand, rudely dismissed by Theodore, and he left somewhat embarrassed. Theodore tilted his head, blinking his clear eyes, awaiting a response. I apologize. I promised Pansy today, as I thought Plow would accompany you, Ailios said apologetically. I'll be sure to wait for you tomorrow. All right, Theodore replied, his eyes crinkling in a smile. After breakfast, the head of the year distributed the class schedules. Their elective classes differed, and their class times were not entirely aligned. Theodore initially intended to escort Ailios to divination, but the North Tower was rather remote, and the back-and-forth journey would delay his Ancient Runes class. Ailios did not want him to be late for his first class, potentially leaving a poor impression on the professor. So she firmly declined his request, urging him to leave with Pansy first. Once they departed, Ailios leisurely wiped her mouth, gathering her belongings to rise. As she left the long table, she once more noted Draco's position. Plow had already arrived, calmly sipping oatmeal. He truly had an impressive appetite. Ailios thought with indignation, inadvertently colliding with Blaze, who was walking by, engrossed in his class schedule. Excuse me, my apologies. Ailios pressed her hand against her forehead where she had been bumped and bowed apologetically. It's nothing, I simply failed to see the path, she murmured. Blaze bent down, leaning closer to her, and tenderly inquired, Are you all right, Blaze? Ailios blinked in surprise, her gaze meeting his obsidian eyes. She hastily replied, I'm perfectly fine. Not a problem at all. That is good to hear, he continued. Are you also headed to the divination class? How did you know? Ailios expressed genuine skepticism, pondering whether he had somehow preemptively studied piercing the veil to see the future, an assumption that rested on the premise of his considerable talent in divination. Blaze chuckled lightly. I noticed your name on the list of students for the divination class posted on the bulletin board. Oh, I must have overthought it. So that's how it is. Ailios responded gracefully. Do you know where the North Tower is? Frankly, I'm not very familiar with many parts of the castle. Would you mind if we went together? A flicker of surprise crossed Blaze's expression, evidently caught off guard by Ailios' forthrightness. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesced. Of course, I would be delighted to accompany you. Chapter 67. The Prophecy of the Divination Class. Walking alongside Blaise required a considerable amount of courage, a truth Ailios had gleaned from their previous encounters. Throughout their journey, it was commonplace for girls to greet him, and regardless of who it was, he would respond courteously. Ailios admired his ability to recall so many names, though shy girls often stole glances at him from the periphery. In this manner, Ailios also became a remarkable presence. Being a beautiful girl, it was inevitable that whispers about her circulated behind her back. Most people did not know Ailios. Even those who did could hardly associate her with the cool little boy she once was. Thus, as they ascended the 7th-floor spiral staircase, the tale of the dark-haired, azure-eyed beauty hand in hand with the ebony-skinned Prince Blaise, making their way to a secluded corner of the campus, spread like wildfire. I apologize. I hope this doesn't cause you any discomfort. Blaise halted before the classroom's folding door. Not at all. Rest assured, it's nothing significant, Ailios reassured him, patting his shoulder as she opened the door first. The divination classroom was crammed with 20 small round tables, each adorned with a steaming pot of tea, surrounded by armchairs with floral cushions and plump little stools. Red curtains draped every window, and even the lamps were swathed in deep crimson scarves, casting a warm red glow throughout the room, making it feel stiflingly hot in the summer. Professor Trelawney instructed everyone to take their seats, and it was only natural for Ailios to sit beside Blaise. The space was ample enough to accommodate one more person. With that in mind, she began to search for Prover's whereabouts, spotting him squeezed into the same small table with Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. He would rather endure the crowd than sit beside her, which was quite vexing. Blaise could discern that the Wendell siblings were in a tiff, but he chose not to inquire. It was unnecessary and insignificant to him. Professor Trelawney settled into an armchair before the fireplace and addressed her students. Welcome to the divination class. I am Professor Trelawney. The geographical location of the North Tower is tranquil and secluded, making it an ideal environment for us to utilize clairvoyance in our prophecies. However, I must inform you that not everyone possesses the requisite insight to glimpse into the future. The theoretical knowledge in textbooks pales in comparison to genuine practice. She abruptly paused, casting a warning glance at Parvati Patil. Dear, beware of a red-haired man. Patil jumped, hastily scooting her chair away from Ron Weasley. Professor Trelawney resumed her initial discourse with calmness. Our primary task this semester will be interpreting tea leaves, with palmistry to follow in the next semester. Now please form pairs, retrieve a teacup from the shelf, fill it with tea, and when only the dregs remain, invert it onto a tray for your partner to interpret. The room's pervasive red glow made Ailios yawn repeatedly. She had spent the entire night contemplating Prover, unable to sleep until the early hours, only to doze off in a haze. Fortunately, a loud crash as Longbottom shattered a teacup jolted Ailios back to attention. Ailios exchanged trays with Blaise. Faced with a pile of wet, shapeless tea leaves, she scratched her head. A little dog. Blaise intently compared the remnants to piercing the veil to see the future. You might possess a very loyal friend, perhaps a strong romantic relationship? Ailios bit her fingernail, awkwardly responding, a dark-eyed one. I can't quite tell. The book doesn't mention this. It seems the textbook isn't comprehensive after all. Blaise comforted her. Dear, expand your thinking. Do not let mundane limitations confine your vision. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney raised her arms and shouted from behind Ailios. Oh fine. Ailios resumed her observation, nearly creating static in her hair from her own tugging. For her, this wasn't encouragement but more akin to a threat. If she failed to glean anything, her performance in divination would surely mirror her lackluster results in transfiguration. Just as she focused intently on the tea leaves, Trelawney's hand abruptly rested on her shoulder. You are experiencing loss, and emotions are about to undergo a transformation. What do you mean, Professor? Ailios turned back in confusion, and Trelawney, as if awakening from a dream, blinked her eyes open wide. Oh dear, what have I just said? Let me see what you have there. And remember to remind your partner to take care of their health. With that, she moved on to the other round tables to offer guidance. She appears quite eccentric. Ailios couldn't help but murmur in complaint. Yet she speaks the truth. I am indeed not in the best of health, Blaise replied in a calm tone. Is it due to your night blindness and sleepwalking? Ailios recalled the scent of medicine on him and said, you will get better. As long as you keep taking your medication, you will surely improve. Thank you, he smiled faintly. After the divination class concluded, the students hurriedly rushed to Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classroom. The North Tower was quite distant, and despite everyone sprinting at their utmost speed, they barely managed to reach their seats just as the bell rang. When Ailios arrived, Theodore was already there, seated in the front row as usual, making it easier for Ailios to focus on the lecture. Thus, Blaise found an empty seat for himself, while Prover followed Draco to the second row. In this class, Professor McGonagall primarily lectured on how to become an animagus. Ailios listened intently, her curiosity piqued about whether her transformation would also be that of a wolf. If not, would there be two creatures fighting within her on a full moon? Hey, you should show us too. As Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat, descending from the podium to demonstrate her animagus form, Draco poked her back with a quill, the soft feather gliding along her spine, sending a tingling sensation through her thin white shirt, causing Ailios' hair to stand on end. What are you doing? Ailios turned back, shooting him an impatient glare, her voice barely above a whisper as she threatened, "Be careful, or I might bite you." He clenched his fist before his mouth, suppressing a chuckle as he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You wouldn't he dare." Just as Ailios was about to retort, Theodore tugged at her sleeve and said, "The professor is coming." Reluctantly, she turned her head, and on a piece of parchment, she sketched Draco as a Ukrainian piglet, inscribing his name to vent her frustration. Chapter 68. The Light Years of Stars. After an exhaustive morning filled with classes, Ailios hurried back to her dormitory without even eating lunch, succumbing to fatigue. Unexpectedly, she overslept due to her exhaustion. It was only when her incessantly screeching cuckoo clock, having persisted for 20 minutes, flew overhead with a cacophony of screws and parts that she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Would she be crushed under Hagrid's bulk if she were late to her first Care of Magical Creatures class? Frantically donning her clothes, she dashed out of her dormitory. The journey from her dorm to the Forbidden Forest would take at least 15 minutes, and although she knew the class was nearby, she was unaware of the exact location. Including the time spent getting lost, she figured it would take her at least 20 minutes. However, fortune smiled upon Ailios when she stumbled upon an old, somewhat worn-out broomstick in the hallway. It was a plain birch rod, its handle polished smooth from frequent use, the ground beneath it strewn with uneven, dried, yellowing ground ivy. Such a dilapidated broom must be one of the communal ones provided for first-year students during flying lessons. With a bold leap, Ailios mounted the broom. As her feet barely lifted off the ground, the broom wobbled precariously. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten too much for lunch, she thought. It should be able to bear her weight. "You can do this, little broom," she encouraged, giving it a pat before soaring forth like a bullet. "Ah!" Ailios screamed at the top of her lungs above the castle. "You never mentioned you were this fast, little broom." Yet, she soon ceased her shouting, as the fierce wind rushing past choked her throat, nearly suffocating her. To avoid colliding with any flying creatures, she braved the tears in her eyes, squinting against the wind while also leaning forward to assess the terrain. As the cool wind filled her lungs, she finally caught sight of the towering figure of Professor Hagrid through the thin clouds. "Stop, stop!" Ailios lowered the broom, attempting to decelerate, but to her dismay, it refused to obey her commands, plummeting straight down. Merlin's beard. Stealing is certainly a bad habit. As she descended closer to the ground, she could finally make out the details. Oh no! A massive hippogriff was soaring towards her, its golden head gliding menacingly in her direction. "Get away! It's dangerous!" Ailios shouted to Draco, "Move aside!" But her voice was drowned by the wind, and he remained oblivious to her warning. To her horror, the hippogriff, seemingly irked, flapped its wings, preparing to strike him. This was it. Even if she didn't die from the fall, that beast would trample her. "Don't just stand there, Draco. Move. Be careful." In the last moment of descent, Ailios exerted all her strength to warn Draco. She certainly did not wish to perish alongside him. It was arduous enough to oppose him while alive. If they were to die together, what meaning would her demise hold? Draco suddenly lifted his head, deftly sidestepping. Finally, he heard her. Thud. Ailios crashed heavily to the ground. Whether it was merely an illusion, she felt the descent slow at that very moment. Thanks to this inexplicable deceleration, she did not meet her end, but she could not evade the wrathful claw of the hippogriff. Gasping, Ailios felt a long gash open across her back, the black robe gradually soaking through with deep crimson. Draco stood frozen, completely unprepared for Ailios' valiant act of bravery in saving him from the beast. She had even discarded her broom midair to shield him from the hippogriff's fatal blow. She had called his name in front of everyone, urging him to move aside and be careful. Yes, she had called him by name, his name alone. She had come for him, while he was lost in his thoughts. Hagrid swiftly ensnared the hippogriff with a collar, preventing it from inflicting further harm on Ailios. Meanwhile, Professor Plowright, who had been standing at the edge of the crowd, rushed over and scooped her up. "I need to take her to the hospital wing," Plowright declared, anxiously carrying Ailios towards the castle. Blood bloomed like flower buds upon the verdant grass, and he could distinctly feel the warmth of blood seeping into his palms. He dared not hold her too tightly, fearing it would exacerbate her back injury, nor too loosely, lest she tumble to the ground once more. Ailios, silent and drenched in cold sweat from pain, buried her face into his robe, inhaling the scent of her brother. "It hurts," she murmured, her voice faint, yet her joy was palpable. "You haven't really talked to me in a long time, nor held me like this. Why can't you always be this kind of brother?" She greedily breathed in his scent, finding it oddly soothing. Plowright remained silent. She could not discern his thoughts, and she lacked the strength to inquire further. Ailios drifted into slumber. She dreamt of Plowright transforming into a star, perpetually out of reach. Yet he shone brightly, guiding her path ahead. The star twinkled, and her eyes blinked in rhythm. Thus, the path beneath her feet widened, and the light above grew ever brighter. Then the dawn arrived. She met the morning light. But the star was on the verge of vanishing into the sunrise. "Plowright," she reached out once more, even if they were separated by light years. "Such strength. It seems you are nearly recovered." Ailios opened her eyes, locking gazes with Plowright. How wonderful it was. She had grasped him. Plowright had been crouched at her bedside, tucking the covers around her, but her sudden pull caused him to lurch forward. Fortunately, his other hand caught the bedspread in time. Otherwise, their foreheads would have collided, resulting in a painful bump. "Hee," Ailios giggled, yet the movement of her shoulders exacerbated her pain, twisting her expression into a grimace. Nevertheless, she clutched Plowright's hand, unwilling to let go. This caused her to frown and grin simultaneously, her face contorted. "No, I'm not better. I think you need to care for me every day." Her soft words and tone ignited a warmth in his head. Surely, it must be the warmth of the robe, he mused. Beneath the covers, their hands were intertwined, radiating heat, and she lay merely inches from him. Her breath brushed against his nose, gradually filling his chest with her essence. Perhaps soon he would be enveloped in the sweetness she exuded. How much candy had she consumed? He glanced at her lips, a delicate pink, reminiscent of a rosebud kissed by the clouds at dawn. In that fleeting moment, he found himself overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to pry open her lips, to uncover whether she harbored within them a tantalizing confection that beckoned to him. The thought was utterly absurd. She had been asleep all this while. How could she possibly indulge in sweets? She blinked, her eyes shimmering with a delicate and fragile crimson hue. Beneath her slender lashes, he beheld the profound reflection of his own deep infatuation mirrored in her gaze. No, how could he have succumbed to such feelings? How could he allow himself to be so captivated? Chapter 69. How could he be such a brother? Provlov's reason compelled him to hastily avert his gaze from Ailios' burning stare. "Let go," he uttered, his voice hoarse as he swallowed hard, his tone laced with a hint of indifference. Ailios released her grip, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "That was your cushioning charm, wasn't it? The moment I fell, I caught sight of you. You rushed over right after stowing your wand in your pocket. Otherwise?" he retorted. "Mother instructed me at the platform to look after you." Provlov straightened himself, striving to suppress the chaotic rhythm of his heart, feigning severity as he admonished her. "You are far too reckless. I shall write to inform her of this incident. Oh no, if they discover I not only arrived late to class, but also swiped a broom from the school and disrupted Professor Hagrid's lesson, I shall surely receive a scathing letter." "Oh," Provlov smirked, raising an eyebrow. "It seems you have committed quite the mischief. You have betrayed Draco's portrayal of you as a valiant heroine to the outside world." "Ha!" Ailios furrowed her brow in confusion. Had she truly acquired such a radiant reputation in Draco's eyes upon waking? "Humph," Provlov scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate to be alive, Ailios. Should there be a next time, I shall not assist you." Ailios, crestfallen, fell silent. She could not fathom why Provlov was being so harsh. Ordinarily, he would express concern for her well-being. Yet, upon witnessing her dejected demeanor, Provlov's heart softened against his will. He stifled his surging emotions and, maintaining an impassive expression, declared, "Stay here. I shall fetch you something to eat." Ailios' eyes lit up with joy at once. "That would be splendid. Provlov, I knew you were the best." Once Provlov departed, she could only languish in boredom, staring at the ceiling. However, it wasn't long before the commotion outside her bed curtains began to rise. "Oh, it's you again." Pomfrey's tone was unmistakably impatient. "Madam Pomfrey, may I inquire if Ailios Wendell has awakened?" "It's Theodore Yeh." Their timely arrival coincided perfectly with her awakening. She lay in the second bed to the left. "Don't linger too long, you two. Rest assured, the disinfectant here is quite pungent. I have no desire to remain any longer." It was Draco, alas. His footsteps grew nearer as he boldly pulled aside the white curtain enveloping her bed, striding in with confidence. "I know you saved me, Ailios," he stated solemnly. "I am very grateful." but I hope you will refrain from discussing this matter excessively with others after your discharge. I do not wish for our personal affairs to become common knowledge. What are you talking about, Draco? Ailios fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with confusion and disdain. If only she could rise. She would gladly roll up her sleeves and throw this insufferable boy out of her room. Do not forget that it was you who spread this information, Draco. Theodore interjected, casting a displeased glance at Draco before turning to Ailios, softly inquiring, but is that truly the case, Ailios? His countenance appeared troubled. As if no smile could breach his lips, Ailios surmised that his concern for her was overwhelming. Just as she was about to deny it, Draco placed a neatly rolled parchment and a basket the size of a washbasin upon her bedside table. This is my transfiguration homework for today, along with a basket of candies. Time was too short for me to prepare an appropriate token of gratitude, so I brought you what I had that you might need. But fret not, I, Draco, am not a miser. I shall not skimp on what is owed to you. She was no fool. This was a rare opportunity for Draco to abandon any hostility towards her. Of course, no problem at all. A radiant smile illuminated her face. I promise. I will keep our secret about saving you. Not a word shall escape my lips. Theodore's expression darkened further, as he shot an imperceptible glare at Draco. Yet, Ailios paid no heed. Nothing could entice her more than the prospect of candy. Ah, how generous of you. Given your friendship with my brother, you needn't bring anything. Ailios beamed, propping herself up and reaching into the basket to randomly extract a piece of cream almond candy. You are so fortunate. Aunt Narcissa sent you sweets on the very first day of school. She unwrapped the peach-colored candy paper and unceremoniously popped it into her mouth. Theodore, don't be shy. Join me. Theodore shook his head, utterly disinterested in consuming anything Draco had provided, nor did he want Ailios to indulge in Draco's offerings. If he could, he would have gladly hurled this insufferable pest, who was basking in delight before him, along with the basket out of the room. It was left over from Crabbe's last semester at school. I confirmed there were no signs of rodent gnawing before bringing it all to you. Draco lowered his head, his tousled hair and lashes catching the flickering candlelight, his long fingers tracing the edge of the basket with a satisfied smirk, revealing his self-satisfaction in his own thoughtfulness. Recalling the thought of rodent droppings, Ailios' appetite for the candy waned abruptly. She forced a dry smile, not even wishing to swallow the cream-flavored saliva pooling in her mouth. Mumbling, "Ah, truly, I appreciate your consideration. What brings you here?" Provoked interjected, stepping between the two, noticing the additional items on the bedside table. A hint of mockery flashed across his expression. Theodore quickly answered, "It's Draco's transfiguration assignment and a whole basket of candy." Ailios seems quite delighted. While candy may not aid in treating injuries, if it lifts her spirits, it is a fine gift, is it not? Do not thank me, Draco remarked, draping his arm over Provokt's shoulder, a proud smile gracing his features. Your sister saved me. It is only natural to pay her a visit. Ailios' fingers nervously clawed at the sheets beneath her. She suspected that Provokt would likely confiscate her candy. She could never quite control her intake of sweets. And candy would undoubtedly interfere with the efficacy of the wolfsbane potion. Very well, Provokt remarked, brushing Draco's hand aside as he placed the lunchbox on the bedside table. Now occupied by candy, he clapped his hands together, dispelling any lingering odors of food, and with a sigh of relief, announced, "Now I need not attend to her. I trust you both will know better how to please her." Provokt's unexpected response caught both Ailios and Theodore off guard. "What do you mean? You won't be looking after me?" Ailios inquired earnestly. Provokt's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable smile, but Madame Pomfrey's prompt arrival interrupted his reply. "All right, gentlemen. It is time to depart. You must allow the patient some much-needed rest." As she spoke, she ushered Theodore out first, followed closely by Draco, while Provokt, standing by the bedside, followed suit. He cast a lingering glance at Ailios, the candlelight gently illuminating the disarray of her hair and the porcelain delicacy of her skin, as if it might shatter at the slightest touch. Her eyes shimmered with a mixture of anger and confusion as she glared at him. How could he be such a brother? Indeed, how could he embody such a wayward affection and an unmistakable yearning? He sighed, his fleeting tenderness in his gaze lasting but a moment before he strode away from her bedside. Chapter 70. Hoping to become her family. For 3 days, Profer had not come to visit her. Fortunately, Theodore and Draco did not disappoint his expectations, taking time each day to engage her in conversation. Their visits occasionally coincided, though most often they did not. Draco, lacking experience in caregiving, was nonetheless quite talkative, bringing with him the latest campus gossip, such as Crabbe's intention to join the Quidditch team and battle alongside him, Potter being terrified to the point of panic by his imitation of a boggart, and Blaze's newfound romantic interest, a striking dark-haired beauty who had just transferred. In truth, his tales were a mix of fact and fiction, serving as perfect fodder for Ailios' amusement. Theodore, on the other hand, was not adept at unearthing school gossip, thus his textbooks became his most fitting topic of conversation. He taught her how to use the moonlit mirror, and how to chart planetary movements, his slender fingers deftly manipulating the lunar globe with an elegance that captivated her. Ailios did not hold a fondness for the moon, as Mr. Ollivander had said, too much perfection can be counterproductive. Yet, as Theodore lifted the moonlit mirror for her by the window bathed in moonlight, she found herself enamored with his round eyes, round nose and round ears. She even wished the night could be a touch more complete, if only Proffer could be by her side. In addition, Pansy, Daphne, and Millicent had also visited, bringing her a bouquet of fresh flowers gathered by the Black Lake, wishing her a swift recovery. Their stay was brief, and the foremost question they posed was what had compelled Ailios to recklessly commandeer a dilapidated broom to rescue Draco from a beast. Was it love? Ailios promptly dismissed the notion. They praised her for her bravery, whether she wore long hair or short, likening her to a gallant and noble knight, with even the most ordinary silver nameplate on her school robe gleaming, as if it were adorned in golden armor. On Thursday morning, Ailios, on the brink of restlessness from confinement, was finally discharged. Upon entering the potions classroom, she found Proffer standing beside Draco, who neither expressed joy at her recovery nor welcomed her return. He merely regarded her with an indistinct expression before a cauldron emitting ethereal vapors. Apologies, Professor, I am late. Ailios forced herself to avoid his gaze. I hear you saved Draco Malfoy? Snape raised an eyebrow. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, caught between acknowledgement and denial. Take a seat, Snape drawled. Commendable bravery, Miss Wendell, 5 points to Slytherin. Ailios's lips parted in surprise. How delightful it was to be associated with Draco. Cautiously, she approached the center of the long table, feeling as lost as a butterfly in a thicket of flowers, unsure of where to go. Ailios, come sit by me. Theodore called from the far corner of the classroom, raising his voice to ensure she could hear. Following the sound, she spotted his eyes, as blue as a planet. Peering through the mist, she confirmed that he was the flower she sought, and she hurried toward him with excitement. Today we shall brew a shrinking solution, Theodore gently announced, his hands deftly chopping daisy roots. Is it the potion you mentioned yesterday, made with shrivel figs, caterpillars, mugwort, and poison ivy essence? Ailios inquired. Indeed, Theodore replied, pausing to smile at her amidst his busy work. You learn quickly, Ailios. You never cease to impress me. Thank you. Ailios picked up a small knife from the table, intending to peel the shrivel fig, but struggled to wield it effectively, leaving only minor nicks on the skin. I merely stated a fact, Ailios. Not that. She buried her head in concentration, eventually prying open the shrivel fig with her bare hands. Handing it to Theodore, she wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, smiling as she said, Thank you for being here, for keeping me here. Without you, I feel as if I would have nowhere to go. But compared to my presence, you would rather be by Proffer's side, wouldn't you? Theodore paused his stirring, a serious expression overtaking his usual demeanor. Ailios appeared startled, taken aback by his question. Frankly, her heart could not favor either of them, for they were both equally significant. She remained silent, and Theodore's eyes dimmed with a hint of desolation as he self-deprecatingly remarked, But he is your brother. I have no right to compare myself to him. Ailios longed to touch the back of his hand to offer comfort, but her fingers were sticky with the viscous juice of the shrivel fig. Instead, she earnestly replied, Do not think that way, Theodore. To me, you and Proffer are both my family. Family. The concept held little weight for Theodore, seemingly vanishing from his life with his mother's passing. Yet in this moment, he sincerely wished for Ailios's words to be true. He hoped that one day, he could genuinely become her family. All right, Theodore nodded gently, a soft smile returning to his lips. He then turned back to resume stirring the vibrant green liquid in the cauldron. Chapter 71. Confirmed through a glance. The afternoon heralded Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. Upon entering the classroom, he instructed everyone to tidy their feather quills and textbooks before following him to the staff lounge for a practical lesson. The only practical experience Ailios had in defense against the dark arts was the harrowing skirmish with the Cornish pixies, during which Blaze had even been injured while rescuing her. The mere thought of Blaze prompted her to scan the room for his familiar figure. He rose slowly, his knuckles deftly twisting the lid of an ink bottle, his side-parted hair obscuring half of his cheekbone. The sharp contours of his face were as if delineated by a carbon pencil, with the visible eye, elongated and slightly upturned. gazing intently at the ink bottle. Why on earth did he appear so enamored even while looking at an ink bottle? Ailios averted her gaze and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. The staff lounge was a spacious room filled with mismatched old chairs. Professor Lupin guided them to an old wardrobe, which suddenly began to tremble, banging against the wall. Several girls huddled together in fright, prompting Professor Lupin to quickly explain. Do not worry, there is no danger. Inside is a boggart. During her summer study of dark forces, a guide to self-defense, Ailios had learned that boggarts could see into a person's innermost thoughts, transforming into their greatest fears. However, repelling one was simple. It required only concentration to envision it in a comical form, culminating in the incantation of a humorous spell to render its natural transformation ineffective. Professor Lupin released the boggart, allowing Longbottom to be the first to face it. Upon its emergence, the boggart transformed into the formidable visage of Professor Snape, striding out of the wardrobe with an imposing presence, his black robes billowing dramatically behind him. Ailios was astonished. The resemblance was uncanny. Longbottom, clumsy and trembling, gripped his wand yet could not utter a single word. Lupin gently yet firmly encouraged him to envision the attire of his closest loved one. Ridiculous! Longbottom shouted at the boggart. The figure of Professor Snape faltered, his flowing robes morphing into a lace-trimmed gown, while greasy hair was obscured under a flamboyant red top hat adorned with ostrich feathers. Laughter erupted among the classmates in unison. Subsequently, many students took their turns, as the boggart shifted from terrifying to comical, filling the common room with joyous laughter. Ailios was certain that this was the most delightful lesson she had ever attended, bar none. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, a wave of anxiety washed over her as her turn approached. Taking a deep breath, she approached the wardrobe, and the boggart before her transformed into a round luminous sphere, radiating a translucent glow. It was the full moon. Ridiculous! Ailios decisively cast the spell, and with a resounding pop, the gleaming moon expanded to its limit before bursting like a magnificent firework above the wardrobe. A flicker of surprise crossed Professor Lupin's face, though his momentary astonishment quickly dissipated as he called the next student, Ron Weasley. Weasley turned the boggart into a 6-foot-tall, hairy spider, which upon the incantation, lost its legs, leaving only its torso to roll around on the ground. As it rolled beneath Potter's feet, Professor Lupin shouted to capture the boggart's attention. To Ailios' surprise, the boggart transformed once more into a floating sphere, this time silver before Lupin and pale yellow before her. Ailios and Lupin exchanged a subtle glance, confirming their unspoken understanding. You too are a werewolf? With another sharp sound, the boggart dissipated into smoke. You all performed admirably today, Professor Lupin declared joyfully. Each of you exceeded my expectations, and I am truly proud of you. The classmates erupted into enthusiastic applause. No one could resist the charm of such an engaging professor. For the homework, he instructed them to simply read the section on boggarts in their textbooks and summarize it concisely. With that, the class bell rang. The students left the staff room, still buzzing with the delightful experiences from the lesson. Ailios asked Theodore to return to the common room first, as she had a few questions for Professor Lupin. Once everyone had departed, Ailios carefully closed the door. Her cheeks flushed as she pondered her bold opening line. I know what you wish to say. Lupin smiled gently. Perhaps we share a similar experience? Really? Ailios exclaimed, gripping her robe tightly. The feeling was truly extraordinary. Professor, I thought it would be difficult to meet someone like me, as most choose to end their suffering and discrimination. Companions with shared experiences always empathize with one another. Indeed, he acknowledged, glancing at the name tag pinned to Ailios' left chest, his interest piqued. Miss Wendell, you are indeed a brave girl. Let me guess, you are in Gryffindor? No, I am in Slytherin, Ailios replied proudly, puffing out her chest. I believe, aside from courage, I must possess other admirable qualities to have been sorted into Slytherin. You are confident, Lupin remarked appreciatively. He tapped the teapot on the table with his wand, releasing a plume of white steam. With another flick of his wand, the teapot floated above a teacup, tilting to pour a stream of reddish-brown liquid. Have some maple tea? Lupin suggested, levitating the cup before Ailios. With the full moon approaching tomorrow, a little sweetness today would not go amiss. Thank you, Professor, Ailios said, gently sipping the tea, which was fragrant and subtly sweet. Where do you usually spend the full moon night? Lupin inquired. In the boathouse, she replied without hesitation. Very few venture there aside from the start of term. If you don't mind, we could share a hiding place, in the hollow of the Whomping Willow. By pressing the knot on the tree in the direction of the moon, it will cease its attacks and you need not worry about being discovered, no matter how large you may be. I have personally tested it many times. The idea of transforming alongside a newly acquainted werewolf professor felt exhilarating. Yet despite his kind demeanor, she found it difficult to expose her most vulnerable self in front of others. Oh, it's rather peculiar. My size is quite small, and many mistake me for a dog. However, this spares me much trouble, and should I be discovered in the boathouse, my brother will explain. Lupin nodded in understanding. I see. In the future, feel free to approach me with your academic questions. The path of a werewolf in education is often fraught with challenges, but do not despair. Fate is not always unjust. And my presence here before you is the best testament to that. Thank you, Professor. Ailios said gratefully, bowing deeply. No one understands werewolves better than another werewolf. Chapter 72, The Utter Deceiver. Professor Lupin mentioned that Friday would be the full moon night of the month. How splendid, Ailios thought, as she now had ample reason to seek out Proffer for a conversation. Upon returning to the common room, she only encountered Draco and Vincent. Initially intending to retreat to the girls' dormitory, she suddenly realized that Draco was Proffer's roommate, making it quite simple for him to relay a message. Thus, she hurried over to Draco, greeting him with a bright smile and a wave. Hi, Draco. Simultaneously, she tossed her hair and greeted Vincent, who stood nearby. Hi, Vincent. We were just talking about you, Ellie, Vincent remarked. Me. Before Ailios could voice her confusion, Draco took the lead in the conversation. So, what do you want? Draco asked, appearing quite pleased with himself as he tilted his chin in self-satisfaction. As if I would seek you out only when I need something. Ailios retorted, brushing her hair behind her ear with candor. Well, I actually want to ask if you know where Proffer is. Has he returned to the dormitory? Draco said, lounging comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed, arms folded, raising one eyebrow at Ailios. She had no time for idle chit-chat and pressed on urgently. Stop being so smug. Do you know where he is or not? Wait a minute. Are you saying that I'm handsome? Draco seized upon the compliment with delight. Ha! Ailios, bewildered, rubbed her temples to ease her overwhelmed mind. Fine, you're handsome, Draco, but where is my brother? He's in the dormitory, Draco said, suppressing a smile that threatened to spread across his face, stroking his chin. I can go fetch him for you. That would be perfect, Ailios replied. Draco rose slowly, and after taking a few steps, he turned back towards Vincent, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Vincent, understanding the cue, nodded in acknowledgement, and with a sense of ease he strolled into the boys' dormitory with one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Ailios perceived his silhouette as reminiscent of an elegant yet pretentious cat, with an invisible tail poised to ascend to the heavens. What were you two discussing? Curiosity gnawed at her, and despite Draco's request for Vincent to keep it confidential, she could not refrain from inquiring, even knowing the likelihood of receiving no answer. You know how Draco is about keeping secrets, Vincent replied with a resigned shrug, maintaining an air of calm. But I believe you shall soon discover the truth. Trust in the informality of Slytherin. Very well. Ailios decided not to press him further. She settled onto the sofa, gazing at Crabbe, who was undergoing a transformation, and remarked, I find that your weight loss has significantly boosted your confidence. He chuckled, non-committally responding, Indeed, I do love myself more than I did before. But it is not my slender figure that has instilled this confidence. Rather, it is the realization that I am capable of achieving my goals. Your perspective is quite astute. Ailios complimented him. Moments later, Proffer approached, and Vincent seized the opportunity to excuse himself to write a paper in their dormitory, granting the siblings some time alone. Proffer, come sit, I have so much to share with you. Ailios joyfully patted the empty space beside her. After days of silence with Proffer, her desire to share was nearly overwhelming. He pretended not to notice and took a seat on another sofa. Go on, what is it? Ailios pouted in disappointment, but still managed to squeeze beside Proffer, her bare knee naturally brushing against the thin fabric of his trousers, causing him to shiver slightly, his thigh warming at the contact. It's too hot. Don't sit so close. Proffer shifted away, leaving a seat between them. Since when have you become so sensitive to heat? Ailios sighed, increasingly perplexed by him. You can't possibly imagine, Professor Lupin is a werewolf just like me. She deliberately lowered her voice for the last words. Perhaps even the sound of the lake waves crashing against the glass window was louder. I know, Proffer replied nonchalantly. The boggart turned into a moon before you. Only a fool would think you are afraid of the crystal ball. You are quite clever. Ailios clapped her hands lightly, smiling. Also, the professor probably possesses considerable knowledge of astronomy. He told me that tomorrow is the full moon. You will accompany me tomorrow night, right? Proffer fell silent as Ailios looked at him with hopeful anticipation. I will guard the secret passage within the ivy canopy, keeping others away from the boathouse. But I will not be by your side. You have grown. You must learn to face things alone. That was his answer. Why? You are truly strange, Profer. Ailios' anger flared. She felt she had already shown enough vulnerability, yet Profer showed no intention of reconciliation. Because you have matured, you will not always need me, but I need you now. You are such a liar. You promised to always be by my side. Profer struggled to contain his own mounting frustration. He yearned to express that Ailios was the true deceiver. She had once declared her desire to marry him, yet at a crucial moment, she chose another as her partner. I never intended to deny that statement. Regardless of his inner turmoil, his tone softened as he spoke. I will be with you, Ailios, but for now, I wish to adopt a different approach. Retreating to a position behind you as your brother, that is all I can do. I dislike this, brother. Ailios choked back her emotions as she clung to his arm. Let us make amends. Please don't avoid me anymore. He lowered his gaze to her reddened eyes. Her verdant irises glistening with tears, and with a gentle blink, the tears cascaded down like pearls. His heart felt like a tangled ball of yarn, frayed and chaotic. Knowing all too well how desperately he wished to embrace her tightly, to convey that this was never his intention, that all his promises were sincere, and to express how much he longed to be her only one. Yet now, he could only suppress all desires, gently brushing away the teardrop precariously poised on her nose. I am not upset with you, Ailios. I believe you will understand this in time. Understand what? Ailios queried. Profer shook his head, hesitating to elaborate. Chapter 73. My heart tells me I want to see you. The lounge was not an ideal venue for conversation, as the comings and goings of people revealed the few tears that had fallen on Ailios' cheeks, leaving her feeling embarrassed as she turned away from Profer and returned to the girls' dormitory, even with her thick lashes obscuring her eyes. The faint redness of her eyelids stood out against her fair complexion. Upon entering, she found Pansy leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine on her bed, who immediately noticed Ailios' reddened eyes. What's wrong? Pansy inquired, sitting up with concern. I accidentally bumped into a door. It hurt a bit, but I'm fine now. Ailios forced a smile, closing the door behind her and wearily returning to her bed. I'm glad to hear that. Pansy, lacking in the art of empathy, could only muster that as her response. Just when the air seemed to settle into silence, Pansy suddenly clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Oh. You've returned just in time. I need to confirm something with you. Was that black-haired girl who walked with Blaze on Monday morning you? I suppose so. Did you really go on a date in the castle's hidden corners? Impossible. Ailios' heartache was instantly overshadowed by the exaggerated gossip, leading her to both laugh and scold. We merely attended divination class together. The North Tower is really quite far. Well, it seems that anything more outrageous than this is entirely unbelievable. Pansy reclined back into her cushions in disappointment, her legs casually crossed. Is there something even more absurd? Ailios was genuinely curious about how many fantastical rumors had emerged in just a few short days since the school year began, as hearing gossip about herself from others was a delightful experience. The latest rumor is that Blaze has eyes only for you amidst countless girls, while you gamble your life in pursuit of Draco's true affection. Ailios quickly interjected, no way, does anyone actually believe that? Though she said this, her heart swelled with joy at the first half of the statement. The incident with Draco was likely exaggerated due to her act of bravery in saving him, leading to the current rumors. However, if Blaze truly liked her, that would indeed be a wonderful thing. He was gentle and charming, surely an exceptional boyfriend. Pansy appeared even more excited than Ailios herself. Your reason for giving up on Draco, it wouldn't be because of Blaze, would it? Ailios teased with a mischievous smile. Absolutely not, Pansy retorted. Blaze is the epitome of gentleness in every girl's heart, yet very few truly covet him. Think about it. He gets along so well with everyone. Who could possibly see themselves as the most special one? The most critical factor is his snobbish mother. Girls from ordinary backgrounds would never even dare to dream. Ailios calmly responded, to bask in his brilliance, one must also embrace his intensity. She contemplated deeply. If she liked him, she would be prepared to face everything that came with it. The following day, determined to pursue Bress, Ailios was eager to seek him out for a few words, even if it meant discussing mundane class assignments. However, Theodore clung to her side like an insistent piece of gum, proving impossible to shake off. Reluctantly, she abandoned her intentions, resolving to find a more opportune moment to make her advance towards Bress. As evening fell, Ailios finally freed herself from the clingy companion and ventured alone into the boathouse. Prover had arrived earlier than she, faithfully fulfilling his promise to wait beneath the ivy canopy. When they met, not a word was exchanged. Ailios lay alone in the boat, surrounded by a sky teeming with stars, unable to see Prover. The agonizing transformation was always a trial. The waves rocked the small vessel, causing her stomach to churn. Perhaps it was the haze of confusion that led her to imagine she heard a familiar breath. Was it her brother? Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the lake, splashing water that cascaded into the boat, soaking Ailios. Did you miss me? Lycia's face materialized before her eyes, his silver hair damp. The moonlight cloaked in a veil of moisture. Water droplets trickled down his strands to his chin, and just as they were about to fall, Ailios instinctively blinked. How annoying, she thought, as the droplets landed on her ear. She scratched at her left ear, feeling irked. Is that you? Who else would you wish it to be? He leaned against the edge of the boat, tilting his head with a mischievous smile, the curve of his lips resembling a crescent moon. Having lingered beneath the lake for too long, his breath was still somewhat ragged, the taut lines of his chest barely concealed by his white shirt pressed against the boat, causing Ailios to sway in rhythm with his breaths. My brother is under the canopy, you'd best not make too much noise. Ailios rolled over, shifting from her back to her stomach, not wanting to expose her belly to Lycia. I understand. Lycia remained still, his gaze fixed upon her. The expression in his eyes was markedly different from when they first met. Though she could not discern any clear meaning, she at least recognized that she was no longer prey in his eyes. Have you completed your mission? Ailios inquired. Lycia's smile faltered as he shook his head. Not yet. Then why have you come here? I wish to see you, Lycia confessed candidly, his tail suddenly splashing to the surface, its enthusiastic movements causing the round moon to shimmer like a mirage. Ailios quickly shielded her half-open eyes with her paw as his large tail splashed water onto her. Lycia, slightly embarrassed, pressed his tail back into the lake with one hand, then returned to resting his chin on the edge of the boat, maintaining his gaze upon her. Why do you wish to see me? I don't know. My heart tells me I long to see you. Who taught you such words? Ailios tilted her head away, exasperated. Is it not permissible to say so? We werewolves speak our minds as they come. Lycia reached out to grasp Ailios' chin, turning her head back to face him, playfully asking, are you shy? She found herself in a conundrum, realizing that shyness was an emotion reserved for those one cherished. No, Ailios replied with honesty. I simply think your way of speaking is quite unique. Perhaps it is a trait of purebred werewolves. And what of you? Do you think of me? Lycia leaned closer to her head, unusually obedient. Perhaps Ailios, not wishing to hurt his feelings, uttered a small untruth. You're deceiving me. He suddenly furrowed his brows, the captivating violet of his eyes darkening with a hint of menace, colder than the mist-laden lake. I am not. I simply lack the energy to answer you. Ailios felt a surge of panic at his intensity, instinctively sensing that in the next moment, she might be devoured by Lycia. Tonight is a full moon. I feel unwell. She tucked her tail beneath her, curling up like a ball of fur. This explanation sufficed to satisfy Lycia, who readily responded, all right, I shall return to find you tomorrow. Chapter 74. Family who gives their all. Although Prover was absent, Ailios' Saturday spent with Theodore was nonetheless fulfilling. This was the first time Ailios had taken the initiative to suggest studying together at the library, which Theodore gladly accepted. She dedicated the morning to composing an extensive paper on the history of magic, entitled My Views on the Burning of Witches in the 14th Century. Theodore meticulously corrected her arguments, pointing out inaccuracies, such as the fact that not all witches despised the agony of being burned. The peculiar Wendelin was an exception. After his diligent revisions, Ailios felt a surge of satisfaction with her paper, confident that she would receive a commendable grade. In the afternoon, while practicing transfiguration, Ailios transformed a borrowed copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts into a bee. Unfortunately, the bee flew directly out of the window, forcing her to apologize to Madame Pants, the librarian, and compensate with a sum of galleons. With all her money with her brother, she was relieved that Theodore promptly covered the fine for her. Otherwise, she would have faced the punishment of organizing the library shelves for an entire afternoon. I'm so grateful to have you, Ailios expressed. I'll return the money to you once I see Prover. Do we really need to count the value of a book between us? Not to mention, it's worth only a few galleons. Even if I were to buy the entire library for you, I wouldn't expect a canute in return. After all, you told me we are family. My mother used to say that family is those who would give their all for one another. Theodore spoke earnestly, as if several hundred mixed potion ingredients lay before him, diligently distinguishing what family truly meant. Ailios' earlier gloom was instantly dispelled by his words. Unconsciously, she smiled and playfully poked his taut cheek. All right, we are family. With that simple gesture, Theodore became as stiff as a marionette. He touched his cheek, nearly lost in thought. Come on, Theo, let us go have dinner. Ailios returned to her desk, gathering her study materials into her bag with considerable strength, even taking on Theodore's belongings, thinking she ought to take good care of her adorable brother. Later that evening, having changed into her nightgown, Ailios suddenly remembered her rendezvous with Lycia at the boathouse. She casually draped a white shawl over her light blue silk nightgown, and made her way to the washroom as an excuse to leave the dormitory. Lycia lay leisurely in the boat, hands cradled beneath his head, legs crossed, eagerly awaiting the familiar footsteps he had longed to hear, when he spotted Ailios. Her nightgown's silken folds shimmered like a serene lake under the clear moonlight, rising and falling with her graceful steps, glistening with a dreamlike luster that surpassed that of mother of pearl. Her silky black hair cascaded down her neck, and through the white shawl, one could faintly discern her exquisite collarbone and throbbing veins. This was the first time Lycia had seen Ailios dressed in anything other than her school robes, and he noted how her hair gleamed like seaweed, her exposed skin more alluring than ever. She had matured. "Good evening, Lycia." Under his gaze, Ailios felt a wave of discomfort, and instinctively tightened her shawl around herself. "Not at all well. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," he candidly expressed his thoughts. Lycia approached her, his gaze trailing down her hair, eventually settling on her hands clutching the shawl. With a puzzled expression, he grasped her hands, scrutinizing them carefully before raising his gaze to question her. "Why aren't you wearing the ring I gave you?" Ailios yearned to withdraw her hand, but Lycia's grip was overwhelmingly strong. Resigned, she said, "The school is quite safe. There is no need." "If I say there is a need, then there is," Lycia replied, raising an eyebrow and tightening his hold. He leaned closer, his other hand possessively wrapping around her waist, as he lowered his neck to inhale the scent of her hair. "So delightful, like tender mink meat." "Are you even more delectable, Ailios?" "Wait a moment," Ailios protested, placing both hands against his chest and leaning back slightly. "Are you aroused?" "Aroused?" Lycia continued his actions, his voice tinged with impatience after being interrupted. Ailios could feel the intense heat emanating from the large hand resting on her waist. "During certain periods, your kind are particularly eager to seek a mate," Ailios struggled to explain. "You mean mating?" Lycia inquired. Yes," Ailios gasped, clearly unaccustomed to the beast's bluntness. "Do you wish to mate with me?" His words were laced with desire, and the deep purple of his eyes was the most enchanting hue of the night. No, Ailios firmly rejected. "Though I am somewhat of a werewolf myself, I won't be so indiscriminate." "Indiscriminate?" Lycia narrowed his eyes, pulling her entirely into his embrace. "But I have chosen you." Ailios felt as if she were encased in a corset of iron, with scarcely a breath of space. "Let me go so I can breathe." "You can't possibly converse with someone half dead," she said. He loosened his grip slightly, but did not entirely release her. However, that little bit of space was sufficient. Ailios discreetly reached into her pocket for her wand. "Sleep," she murmured. The unsuspecting Lycia was struck down by a beam of red light, and collapsed to the ground. Ailios exhaled in relief, contentedly rubbing her hands together. At last, her efforts had borne fruit. Before departing the boathouse, she cast one last glance at Lycia, his eyes firmly shut, as if she were appraising the most exquisite of masterpieces. There were no words to describe her feelings other than pride. Upon returning to her dormitory, Pansy was already asleep. Under the dim flicker of the weak light, she fumbled for a copy of the Encyclopedia of Werewolves, a gift from Professor Proffer, who wished for her to never live in fear of werewolves. He had said that the more one understands, the more courage one possesses to conquer. Curling up in her bed with the book, Ailios resembled a freshly baked croissant, snug beneath the covers. She flipped through the table of contents until she found information regarding the mating cycle of purebred werewolves. Unlike wolves, their mating periods were not fixed. Extreme weather conditions, such as the height of summer or the depths of winter, or phenomena like lunar eclipses or full moons, could incite hormonal upheaval. Most werewolves had evolved to select their mates carefully before mating, though some populations still retain the most primal and brutish habits. By utilizing peppermint, valerian, biting cabbage, and the feathers of the deafening bird, potions could be brewed to restore normal hormonal levels during mating seasons. Note: no wizard can approach a werewolf in such a state, as they are typically viewed as food. Ailios sighed, implying that even the author of this book was unsure of the efficacy of the potion. Chapter 75, Draco's Nimbus Broom. To concoct potions, one must first possess the necessary ingredients and a suitable laboratory. Lacking the funds to purchase ingredients, sneaking into the potions classroom to brew became her preferred plan. She had previously heard from Theodore that Professor Snape held a fondness for Draco, granting him the key to the potions classroom, allowing him unrestricted access. Sunday happened to be the day of the Slytherin Quidditch team tryouts, and Draco likely left for the pitch early. regardless of his usual carefree demeanor, when it came to potion making or Quidditch. He exhibited a remarkably different air of composure and seriousness. Ailios, wary of disturbing the tryouts, sauntered to the pitch at 11 o'clock. From a distance, she spied several tall boys standing on the grass with their brooms, engaged in conversation. Today was not a training day, and they were all clad in dark school robes. Without Draco's shimmering golden hair glinting in the sunlight, Ailios would hardly be able to distinguish which house they belonged to. Ailios. To her surprise, it was Vincent who called out her name first. He greeted her with a hearty laugh and a wave, his eyes sparkling like amber in the sunlight. Good afternoon, Vincent. Hearing her name, Ailios trotted over enthusiastically. All the teammates cast curious, attentive glances her way. Draco furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. Has the tryout concluded? Did you make it? Ailios asked with excitement, genuinely happy for Vincent. Yeah, I didn't know I had such potential until I tried, he said, glancing at Captain Marcus and scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I knew you could do it, Ailios encouraged. Ahem. Draco cleared his throat, feigning indifference as he asked. You didn't come here just to find Vincent, did you? Oh. Ailios suddenly remembered her purpose and candidly replied. I came to find you. All eyes shifted back to Draco, each face adorned with knowing smiles. Draco lifted his chin, displaying a proud demeanor, as if her words were precisely what he had hoped to hear, and he showed no sign of surprise. Shall we speak here, or would you prefer another location? Draco inquired with interest. It's nothing serious. Ailios felt embarrassed under the players' scrutinizing gazes. She offered a polite smile, as if to explain her words to them, and then added, let us go to the flower bed over there. I'll leave right after. All right, Draco agreed readily. The flower bed wasn't particularly secluded, but the long branches of the flowers provided enough cover to make Ailios feel considerably more at ease. I heard you have the key to the potions classroom. Ailios stated directly. I would like to practice making potions there. Could you lend me the key? I promised to return it before dark. Sure, he said, pulling a golden key from his pocket and waving it proudly before her. Ailios suspected he might devise some challenge for her, but as long as it wasn't too outrageous, she could accept it. Here, Draco handed her the key without imposing any difficulty. His fingernails were neatly trimmed, revealing a healthy pale pink, and the shadow cast by the golden key accentuated the fairness of his complexion. Thank you, she accepted the key cautiously, puzzled about whether Draco had taken some strange medicine today. You're welcome, he replied with a closed-lipped smile, appearing less disagreeable without any malicious intent. Well, I'll be on my way, Ailios smiled back at him, taking 2 steps back before turning to leave. At that moment, she wished to disappear from Draco's sight as quickly as possible, lest he change his mind. Just a few steps away, she heard Draco call out behind her, Hey, Ailios. Surely he wasn't having second thoughts? Reluctantly, Ailios turned back. The pitch lay empty before her, as if he had evaporated. Look up, you fool. Ailios raised her gaze. The sunlight too bright. She shielded her forehead with her palm, squinting at his golden hair, which danced in the wind. Draco smiled brightly, revealing a few pristine teeth, and boldly inquired, Would you care to join me on my broomstick for a ride home? Thank you for your kind offer, but I think I'll walk back, Ailios replied. He lowered the broom, hovering just above her shoulder. Do you not wish to experience the aerial prowess of a professional seeker? Speed and stability coexist, aside from myself. I doubt anyone else, except perhaps the Bulgarian star Crumb, could achieve such finesse. Such self-aggrandizement failed to impress Ailios, who found his boastful demeanor reminiscent of Lockhart. And considering the sun is blistering today, I presume you wouldn't want to arrive at potions class drenched in sweat, would you? Ailios realized that if she declined Draco's broom, he would likely buzz around her like a persistent insect. You must descend to the ground before I can mount, she shouted, halting in her tracks. Draco controlled the broom's descent, landing firmly on the ground. Ailios, constrained by her dress, sidled onto the broom. Rest assured, I am not as reckless as you, he said, his previously arrogant tone softening. I do not intend any mockery. After all, you acted in haste to save me. His inability to restrain his sharp tongue prompted him to clarify, lest Ailios misinterpret his words. Then allow me to demonstrate just how much better I ride than you. Ailios replied cheerfully. Hold on tight, Draco instructed, pulling her arm around his waist with one hand while gripping the broomstick with the other as they ascended slowly. His robes were ample, and had Ailios not felt his waist with her own hands, she would have struggled to envision Draco's slender form. He controlled the broom at a speed more leisurely than she anticipated, the wind gentle and soothing. She gazed at his profile, illuminated by the soft golden sunlight. Ethereal and serene, a stark contrast to the tempest he could create on the pitch. Sitting close, she easily caught the scent of his cologne, a fragrance that evoked an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of a night steeped in revelry. Surely you do not frequently take girls for broom rides? Ailios inquired. Impossible. My broom, Draco Malfoy's broom, is not to be casually handled by just anyone, he asserted, then added. I am merely offering you a ride as a token of gratitude for your timely assistance, nothing more. Ailios could not see his flushed cheeks nor comprehend the awkwardness of his stammering. She merely felt that Draco was far superior to Lockhart. His riding skills were no mere boast. Chapter 76. The Princess and the Philosopher's Stone. Ailios spent the entire afternoon in the classroom concocting potions. Her current knowledge proved inadequate to extract the juice from the biting cabbage, forcing her to resort to brute force. She struck the cabbage with a punch, pinching its sharp teeth and thrusting it into the boiling cauldron. The cabbage, terrified, promptly expelled 2 mouthfuls of froth. Surely this was the cabbage juice? The scent of peppermint was overwhelming, a cooling aroma that sent shivers down her spine. As she approached, she could not help but sneeze uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, she had seen a method for handling peppermint in Theodore's notes on Saturday. A quick flame would eliminate the pungent scent and enhance its efficacy in the potion. After scorching 7 or 8 peppermint leaves, she finally mastered the technique. Indeed, experience begets wisdom. By the time she successfully brewed a pale purple potion, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Ailios hurriedly returned the key to Draco, who had just finished dinner, and was heading back to the common room, scarcely pausing for a meal before rushing to the boathouse. Is Lycia not here? Could he be upset and left? Ailios sat upon a stone, gazing out at the vast, dark lake. She truly could not fathom why she felt compelled to concern herself with a werewolf. Even though he claimed he had not bitten her, he had indeed left her with lycanthropy. His words and actions were infuriating, yet there was an innate wildness and innocence about him that she found intriguing. Even when he unabashedly expressed his desire to mate with her, she merely found it amusing rather than repulsive. Perhaps it was because they were, in a sense, kindred spirits. Considering his burden at such a young age, his life in exile, and the self-defense techniques he had taught her, her concern was not entirely unfounded. With this thought, she began to fiddle with the wooden ring on her finger. She had brought the ring along, hoping that its sight might soothe Lycia's emotions. The ring was exquisitely crafted, fitting snugly on his finger. She wondered how he had managed to measure her size so accurately. As the moon gradually emerged, Lycia had yet to appear, and Ailios contemplated leaving. She mused that she wished for him to find a partner soon, urging him not to treat his own body so carelessly. Are you here to apologize? Lycia leapt from the lake, disrupting the tranquil moonlight. Hearing his voice filled Ailios with joy. Her anticipation had not been in vain. Indeed, I have brought a gift as an apology, she replied, shaking the vial in her hand. What is this? Lycia, lacking the typical werewolf wariness, accepted her words with curiosity as he gazed at the bottle. A delightful beverage, Ailios said, uncapping the vial and presenting it to him. Lycia accepted it, gulping it down in one go, wrinkling his brow as his ears drooped suddenly. Not tasty. You wizards are quite peculiar, he remarked, returning the empty bottle to Ailios as he staggered onto the stone. Ailios crouched down, gazing up at him. His head hung low, his expression drifting far from his earlier arrogance. It seems the potion is taking effect. Nonetheless, I accept your apology, he said, letting out a discomfort burp. Do you feel any better? I mean, in terms of your mood? Ailios inquired with concern. Well, even though you hit me, you did apologize. And I am not as upset now, he admitted candidly. That's not what I meant, Ailios said, cupping her face anxiously as she looked at him. Unsure how to explain. I must apologize as well, Lycia murmured, his ears vanishing. I thought when you asked me, it meant you wanted to as well. But I did not approach carelessly. I swam all this way to find you, and I cannot explain why. But I simply wanted to see you very much during this time. This made Ailios think of the teddy dog she once had, who wore a similarly pitiful expression when denied the treats it desired. Poor Lycia, he must have never encountered another female werewolf. Otherwise, he would not have crossed oceans just to meet Ailios. Don't worry, I understand, she said, sitting beside him and gently patting his slightly hunched back. His clothes were damp, yet his skin remained warm. After tomorrow, you will no longer wish to see me, she stated. Why? Ailios' smile was inscrutable as she replied. Because you must go and restore your werewolf clan. He nodded, finding her reasoning sound. Have you found the werewolf you were looking for? Ailios shifted the topic. Not yet. If I had, I would have nearly fulfilled my mission. What does your mission have to do with me? She is the sole descendant of the White Wolf bloodline. Currently, the werewolf clans in North America are embroiled in ceaseless turmoil, and we require her identity to quell the fractious rebellion. But why must it be the White Wolf bloodline that suffices to suppress this insurrection? If she possesses no abilities, why not elect a more competent werewolf to lead your kind towards greatness? He shook his head in resignation. Only she can wield the elixir of eternal life. The elixir of eternal life? Ailios inquired with curiosity. Is it akin to the philosopher's stone? In a sense, he replied, casting his gaze towards the moon as he recounted the tale. Centuries ago, among the slaughtered Beatucks was a reclusive alchemist who sought to fabricate a gem capable of transmuting base metals into gold. Yet, he had not yet reached the prowess of his mentor, Nico Lowe, when the English invaded Newfoundland. He named the stone that grants longevity the elixir of eternal life, and infused it with the entirety of his magical essence, embedding it within a ring that only the bloodline of North America's white werewolves could wield. He aspired to have this elixir empower a long-lived white wolf to lead the entire North American werewolf clan in vengeance against the English. The ancient tree chose the most powerful werewolf of the time to assume kingship, and the gem was fashioned into a ring, symbolizing life, power, and vengeance. However, vengeance is not achieved overnight. Newfoundland was conquered, and the White Wolf King led his pack to establish influence in America. As the pureblood white wolves dwindled through intermingling with other werewolves, the White Wolf King selected a solitary white wolf as his mate to preserve the bloodline. Soon after, they bore a son named Sealer. To ensure the success of their revenge, they sent Sealer to England for his education. On the day Sealer reached adulthood, the White Wolf King bestowed upon him the ring and chose to abdicate. The reign of the White Wolf King came to an end, his life extinguished beneath the ancient tree. Yet, Sealer could not perform the sacrificial rite, as the magic bound to the bloodline did not manifest within him, leading many to doubt the purity of his lineage. Numerous werewolves sought to declare themselves kings, banding together to slay the widow of the White Wolf King. My father was once a loyal subordinate of the White Wolf King, and he, along with a few other werewolves, shielded Sealer during his escape. Sealer did not survive, and my father perished as well. This tragedy cast my mother and me into a life of hardship amid the turmoil, compelling us to withdraw from their society. The year I encountered you, she fell ill and passed away. Before her death, she entrusted me with the solemn task of fulfilling my father's dying wish, to find the daughter born of Sealer and a witch. Yet I was on the brink of despair, consumed by hunger, when I chanced upon you. I survived on your blood, returning to the werewolf clan to undertake the most menial of tasks, hoping to glean information about the princess's whereabouts. Subsequently, I overheard the rebellious werewolves discussing how they were aware Sealer was of pure white wolf blood, yet they had manipulated his diet in childhood to render him frail and incapable of wielding magic. They were privy to the princess's existence, but withheld this knowledge from others, intent on eradicating her. The ancient tree that guards the White Wolf bloodline did not reveal the princess's location to them, but I inquired, and the ancient tree, believing in my loyalty, confided that the princess resides in England. Though the search area remains vast, I finally possess a definitive goal. Wait, Sealer? The name struck a familiar chord with Ailios, who recalled that Mr. Ollivander had mentioned this individual, asserting that Sealer also hailed from North America. The only response was the sound of crashing waves, and she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Lycia had fallen asleep against her. Chapter 77. A Veiled Confession. Lycia, wake up. Ailios gently tried to rouse him, but he was as limp as a jellyfish. With a slight tug, Lycia collapsed onto her lap. Lycia. She shook his shoulder lightly. Lycia merely smacked his lips, the motion of swallowing causing his Adam's apple to bob slightly. It appeared the dosage was too potent. Surely, it wouldn't do to leave him alone in the cold night air, even with his abundant fur. Compassionately, Ailios moved Lycia onto the ship, arranging him in a relatively dignified position. Lying on his side, knees slightly bent, his form reminiscent of a beached mermaid. Thus, even if slumbering Lycia were unfortunate enough to be discovered by the administrator, Firk, his appearance would not be too disgraceful. She then removed her robe and draped it over him, wistfully pondering if his large tail could transform into a blanket. On Monday, after breakfast in the hall, Theodore earnestly insisted on escorting Ailios to the divination class in the North Tower. Although their classrooms were located in opposite directions, one in the north and the other in the south, he was determined to see the sights of the North Tower. Having spent 2 years in the castle without ever visiting, Ailios found herself unable to resist the allure of his sparkling blue eyes, and reluctantly acquiesced. As they ascended the 7th-floor spiral staircase, Theodore suddenly remarked, "This place is indeed quite remote. Indeed, I was fortunate to have met Blaze last time. Without his guidance, I might have lost my way in the ever-changing staircases." He slowed his pace, gazing at her carefully and cautiously asked, "So those rumors are mere fabrications, correct?" "Of course." Ailios replied with a cheerful tilt of her head. You don't believe them, do you? Silly Theodore. And no. He quickly averted his gaze, his tone becoming more deliberate. I believe you, which is why I came to inquire. Ailios stepped onto the platform first, adopting a professor-like stance with her hands clasped behind her back. Now then. Does our diligent and inquisitive Theodore have any more questions? He hesitated as he stepped up the final few stairs, leaning closer to her to whisper, Do you think, after today, there will be discussions about us? Ailios couldn't suppress a laugh. We spend every day together. If there were to be rumors, they would have emerged long ago. She playfully tapped Theodore's head with her knuckles, producing a soft thud. He bit his lips slightly, gazing at her with innocent eyes. All right. You should head to your arithmetic divination class now. Ailios gently rubbed the spot she had tapped, saying softly, Thank you for accompanying me, Theodore. See you in the next class. He nodded obediently, smiling as he replied, See you in the next class, Ailios. Watching Ailios push open the hatch and ascend the stairs leading directly to the classroom, Theodore felt a sense of relief as he departed. With nearly half an hour until class began, the classroom was empty. She casually chose a cushion to sit on, finding it softer and more comfortable than expected. A flood of crimson light enveloped her, and the rich aroma wafting from the copper teapot on the hearth lulled her into drowsiness. Ailios propped her head on one hand, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. She dreamt once more of Professor, desperately running towards him through a chaotic scene. Startled awake, she was met with the cacophony of laughter and chatter as her classmates gradually settled into their seats. Professor was unharmed, surrounded by Draco and others at a small round table, while Ailios found herself in solitude. Tsundere. She turned to find Blaise. Certainly, she replied with delight. It would indeed be splendid to have Blaise as her regular partner in divination class. He glided past the armchair and settled onto the cushion beside her, maintaining a close height for conversation. With 10 minutes remaining until class, about half the students had arrived. Ailios adjusted her hair nervously, feigning interest as she perused her textbook. Yet her gaze couldn't help but drift to the left, where Blaise was engrossed in a copy of Magic Art Weekly. She admonished herself to be more proactive. Mustering the courage to say, The 2 paintings you submitted for exhibition received exceedingly high praise in the magazine. My mother saw it and thinks you are truly remarkable. He lifted his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So you really did purchase that issue? Indeed, I've been keeping a close watch, Ailios replied candidly. After all, those are the paintings I admire. No one could dispute the discerning eye of the Vista's lineage. Blaise rested his elbow on the table, his fingers languidly supporting his chin as he remarked, To be honest, I am quite eager to receive your mother's guidance. Oh, she would be delighted. Ailios responded thoughtlessly, adding, Shall we say you'll visit my home during the Christmas holidays? Blaise clearly did not anticipate such smooth progress, his hand resting on his knee instinctively clenched. With only 3 minutes remaining before class, Professor Trelawney instructed the students present to review the day's lesson. Blaise retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his left breast pocket, awkwardly placing them on his nose. The lenses refracted a kaleidoscope of light, though faintly, failing to overshadow the allure emanating from his elongated eyes. Are you nearsighted? Ailios inquired. Not exactly, he chuckled, choosing to redirect the conversation. Those recent rumors must have caused you quite a bit of distress. I sincerely apologize. Don't think like that, Blaise. Rumors are fabricated by the idle, and they have nothing to do with you. You need not feel guilty. I make no denial. Ailios looked at him, perplexed. Many have inquired about me, and regarding my feelings for you, I have not denied it. Her hand, poised to turn the page, froze momentarily, yet her heart inexplicably raced. Could this be a veiled confession? Blaise, with a hint of remorse, said, I apologize. I have exploited this scandal. Ailios was still trying to comprehend his words. What do you mean? I am not adept at rejecting others. And now my unrequited love serves as a pretext to decline their advances. She began to grasp the underlying message. Blaise was reluctant to indulge in the expectations of Belian and linger in the company of other girls. He harbored his own ideals and aspirations. A person of his caliber should rightfully tread a path unencumbered. Why did you choose me? It was the wind and the leaves of that day that selected you, Blaise said, self-deprecatingly laughing. Do you not think I am peculiar? Yet I believe in fate. It is precisely because I believe that I find myself here. He typically did not exhibit such vulnerability. He ought to be humble, not timid. Not at all, Ailios asserted confidently. I am here with you. Her fingers traced a casual circle on the teacup, and she smiled. I truly believe, therefore, regarding the friend you predicted for me, I hope it is you. Chapter 78. I like you. Ailios' jubilant mood lasted throughout the day, even causing her to smile foolishly during meals. She was unsure of what had come over her. Even though Blaise had not explicitly declared his affection, she felt a peculiar joy akin to being confessed to. Despite having cautioned herself countless times that they were merely friends, she found it impossible to quell her elation. This feeling acted as a potent stimulant for Ailios, enabling her to complete Professor McGonagall's assignment in Transfiguration, even before Granger. This flawless execution of Transfiguration made Theodore immensely proud of her. Who could have anticipated that the typically shy boy would be the first to fervently applaud her in the quiet classroom? After dinner, she packaged some small desserts for Lycia, eager to share her joy with him. She wondered if a werewolf would enjoy such treats. Unsure, she turned back and added a few kidney pies. The temperature had dropped today, so Ailios wrapped the food in her arms, using her body heat to keep it warm. She bent slightly as she navigated through the ivy that danced chaotically in the wind, until she reached the boathouse. Lycia seemed to sense her arrival, already waiting there, holding a black robe, puzzled by her hunched posture. "Good evening, Lycia." Ailios smiled broadly as she approached, cradling her stomach. "Are you unwell?" Lycia asked with concern. "Not at all," Ailios replied, taking small steps toward a nearby stone to sit down. She dramatically lifted her school robe, playfully exclaiming, "Tata, what is this?" Lycia squatted beside her, intrigued by the food box she held. "It's our school dinner. I previously only brought you raw meat, so perhaps you might like to try something cooked," Ailios said, proudly presenting the box. "It's still warm." "Is it that same stuff from yesterday?" Lycia recoiled slightly, expressing his distaste. "How can you know if you haven't even tried it?" Ailios teased, waving a fruit tart enticingly in front of him. "It's delicious. Just have a bite." Skeptical, Lycia accepted the fruit tart and took a small nibble. "Is it good?" Ailios eagerly awaited his compliment. "Not really," he replied, though he promptly stuffed the entire tart into his mouth, chewing hastily before swallowing. "If it's not good, why are you eating it?" Ailios questioned, suspecting he was being disingenuous, and persistently held out the food box for him to sample the next item. "I can't waste food, especially since it's from you. I must eat it." Seeing Lycia's earnest expression, she placed the food box back on her lap. "I won't press you any further. I'll eat it myself." Ailios took a couple of bites of a cream roll, exclaiming helplessly, "You seem to have nothing you like." "Actually, I do," Lycia replied thoughtfully. "I enjoy raw meat. Especially ferret. I've only had it once, and I like you as well. I've tasted your blood. You are my only wizard friend." Ailios awkwardly bit her finger. What a lovely word "like" is. Why does it sound so awkward coming from him? She let out a dry laugh and asked, "So since yesterday, have you felt any changes in your body?" "Well, I haven't had any inexplicable fevers, and my mood seems to have improved significantly," he answered honestly. "That is wonderful." Ailios felt a rush of triumph. Her potion-making skills must be quite commendable. "Oh, by the way, who is Ollivander, the one you mentioned yesterday?" Lycia suddenly recalled the serious matter. "He is a master wand maker. I heard he once had Seraphina as a student, and she left behind a notebook with patterns I cannot decipher. Could it possibly be your script? Perhaps it's Beatuk. Can you steal that notebook for me?" Lycia suggested boldly. "How could that be possible?" Ailios exclaimed. "I could very well end up in Azkaban." "What is Azkaban?" he asked curiously. "It's a place for imprisoning wrongdoers, but that is not the point. I would never steal, but I am very curious about what is written there." His eyes, for once, lacked hostility, revealing a glimmer of innocent ignorance. "Why don't you teach me that Beatuk language? If I understand it, I could tell you what it says." "Oh, that makes sense." Lycia nodded in agreement, earnestly adding, "It's Beatuk." All right, Beatuk it is," Ailios casually remarked. "So, aside from my monthly transformation where I must rest properly, and the astronomy class I attend on Wednesday nights which prevents my presence, we are to meet at this time every evening?" "Very well." Lycia stood, gracefully draping his dark cloak across his shoulders, offering her a faint smile. "We shall not be absent from one another." Ailios watched as he gradually receded into the distance, captivated by the beauty of his silver hair, unable to divert her gaze. Yet Lycia paused by the lakeside, abruptly turning back. "I have one more thing to tell you," he said, his radiant smile illuminating his features. "I still miss you. Whether it be yesterday, today, or even uncertainly tomorrow. I'm off now. See you tomorrow, Ailios." He waved his tail and vanished once more into the shimmering moonlit surface of the lake. The remaining days of September were filled with busyness and fulfillment for Ailios. She became a regular at the library, where Theodore diligently devised a plan to help her secure the top rank in her year. Ailios had not anticipated that Theodore would take her offhand comment from the previous semester so seriously. She possessed no grand aspirations to compete with Granger for the top spot. She could not fathom why Theodore did not exert himself fully to contend with Granger, as it would be far easier than achieving her own goals. Nevertheless, she willingly dedicated 14 hours each day to studying as per Theodore's requirements, then spent an hour in Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts office, engaging in casual conversation while seeking knowledge beyond the classroom. The 2 hours before sleep were reserved for learning Beatuk from Lycia. Thus, her entire day passed with hardly a moment to reminisce about Prover. Occasionally, she would accept invitations to observe Vincent's Quidditch practice. Draco no longer antagonized her. A friendly demeanor became commonplace, and he even enthusiastically offered her a special beverage crafted for Quidditch players. Delicious, yet it left her exhilarated and sleepless through the night. Eventually, she discovered that the drink contained potent stimulants that could only be expelled through perspiration. Blaise became Ailios's steadfast partner in divination class, their interactions now markedly less intimate than during their solitary moments, despite Ailios still being the subject of his rumored affections. However, this was far from sufficient for her. Nearly all her remaining free time was consumed by observing Blaise. She noted an increase in his use of glasses and a decrease in his interactions with other girls, including his cousin Bushman, a shy girl who had once borrowed first-year notes from Blaise in the common room. He had gently but coolly suggested she need not return them, and she understood the unspoken implication, choosing not to appear before him again. Chapter 79. A sweet visit to Hogsmeade. After October commenced, Theodore began to act strangely. He no longer clung to Ailios as he once did. Even his visits to the library dwindled. Nonetheless, he continued to pose questions and quiz her after dinner, adopting a strict demeanor akin to Professor McGonagall, leaving her too intimidated to make a single mistake. For over half a month, the absence of both Prover and Theodore left Ailios feeling somewhat desolate. But a piece of good news emerged. Students in their 3rd year and above could visit Hogsmeade on the eve of Halloween. "I won't be able to meet you tomorrow night," Ailios excitedly informed Lycia, "as there will be a Halloween Eve feast, and before that, I plan to visit Hogsmeade. In gratitude for your companionship during my transformation night this month, I can bring you back some delightful treats." "I have no coins to pay you," Lycia replied. "Then what of it?" Ailios remarked playfully, delivering a light punch to his arm with a smile. "Consider it my Halloween gift to you." Lycia stood silently, his expression unreadable. "Have you thought about what you want?" He shook his head, saying, "I do not wish for you to bring me anything. I want to go with you." "That might prove somewhat challenging," Ailios pondered, stroking her chin. "I must go with my friend. It would be difficult to explain your identity to him." "His identity?" Lycia squinted. Yes, a very good friend, akin to family." Lycia concealed his discontented gaze, subtly pouting, and said, "Very well, then enjoy yourselves." "Thank you for your understanding," Ailios replied, her spirits lifted by his response. "Now shall we begin learning Beatuk?" Lycia crouched down, sketching characters in the gravel with stones. "Is this new content? It looks entirely different from what you taught me yesterday. I can't comprehend a single stroke." Ailios tilted her head, scrutinizing the characters from various angles, convinced it must be her perspective that was amiss. "Indeed," Lycia replied, completing a lengthy passage of obscure characters before throwing a stone towards the black lake, striking the surface where the moon floated. His expression seemed off. He always wore his feelings on his sleeve, and Ailios suspected he was frustrated with his own learning progress. "Pray tell, what does this mean?" she inquired, pointing at the first row of text. "Fickle-mindedness," he replied, picking up another stone to weigh in his hand. "Ha! It describes certain werewolves as having wavering will and being unfaithful." Ailios pursed her lips and pointed to the next row, asking, "What about this one?" "To abandon at the beginning and forsake at the end." This time he crushed the stone in his hand, the shards cascading through his fingers. "I still do not quite understand." Ailios expressed her curiosity with a diligent spirit. "You have abandoned me," he said, lowering his brows, his words blunt. I have not," Ailios retorted with conviction. "You are not an object. I have never possessed you, so how could I abandon you?" He huffed, turning his head defiantly. Yet it lacked any intimidation, instead revealing a childish stubbornness. "I shall bring you something wonderful, I swear by Merlin." Ailios, sensing his gloomy demeanor, tactfully suggested, "Perhaps we should learn another day? I'm feeling tired and not in the best state of mind." She pretended to yawn, rising on her toes to make her exit. "Stop." As soon as the words left his mouth, his tail coiled around Ailios's legs, nearly tripping her. Following that, the tip of his tail slithered up her calf, securely encircling her waist. Ailios was unexpectedly drawn before Lycia. "You are truly insufferable, you big-tailed wolf," she huffed, pushing his tail away and getting fur all over her hands. Lycia ignored her childish insult, extending his palm towards her with utmost seriousness, resembling a child demanding candy. What is it? Ailios frowned yet still offered him her hand. He said nothing, taking her hand and raising it to his gaze, his attention resting on the simple ring adorning her finger. Ailios exhaled softly in relief that she had brought it, otherwise she would undoubtedly face yet another arduous battle tonight. He smiled, baring his sharp teeth as he bit his own tongue, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. What are you doing? She asked in disbelief, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp. He lowered his head, pressing his crimson lips to her index finger, the warm blood trickling down her fingertip. Since you cannot take me with you, wear this instead, he said, his gaze firm and unyielding. Ailios nodded dumbly, unable to comprehend the significance of Lycia's actions. He gently licked the blood from his lower lip. Beneath the moonlight, his eyes rekindled with the feral nature of a wolf. The following day, after a meticulous comparison of a lengthy list by the administrator, Mr. Filch, Ailios and Theodore successfully exited the castle gates. Everything in Hogsmeade was a novelty to Ailios. She first accompanied Theodore to the writer's quill specialty shop, where they purchased 2 pale blue quills. She had assumed one was for Theodore's spare use, only to be pleasantly surprised when he gifted it to her. Well, why not accept it? After all, Theodore had already taken care of her entire day's expenses. Next, they visited Honeyduke's sweet shop. In the common room, Ailios had often heard upperclassmen rave about this place. Merely listening to the names of the magical candies had already left her salivating. The shop was expansive, with hundreds of shelves displaying a vibrant array of sweets in delightful disarray. A colossal candy vending machine dominated the checkout area, its transparent, round glass towering over her. The white latex walls were plastered with a plethora of promotional posters, each detailing the magical effects that various candies would produce upon consumption. Ailios was dazzled, halting beside a wooden barrel brimming with fruit-flavored gummies. I want this, Theo. All right, Theodore replied, using a shell-shaped clip to fill a jar with gummies for her. That's enough. Ailios quickly interjected, her cheeks flushing. It's too much. I want to try other things too. No worries, you can have as much as you desire. Okay, Ailios declared resolutely, embracing the philosophy of indulging rather than being coy. Hearing her response, Theodore smiled contentedly. He certainly preferred Ailios to be unreserved with him. Chapter 80. Approaching without a trace. They meandered around, arriving at the shelf selling chocolate balls. Suddenly, Theodore leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "That person has been staring at us." Following his gaze, Ailios spotted Lycia, who had somehow acquired a black cloak, obscuring his silver hair beneath its hood. Even so, Ailios easily distinguished him amid the crowd, his height rendering him conspicuous. Lycia was not directly staring at them but had turned slightly, casually observing a handful of green-packaged fizzing candies. Truly a werewolf, so astute in counter-surveillance. Perhaps he's coveting my beauty? Who knows, Ailios thought nervously, tugging at Theodore's sleeve to move in another direction. Theodore, ever vigilant, cast another wary glance at Lycia. His instincts warned him that this was not a benign individual. They quickly perused the remainder of the shop's shelves, with Theodore eagerly assisting her in filling jars with each type of candy. They were likely the day's most prolific customers, prompting the owner, Ambrosius Flume, to generously offer Ailios a packet of red-packaged fizzing candies, a collaboration with Zonko's joke shop. Those who consumed the red version would gain the ability to make those who ate the green one hiccup at will. After expressing her gratitude, Ailios and Theodore proceeded to the Three Broomsticks Inn. Although a place of mixed company, Madame Rosmerda maintained a clean and welcoming atmosphere, making the bar quite popular among the locals. Upon entering, they were greeted by the lively sounds of contemporary electronic music from the record player, with round, low, and long tables occupied by young students. Ailios and Theodore each ordered a butterbeer and settled into a windowside seat. The weather outside was rather dreary, with a gray sky, while the interior was bathed in warm, orange-hued light. Sipping the bubbling, steaming brew made her feel enveloped in warmth. "Theo, may I have a piece of liquor-filled chocolate?" Ailios asked, rubbing her hands together with hopeful eyes. "Of course," Theodore replied, extending his palm with a piece of chocolate. As Ailios reached out to take it, her ring unexpectedly sprouted sharp spikes, pricking his hand. Ouch! Theodore gasped as a long cut appeared in his palm, blood seeping forth. "Tau!" Ailios exclaimed, hesitating to touch him, the sight of the crimson causing her heart to tremble. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know. It shouldn't he have done that?" Theodore furrowed his brow, glancing towards the bar where Lycia, lazily sipping free soda lemonade through a plastic straw, raised an eyebrow at Theodore with a hint of mockery, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. "It's nothing," Theodore reassured, offering a gentle smile. "Just a little pain." Ailios sprang to her feet, gathering her bags as she insisted. I'll take you to the school infirmary to bandage that up. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, worry etched on his face as he asked, Am I ruining your enjoyment? Not at all, Ailios declared, pushing open the bar door and allowing Theodore to step outside first. I should have taken better care of you. I'm sorry, Theo. I won't wear it again. Theodore comforted her. It's fine, Elle, don't blame yourself. If anyone is to blame, it should be those with ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Ailios recalled Lycia's peculiar behavior from the previous night. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, she mused. A fleeting smile gracing Theodore's lips, revealing a fragile sense of vulnerability. I will get to the bottom of this, Theo, Ailios promised, soothingly patting his back, feeling an innate desire to protect him, reminiscent of how Professor Proffer had once safeguarded her. Madame Pomfrey applied a fragrant white ointment to Theodore's wound, then wrapped his slender, bony hand in a layer of white gauze. Thankfully, it was merely a superficial cut, and should it heal well, the scar might be gone by tomorrow. Sitting on the infirmary bed, Theodore slowly lifted his head, the incandescent light casting a halo around his bright blue eyes, illuminating the pallor of his skin. Yet he still smiled at her, albeit faintly. Does it still hurt, Theo? Ailios inquired with concern. Much better, he replied slowly after a brief pause. I have some other matters to attend to shortly, so I can't accompany you. More matters? You seem quite busy lately. Ailios couldn't help but express her frustration. It's not with anyone else. I'm going to consult Professor Flitwick about some music theory questions. He hastily clarified, struggling to articulate his response. Really? Ailios leaned closer, peering into his eyes for confirmation. Really, he affirmed, widening his eyes and nodding emphatically. All right, then go ahead, but take care of your hand, she advised. Okay. He complied with a soft nod, though this time it was gentle and slow. Until the banquet began, Ailios did not catch sight of Theodore again. Anxiously, she scanned the long table, even inquiring with Pansy and others about Theodore's whereabouts, but none had any information. The grand hall doors had been closed, and Ailios could not sneak out in full view of everyone, lest she be suspected of plotting something nefarious. The inaugural performance of the banquet was presented by nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor, who enthralled the audience with a harrowing recount of his beheading experience against the backdrop of the crimson drapes on stage. The atmosphere was drenched in bloodshed, eliciting a round of applause from the Gryffindors, while Ailios found herself devoid of any appetite, her senses satiated by the sweet aroma of pumpkin wafting through the air. She half-heartedly clapped along with those around her, her eyelids growing increasingly heavy. As Nick floated away, the hall was suddenly shrouded in dimness. The flickering orange banners transformed into a deep, mysterious green in an instant. The red drapes gracefully slid away to either side of the stage, and all lights converged upon the ethereal, blurred white halo at its center, where Theodore, clad in a silvery suit, sat poised before a grand black piano. His long fingers hovered above the black and white keys, radiating an elegance that rendered the gauze wrapped around his hands akin to luxurious silk. The students fell into a hushed reverence, the atmosphere thick with palpable anticipation rather than heaviness. As Theodore pressed the keys, notes flowed gently, and the flames on the pumpkin candelabra danced in harmony with the melody, casting enchanting shadows. His long restrained brilliance burst forth. In that moment he was a noble swan, a dazzling luminary, an object of collective admiration. Upon the conclusion of his piece, he lifted his gaze, bestowing upon Ailios all his warmth and smiles without reservation. Amidst the uproarious applause, Ailios found herself breathless, captivated by the brilliance of his blue eyes. She recalled how he had taught her to play the piano in their youth. The softness of his sleeves brushing against her arms, the afternoon sun illuminating their shoulders side by side. An image that felt as fresh as yesterday. The melodious strains reached her ears and her heart with an untraceable intimacy. Chapter 81. The Escape of the Fat Lady. Theodore descended from the stage and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, took a seat beside Ailios. The Hufflepuff choir had already begun their performance, yet Theodore remained enveloped in a radiant glow. Perhaps because he was, in essence, a light that could not be extinguished. Theo, you were magnificent. I never expected you to take the stage so suddenly, Ailios exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You mentioned wanting to hear me sing, Theodore replied with a smile. A song that has been a year in the making. Though I wonder if it may be too late? Ailios hazily recalled their conversation from last year's Halloween banquet, where she had jokingly expressed a desire to hear him sing. Knowing his reserved nature, she had not anticipated a reply. Yet he had remembered her wish for an entire year, and performed for her in front of the entire school. Of course not. I'm pleasantly surprised, Ailios responded. So, have you been busy with this all month? Yes, Professor Flitwick helped me rehearse, Theodore answered without being prompted, But starting tomorrow, I won't need to go anymore. We can still be together every day, every moment, just like before. His voice trailed off, and he averted his gaze, lacking the courage to maintain eye contact with her. All right, I understand. Let us eat. You must be exhausted today, she urged, pushing all the dishes within reach toward him, causing him to blush under the scrutiny of nearby students. After the delightful banquet concluded, students began to depart the hall, returning to their respective common rooms. As Ailios followed the throng toward the stone door, Professor Snape hurriedly arrived, instructing all students to return to the hall. On the way back, the students remained in high spirits, with many speculating that the headmaster had prepared a grand surprise package that had been overlooked, while a few conjectured it might be another terrifying incident at the school. Amidst the confusion and excitement, they could only uncover the truth upon arrival. In the now decorated hall, Headmaster Dumbledore informed everyone that the professors would undertake a thorough search of the castle, and students would have to spend the night in the hall. He waved his wand, and hundreds of sleeping bags appeared on the floor before he exited, with Professor McGonagall securely closing the hall doors. The atmosphere inside did not exhibit the expected heaviness. Gryffindor students animatedly recounted the incident of the fat lady's disappearance to their peers from other houses, leaving it unclear whether their discussions were fueled by fear or exhilaration. I must find Proflo. Ailios disregarded the bustling background noise, shouldering 2 sleeping bags as she navigated through the crowd, diligently searching for Proflo's presence. I can manage on my own. Theodore, trailing behind her, had given up on helping her carry anything, knowing her to be quite capable. No, your hand is injured, she replied without looking back. You can help me spot Proflo. Everyone is in their robes, making it difficult to distinguish. All right, Theodore acquiesced, scanning the area while also keeping an eye on Ailios' position to ensure she didn't inadvertently vanish into the throng. Before long, Theodore spotted Proflo in a corner by the window, who was also gazing at Ailios. However, after a brief exchange of glances with Theodore, he promptly returned to his sleeping bag on the floor. Your brother is over there. Theodore gestured toward Proflo with one hand. Fantastic. Let us go, Theo, Ailios exclaimed, racing toward him, the 2 sleeping bags dangling from her shoulders bouncing energetically as she dashed. Good evening, Proflo. It had been over a month since they had last spoken, and she felt a twinge of awkwardness as she set down her sleeping bags, nervously biting her lip. Good evening, Ailios, Proflo replied, lifting his eyelids slightly, enunciating each word as though reading from an official script. Is anyone sitting here? Ailios inquired, pointing to the purple sleeping bag beside Proflo. Yes, he responded curtly. Oh. All right then. Disheartened, Ailios shifted her sleeping bag aside, wishing she could be closer to her brother, even with an unknown person between them. Lie down, Theo. We're all together. There's no danger, Ailios offered, comforting Theodore instead. Okay. Theodore removed his formal jacket and crouched down to help her arrange her sleeping bag. From her vantage point, she could see the prominent outline of his collarbone beneath his partially unbuttoned shirt, his neck shifting subtly with the movements of his arms. The sleeping bag was laid out neatly, and he looked up, his eyes filled with the magical starlight reflected from the ceiling. You can sleep now, Ellie, Theodore said gently. Tamzu, Teu. As Ailios settled down, Draco strode purposefully toward them. He never seemed fazed by the bizarre events occurring at school. Rather, he exuded a sense of invigorated curiosity, leading Ailios to suspect he had been mistakenly sorted into the wrong house. His boldness should have undoubtedly placed him in Gryffindor. Gregory and Vincent chose a terrible spot. Thank goodness I didn't take my sleeping bag over there, Draco exclaimed, standing triumphantly in front of the purple sleeping bag. And upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, exclaiming, Ailios? Hi, Draco, Ailios greeted, awkwardly waving her hand from within her sleeping bag. Draco couldn't help but chuckle, likely finding her half-hidden form resembling a giant flobberworm rather amusing. Everyone is about to sleep. No more talking. Lights out in 5 minutes. The heads of each house bellowed in unison. Ailios turned to face Theodore, propping her head on her elbow, still eager to share a few more words with him. Draco curled his lip, shed his shoes, and burrowed into his sleeping bag, lying flat on his back alongside Prover, both gazing up at the starry sky. By the way, Theo, Elio asked, fixing her gentle gaze upon Theodore's eyes, the piece you played today, what was its name? I haven't heard it before. He blinked rapidly, evading her gaze. Elio's curiosity deepened. It's a new composition of mine, titled Ailioth, he murmured, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks, as if he had inadvertently revealed a cherished secret buried deep within. The Star Alnilam? Elio exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, completely taken aback to discover it bore her name. Do you like it? He tentatively met her gaze. Yes. I adore it. Elio replied with delight. If there's an opportunity, would you teach me? Didn't you hear the senior say to cease talking? Draco interjected impatiently from behind her. Elio turned to Draco, questioning, since when do you heed the senior's words? He frowned, crossing his arms. I want to listen now. What's wrong with that? How infuriating. You are utterly unreasonable. Realizing her own fault, Elio turned her head away, pouting slightly. Good night, Theo. She reverted to her cheerful demeanor when addressing Theodore. Good night, Elio. Theodore replied gently, I will teach you. Chapter 82, Time for Sleep. In the dead of night, Elio felt a tingling in her hand, prompting her to rub against the sleeping bag, stirring herself awake. She opened her sleepy eyes, and although all the candles had been extinguished, the drifting silver mist illuminated the hall, allowing her to clearly see that the figure lying before her was none other than her dear brother, Prover. Elio could hardly recall the last time she had seen such a serene Prover. He slept soundly. The sound of the wind outside mingling with his steady breathing filled her ears. Quietly, she wriggled closer to her brother, reminiscent of the countless days they had shared in companionship during their childhood. They were merely 3 inches apart. She could almost count his fluttering eyelashes. As drowsiness overcame her, Elio smiled softly and closed her eyes, drifting back into a peaceful slumber. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, many of her classmates had already begun to murmur and chat. Good morning, Elio said, stretching luxuriously, her hair tousled. Despite sleeping on unfamiliar floorboards, she felt remarkably secure with Prover's presence. Good morning, Elio. Theodore smiled at her, his eyes still slightly squinted, but he was soon startled by Draco's fierce expression peeking out from behind Prover at the wall's corner. Confused, Theodore wondered how Draco had ended up there, and why he looked so disgruntled. Elio followed Theodore's gaze and, puzzled, asked, Are you a groundhog? Why do you prefer sleeping in the corner? Ask him, Draco snapped, kicking Prover in the back. Prover, you are far too restless in your sleep. How could that be? Prover replied sluggishly, rubbing the spot that had been kicked. He had just awakened, and was still groggy. Elio felt puzzled. When they used to share a bed as children, Prover would only steal the blankets, never kicking or punching. Haven't you counted how many times you've tossed and turned all night? Elio noticed a slight bruise forming on Draco's left cheekbone. Prover merely shrugged, tousling his disheveled hair back, ignoring Draco's huffs and glares. The first lesson of the day was divination. Despite the lurking danger of the murderer Sirius Black within the school, the headmaster showed no intentions of canceling classes. Elio found solace in the fact that she could see Blaze again. In the North Tower classroom, Professor Trelawney's cryptic predictions left most students feeling anxious. Of course, there were steadfast materialists who rejected fatalism, with Hermione being a prime example. When the professor once again indicated that Potter bore ominous signs of death, Hermione indignantly retorted, I don't believe what you say is necessarily correct. Please don't incite panic at such a critical moment. Trelawney gazed at her in disbelief, adjusting her glasses, then sighed helplessly, declaring Hermione to be a talentless child. Do you think Sirius would kill one of us? Elio inquired. No, Blaze replied, flipping his teacup upside down on the saucer, remnants of tea slowly spilling over. If he were truly as the newspapers claim, then by now, it would not be just a portrait that had vanished. Elio turned her teacup upright, speaking in a calm tone. Though portraits are vivid, they are merely painted paper, devoid of life, and unaware of Sirius's intentions. Blaze stared at the small cluster of damp tea leaves in silence for a moment before slowly asking, Have you ever heard of living portraits? Living? Elio pondered, thinking the most animated portraits were akin to the Fat Lady and Sir Cadogan, merely moving within their frames and occasionally conversing with us, mimicking the deceased as habits. However, the magic they preserved within the frames could not genuinely replace their existence in the world. I once heard my father mention a magical portrait technique that can retain a person's will and soul, and the vitality of the portrait depends on the artist's skill and magical power. Unlike these ordinary portraits, they can truly be touched if the artist possesses sufficient intent. How astonishing! Wouldn't that be akin to resurrection? Well, in a sense, it is a different form of existence, Blaze mused, nodding thoughtfully. After dinner, upon returning to the common room, Theodore suddenly produced Elio's wooden ring from his pocket. It fell on the floor while you were sleeping last night. I didn't want to wake you, so I kept it. I only remembered to return it to you now because today's classes were so packed, he said, looking quite sincere. Oh, I hadn't even noticed it was missing. Elio exclaimed. Thank you, Theodore, you are truly thoughtful. She slipped the ring back onto her right index finger, contemplating that she had intended to confront Lycia today. It's nothing, Theodore smiled gently. Now go get a good night's sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. After he left, Ailios stealthily crept along the wall and slipped into the green drapery. As she passed through the tunnel, she popped a red fizzing candy into her mouth. Lycia had bullied Theodore, and she was determined to make her pay. Ailios boldly confronted Lycia, but upon seeing Lycia's cold gaze and raised tail, she quickly forced a smile. "This is for you." She opened her palm to reveal a fizzing candy resting in the center, its wrapper glimmering with a faint green light. "What is this?" Lycia's expression softened slightly. "It's the gift I promised to bring you. I saw you holding it in the candy shop the other day, so I thought you might like it." "It's just okay." Lycia leisurely tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. Ailios' eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized the cunning wolf had been successfully ensnared. "Lycia," she cautiously called out. "What?" He covered his mouth in astonishment, his gaze filled with confusion. Lycia, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Why did you drip blood on the ring that day?" Lycia, entirely convinced that the recent hiccup was merely an accident, steadied himself and replied, "Of course. It was to prevent evildoers from harming you." He puffed out his chest, speaking with righteous fervor. "Really? Yet it inexplicably harmed my friend," she countered. Chapter 83. His approaching lips. "That only implies your friend is a villain," he stated coolly. "He is not a villain, Lycia. Just a hiccup?" Lycia's gaze bore into Alicia's eyes, his furrowed brow emanating an imposing pressure, causing Alicia to involuntarily shrink back. "Explain," he commanded succinctly, his words laced with intimidation, causing her heart to race. She reassured herself, "It's fine, don't be afraid. I have my hiccup attack." Alicia raised her finger in warning. "If you wish to avoid hiccuping all night, you better refrain from intimidating me." "Oh." He raised an eyebrow, gripping her wrist, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "And who precisely is threatening whom?" She struggled to break free, calling out, "Lycia." "Hic." Lycia tightened his hold, while his other hand lifted her chin, angling her face upward for a clearer view. "Try calling again," he challenged. "Lycia." "Hic." "Lycia, Lycia, Lycia." His eyes narrowed, the corners twitching with an inscrutable annoyance. He then leaned in, attempting to silence her with his lips. Alicia's pupils dilated in alarm as she saw his lips nearing, hastily raising a hand to cover her mouth. "Ah." Lycia instantly released her, covering his mouth. "Your behavior is disgraceful. Do you realize that?" Alicia scolded, taking a few steps back. "Even if you are a werewolf, it is unacceptable to be so forward with a girl. What have you done to the ring?" Lycia asked, irate. "Me? What could I possibly do to it?" He moved his hand away, revealing his swollen, red lips, resembling those stung by a swarm of bees. Alicia stared in disbelief, hesitantly asking, "Is it the ring?" He huffed through his nose, retorting, "What else could it be?" Alicia uncertainly replied, "I did nothing." "Could it be that your ill intentions triggered its defensive mechanism?" "But I distinctly nourished it with my blood. Anyone approaching you would be attacked, except me." She suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Ha! Big-tailed wolf, you've let something slip." He was taken aback for a moment, then carelessly replied, "So what? Give me the antidote." "What antidote?" "The ring is poisonous," he pointed to his sausage-shaped lips. "Or it wouldn't be like this. This ring has only been touched by Theodore besides me. I don't know if you believe it, but I truly didn't do this. As for the antidote, I will inquire about it tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Lycia stepped closer, his tone firm. "I want it today." "Today is too late," she frowned, twisting her fingers as she retreated with his advancing steps. "You surely wouldn't want to raise their suspicions, would you? Recently, a murderer has infiltrated the school, and the professors are investigating rigorously. If we get caught, we'll both be in trouble." He halted, crossing his arms. "Rigorous? I can come and go from your school at will. I cannot possibly agree with your security measures. Alas, they are indeed somewhat lacking. But I still cherish my campus life," Alicia gently negotiated. "So let us make it tomorrow? I promise to get the antidote to you as soon as possible." "How soon?" "I will inform you the moment I acquire it." Alicia suddenly had a clever idea, saying, "The hiccup candy's effect lasts 24 hours. Tomorrow, when I call your name, you simply come here. How does that sound?" Lycia regarded her expressionlessly, remaining silent. Alicia raised her eyebrows expectantly. "So you are giving me candy not as a gift, but as a lesson?" His question seemed rather abrupt. "Of course not." Alicia explained with a warm smile. "I genuinely thought you would like it, so I bought it specifically for you. The shopkeeper happened to give me a co-branded version, which I thought was quite nice. We could use it to communicate, for instance. When I need your help, I just call your name, and you will sense it." "Very well." Hearing a satisfactory response, his tone softened somewhat. "But don't call my name indiscriminately. That method is truly foolish. But there isn't a better way. We werewolves have better methods," he said with a mysterious smile. but I don't wish to share them with you. Lycia nodded, forcing a strained smile. It's fine. After all, I'm not the one hiccuping. Fortunately, Tuesday had the fewest classes, with Lycia only having a herbalism class in the morning. Since Lycia had hurt him first, she felt reluctant to confront Theodore directly. Instead, she mulled over how to phrase her inquiries delicately as she walked from the lounge to the auditorium. Upon sitting at the long table, Theodore, as usual, poured her a glass of milk, warming it with magic before placing it before her. Tay. Lycia gently placed a slice of toast spread with orange jam onto his plate, softly asking, "After you found that ring yesterday, did it remain in your possession?" He nodded calmly. It seems to be even more irritable than before. Theodore shook his head, his eyes widening to an unusual degree, the drooping corners attesting to his innocence. "I don't know what happened." "Oh. I knew this must have nothing to do with you." Alicia's heart nearly melted as she reassured him. "Let us eat breakfast first. We need to attend class soon." During herbalism class, while shelling bubble bean pods with Theodore, Lycia was perpetually distracted. Discovering who poisoned the ring was of little consequence. The priority was to find the antidote. After much contemplation, there was only one option: to seek out Madame Pomfrey. However, if she were to hand over the ring imbued with special magic directly to Pomfrey, it would explicitly reveal that a dangerous werewolf lurked within the school. If Lycia were captured and retaliated by exposing her secret, it would spell disaster. As she peeled open the plump pink pods, revealing the glistening beans within, a daring idea suddenly struck her. Chapter 84. We are kindred spirits. It was lunchtime when Lycia bid farewell to Theodore in the lounge and exited through the stone door. The campus was not as boisterous as during class breaks, with only a few people traversing the corridors. Alicia's destination was the school infirmary on the 3rd floor. Before entering, she mentally commanded the ring to grow sharp spikes. Then, steeling herself, she bit her lip. She only pricked a wound the size of an ant, but a bead of blood emerged, causing her lips to swell instantly. This was truly uncomfortable. She felt like a mass of soaked silver fungus, her head buzzing as if filled with water. As she stepped through the door, she slurred, "I need help." "Oh Merlin, what stung you?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. "I don't know." She attempted to mimic Theodore's tone, uncertain if she appeared as innocent as he did. "I woke up like this." Madame Pomfrey gently held Ailios' chin, scrutinizing the condition of her lips, and collected a sample of her blood to examine for any unusual components using a spell. It was nothing serious. A simple anti-inflammatory potion would suffice. With a flick of her wand, a bottle of dark red potion soared from the shelf. "Could you possibly provide me with another bottle?" Ailios blinked, her voice imbued with utmost sincerity. "My roommate is in a similar predicament, though she is a beauty-conscious girl, and feels too shy to venture outside." Madame Pomfrey nodded amicably, and another vial of potion flew towards Ailios. It's quite natural for adolescent girls to be concerned with their appearance, but if she continues to feel unwell, let her come to me herself. "Thank you very much," Ailios exclaimed, swiftly downing the potion before darting back to the basement. By the time she reached the ivy-draped tent, her mouth had nearly returned to normal. "You arrived quite swiftly," she remarked, skidding to a halt in front of Lycia. Her poor lips had only just begun to swell down, and she certainly wished to avoid a swollen forehead as well. "Where is the antidote?" she inquired, tilting her head to gaze at him beneath the clear azure sky. This was their first encounter in daylight. His silver hair retained its luster even under the feeble sunlight, shimmering like gilded foil. His eyes, too, were illuminated, revealing a strikingly pure yet harsh shade of purple. "Here," Ailios said, retrieving the potion from her pocket and handing it to Lycia. "Did you teach him a lesson?" After consuming the potion, his lips bore a slight outline. "Who? The one who poisoned you?" "I have no idea who it was. It can only be that villain." "Which villain?" "The one who accompanied you in Hogsmeade." He tilted his head slightly, his tone displeased. "How could he possibly be a villain?" Ailios asserted firmly. "Are all you werewolves this suspicious?" "What do you mean by we werewolves?" "When you doubt me, you certainly exhibit the same vigilance as a werewolf," he articulated deliberately. "Ailios, don't forget, we are of the same kind." "You certainly didn't say that yesterday," Ailios retorted, clearly still preoccupied with the secret Lycia had withheld from her the previous day. "In any case, he isn't that sort of person. Now that you have the antidote, I must return to rest." Lycia made no attempt to obstruct her path, merely watching her retreating figure with a huff. The gradual reduction of swelling in his lips did little to alleviate his mood. The first Quidditch match of the semester was about to commence. Draco was brimming with enthusiasm each day, eagerly anticipating his confrontation with Potter. He must have been yearning for some intimate encounter with Potter, as he could always spot him amidst the crowd, and would mimic a Dementor to amuse him. Ailios found this utterly perplexing. Was this truly how boys interacted with those they liked in such a childish and trivial manner? The day before the match, a tempest raged, and Ailios' ailing body sensed that it would be a full moon night. Professor Lupin did not appear in defense against the dark arts class, indicating that his condition must be worse than Ailios. The substitute professor was Snape, who seemed to harbor strong objections to Lupin's teaching methods. His harsh critiques sparked discontent among the students. He brusquely dismissed their comments, skipping over many units in the textbook to directly educate them about werewolves. Can anyone tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from an animagus? Snape's first question sent a chill down Ailios' spine. She nervously glanced at Draco, hoping he wouldn't remember that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, he was engrossed in writing a note, seemingly disinterested in the lesson on werewolves. Hermione eagerly raised her hand, but Snape ignored her. Undeterred, she kept her hand aloft and spoke without permission. Werewolves are typically large, and their tails are bigger than those of the wolf forms that animagi take. Their body parts can change freely, and even in human form, they retain wolf-like traits and howl in response to calls from their kind. Why can't you control yourself? Snape remarked coldly. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Hermione's face flushed, and she lowered her hand, tears welling in her eyes, making her appear quite pitiable. As Snape turned to write on the board, Draco folded his note into an origami crane and gently blew on it, sending it fluttering towards Potter's table across the aisle. What a peculiar hobby, Ailios thought, uneasily observing Draco throughout the class. Naturally, their gazes met on numerous occasions, and each time, she astutely lowered her head, diligently copying notes from the board. This way, she could neither see Draco's smirk nor he her flustered countenance. The following day, the weather remained dreadful, yet the more thunder and lightning roared, the more exhilarated the students became as they watched the Quidditch match from the stands. They raised banners for their respective houses amidst the wind and rain, cheering in a cacophony that rivaled the thunder. The Slytherin players donned their green robes as they took to the field. Under the overcast sky, Draco's golden hair remained striking. Though slender, he emanated a commanding presence, his resolve unyielding against the wind and rain. The tall and robust Crabbe stood beside him, equally poised, presenting an unprecedented image of vigor. Is that Crabbe? Pansy exclaimed, having somehow produced a pair of binoculars to peer at the pitch. Indeed, Vincent is there. Ailios paused, inquiring, where did you acquire such complete gear? The weather is poor, it's hard to see, so I might as well put it to use, Pansy replied nonchalantly. Chapter 85. May is the season of roses. With Mrs. Hooch's whistle, the match officially commenced. They soared into the sky on their brooms like arrows, the raging wind failing to hinder their speed. The rain intensified, and Ailios' cloak was nearly torn by the gusts. Thankfully, Theodore promptly transformed his wand into an umbrella, shielding her overhead. Splendid, Theo. Ailios beamed, inching closer to him so that the umbrella could adequately cover them both. She even tugged Pansy over to her side, causing Pansy to stumble and fall into her embrace. What are you doing? Pansy inquired. Keeping dry, Ailios replied, helping her up and proudly boasting. Theo turned his wand into an umbrella. Yes, quite impressive. After saying this, she turned back to smile at Theodore. Thank you, Nott, Pansy said bashfully, smiling at him. Theodore politely nodded, but his gaze remained tenderly fixed on Ailios. Another bolt of lightning flashed, prompting Mrs. Hooch to sound her whistle sharply, and all players landed in the mud. Oh, I didn't even notice what happened. Why did they pause the match? Ailios asked. Those foolish lions are making a fuss just because Crabbe scored 2 goals. It's ridiculous. Pansy's tone shifted from disdain to admiration. Honestly, I didn't expect Crabbe to be this formidable. Not only has he become more handsome, but he has also become quite manly, you know? Manly? He was a man all along. Oh, well, you just don't understand, Pansy exclaimed dramatically. Moments later, the players returned to the sky above the pitch. Accompanied by the resonant crackle of Z-shaped lightning, Pansy excitedly nudged Ailios' arm with her elbow. I spotted the golden snitch, she exclaimed. Where? Ailios inquired. Behind Potter. Draco is about to soar past. Pansy clutched the binoculars, unwilling to blink for even a moment. Once the electric light faded, the heavy clouds ominously dimmed, and a wave of somber, oppressive cold descended. Potter has fallen. Pansy cried out. Draco has captured the golden snitch. A shadow plummeted from the sky. It was Potter. Merlin. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Pansy lost control and hurled the binoculars to the ground. What happened? Ailios asked, grasping Pansy's hand with concern. I saw a swarm of dreadful dementors lurking in the clouds, Pansy replied, her eyes wide with terror. Professor Dumbledore, typically composed and steady, suddenly burst onto the pitch. brandishing his wand to cast a cushioning charm that slowed Potter's descent. In an agitated flurry, he directed his wand at the Dementors above the field, unleashing a brilliant beam of silver light that sent them fleeing in an instant. Potter's fainting spell was undoubtedly catastrophic for the Gryffindor team, as their captain stood disconsolate in the rain, reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Draco's triumph elicited cheers from the entire Slytherin student body, with Flint exuberantly embracing him in a fervent kiss. He had indeed earned his victory. He was exceptional. The joy of victory manifested as a shimmering halo hovering above Draco's head. Even though the following week was drenched in incessant rain, a sun dwelled within his heart, illuminating his meticulously groomed golden locks and the gleam of his grinning teeth. Gradually, the rain transformed into frost, and the lake froze over, marking the passage of November. Come December, Ailios began scouring the library for tomes on the physiological hormones of magical creatures. After witnessing Lycia suffer for an extended period after her last potion, and with winter fast approaching, she resolved to concoct a more palatable remedy for her friend. Once her research bore fruit, Ailios sought Draco to borrow the key to the potions classroom. Perhaps due to his recent victory, he proved far more amiable than she had anticipated. Thus, after a fortnight of diligent potion-making, she finally completed her brew on the eve of the holidays. She informed Lycia that if she missed her on a snowy day, she could drink the entire vial, and everything would improve. Lycia accepted it with a hint of skepticism, but not before reminding her to peruse Sarah's notes, expressing hope that he would locate the princess the following year. A few days after returning home, Ailios seized the opportunity to accompany Theodore on an errand to Diagon Alley. The palmwood door of Ollivander's wand shop stood tightly shut, devoid of any light in the windows. Mr. Ollivander was absent, presenting a perfect opportunity to sneak a glance at Sarah's notebook. Ailios, knowing the lock's secret incantation, boldly entered. She was greeted by the chirping of a small parakeet, which circled her a few times before landing obediently on her hand, nuzzling her skin with its fluffy cheek. "I've missed you, Chirp. And I'm sorry I didn't bring you any treats today." Chirp pecked gently at Ailios's hand in a playful manner, and she affectionately ruffled its head, promising, "Next time, I will certainly bring something special." Chirp joyfully took to the air once more. Ailios navigated the familiar path to the drawer at the counter, pulling it open to find the chestnut-colored notebook untouched within. Perhaps due to her guilty conscience, her hands trembled slightly as she opened the cover. The first page revealed the standard, neatly penned Beatuck script of Sarah. She continued to peruse, her eyes landing first on simple numbers. She surmised this must be Sarah's diary. Most of the runes were familiar, though some were esoteric, prompting her to translate based on context. December. I have been wandering in England for some time now. Having arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, on a night blanketed in heavy snow, the shopkeeper offered me refuge. Inside was a girl, and they were celebrating the human Christmas. The turkey was delectable. I devoured an entire one. There was no wind, no snow, only the warmth of floral scents, and I slept soundly. January. I used my tail hair as tuition, learning wand making alongside the girl. The shopkeeper bought me warmer clothing and shoes, and I received a notebook and a feather quill. The snow continued to fall heavily, yet I found joy in the scent of flowers. February. Ray was very welcoming. She taught me much, though I could not perform magic. She instructed me in planting flowers, and soon my fingers bore their fragrance. The shopkeeper praised my talent for identifying flora, asserting that even without magic, I could possess a wand. However, the English were all quite cruel. March. Spring arrived before I knew it, and I almost forgot the purpose of my journey. I could no longer indulge in the illusion of warmth. April. The magic of English wizards is formidable. I wrestle with whether I am capable of leading my kind in vengeance. May. Ray mentioned that she left home in May, becoming herself and acquiring a new name. December. Another Christmas arrived. Ray took me on a sled to gather mushrooms in the countryside. Tonight's dinner was mushroom and turkey leg pizza, which the shopkeeper declared delicious, the cheese stretching in abundance. After dinner, we went to the square to set off fireworks, making wishes upon the Bethlehem star atop the giant Christmas tree. I hoped for secrecy. March. The bright moon of my homeland has grown hazy, yet Ray accompanies me, easing the pain in my body. May. It is Ray's season. The green in her eyes reflects the transition of spring and summer, while the white embodies the cycle of day and night. She is not English. I wonder if I might love her. August. Mrs. Ewan remembers my measurements well, and Mr. Fosco frequently gifts me free ice cream. Every merchant in Diagon Alley knows me. Yet what would they think if they knew I was a werewolf? September. Ray spoke of how wizards were once discriminated against in the Muggle world, how medieval witches suffered brutal burnings. I did not express my views, but silently reflected on the parallels with the plight of werewolves in the wizarding realm. She stated that wizards chose not vengeance but instead formed the statute of secrecy, creating alternate paths, leaving a void in human history. Ray revealed that she was born into a pureblood wizarding family, who despised all muggles, yet she harbored a love for novelty. Her greatest desire was for muggles and wizards to overcome their prejudices and coexist harmoniously, which was no simple feat after running away from home. Her first stop was meeting Mr. Ollivander, whose recognition of her talent shifted her dream to crafting wands for muggle-born children with magical potential. Not every child has the opportunity to attend school, and those who lack proper guidance may lose control of their powers, becoming the silent ones. She hopes to extend her modest assistance to help those children avoid straying from their paths. I suddenly began to doubt whether the path I had chosen was the right one. November. Ray always warms my heart, and thus I find my own becoming softer. Gazing at the frost-covered eaves of shops under the warm winter sun, I cannot help but wonder if my claws could truly bear to pierce their throats. In February, persuading the North American werewolves to relinquish their prejudices proved to be a formidable task. Not even the patriarch of their clan, my father, could compel them to alter their ways. However, if they continued to harbor hatred and slay innocent humans while spreading the lycanthropic virus on the night of the full moon, the already tenuous relationship between werewolves and wizards would undoubtedly deteriorate further. By March, the establishment of a peace accord between werewolves and wizards could not rely solely on the strength of the North American werewolves. It was imperative that I devise a means to contact the leaders of other werewolf clans. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting Ailios to swiftly stow away her notebook into the drawer. As the doorknob turned, a faint ray of sunlight streamed into the room, revealing Mr. Ollivander's aged visage, a smile slowly emerging upon his face. It had been quite some time since they had last met, and his brows had begun to show signs of graying. "Ah, Ailios, you have returned?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, with Christmas approaching, I came to see how you have been faring." Ailios playfully nudged the globe, which seemed to be thriving, its little face rounder than before. "I have taken to raising mealworms, which has certainly enlivened the household. Thus, it is no surprise that its belly has grown quite plump." Mr. Ollivander chuckled heartily, the creases at the corners of his eyes crinkling in delight. His warmth and kindness were always palpable. Ailios and Mr. Ollivander reminisced for quite a while, and she was eventually invited to partake in a meal, returning home with a bulging brown paper bag filled with treats. Emerging from the fireplace with a face covered in soot, she found Profer indifferent to her presence. Ailios, however, would not allow herself to feel disheartened. She circumnavigated Profer and placed the brown bag onto the dining table, casually seizing the feather quill and parchment he had just used. Settling cross-legged in a chair to compose a letter to Bress. "Dear Bress, how have you been during the holiday break?" "I have been rather well. My home is significantly warmer than school, and the buffalo spicy wings prepared by the house elf are quite to my liking. Should you wish to visit and sample the culinary delights of New York, you are always welcome." She bit the tip of her quill in dissatisfaction, crumpling the paper and discarding it before rewriting. "Dear Bress, do you recall our agreement from divination class? My mother has heard of your thoughts and is quite eager for you to visit our home, with Christmas just around the corner. Do you plan to come before or after the holiday? It would be splendid if you could join us on Christmas Day itself, as we shall prepare a sumptuous dinner in anticipation of your arrival. Theodore will also be spending Christmas Eve with us. I believe it will be a most lively and enjoyable day." With a sense of trepidation, Ailios slipped the paper into an envelope, her palms finally ceasing to perspire when Moni soared out of the window with the letter. Before dinner, she received a reply from Bress, wherein he expressed his willingness to visit on Christmas Day, sharing in her anticipation for this extraordinary festive night. Ailios' spirits soared, and she relayed the news to her mother during the meal. Daisy expressed her eagerness to meet the remarkably talented young artist, but more so, she was curious about the kind of boy who had captured her beloved daughter's affection. Profer remained silent, hastily gulping down a few spoonfuls of clam chowder before retreating to his room. "Profer seems to harbor a dislike for me. I cannot fathom why," Ailios lamented after he departed. "Your brother has matured. Many of his thoughts are beyond my comprehension. Yet, you are siblings connected by blood. Even after quarrels, reconciliation is inevitable. Did you and Aunt often argue when you were young?" "Indeed, she was far more mischievous than I. Once, she adorned a century-old statue treasured by your grandmother with clown noses painted in red overnight, claiming she feared solitary confinement, and accused me of being an accomplice. Merlin knows how faithfully I slept that night." Daisy could still recall the incident with a hint of indignation. Nevertheless, true affection is not diminished by arguments. In the presence of those we trust, we can reveal our truest selves, And that person will always accept and cherish us. Aunt and I are like that. Despite our frequent disagreements, we are always the first to stand up for each other in times of need. What kind of difficulties did you encounter? Ailios asked with curiosity. Ones you could scarcely imagine, and ones I would rather shield you from, Daisy replied softly, stirring the thick soup in her bowl. Now my dear Ailios, if you do not finish your stew, it shall soon grow cold. Oh. Ailios suddenly remembered her excitement had distracted her from eating. Chapter 86. The Christmas of 3rd Grade 1. As Ailios made her way back to her bedroom, she passed by Profer's room. The door was ajar, revealing him reclined against the black upholstered headboard, his silky hair nearly blending with the velvet material. He leisurely turned the pages of a book, his long legs crossed at the ankles, exuding an air of languor. Knock knock. Ailios politely rapped on the door. He lifted his gaze, lazily responding, enter. Ailios stepped inside, shedding her slippers to tread barefoot on the carpet, and perched herself on the edge of Profer's bed. Wow. She feigned surprise as she read the title of the book in his hands. You are perusing practical defensive magic and its counteraction to dark arts? What of it? Are you reading it too? Not at all, Ailios replied with a grin. That is precisely why I find it so intriguing. Profer closed the book, indifferently inquiring. Did you come in merely to marvel at my reading material? Ailios hesitated, then murmured, no, I meant to say, please stop sulking. Look at how much Ginny Weasley is adored by her brothers. She has so many, and I only have you, yet you act like this. Then go and adopt them as your brothers, Profer retorted dismissively. How could you say such a thing? Who else could I possibly claim as my brother? Ailios exclaimed, producing the star necklace from the collar of her loungewear, its shimmering light rivaling the calla lily sconces flanking the bed. I wear the necklace you gifted me every day. What about you? Have you worn it consistently? Not at all, he replied without a moment's thought. She lowered the necklace, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing her features. Yet she stubbornly insisted, I do not believe you. He softened slightly, offering an excuse. Boys do not wear necklaces every day. Whatever you say cannot compare to what is visible to the eye. Ailios nimbly climbed onto the bed, kneeling on his lap, forcefully tugging at his collar. She clearly observed the platinum chain cascading over his slightly protruding collarbone, while the half-star pendant swayed before the red mole over his heart. As her fingertips grazed his skin, he gasped, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He was evidently taken aback by her actions, his cheeks flushing as his sharp features softened with hesitation. He found himself captivated by her, watching as her initial anger and urgency gradually transformed into a serene expression. You are lying, she teased. Before her words could fully escape her lips, he swiftly pinned her down, securing her hands and reversing their positions. Ailios lay there, momentarily breathless, her mind racing as she grappled with his intentions. She gazed into his deep green eyes, like an unfathomable forest. The pulsing veins along his neck, the slight movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed, and the warmth of his breath all drew closer to her. She possessed the strength to push him away, yet she hesitated, unwilling to distance their bond further. Brother, she called softly. Are you afraid? He rasped. Afraid of what? She queried, perplexed. No matter how peculiar he became, she felt no fear. He scoffed lightly, releasing her wrist. It was he who harbored fear. Fear of intimacy, fear of loss, fear that she would comprehend his turmoil, and fear that she would remain blissfully ignorant. I'm off to freshen up. Make yourself comfortable, Profer stated with an air of indifference. Yet he fled his room with a haste that surpassed even that of Ailios. Bewildered, she thought this might signal a thawing in their relationship, only to find that Profer retreated from her more than ever. He could easily sequester himself in his room for an entire day, or venture out without returning home for hours on end. She remained oblivious to his whereabouts and activities. They might well be the most estranged siblings in existence. Fortunately, the joyous occasion of Christmas soon arrived, filling her heart with festive delight. Daisy unveiled the knitted sweaters she had crafted for the siblings in advance. Ailios' crimson sweater bore a reindeer with a red nose, while Profer's green garment showcased a reindeer with a green nose. Upon seeing it, he lamented its hideousness, yet he could not resist the urge to retreat to his room and don it. After dressing, Ailios adorned her hair with a red bow hairpin that complemented her sweater beautifully. She then descended to unwrap her gifts. Pansy had gifted her a bergamot and basil-scented candle, Daphne a luxurious Godiva chocolate Christmas box, Millicent a pair of exquisite velvet gloves, Crab a pearl bracelet, Theodore a feather pen with automatic correction capabilities, and Bress a jewelry box fashioned from pure gold. Yet, Draco remained conspicuously absent from the gift-giving. Theodore arrived before Bress, his round nose reddened by the biting cold, frost seemingly having settled in his eyes, while the pale blue lake shimmered with a snowy hue. He carried a bouquet, likely plucked from the gardens of Nott Manor, where she had previously admired the hydrangeas and freesias. Ailios warmly ushered him into the living room, where he settled onto the red velvet sofa while Daisy engaged him in amiable conversation. Profer, seated nearby, indifferently observed as Ailios poured Theodore a cup of honey lemon tea, before turning his attention to the bouquet, arranging it in a vase filled with water. His fingers rhythmically tapped on his arm. He wished for her happiness, yet did not desire her joy to stem from the presence of another. Before long, Bress made his entrance, clad in a casual gray twill suit that exuded an effortless formality, a single fallen magnolia leaf adorning his shoulder, evidence of a leisurely stroll. The black pinon where he brought left Garin feeling uneasy. Such an extravagant gift seemed unwarranted for a mere token. However, Bress insisted that the essence of a gift lay in its ability to evoke joy, asserting that he regarded Ailios as a friend, and no price could surpass genuine affection. Garin nodded in agreement, warmly assuring him that he need not bring gifts on his next visit to the Wendell home, inviting him to treat it as his own. Bress acquiesced, a perfectly angled smile gracing his lips, leaving Garin with a favorable impression of him. Daisy and Bress soon delved into an animated discussion about painting, their conversation flowing freely while Ailios found herself unable to interject, her gaze fixed intently on Bress, absorbing every word. The setting sun painted the walls with a golden hue, and the little fairies jingled as they entered the kitchen to prepare the Christmas feast. Daisy led Bress to her studio, leaving Ailios without reason to follow. Taking advantage of his wife's absence, Garin slipped outside for a smoke, while Profer, having spent the afternoon engrossed in magazines, remained silent. Thus, Ailios found herself seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Theodore.